Despicable woman, after drinking this soup, see how I make you obey me. Just as Yi Chutang was about to break apart from the headache, someone grabbed her chin and forced foul-smelling soup into her mouth. She struggled, but had no strength to open her eyes and was choked into continuous coughing. Had she not died from the apocalypse's fire? Suddenly, memories that didn't belong to her flooded her mind. Yi Chutang had traveled through time. She became the eldest legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, also named Yi Chutang. The original owner lost her mother at age 2 and was sent to the countryside by her wicked father, who ignored her for 15 years. A couple caring for her wanted to leave the countryside and return to the official residence to help their son's future. The family plotted to first assault and then kill the original owner, pretending she died from illness. Yi Chutang overheard this. When she tried to escape, she was discovered. She refused to submit and died by smashing her head against the wall. She was a powerful survivor from the 23rd century's apocalyptic world. Yi Chutang has arrived. The woman saw the soup taking effect and threw Yi Chutang onto the bed. Despicable woman, serving my son before dying is your blessing for many generations. Son, I leave this wicked girl to you. Later, let your father enjoy some benefits too. Don't worry, mother. As long as I have a piece of meat to eat, father will have some soup to drink. Little beauty, let your brother take good care of you. I promise you'll feel like you're in heaven. The man sneered lewdly and reached to unbutton Yi Chutang's clothes. Suddenly, Yi Chutang opened her eyes wide, grabbed the man's salty hand reaching for her collar, and crushed it instantly. The scream was like a pig being slaughtered, causing the woman at the door to turn around quickly. Son, what's wrong? Before she finished speaking, Yi Chutang leapt from the bed and kicked the lecher in the groin. His testicles were crushed, and he collapsed with a terrible cry. His spine shattered from bottom to top, piece by piece. Yi Chutang's face was full of joy. Good. My martial arts are still there, but after switching to a delicate body, she lost her internal strength, so her power was not as great as before. Mother, it hurts. The lecher, just after speaking, fell to the ground like a lump of rotten mud. The broad-shouldered woman quickly ran to her son, placing her finger under his nose. No breath. She cried out in grief. Little son, after shouting, she rushed toward Yi Chutang to attack her. Despicable woman, I will kill you and avenge my son. Yi Chutang looked coldly at the woman seeking death, kicking her in the chest. Get out of here. The old man outside heard something was wrong and asked loudly, Old woman, what's going on? Before he finished, he saw his wife fly backwards. She was so fast he couldn't dodge, and she and her husband were thrown back together, crashing heavily into the wall. Both fell to the ground, dead instantly. Yi Chutang stood at the door, looking at the two bodies at the base of the wall, with a slight smile on her lips. Now the three people who knew her best are dead. If anyone questions her ability to heal or fight in the future, she can easily come up with an excuse. Feeling the increasing heat in her body, she turned and sat back inside the room. She rolled up her sleeve and looked at the crescent-shaped birthmark on her wrist, then used her mind to sense her surroundings. Once she felt the space and her powers had shifted with her, she happily checked her pulse. When she forced Lu Posey to drink the foul-smelling herbal medicine meant for pigs, her expression twisted in disgust. Damn it! Do I have to be so unlucky? I'm a divine healer, not a veterinarian. I probably can't fix this. Yi Chutang took some antidotes from her space and quickly swallowed them all. They helped a little, but not enough. The heat was intense and draining her strength, her rationality gradually slipping away. She bit her tongue hard to wake herself up from the pain. Looks like I have to use the most primitive method. Her voice was sweet and charming, almost like water dripping, making her bones feel weak. She quickly left the house, stepped onto the blue stone path, and reached a flowering crabapple tree in the yard. She activated her earth powers. In an instant, she disappeared from her spot and reappeared by a mountain spring at the back of the village. The spring water was cold and icy in summer, perfect for cooling her fiery body. Yi Chutang stared at the misty water surface and immediately jumped in. But She hit a wall of flesh. The flesh wall was even hotter than her body, emanating a seductive male scent that made her dizzy. A man? Where did a man come from deep in the mountain forest? Her rational mind told her to push the man away, but her instincts made her hands slide into his silk robes, touching and exploring. Six-pack abs, a slim waist, and a perfect inverted triangle of muscles. Perfect. Yi Chutang buried her head in the man's neck and took a deep breath. So fragrant. After saying that, she couldn't hold back anymore and bit the man's neck, tearing his belt. Her small hand moved downward, about to reach. Suddenly, her wrist was seized. The force was so strong it felt like her bones might break. Qi Yanzhou held the daring woman in one hand and pulled up his pants with the other, his eyes filled with killing intent. He sternly asked, "Who are you? How did you find this place?" If he hadn't considered that he was secretly returning to the capital alone and wouldn't reveal his whereabouts, the charming woman before him would already be dead. A deep, dangerous male voice echoed in Yi Chutang's ears. The pain in her wrist was intense, helping her regain some clarity. She opened her glittering eyes, saw the man clearly. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, thick eyebrows, big eyes, high nose, and an imposing presence like a jade figure. Especially the red hair, which added a touch of charm and dominance, making him look like a rare and divine being. Not tasting the man in front of me would be a betrayal of this unexpected gift of crossing over. The overwhelming desire was threatening my reason, so I immediately introduced myself. Yi Chutang, the eldest daughter of Minister of Personnel Yi Jingchuan, raised in the countryside. I was schemed against by servants. You are my remedy. I will give you wealth and honor, help you succeed in your career, and remove the fire poison from you. When I saw the man's red hair, I knew it wasn't his natural color, but the color caused by fire poison when it was at its peak. The fiery red hair was seductive, indicating he wouldn't live long. Qi Yanzhou sneered. "If you don't want to die, get out of here." He didn't kick me away, because he was using the cold pond to suppress the fire poison. He couldn't get angry or exert effort, or the poison would attack his heart and threaten his life. As for money, he was as rich as a country. As for official rank, he was second only to the top. As for the poison, no one could cure it. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang, whose face was flushed and eyes moist, feeling puzzled. Even Yi Jingchuan might not know he was poisoned, so how did this young woman from the countryside, the eldest daughter, find out? Perhaps she was not as ignorant as rumors claimed. Yi Chutang didn't know Qi Yanzhou suspected her. She only knew she couldn't hold back anymore. Even if the man in front of her was unwilling, she had to go. "Handsome, sleep with me, and I promise you won't regret it." After saying that, she wrapped her legs around his slim waist, her hands around his neck, and kissed his lips. Qi Yanzhou didn't expect her to force herself on him. In his surprise and anger, the fire poison that he had been suppressing suddenly flared up. His chest felt like it was burning, and his whole body was boiling with blood. His eyes turned red, as if they could bleed tears. The rising, bittersweet sensation was overwhelming. Yi Chutang tasted the rusty taste in his mouth and realized he was poisoned. In the next moment, he fainted, his body suddenly falling down. She quickly supported him. "So weak." Muttering, she took out a pill made from ice silkworm from her space and fed it to Qi Yanzhou. Although the pill couldn't cure the poison, it could suppress it and keep him from attacking for a month. Feeling his body gradually returning to normal temperature, Yi Chutang couldn't wait to carry him to the pond and pressed herself against him. The medicine was too strong. Yi Chutang took an hour to get rid of the beast poison. She panted and rolled off, lying on the ground. Her legs felt uncontrollable and trembled as if they weren't her own. I didn't expect it to be so exhausting up there. "My knees are swollen, and my waist almost broke." After speaking, she looked at the unconscious, handsome man beside her. He had many wounds, both old and new, but the most noticeable were the scratches all over his body. Yi Chutang felt too embarrassed to look directly, so she stood up and put on her pants. "I keep my promises. Starting tomorrow, I will help you remove the fire poison. After saying this, she picked up the man's coat, which was left by the cold pond, and wrapped his very attractive body in it. Then she carried him and used her earth element powers to return to the hibiscus tree. By now, it was completely dark outside. The Liu family had all died, and the village was very quiet, with only occasional sounds of farmers eating and chatting. Yi Chutang gently laid the unconscious Qi Yanzhou on a bed in the East Wing room. She took off his wet coat and hung it on a screen to dry. Then she went to the West Wing to find a new inner shirt that old Liu had just bought but hadn't worn yet, and helped him put it on. She also took the chance to gently touch his attractive abs. When she left, she lit the oil lamp on the table to prevent the man from waking up and not seeing clearly. Yi Chutang returned to her original room, lit the oil lamp again, changed into clean clothes, and carefully bandaged the wound on her forehead. Feeling tired and hungry, she sat at the table, took bread and yogurt from her space, and ate while thinking about her next steps. Should she stay in the countryside to enjoy a carefree life? Or return to the Shangshu residence to reclaim what belonged to her original owner? She hadn't decided which path to take when she heard a knock on the door. "Miss Yi, are you asleep?" She immediately recognized the voice as Aunt Wang from the village. The original owner was very good at embroidery, and old Liu's wife had made a deal with a fabric shop in town. She asked the original owner to embroider handkerchiefs for the shop. Each embroidered handkerchief was worth 15 coins, and she could embroider 2 a day. Aunt Wang's son was a carpenter in town. Every 10 days, he would come to pick up the finished handkerchiefs, take them to the fabric shop, and bring back 20 blank ones for the original owner. He earned 10 coins for each delivery, and the rest went to old Liu's wife. Tomorrow was the 10th day, and the original owner was supposed to deliver the 20 finished handkerchiefs this afternoon. Unfortunately, she had an accident and died before she could deliver them. Aunt Wang waited and waited but didn't see anyone, so she decided to come to the village to find her. After all, 10 coins was a good profit, and she didn't want to miss out. She knocked loudly on the door, shouting, "Miss Yi, Miss Yi," as if she was determined to wake her even if she was sleeping. Yi Chutang was still busy dealing with the Liu family's bodies and was worried that if she didn't open the door, Aunt Wang would call the villagers. She quickly shoved bread into her mouth, threw the packaging and yogurt container into the trash in her space. Then, based on her memory of the original owner, she found a bamboo basket on top of the wardrobe. On top of the basket, neatly arranged, were the 20 embroidered handkerchiefs, beautiful double-sided embroidery of excellent craftsmanship. Yi Chutang left a handkerchief behind and took the remaining 19 handkerchiefs out of the room. She called from the door, "Aunt Wang, wait a moment. I'll come after I put on some clothes." After speaking, she quickly walked to the West Wing, lit the oil lamp, and took out clothes from the wardrobe to tidy up. From outside, through the window silhouette, you could see a family of 3 drinking. Yi Chutang looked at the silhouette happily and opened the courtyard gate. She handed the handkerchief to Aunt Wang and explained, "Today, Grandma Liu's son came." She deliberately turned sideways to let Aunt Wang see the situation in the West Wing. When Aunt Wang saw the family of 3, she quickly blocked her view. "They're still eating and chatting now. I've been busy until now and forgot to give you the handkerchief. I also embroidered 1 less. Sorry to bother Brother Wang and the cloth shop owner." Aunt Wang knew Yi Chutang was a maid of the young lady's family and was used to her forehead injury. She sighed and asked, "Miss Yi, do you plan to live like this forever?" Yi Chutang remembered the original owner's weak personality and tried to squeeze out 2 tears. "Aunt Wang, I can't please my father, and I am not favored by my stepmother. What can I do?" Shangshu was a second-rank official in Beijing, so Aunt Wang dared not comment on the Yi family affairs. She quickly stepped back and said, "Miss Yi, I will tell Qing'er to pass the message to the cloth shop owner. I'll be leaving now. Rest early. All right, it's getting dark and cold. Aunt Wang, be careful on your way." After Aunt Wang left, Yi Chutang immediately closed the door. She threw the 2 stiff bodies at the wall into the West Wing, then searched the room for valuables or useful items, placing them into her space. Having lived in the apocalypse for over 10 years, hoarding supplies was her greatest hobby. Yi Chutang also took cooking oil from the kitchen, poured it over the 3 bodies to help ignite them. Finally, she moved the oil lamp above the bodies, creating a simple tilting device. About an hour later, the oil lamp would automatically fall, igniting the west wing and burning the bodies to ash. If they wanted to rape and kill the original owner first, disguising her as having died of illness, she would instead make it look like they accidentally knocked over the oil lamp after drinking and burned themselves to death. After arranging everything, Yi Chutang left the west wing. Thinking the fire might spread to the main house and kitchen, she collected all useful items inside into her space. After finishing, she went to the east wing, brought the unconscious man to the backyard cellar, and hid him there. Soon, the farm would catch fire, and villagers would come to help. If they found the stranger in the east wing, she wouldn't be able to explain. After settling Qi Yanzhou, Yi Chutang also stored the food, vegetables, and wine from the cellar into her space. Then she returned to the main house to rest. She was so exhausted that she quickly fell asleep. Over an hour later, Yi Chutang was awakened by the crackling sound of burning wood. The bright flames shone through the window, turning the room a deep red. She continued lying on the bed, closing her eyes to rest, waiting for the villagers to come and put out the fire. About 15 minutes later, the eaves of the main house also caught fire, and a wave of heat rolled in. By then, the villagers had noticed the fire at the farm and rushed over with buckets, shouting, "Start watering." The heavy gate was soon knocked open. Yi Chutang, who was unconscious, was rescued. Aunt Wang pinched her nose to wake her and slapped her face gently, saying, "Miss Yi, wake up quickly." Yi Chutang slowly opened her eyes, looking confused, and asked, "Aunt Wang, what happened? Your farm caught fire, and the west wing has burned down. Lu's family might be gone." Yi Chutang frowned slightly. "Caught fire? How did that happen?" She turned her head to look at the ruined west wing, her eyes full of panic. Aunt Wang remembered the silhouette she saw at the window and guessed, maybe Lu and the others drank too much and accidentally knocked over the oil lamp, causing this disaster. Someone nearby said, "This is karma for bad people." The villagers agreed upon hearing this. Everyone knew how Lu and his wife had mistreated the original owner. But it didn't concern them, so no one wanted to interfere. Now that Lu's family was gone, they didn't mind if it made them happy. While the villagers were desperately fighting the fire, Qi Yanzhou woke up in the cellar. Although Qi Yanzhou had been unconscious earlier, he was not completely unaware. Yi Chutang had given him medicine to suppress the fire poison, and he knew about it. Thinking about how he was forced by a woman, he clenched his fists in anger. The smooth ground cracked, and the oil lamp at the base of the wall trembled. Seeing this, Qi Yanzhou's pupils shrank. His internal energy had recovered so quickly. Usually, after poisoning, it took at least 3 days for his energy to fully restore. Why does Yi Chutang carry an antidote to suppress fire poison? Can she really cure fire poison? If she knew medicine, why would she be drugged and harmed by servants? Qi Yanzhou couldn't understand, but he didn't have time to think too much. The team returning from the southern border was close to the capital, and he had to catch up, or his departure would be noticed. He got up, put on a black outer robe hanging on the vegetable rack, and quietly left the cellar. While the villagers were busy fighting the fire and making noise, Yi Chutang didn't notice that Qi Yanzhou had left. Not long after, the main room's fire was extinguished. However, the fire in the west wing and the kitchen was still too strong to approach. The village chief pointed at the west wing, which was burned down to the frame, and looked worried. "Miss Yi, we really can't do anything." Yi Chutang understood and said, "Village chief, I appreciate your help in fighting the fire. Of course, I won't ask you to risk your life to save the 3 bodies. Thank you for understanding, Miss Yi. If Lord Yi questions us, please tell the truth. It's not that we don't want to help, but we simply can't." The Yi family owned about 100 acres of good farmland near the village, and during busy farming seasons, they hired villagers to work. The villagers earned extra income, making life a bit better. Everyone in the village was grateful to Yi Jingchuan. Knowing that Yi Jingchuan didn't like the eldest daughter of the main family, they turned a blind eye to her difficult situation. Now, The village chief shamelessly begged Yi Chutang to speak on her behalf, feeling embarrassed. Yi Chutang clearly knew that the real culprits behind harming the original owner were her own family, so she naturally wouldn't blame the villagers. Village chief, don't worry. I will tell the truth. She then looked at Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, please distribute the wages from the handkerchief work to those who helped put out the fire tomorrow. Aunt Wang shook her head repeatedly. Miss Yi, you shouldn't do that. With sincerity, Yi Chutang said, you saved me and half the village. That's what you deserve. I don't have much money, but everyone should mind a little. Hearing this, Aunt Wang couldn't refuse anymore. Then I thank Miss Yi on everyone's behalf. After all the commotion, it was almost the hour of the ox, around 1 to 3 a.m. Everyone hurried home to rest. There was more farm work tomorrow, so the villagers left one after another. Aunt Wang looked at Yi Chutang and said, Miss Yi, you must have been frightened tonight. Why don't you come to my house and stay overnight? The east wing can still be used, but I won't trouble Brother Wang. Hearing this, Aunt Wang didn't insist. All right, we'll come back tomorrow morning to help you tidy up the farm. Since her son wasn't married yet, it wasn't appropriate for an unmarried girl to stay there. After the villagers left, Yi Chutang went to the cellar. She thought the air in the cellar was poor and planned to bring the man back to the east wing to sleep together. But the cellar was empty, and the handsome man she just ate was gone. Such a perfect waste. What a pity, she said regretfully, but her face showed no real regret. Having traveled from the end of the world, she believed, men are not essential, supplies are. But the cracks on the ground made her pause. She realized she had slept with a martial arts master. Very tired, Yi Chutang immediately pushed the master out of her mind and went back to the east wing to sleep. As soon as she lay down, she felt a bump on her butt. She reached out and found a piece of top-quality ink green jade. A four-clawed python pattern surrounds a character. Chun. The ink green jade token belongs to Qi Yanzhou. When he was suppressing fire poison in a cold pond, he placed the jade token, which represented his identity, in his coat pocket. Later, Yi Chutang wrapped him in her coat and took him back to the village. When she was drying his coat, the jade token accidentally fell onto the bed. Yi Chutang put the jade token into her space, and she entered it too. In her previous life, she was a healer and poison expert from an ancient martial arts family. When she was young, she inherited her family's medical space. The space was small, about 200 square meters, with a ceiling of 3 meters. Inside, she could sense outside conditions but could only stay for 10 minutes at a time. The space was bright but without sunlight, and time inside was frozen. In the center, there was a spiritual spring whose water could strengthen the body and improve plants. Half of the space was planted with rare herbs. These herbs grew well with spring water and were 10 times more potent than ordinary herbs. The other half was a storage area for medicines, Western medicines, medical tools, power generators, daily necessities, and food. There was also a restroom for outdoor eating and bathing. Later, when the apocalypse came, 90% of humans turned into zombies and plants and animals mutated. Yi Chutang awakened earth element powers, and her space could be upgraded, but it required merit points. Saving good people, killing bad people, destroying zombies, and eliminating dangerous mutated plants and animals earned her different merit points. Her first upgrade cost her 100,000 merit points. The space expanded into a huge area centered around the spring, covering 1,000 square meters and rising 10 meters high. Yi Chutang collected many seeds and some unmutated fruit trees, leaving 200 square meters for vegetables and fruit. The rest was filled with containers storing her supplies and weapons, almost full. Further upgrades would need 1 million merit points. She had saved enough, but the unpredictable apocalypse and her earth powers also consumed merit points, so she couldn't upgrade. She thought that with her space and powers, surviving the apocalypse would be easy. But suddenly, a huge fireball fell from the sky. She was sleeping and had no time to react. Her base was burned to nothing. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself as the eldest daughter of Yi Jingchuan, the Minister of Revenue of Beichen Kingdom. Yi Chutang was marveling at nature's terrifying power when, due to the time limit, she was ejected from the space. She rested her hands behind her head, looking at the gray bed curtain above, and smiled. Ancient times were much better than this apocalypse. This crossing was worth it. Just as she finished speaking, she felt a dull ache in her chest. A phrase from the original owner's despairing wall bump flashed through her mind. After death, I will become a vengeful spirit and kill you all. Yi Chutang knew that the original owner wanted to kill not only Lu's family of 3, who directly caused her death, but also her irresponsible father and stepmother, who indirectly caused her demise. She covered her chest and promised, "Don't worry. Since I am using your body, I will fulfill your last wish. Don't become a vengeful spirit. They are not worth it. Rest assured and reincarnate peacefully." Yes, she decided to return to the Shangshu residence to fiercely confront the irresponsible father and the wicked woman on behalf of the original owner. The next day, at dawn, Yi Chutang was awakened by noise. Villagers who didn't work in the fields gathered at the estate to help clean up the burned west wing and kitchen. Lu's family of 3 had been burned to ashes, leaving only a pile of white ash. The villagers wanted to collect Lu's family's remains and build a memorial tomb. Suddenly, an eerie wind blew in, mixing the ashes and plant debris together.
How?
What should we do? Yi Chutang came out of her room and said, "Forget it. It's as if heaven is dispersing their bones and ashes." Hearing this, the villagers shivered. Aunt Wang rubbed her arms and said, "Let's follow heaven's will and not interfere." She then picked up a basket from the ground and handed it to Yi Chutang. "Young lady Yi, I thought you probably haven't had breakfast yet, so I brought some clear porridge and small dishes. Don't be picky." Yi Chutang took the basket. "Thank you, Aunt Wang. Eat first, young lady. We'll tidy up the burned-down house." "All right, I'll help after I finish eating." "No need, it's too dirty. The house is gone, and there's not much left to clean. We'll handle it." Yi Chutang didn't insist further. She sat on a stone bench beside the crabapple tree. Inside the basket was a bowl of thick porridge, yellowish in color, clearly made from lower-quality rice. There were 2 oily vegetable pancakes and a serving of pickled vegetables, plus a boiled egg. This breakfast was barely enough to sustain her, but she knew that for poor farmers in ancient times, this was a rare and hearty meal. Yi Chutang only ate 1 dry, rough vegetable pancake and drank some spiritual spring water. After about half an hour, the villagers finished cleaning up the unburned wood and dust, leaving only 2 charred pieces. The unburned pots and bowls were washed clean. Aunt Wang looked at the rising sun and wiped the sweat from her face. "Young lady Yi, the village chief has already sent someone to deliver a letter to the Shangshu residence. They will arrive by tomorrow at the latest." The estate was nearly 200 miles from the capital, and a fast horse could make the round trip in a day. Yi Chutang shared the spiritual spring water, which she treated as well water, with everyone.
Got it.
"Thank you all for your help. Have some water to soothe your throat." Aunt Wang took a sip, her eyes brightening. "Today's well water is so sweet." "Miss Yi, did you add sugar?" Yi Chutang nodded calmly. "I found a bag of sugar in the east wing and put it in the water bucket." A villager who had never tasted sugar looked amazed. "No wonder the sugar in the shop is so expensive. I only took a sip and I feel energized." Everyone praised the sugar water and didn't want to drink too much, thinking of taking some home for the elderly, children, and hardworking men. Yi Chutang had no objections. "Feel free." Aunt Wang thought about how the farm's kitchen was burned down and couldn't cook. "Miss Yi, before the Yi family sends someone, I will bring you 3 meals a day." Yi Chutang knew Aunt Wang was kind but didn't want to hurt her stomach, so she refused. "No need. There are vegetables and grains in the cellar. I can build a simple stove with stones to cook." Seeing her firm attitude, Aunt Wang didn't insist further. After the villagers left, Yi Chutang took out steaming preserved egg and pork congee and crispy fried dough sticks from her space, eating happily. In her free time, she would prepare some food and store it in her space, ready to eat anytime. After eating, She practiced martial arts under the crabapple tree to strengthen her body and restore her inner strength. But since the original owner's body was too weak, she felt dizzy after practicing for less than an hour. She returned to the east wing, sat cross-legged on the noble consort bed, and adjusted her chaotic internal energy. After finishing her internal training, it was noon. She ate a bowl of tomato and beef rice, then went into her space to take a shower and rested on the bed. When she woke up, Yi Chutang continued practicing. After dinner, she took a walk near the farm to digest her food. Passing by a large warehouse, the guard greeted her. "Miss Yi." Using the original owner's memory, she recognized him. "Uncle Fu, has the wheat we bought before been moved and sold yet? The Yi family's hundreds of acres of farmland grow wheat in winter, harvest in late spring, then plant rice, which is harvested in early autumn. The harvested wheat and rice are temporarily stored in the warehouse, guarded by Uncle Fu and 10 guards on duty. When prices are right, they will be moved and sold, and the guards will return to the Shangshu mansion." Uncle Fu replied, "The master originally planned to sell it, but the wheat prices suddenly dropped a lot, so it's temporarily kept." Hearing this, Yi Chutang felt eager to act. Although grain yields in ancient times weren't high, about 300 jin per mu, 10,000 jin from 100 mu was still a good amount. She thought about buying it tonight. As a member of the Yi family, taking some of their own goods shouldn't be too much, right? Yi Chutang and Uncle Fu exchanged greetings for a while. After learning some information about the Yi family, she returned to the village. She practiced her skills until midnight and, taking advantage of the quiet night, went near the warehouse. For guards were patrolling outside. She used her earth element ability to dig a tunnel into the warehouse. Because the distance was short, the digging was easy, costing only 1 merit point. Yi Chutang waved her hand, and over 30,000 jin of wheat entered her space. One container was almost full. She extended the tunnel into the mountains, which took 2 more merit points due to the longer distance. Then she returned the same way and went back to the village to sleep. Originally, Yi Chutang planned to wait for the Yi family to repair the village and then go back to the Shangshu mansion with them. However, for 3 days, her forehead wound healed, but she never saw the ghostly figure of the Yi family. Villagers were talking about it. They said Yi Jingchuan had completely given up on raising Yi Chutang in the countryside and wouldn't care about her life or death. They said no one in the capital remembered the legitimate eldest daughter, only the talented and beautiful second daughter, Yi Amling. They felt sorry for Yi Chutang, saying she would never return to the Shangshu mansion and would marry a farmer instead. Yi Chutang, who hadn't left her house for 3 days, sneered, "I will make everyone in the capital remember the name Yi Chutang." After saying that, she packed her bags and prepared to go to the capital. Just as she left the village, she was stopped by a guard from the Yi family's warehouse. "Miss, you can't go anywhere," the guard said, looking at Yi Chutang, who still looked stunning even in rough clothes.
He was surprised.
It had been a few days, and suddenly she looked so beautiful. Recently, Yi Chutang had been practicing martial arts and drinking spiritual springs to strengthen her body. She was no longer weak and thin, but had become a stunning beauty with icy skin and jade-like bones. Her smile was breathtaking. The guard was captivated by her smile. He shouted to the villagers watering the rice fields nearby, "What? Is Yi Jingchuan trying to starve me?" The guard immediately snapped out of his daze, his face changing. "Miss, don't talk nonsense, and don't call the master by his name." Yi Chutang rolled her eyes and raised her voice. "Yi Jingchuan despises me as a village girl and thinks I shame him. He believes I should die to atone? But isn't it he who sent me to the countryside? If it weren't for my mother, Yi Jingchuan wouldn't have money to take the imperial exam, wouldn't have the ability to make friends with the powerful, and wouldn't stay in the capital after high school. Using my mother's dowry to take a concubine is one thing, but now he wants all my dowry and even wants me dead. Doesn't he fear retribution?" Her voice was loud and powerful, heard by the entire village. Villagers watching. "I didn't expect Yi Shangshu to be such a person." The guard quickly tried to cover her mouth as she spoke nonsense. Yi Chutang gently dodged and ran out of the village with her bag. "Help! Someone has been murdered to silence them, the guardian. Villagers watching. Minister Yi is too heartless. He even killed his own daughter. The guardian chases after Yi Chutang while explaining to the villagers, Mrs. Crazy. Everyone don't believe her words. Villagers roll their eyes. Not believing her. Do you believe this murderer? Yi Chutang runs all the way to the village entrance, nearly colliding with a fancy carriage coming from the front. When she wonders why such a high-end carriage is in the village, she notices a wooden sign hanging above the carriage door engraved with the character, Yi. Could it be the scoundrel father of the original owner coming? When the coachman sees what the woman who almost hit the carriage looks like, he immediately pulls on the reins. Whoa, miss, why are you carrying a bundle? It's not that the coachman recognizes Yi Chutang, but she looks very similar to her mother. Inside the carriage, Yi Jingchuan hears this and quickly lifts the curtain. He hasn't seen his legitimate eldest daughter since he abandoned her to the countryside 15 years ago. The woman in front of him has red lips and white teeth, gentle and kind, just like her mother used to be, easy to deceive. He smiles kindly. Do you still remember your father? Yi Chutang glares at the fake, insincere scoundrel of the original owner and rolls her eyes at him. Why should I remember a beast who abandoned his daughter, Yi Jingchuan? He retracts his previous thoughts. Aside from her face, this girl doesn't look anything like her mother. She's rude, disrespectful, and speaks venomously. Seeing Yi Chutang scold Yi Jingchuan, the coachman scolds, Miss, you shouldn't be rude to the master. Yi Chutang exclaims in surprise. Wow, servants of the Shangshu household are so strict, they even teach the masters a lesson. After saying that, she slaps the coachman hard twice. The coachman tries to dodge but can't, and his face instantly swells. Does the young lady know martial arts? He looks at Yi Chutang in shock. He wants to speak, but his jaw is dislocated, and he can't say a word. Yi Chutang ignores the coachman and looks at Yi Jingchuan with a cold expression. What, if the servant oversteps? I can't hit him. Of course, Yi Jingchuan can't say the young lady shouldn't hit servants. But when it comes to dogs, you still need the owner's permission. You are the young lady of the Shangshu household. You need to watch your words and actions. Hearing this, Yi Chutang realizes Yi Jingchuan is here to take her back to the house, and she can't hold back her anger. I was born by my mother, not raised by my father. Isn't it normal for me to have no manners? Yi Jingchuan, furious and embarrassed, jumps out of the carriage and raises his hand to slap Yi Chutang's face. Shut up. Don't let me hear you talking nonsense again. Before he finishes speaking, the hand he swings at Yi Chutang is slapped away by her. Yi Jingchuan looked at his reddened palm in disbelief, his hand trembling with anger.
Ye Chantang.
Have your manners, kindness, and filial piety all been eaten by dogs? He was furious that she had hit an elder. Completely rebellious.
Ye Chantang bilinket innocently.
Didn't you want a high five? I helped you out, showing how filial I am. Who wants to high five you? I was going to. Sorry, my mistake. I see you wanted to hit me. She said this, pressing her fair left cheek against Yi Jingchuan's face. Come on, hit me quickly. Since you want to repay your kindness for giving me life, let's just end it here. She knew very well that Yi Jingchuan wouldn't dare cut ties with her, because he needed her. Otherwise, the esteemed minister wouldn't personally come down from the city to acknowledge her identity. Yi Jingchuan, still angry, immediately raised his swollen hand. As he looked at Yi Chutang's stunning face, his eyes filled with scheming, and he hesitated to strike. Yi Chutang impatiently urged him. Lord Yi, my neck is hurting from the tilt. Are you going to hit me or not? If not, I'll leave. Yi Jingchuan lowered his hand with a cold snort.
What Lord Yi?
I'm your father. Yi Chutang rolled her eyes at him. Lord Yi left me in the countryside for 15 years, then suddenly came to act as a caring father. What's your real plan? What plan could I have? I just thought that since you've been resting in the countryside for over 10 years and are in good health, I should bring you back home. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguard finally caught up. He knelt on one knee and bowed to Yi Jingchuan. Master, I failed to watch over Miss Yi. It was my fault. Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Lord Yi, It seems you're not here to bring me back to the estate. I was hungry for 3 days, but I didn't die. Are you disappointed? Yi Jingchuan looked at Yi Chutang, who appeared very healthy, and felt speechless. She didn't look like someone who had been starving for 3 days. Chutang, you are my biological daughter. Why would I want you dead? If I didn't care about you, I wouldn't come personally to bring you home. He spoke sincerely, but Yi Chutang didn't believe a word. She raised her hand to her forehead, blocking the blinding sun. Then why is Lord Yi watching me and not allowing me to leave the estate? Why won't you give me food? If it weren't for wanting to retrieve everything from the Prime Minister's mansion, she would have slapped this hypocritical, dog-like man away long ago. Why bother pretending with him in this hot weather? Yi Jingchuan was also sweating lightly from the heat. He looked at Yi Chutang's actions and said, Chutang, you've misunderstood. Let's go back to the estate and talk in detail. Fine. Yi Chutang yanked the coachman who had dislocated his shoulder from the carriage, climbed onto the driver's seat, and drove off alone. Yi Jingchuan watched the dust cloud rising from the carriage, his face dark. He looked at the guard kneeling on the ground and asked, Why is her story completely different from what you all say? The steward, Fu Bo, and the guard who watched the warehouse visit the estate twice a year to guard the wheat and rice. When they return to the Yi family, they bring back news about Yi Chutang. Cowardly, timid, foolish, shameless, selfish, lazy. Many unkind words. But none of these described the real Yi Chutang he saw. The guard didn't know the reason either. Master, I am an outsider. I rarely see Miss Yi. All I know about her is from Madame Liu, he said. Now, the Liu family is all dead, and no one knows the truth. Yi Jingchuan didn't ask further, and headed toward the estate under the hot sun. The guard immediately took off his coat and held it over Yi Jingchuan's head to shield him from the sun. The coachman, in pain, put his dislocated jaw back in place and followed behind. Master, Miss Yi knows martial arts, the coachman Qinzhong said. Yi Jingchuan stopped and looked at Qinzhong. Did she slap you twice because you couldn't dodge or because you didn't try? He asked. Yes. Are you less skilled or just caught off guard? Qinzhong replied. Both, but I can be sure that Miss Ye's martial arts are not weak. Yi Jingchuan looked confused. Yi Chutang was always watched by Madame Liu. How did she learn martial arts? If her face didn't look so much like Tang Wanning's, he might suspect she was swapped. Qinzhong, go to the village later and find out about Chuer, he ordered. When he returned to the Shongshu mansion, he would test her martial arts himself. Yi Chutang was very useful for his career, so he couldn't lose control over her. Yes, master, the guard replied. He also mentioned that Yi Chutang was spreading rumors in the village to slander Yi Jingchuan. Yi Jingchuan thought the whole village had been kind to him and wouldn't spread rumors, so he didn't take it seriously. He was used to a comfortable life. After walking for nearly a cup of tea, he arrived at the estate. His throat dry, he saw Yi Chutang drinking water under a crabapple tree and immediately went over. Chuer, pour a glass of water for your father, he said. Yi Chutang wouldn't give him spring water. She lifted the teapot, tilted her head back, pressed her wrist down, and drank the clear spring water.
All gone, she said.
Yi Jingchuan felt his hand itch again. But the redness and swelling on his palm reminded him that if he slapped her, he would hurt himself. Chuer, I have many affairs at court and haven't had time to see you, but I always think of you. I never let anyone lock you up, nor did I starve you. When I heard you had an accident, I came immediately. Yi Chutang placed the teapot heavily on the stone table. Master Yi, instead of flattering words, give me something real. Yi Jingchuan felt a bad premonition. Child, what do you want that is real? To curse the beast who wants to starve me. I hope he suffers a terrible fate, with no descendants. I hope he becomes poor and miserable, with green hair on his head. I hope his family is destroyed, and he dies without a proper burial. Although Yi Jingchuan didn't want to starve Yi Chutang, he ordered the guards to watch over her. Seeing her words grow more vicious, he quickly interrupted her. Child, don't worry. I will find those who want to harm you and make them pay. After saying that, he changed the subject. You've suffered these years. When we return to the Shongshu residence, I will make it up to you. Yi Chutang's eyes lit up. No need to wait. Let's make it up now. Yi Jingchuan. Child, how do you want me to make it up? First, give me all your valuable belongings as compensation. When we return to the house, you can give me 10,000 taels of silver for spending. If Yi Jingchuan were drinking water, he would have spat it out immediately. 10,000 taels? My monthly salary is only 60 stones. Even if I eat and drink nothing all year, I only earn 1,800 taels. Note, official salaries are calculated based on rice, with 1 stone worth 2 taels. Prices rise during famines. This amount is after including all the subsidies from the court. Of course, he owns good farmland and shops, and often receives gifts, making over 10,000 taels of silver a year not difficult. But why should he give all his hard-earned money to Yi Chutang? Yi Chutang didn't care whether Yi Jingchuan was truly broke or pretending. She just wanted to make a statement when returning to the Shangshu residence. Master Yi, I've been away from home for 15 years. 10,000 taels spread over that time is only a few hundred taels a year. Not to mention your precious son, Yi Amling. Even if he didn't spend 100,000 taels these years, he's probably spent at least 50,000. You say you miss and think of me, but in reality, you're stingy and only make empty promises. Save those sweet words for Yi Amling. I don't care. Goodbye. After saying that, she picked up her bag from the stone table and left. Yi Jingchuan thought of Yi Amling, who cried tears because she was favored by Uncle Da, and quickly grabbed Yi Chutang. Child, it's not that I don't want to give you silver, but I really can't afford that much. How about 5,000 taels? That's all the savings I've accumulated over years of being an official. Yi Chutang pushed away Yi Jingchuan's hand, smiling insincerely. I didn't expect Lord Yi to be so poor. I think I won't go back to help the poor anymore.
Farewell.
Yi Jingchuan. No way without a guide. Where can you go? With my looks, it's easy to marry a local landowner or a wealthy family. It's better than eating plain food at the Prime Minister's residence. Shut up. Marrying without your parents' approval is unfilial. Do you want to be whipped? Yi Chutang saw Yi Jingchuan bring up the law, guessing his real reason for taking her back was to arrange a marriage. Since her bad father had plans, she felt more confident. Speaking of marriage, Lord Yi is honest and upright, with a simple lifestyle. Surely he didn't take my mother's 128 dowry items, right? Otherwise, the big Prime Minister's residence wouldn't be so poor, with only 5,000 taels left. Her biological mother, Tang Wanning, was the daughter of the richest family in Jiangnan and was very loved at home. When she married, her father had a carpenter make the biggest box to hold her best dowry. It took 4 people to carry it. There were 128 boxes in total, filling a whole merchant ship, sent from Jiangnan to the capital by water. On the wedding day, a 10-mile-long bridal procession caused a big stir in the city. Yi Jingchuan rose quickly to become Minister of Revenue at a young age. First, he used his wife's dowry to help his career. Second, he helped the new emperor seize the Jiangnan Tang family and fill the treasury. He looked at Yi Chutang, smiling politely, but with no warmth in his eyes. Father didn't know how clever you are, You could remember things at just 1 or 2 years old. Lord Yi praises me too much. It was my maternal grandfather who told me about my mother when he came to visit the countryside. I learned that her dowry items are worth a fortune. Hearing this, a flash of murderous intent crossed Yi Jingchuan's eyes. If his wife died and had no children, her family could reclaim the dowry. So he never planned to harm Yi Chutang. But now she was thinking about her mother's huge dowry. It seems he must quickly get the final dowry list and destroy it to feel safe. Don't worry. I haven't touched your mother's dowry. But she said before she died that all children of the Yi family, whether legitimate or not, are treated equally. Her dowry will be shared among all her children. Yi Chutang didn't believe Yi Jingchuan's lies, but didn't bother arguing. Fine, I'll go back to the residence with you. Once I get my rightful dowry, I can leave any time. Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan suddenly thought of a way to get the dowry list. The dowry can only be given to you when you marry. When the time comes, I will not only give you a little more but also add to your adornments. The cake is too big to eat in one bite. Just as Yi Chutang was about to sarcastically retort, Yi Jingchuan added, These years have been tough on you. The 10,000 taels you want, I will find a way to give you. You should stay obediently at the Shangshu residence to learn proper manners. Your mother will help you find a suitable marriage proposal. Really? My mother has passed away. Are you suggesting a ghost marriage for me? Yi Jingchuan's temples throbbed with anger. Now that Kong Ru is the head lady of the house, even if you dislike her, you must call her mother. Yi Chutong's eyes were cold, and her lips curled into a mocking smile. I don't even acknowledge you as my father, and you want me to accept her as my stepmother? If she wants to be my mother, she should first die. No negotiations. Yi Jingchuan was shaken by the cold look in Yi Chutong's eyes.
He sighed.
Fine. When you accept Ruer, calling her mother can wait. After returning home, don't speak so recklessly or others will laugh at us. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. But if someone dares to hurt me, I won't hold back. Lord Yi, if you don't want chaos at home, be sure to warn your wife, concubines, and children not to provoke me. After speaking, she extended her hand. First, give me the compensation interest. Yi Jingchuan was relieved that he had hurried out and didn't bring much silver. He handed over the broken silver from his purse and 2 silver notes worth 50 taels each to Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang didn't think it was too little. After accepting the silver and notes, she slung her bundle over her shoulder. Let's go. Before she could finish saying, all right, Qinzhong rushed in, sweating profusely. Master, something terrible has happened. Yi Jingchuan frowned. What happened that makes you so panicked? Qinzhong caught his breath and said, Master, the wheat in the warehouse is missing. He had gone to the village to inquire about Mrs. Affairs and was passing by the warehouse on his way back. A few days ago, it rained heavily, and he was worried the wheat might get damp, so he went to check. But when he opened the warehouse door, it was empty. Not a single grain of wheat was left. Yi Jingchuan listened and immediately thought of 6 words: collective theft. The warehouse was guarded by shifts, and unless everyone conspired together, it would be impossible to secretly move out all the wheat. What audacity, stealing right under his nose. At this moment, Fu Bo, the warehouse guard, arrived. He was sweating and panting, his face unusually pale, and he staggered to kneel before Yi Jingchuan. Old servant failed to guard the grain properly. Please punish me, master. Yi Jingchuan looked coldly at Fu Bo. 200 shur of wheat, gone just like that. Note: 1 shur is about 150 jin. Coarse grain can sell for 1 tael of silver. Yi Chutang watched Yi Jingchuan, who looked like he wanted to eat someone, and thought to herself, fortunately, she had left a backup. She had dug a tunnel, or she might have fallen into the only one who still cared for the original master, the Yi family. Fu Bo suspected that Yi Jingchuan was doubting his honesty. Sir, I swear I don't know how the wheat suddenly disappeared. We've been on duty in 3 shifts and never slackened. After the rainy weather, he checked the granary again. The wheat was still inside. Yi Jingchuan listened to his weak explanation and sneered. Do you really believe that? Fu Bo knew his words sounded like nonsense, and no one would believe him. His lips trembled. I swear every word is true. Every word true? Do you think I will accept a loss of 200 shur of wheat? Just as Fu Bo was about to admit the loss, Yi Chutang, who had been watching, spoke up. We can't just disappear. You were guarding outside. Could someone have dug a tunnel into the warehouse? Fu Bo's dark eyes lit up. I'll go check now. Yi Jingchuan looked at Qinzhong. Qinzhong understood and immediately followed. After about an incense stick's time, the quick-footed Qinzhong returned to the estate. Sir, there is indeed a tunnel in the corner of the warehouse that extends into the mountains. The guards went to investigate. Yi Jingchuan's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Someone dared to steal and frame me. Have the guards report to the authorities and make sure the thief is caught. Yes, sir. Qinzhong went back to the warehouse and returned with Fu Bo. Yi Jingchuan looked at the relieved Fu Bo. You and the guards stay here. Wait for the officials to send the wheat back. After that, he turned to Yi Chutang. Chutang, let's go back to the Shangshu residence. The journey from the estate to the capital was about 200 miles, taking over 2 hours. Along the way, the 3 stopped at an inn for lunch. Yi Chutang ordered whatever was expensive. The taste was average, but the ingredients were good. She secretly took some into her space while Yi Jingchuan and Qin Zhong weren't paying attention. When they arrived in the capital, it was already past noon, and the weather was hot. Yi Chutang opened the window curtain to enjoy the bustling street scenes and the noise of the pedestrians, thinking about her upcoming revenge plan. She wanted to reclaim everything that belonged to the original owner and make her scoundrel father regret it, causing her stepmother to lose everything. Yi Jingchuan thought Yi Chutang was fascinated by everything and immediately pretended to be a caring father. Chutang, when the sun isn't so strong, let Linger accompany you for a walk. You can buy some rouge, powder, jewelry, and clothes. Who will pay? She asked. Your father will. 200 taels should be enough for several outfits. All right, Lord Yi. Yi Jingchuan was displeased with her way of addressing him. Now that we're back in the capital, you should call me father. Yi Chutang closed the window curtain and smiled at him. No problem, but you have to pay me for the change. I am your father, so why do I need to pay for you to change your way of calling me? That's fair enough, but you forget I've been your daughter for 15 years. Just to be fair, I'll remember you as my father after 15 years, and then I can call you that, Yi Jingchuan. Where did you learn these twisted ideas? I taught myself. Maybe that's what people call a crooked ladder leading to a crooked top. Yi Jingchuan was very glad he sent Yi Chutang to the countryside to raise, or he would have been angry to death by her. Didn't I promise you 10,000 taels as compensation for these 15 years? In other words, Yi Chutang accepting the compensation meant she accepted him as her real father. She used the back of her hand to touch Yi Jingchuan's forehead. No feber. Why does Lord Yi keep talking nonsense? That 10,000 taels was just my condition for returning to the family. Seeing Yi Chutang's eyes full of money, Yi Jingchuan took a deep breath. How much do you want for the change of calling me father? Yi Chutang wagged her index finger. Not much, just 10,000 taels. Yi Jingchuan almost spat out blood. No money. Yi Chutang wasn't angry, just looked indifferent. It's a small matter. Why get so upset? I think calling you Lord Yi sounds smooth and respectful, so it's good. Yi Jingchuan wished he could take Yi Chutang straight into the palace and throw her in front of Grandfather Da. He said to the old eunuch who loved beauty, my legitimate eldest daughter is much prettier than the second daughter. It's more suitable for her to be your match. But he dared not do that. Although he brought Yi Chutang back to make her a marriage substitute, he couldn't do it openly. Otherwise, Grandfather Da would think he was unwilling to marry his talented and beautiful second daughter to him as a match, so he found the beautiful eldest daughter from the countryside to deceive him. Yi Jingchuan took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, agreeing. Fine. I'll sell everything I have and scrape together another 10,000 taels for you. Just endure 3 more days, and it will be over. Yi Chutang didn't expect Yi Jingchuan to agree. She was actually curious now what kind of marriage could make him swallow his pride like this. Then I'll thank Lord Yi first. She didn't mind calling Yi Jingchuan father. This was part of her revenge plan. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of the Shangxu residence. Chen Zhong jumped down from the carriage, lifted the curtain, and said, Master, we've arrived. Yi Chutang immediately looked outside the carriage. The gilded characters, Shangxu residence, caught her eye, neither elegant nor strong. Who wrote this plaque? It's 2. Before she could finish saying ugly, Yi Jingchuan, looking shocked, interrupted her. This plaque was written by the emperor himself, representing the honor of the Yi family. Don't talk nonsense. The 6 ministries' officials all have plaques with the emperor's handwritten titles, called Shangxu residents. The other 5 officials can only name their homes based on their surnames. Yi Chutang leaned close to Yi Jingchuan and smiled, saying, So even Lord Yi thinks the emperor's calligraphy is ugly. You, how bold. Lord Yi, don't call me that. I tend to speak loudly when I get scared, and if I accidentally offend the emperor, the Yi family will be finished. After speaking, she ignored Yi Jingchuan's grim face and jumped down from the carriage. Yi Jingchuan suddenly doubted whether bringing Yi Chutang back to marry was the right choice. He had a feeling she might destroy the Yi family and cause chaos in the city. When the second wife, Kong Ru, stepped out of the Shangxu residence to welcome Yi Jingchuan, she saw a slender woman with a stunning face jump from the carriage. She paused, slightly surprised. She thought she would see a pale, timid village woman, but instead, she saw a rosy-cheeked beauty. Though her manners were rough, she carried the presence of a lady. Kongru quickly recovered and smiled as she stepped down the stairs, standing in front of Yi Chudang. "You're Chudong, right? You and your mother look alike." Then she said to her two close maids behind her, "Come here and greet the young lady." The maid stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, young lady." Yi Chutang ignored the maids and looked at the woman in a lake blue silk dress, decorated with pearl hairpins, guessing her identity. She was the original stepmother, Kongru. She stared openly at Kongru. "If you can't manage the household, don't meddle in finances." Kongru. "What do you mean, Chutong? The Yi family is so poor they can't even afford food." "That shows you, as the head lady, have no talent for managing money. Compared to my mother, you're miles behind." Kongru's fake smile froze. She clenched her nails into her palms, reminding herself to stay calm through pain. The maid didn't expect the young lady from the countryside to be so rude to the head lady. Just as she was about to scold her, Kongru shot her a warning look. For her daughter, she had to endure. She looked at Yi Jingchuan approaching and quickly stepped forward to bow. "Sir, you've traveled far and hard. Thank you for your effort." Yi Jingchuan nodded. "Let's go inside," he said. Then he looked at Yi Chutang with a serious face. "Chutong, the city is different from the countryside. Be careful with your words, or you'll cause trouble and risk your life." Yi Chutang nodded confidently. "Don't worry, Lord Yi. I value my life." She knew clearly that to survive well in this world, she had to fully adapt. Unlike in stories where characters try to change the rules of the era alone, she understood that was foolish. Her task is to understand the rules, use the rules, and master the rules. Then, within her abilities, she should earn more good deeds. She entered the Shongshu residence, passing through the shadow wall, walking along the corridor, and into the front courtyard main hall. Yi Jingchuan sat at the main seat, with Kongru and Yi Chutang sitting below. Steward Chen immediately served tea to the three. Knowing the master had something to say, he took his maid and servant away from the main hall. Yi Jingchuan picked up a purple clay cup, using the lid to skim the foam from the tea, and asked Kongru, "Has Chu's courtyard been cleaned? Have you bought everything needed? Are the maids and servants attentive?" Kongru replied, "Chu's Ningchu courtyard has been tidied up, and all the items bought are of the best quality. As for the maids and servants, Chu can choose them herself." "You're thoughtful, madam." "Take Chu to her courtyard to settle in. Later, give her 200 taels of silver, and let Linger take her out for a walk to buy some rouge, powder, jewelry, and clothes." "Yes, sir. Prepare a hearty dinner tonight. No one is excused. Let Chu meet everyone." "Understood, sir." Yi Jingchuan took a sip of tea, glancing around at Yi Chutang. "Chu, if you need anything, tell madam. As long as it's reasonable, she will satisfy you." Yi Chutang smiled and said, "Then I won't be polite." Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan felt a headache coming on. He was about to spend more money. He put down his teacup and said, "Starting tomorrow, learn the rules properly. For the homecoming banquet in 3 days, many officials and their families will attend. Don't embarrass the Yi family." Yi Chutang smiled and said, "As long as the gifts they send are appropriate, I will greet everyone with a smile." Yi Jingchuan. Receiving gifts requires giving gifts in return. The gifts belong to the Yi family, not just you personally. Understood. Yi Chutang's easygoing attitude surprised Yi Jingchuan and made him a little happy. But his happiness was short-lived, as her next words crushed it. "I think the homecoming banquet in 3 days will be very lively." Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan felt a headache. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of colleagues or have Yi Chutang disliked by Grandpada. "Chu, you can give gifts, but don't cause trouble at the banquet. You're not young anymore. Leave a good impression on everyone. Only then can you have a good marriage. As long as I receive the gifts, I won't cause trouble. But I will choose my own marriage. Don't interfere with our matchmaking." Kongru watched Yi Chutang, who challenged Yi Jingchuan and secretly sneered. Does she really think we're afraid of her? When the banquet comes, and she submits to Grandpada, she'll regret it. After criticizing, she smiled and said, That's natural. Yi Chudang saw that these two people always agreed with her and guessed there would be a big surprise at the family dinner. Let's go, I'll show you my courtyard. Before leaving, she reminded Yi Jingchuan, Lord Yi, don't forget the 20,000 taels. This made Kong Ru pause. What 20,000 taels? Yi Jingchuan didn't answer her, waving his hand. You take Chuer to settle in the courtyard first. Kong Ru dared not argue, bowing respectfully. Yes, sir. After that, she led Yi Chutang to Ning Chu's courtyard, with two close maids following behind. Along the way, the servants showed respectful manners to Yi Chutang, but as soon as she left, they started whispering. She looks charming, but she's not a peaceful person. If she were peaceful, there wouldn't be rumors about her being flirtatious. If it weren't for the second young lady, how could the lord? Yi Chutang had sharp hearing. When she heard the maids insulting her badly, she quickly moved with light steps to scare them straight. But she overheard a big secret. She looked at the two frightened maids, who were caught and scared stiff, and smiled broadly. I was listening carefully. Why did you stop talking? She was brought back because of Yi Amling, and it was related to her marriage. Could it be that Yi Amling didn't want to marry and wanted her to substitute? As she pondered, the maids immediately knelt before her, trembling like quails. Miss, you heard wrong. We didn't say anything. They were from the old madam's courtyard and were favored, so they knew some secrets. But they kept their mouths tight, only gossiping a little among themselves. They didn't expect the main person to overhear. Yi Chutang lifted their chins with both hands, her smile fading, her eyes sharp and dangerous. Are you saying I have a hearing problem? We dare not. Dare not? I think you dare a lot. The maids felt their chins almost crushed, tears in their eyes from the pain. Miss, please spare us. We won't dare again. Yi Chudang sneered. If apologies worked, why would we need laws and rules? She increased her grip. What were you about to say? If you don't tell the truth, I will sell you to the lowest brothel. The maids turned pale with pain and trembled with fear. They didn't dare tell the truth because their contracts were in the lady's hands. If they betrayed the second young lady, they would suffer worse than being sold to a brothel. Yi Chutang's hand moved to the maids' slender necks, tightening little by little. I've changed my mind. Your mouths are too dirty. You don't deserve to live. The maids were choked and unable to breathe, their eyes bulging, faces turning from red to blue. The fear of death pushed them to the limit of their desire to survive. I said. Yi Chutang relaxed her grip happily. You only have one chance to speak. Cherish it. The maid coughed violently as she spoke. Second miss was. Just as the truth was about to come out, Kong Ru's personal maid hurried over, sweating profusely. Young lady, why are you suddenly running back? Did these two maids do something wrong and upset you? Kong Ru appeared shortly after, her hairpin nearly falling out, showing how hurried she was. Child, if the maids offended you, just have the steward punish them. There's no need for you to do it yourself. That was close. If she hadn't arrived in time, the plan 3 days later would have fallen apart. Yi Chutang knew that once Kong Ru arrived, the maids wouldn't tell the truth. She released the two and looked at Kong Ru, who was wiping sweat with a cloth, with a cold smile. Everyone can hear that these servants are disrespecting their mistress. I had to act myself. That's right, madam. They said Lord Yi called me back to help Yi Amling with her marriage. Kong Ru never expected to hear such words. She was so frightened her hand trembled sharply, smudging her makeup with the cloth. No, that's not true. Didn't these two cursed maids already say it? How did this lowly servant girl find out? Absolutely can't admit it. Child, don't listen to the maid's nonsense. Linger hasn't even been engaged yet. So where does the idea of a substitute marriage come from? The two maids, ignoring their coughs, hurriedly denied Yi Chutang's slander. Madam, please see clearly. We didn't say that. It was the young lady who falsely accused us. Young lady, don't slander the second miss and damage her reputation. Hearing this, Kong Ru didn't feel relieved. Because whether the maids had spoken out or not, Yi Chutang had already guessed the purpose of bringing her back to the house. She angrily looked at the two maids. Bite the young lady and slap yourselves 30 times. Yes, madam. The maids knew they couldn't be too harsh on themselves, or they wouldn't be able to frame their mistress. They struck fiercely, with loud slaps echoing. Kongru looked at Yi Chutang and assured her, "Child, don't worry. There's no such thing as a substitute marriage. During the family banquet, you can observe the talented young men in the capital. If you like someone, I will ask your father to arrange a marriage." Yi Chutang saw through Kongru and the maid's guilty expressions, adjusting her earlier guesses. It must be someone powerful who was interested in Yi Amling. But Yi Amling didn't like that person, and since she couldn't refuse the marriage, they planned to have her act as a substitute bride. She didn't respond to Kongru's words, and instead looked at the two maids who had been slapped. "Madam, isn't punishing these two maids too lenient?" Kongru realized Yi Chutang was hinting at a warning. Exactly. She had long wanted to deal with the two maids in the old lady's courtyard, so she took the opportunity to follow the flow. What does young miss want to do with them? Yi Chutang knew that Kongru was giving her the power to decide what to do with the maids, intending to leave her a reputation for being harsh to her subordinates. She looked at the scheming woman with a mocking gaze. First, make them mute with poison, then sell them to the lowest brothel. The reason she jumped into Kongru's trap was because she believed that being truly evil was easier than pretending to be kind. The two maids were still being slapped, their faces swollen like pigs, with blood dripping from their mouths. After hearing Yi Chutang's words, they cried and begged Kongru for help. "Madam, we know we were wrong. Please have mercy and forgive us this time." Their words were vague and unclear, but with some guessing, one could understand. Kongru, displaying her authority as the head lady, looked coldly at the tearful maids. "As servants, if you plot against your mistress or attack her, that's acceptable." Hearing Kongru's meaning, the maids hurriedly turned to face Yi Chutang and kowtowed heavily. "Miss, we were wrong. Please give us another chance." Yi Chutang watched as one maid slapped her own face and knocked her head against the ground, both actions happening in a coordinated manner, which she found quite curious. She glanced at Kongru and said, "Your life and death are in Madam's hands. Plead with her. It might be more effective than pleading with me." She was just setting a trap, and even she knew how to do it. Kongru naturally wouldn't go against Yi Chutang just for two talkative maids. "Chutang, you are the young lady of the Shangshu residence and have the authority to handle the servants. Just do as you wish." Afterward, she told her personal maid, "Chuntao, go call Steward Chen and sell them according to the young lady's instructions." "Yes, madam. We are from the old lady's courtyard." The two maids desperately tried to save themselves, but before they could finish speaking, a young servant covered their mouths and dragged them away. Yi Chutang was not afraid of the old lady at all and continued to follow Kongru to Ningchu court. On the way, Kongru was extremely nervous, fearing Yi Chutang might suddenly run away or cause trouble. Fortunately, nothing happened, and she safely brought the person to Ningchu court. Ningchu Court is located on the east side of the Shangshu residence, near the back garden. Although not large, the environment is elegant, with many flowers and potted plants in the yard. Especially in the corner, a dense cluster of bamboo looked cool and comfortable. Kongru carefully fixed the pearl hairpin that was about to fall, tidied up the loose hair at her temples. "Master, this is your courtyard. The main house has a main hall, a side hall, and a boudoir. The east wing room is for the maidservants. The young servants stay outside at night and come to work during the day. The west wing room is the small kitchen. The back garden is the respectful room." Yi Chutang looked around and nodded happily. "The courtyard is nice. I'm glad you like it. If you need to buy anything, just tell the maidservants," said Kongru. She then looked at another close maidservant. "Chiu He, go bring the maidservant and young servant I chose for the young lady." "Yes, madam." Soon, 8 men and 8 women appeared in Ningchulian. The small courtyard became crowded. Kongru looked at Yi Chutang casually. "Do you want to keep them all or pick a few?" Yi Chutang knew these people were spies placed by Kongru around her. So, after a careful look, she chose 2 maidservants and 1 young servant. The young servant would do the heavy work in the courtyard, and the maidservants would serve her. The 3 stepped forward and bowed to Yi Chutang. "Miss, we're here. Please give us your names." "Danner Schwanger." Kong Ru thought Yi Chutang would pick another dice, but she chose Wang Kai. She almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Only an ignorant country girl would come up with such low-class names. The maidservants and young servant had no right to refuse their names and respectfully thanked her. Rest for a while. If you need anything, tell the maidservants and young servant. Linga will come later to take you shopping. All right, let's go quickly, said Yi Chutang. Kong Ru didn't argue and turned to leave. Yi Chutang looked at the two maidservants. Pack your luggage and move in. Yes, Mississippi. After the maidservants left, she looked at the young servant. Go to the storeroom and get my monthly silver and daily supplies. Yes, sir, said the young servant and left. Then, Yi Chutang entered her boudoir. The room had ice blocks for cooling, and a cool breeze hit her. There was a bed, a noble consort's bed, a dressing table, a small table, a round table, a wardrobe, a folding screen, a bathtub. Everything was made of rosewood, but not brand new. The room was quite clean, and the quilt was made of fine silk, light and breathable. Yi Chutang packed her belongings into a bag and sat beside the ice basin to rest. Soon, the two maidservants returned with a few bags of luggage and entered the East Wing room. They tidied up the room briefly and put away the luggage. Just as they finished, the young servant returned, carrying a large tray. On the tray were several sets of new clothes, 2 jewelry boxes, 5 taels of silver, and a silver note worth 200 taels. Behind him, 2 people followed, one holding daily necessities, the other carrying fruits and snacks. 3 people placed their belongings on the large round table in the main hall. Seeing Yi Chutang come out of her private chamber, the 3 immediately bowed. Mississippi. Yi Chutang waved her hand. Go ahead and do what you need to. The servant left, and 2 maids entered the main hall to serve. Yi Chutang took the silver and silver notes, secretly slipping them into her sleeve pocket, but actually threw them into her space. Danner, organize these items. Schwanger, tell me who all the people are in the Shangshu household. Yes, Mississippi. Soon, Yi Chutang understood the relationships within the Yi family. Yi Jingchuan has a widow mother who no longer manages affairs, enjoying her old age with her grandchildren. He also has a second wife and 2 concubines. The second wife, Kong Ru, has 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest daughter, Yi Amling, is 16 and known as a talented young woman in the capital. The eldest son, Yi Yanzhou, is 14 and the favorite of Yi Laofu. The second son, Yi Yanzhou, is 5 and in poor health since childhood because he was born late. Aunt Jiang, a concubine, has a daughter, Yi Xin, who is now 15 and has already been promised in marriage for the end of the year. Aunt Lu, given by the emperor a few years ago, is a foreign dancer and, although childless, is especially favored. Yi Chutang didn't expect Yi Jingchuan to have only 2 concubines, one of whom hasn't had children. Don't ancient people value spreading the family line? She curiously asked Schwanger, is the lady a tigress, and does Lord Yi dare not take concubines? Schwanger was so frightened by Yi Chutang's bold words that she lowered her head. Replying to Miss, the lady is kind and gentle, and the master and madam are in harmony. As for taking concubines, it's not something a servant can ask or discuss. Yi Chutang then asked, Yi Xin is about to get married, so why hasn't Yi Amling been engaged yet? The second young lady is talented and filial, and the master and madam want to keep her for another year or 2. After speaking, she added, many noble families in the capital want to marry her. Are there any older, less attractive noblemen who like Yi Amling? Miss, please speak carefully. Disrespecting the emperor's authority could lead to punishment. Yi Chutang was unconcerned. Just gossip among family members. You can't possibly go to the palace to report, right? Schwanger knelt fearfully, showing her loyalty. Schwanger would never betray the Shangshu household, but miss, you must be cautious. Heirs are everywhere. That's true. Spies are everywhere, Yi Chutang said, lifting Schwanger's chin to look her in the eye. So, are you 3 spies sent by the lady and the master to watch me? In response to Yi Chutang's question, Schwanger answered evasively, I am a servant sent by the lady to serve the young miss. Yi Chutang raised her eyebrows, a smile not reaching her eyes. So, if the lady wants to know what I do every day, you will report everything in detail? The lady is the head wife. If she asks about the young lady, I naturally dare not hide anything. What if I hold your binding contracts in my hand? For a moment, Schwanger didn't know how to answer.
Ye chantang vavet hadhand.
Go find the lady and ask her to give me her contracts. Yes, Mississippi, not long after, Schwanger finished organizing everything. She packed some snacks and preserved fruits, then washed some fruits and placed them in front of Yi Chutang. Does the young lady plan to use the small kitchen? Yi Chutang picked up a grape and threw it into her mouth. Since it wasn't grape season, these grapes were probably rushed from the south. To prevent spoilage, they were picked when only 5 or 6 mature, so they didn't taste good. She ate one and lost interest, then looked at Schwanger with respectful eyes. Your question, I will answer after dinner. Awaiting Mrs. Instructions. Does the young lady want to change clothes for shopping with second Miss later? Yi Chutang was still wearing rough cloth clothes, which didn't match the delicate and luxurious Ningqiuan courtyard. She nodded. Go boil some water, I want a bath. With soft clothes on, who would wear rough ones? Shauna worked quickly, boiling water and pouring it into the bath bucket behind the screen. She adjusted the temperature and sprinkled some flower petals inside. Miss, I will serve you for the bath. Yi Chutang, who didn't like being watched while bathing, waved her hand. I'll do it myself. You stay at the door. Shauna felt it was not appropriate, but didn't disobey Yi Chutang. She closed her boudoir door and stood guard outside. Yi Chutang looked disdainfully at the soap and shampoo used for washing, took out her shampoo and body wash from the space. After bathing, she followed local customs, putting on a belly band and silk undergarments. She then called Shauna in to help her braid her hair. Shauna, smelling the pleasant fragrance on Yi Chutang's body and hair, looked surprised. That wasn't the smell of soap and shampoo. Yi Chutang looked at Shauna in the copper mirror and asked, Are you loyal to the lady or to me? Shauna carefully wiped Yi Chutang's hair without hesitation. Whoever holds my binding contract, I serve whoever. You're honest. How did you come into the house? My brother got married and needed money. My father sold me to the Shangshu mansion for 10 taels of silver, and I became the young master's maid. Yi Chutang, who had read ancient novels, knew that many wealthy young masters in ancient times started as studs from the age of 12. She did not sympathize with Daner's plight. Compared to being sold into a brothel, becoming a concubine in a wealthy household was a fortunate fate. Since you are Yi Yanzhou's concubine, you cannot serve anyone other than the madam, because once Yi Yanzhou was married, Daner would likely be promoted to a secondary wife. Daner lowered her headscarf and rolled up her sleeves. Her slender arms were covered with whip marks. The uneven scars showed she had been mistreated for a long time. Suddenly, she knelt in front of Yi Chutang and whispered, If Miss can save me from the fire, I will repay with my life. The entire Shangshu residence was under the control of the madam. The only uncertainty was the newly returned young lady. She used sweet words to persuade the madam to agree to let her compete for a maid position in Ningqiu court. If she was not chosen by the young lady, she would lose nothing. If she was selected, she would observe the young lady's character to see if there was a chance to save herself. Unexpectedly, she was quite lucky. Not only did the young lady dare to oppose the madam, but even the master couldn't control her. So she confessed everything, hoping for a chance to survive. Yi Chutang looked at the determined Daner and smiled. Aren't you afraid I'll sell you? Or that I'll curry favor with the madam? She wouldn't believe Daner's tears and please easily. Daner nonchalantly replied, Death is just a release for me. Last time, she was nearly beaten to death by the young master and felt she couldn't go on living. When she was about to jump into the well, she overheard the madam asking the master to bring the young lady back. Although she didn't hear the reason, she was reluctant to die. Yi Chutang saw her hidden desire to survive beneath her plea for death and decided to give her a chance. If you want me to save you, you must first prove your worth, Daner said. I've been in the Yi family for over 3 years and am the young master's maid. I know many secrets of the Yi family, which might interest the young lady. Yi Chutang was indeed interested. Just as she was about to ask more, she heard the footsteps of Schwang. She helped Daner up. My hair isn't dry yet, continue. Danner knew she had won the gamble and smiled slightly, her tone becoming lighter. Yes, Mississippi. When Shuanga entered, Danner had already resumed a respectful appearance. She handed over 3 contracts of sale. From now on, Shuanga is Mrs. Person and will never betray her. Yi Chutang took the contracts and looked at the loyal Shuanga with sharp, cold eyes. Swear that if you betray me, your intestines will be torn out and your whole family will perish. It took no more than 2 incense sticks worth of time to go to Kong Ru to get the contracts, but Shuanga used 2/4 of an hour, indicating Kong Ru had given her many instructions. Shuanga hesitated when asked to swear an oath. Her face changed slightly, and she immediately knelt down. Miss, forgive me. I can swear an oath, but I cannot harm my family. Yi Chutang smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be so filial. Get up. I was just testing you. Don't take it seriously. She then waved the contract in her hand. Your life is now in my hands. I'm sure you wouldn't dare betray me. She didn't expose Shuanga because she wanted to keep her close, to observe Kong Ru's plans, and to send false messages for a counterattack. Shuanga let out a deep breath and said, Miss, please see clearly. Put the grapes outside into the well water to cool, then peel and seed them. The grapes weren't very tasty, but with a bit of honey, making chilled grape juice could be quite good. Yes, I obey. After Shuanga left, Danner whispered, Miss, be careful. Madam has some schemes against you. Yi Chutang looked at the woman in the bronze mirror, her lips slightly parted. What does she want from me? It was quite a coincidence that the original owner looked exactly like her, but they gave completely different impressions. The original was timid and cowardly, while she was decisive and bold. After blending these 2 qualities, she became a balanced mix of gentle and tough, kind and ruthless. Danner changed her handkerchief and continued helping Yi Chutang with her slightly damp hair. She shook her head. Just as she was about to say she didn't know, she suddenly remembered what Yi Yanzhou had said 2 days ago when he whipped her, saying something strange. Yi Chutang saw Danner hesitating and guessed what she was thinking. She twirled a lock of hair around her finger. Why don't you say anything? Danner spoke softly. I remembered that night when young master said something very strange. Yi Chutang instinctively felt that what Danner wanted to say was related to Yi Jingchuan's purpose in bringing her back. What did Yi Yanzhou say? That damned eunuch, that dog, that obsessed fool. Although Yi Yanzhou was a fool and a playboy, he kept his mouth shut on big family matters. Danner rarely heard any useful news from him, because he mostly used his words to curse her. 2 days ago, Yi Yanzhou, probably drunk, blurted out something reckless. Yi Chutang was curious and asked, Is the Northern Star Kingdom ruled by eunuchs? The original owner grew up in the countryside and knew nothing about the capital or national affairs. Danner was frightened by Yi Chutang's straightforward words and quickly warned, Miss, be careful with your words. Really? The Northern Star Kingdom is almost gone. The fact that eunuchs could control the emperor showed that the country's foundation was rotten. Swanner was afraid that Yi Chutang would continue talking and bring danger upon herself, so she quickly changed the subject. Young master was very harsh when he beat me that night. I felt it was the darkest moment of my life, and I wanted to jump into a well and end it all. But then I heard Madam tell the master to bring the young lady back to the residence. Madam was eager for the young lady to stay in the countryside forever, so suddenly bringing her back must have had some hidden purpose. After connecting these 2 events, Yi Chutang reached a conclusion. Yi Amling was targeted by a very powerful eunuch. She asked, who is the most powerful eunuch? Swanner truly knew this person. The head eunuch Uncle Da. The Shangshu residence holds 2 large banquets each year. The maids and servants who serve nearby sometimes overhear secrets from the palace and official circles. Uncle Da is mentioned most often. He is known for being lecherous, greedy, and controlling power. Everyone looks down on him, but they are also afraid of him. Yi Chutang repeated the words, Uncle Da, then asked, Why do you think I can save you? Swanner forced a faint smile. I don't know, I just want to have one last chance to survive. You've won your gamble. As long as you are loyal to me, I will set you free when I leave the residence. As soon as Yi Chutang finished speaking, Swanner knelt down again. Young lady, I am now yours, and I want to be yours in the future. Although Yi Chutang was used to being independent, she knew that with her current status, she needed a close confidant to serve her. But not just anyone could catch her eye. I only accept useful people, Swanner bowed her head. I will not let the young lady down. During these 3 years at the Shangshu residence, she hadn't been idle. She was especially good at reading people and gathering information. No one in the residence could surpass her in these skills. Get up, Yi Chutang said. Swanner stood up and continued to help her braid her hair. After drying it, she styled a simple girl's cross bun. Looking at her hair draped over her back, Yi Chutang thought she would definitely get heat rash if she went out soon. Braid the hair at the back, she ordered. Although before marriage, women were not supposed to gather all their hair into a bun, it wasn't necessary to leave it completely loose either. Swanner thought loose hair looked prettier and more youthful, charming and sweet. But she didn't want to displease Yi Chutang, so she quickly made a small change to make the braid look nice.
Ye Chantang nodded in satisfaction.
You're quite skilled with your hands. She had the memories of her original self, knew how to tie her hair, but found it too troublesome, so she usually styled it simply. As long as the young lady likes it, I will do your makeup. Yi Chutang refused. No need, just some lip balm. Although ancient cosmetics lacked industrial traces, their quality was quite poor. They often clumped and smudged when wet. Young lady thought that the eldest daughter of the family was naturally beautiful, even without makeup, and only applied a lip balm for her. She opened 2 jewelry boxes and asked, which headpiece would the young lady like to wear? One set was made of jade, the other of gold. Both were of good quality, worth at least 100 silver taels. Yi Chutang didn't like these fancy accessories and said, "We will buy new jewelry when we go out later, so no need to wear these." Just as she finished speaking, she heard hurried footsteps approaching Mingchu courtyard. "Get dressed," said Danner, taking a pale yellow fairy-like dress from the wardrobe. The costume was intricate, with 3 layers even for a light summer outfit. Luckily, the fabric was mulberry silk, warm in winter and cool in summer. When Dana helped Yi Chutang put on the last outer garment, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. "Big sister, I am Linger. I came to see you." While tying Yi Chutang's waist, Danner said, "That's the second Mississippi. Go out and entertain her. I will handle the rest myself." Yi Chutang replied. "Yes, young lady." When Danner left the inner chamber, Yi Amling was about to rush in. She bowed politely, saying, "Greetings, second Mississippi." Yi Amling was dressed in a pink gauze dress, with twin ponytails hanging down, decorated with pearls and jade ornaments. She looked lively and cute, yet noble. She asked Danner, "Where is sister?" "Young lady will come later." "Second miss, please sit. I will prepare tea for you." Earlier, Danner had boiled water with Wankai to make tea. The water should be boiling now. After Danner went to the small kitchen, Yi Amling's smile faded. She looked disdainfully at Yi Chutang's room. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted this rustic village woman to marry the Grand Duke as a concubine, she wouldn't bother to flatter her. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from the inner chamber. Yi Amling immediately hid her contempt and stood up with a smile. When she saw Yi Chutang, who looked as beautiful as a fairy descending from heaven, her smile froze. The country girl was even prettier than Princess Anping, the most beautiful woman in the capital. Yi Chutang looked at Yi Amling, who was shocked, and mockingly asked, "Did you come empty-handed?" Yi Amling snapped back to her senses and was silent for a moment. Linga was anxious to see sister and forgot to bring a gift. It's not too late to go back and get it now. Just then, Danner brought over the brewed tea. Hearing Yi Chutang's words, she admired her even more. Yi Amling's face couldn't hold her composure and looked at her close maid. "Chulu, go and bring the 8 treasures auspicious bracelet I prepared for sister." This bracelet was a gift from the crown prince and very valuable. She usually didn't dare to wear it, but she couldn't part with it. She needed to impress her. Only by making Yi Chutang happy could she gain her trust, making her plan for the family banquet easier to carry out. Chulu understood the significance of the 8 treasures auspicious bracelet for the young lady. She paused for a moment before respectfully replying, "Yes, Miss Second." After she left, Yi Amling looked at Yi Chutang with a dreamy expression. Big sister is so beautiful, even more than the top beauty in the capital. Having watched many palace dramas, Yi Chutang knew that Yi Amling was subtly making enemies. If her words got out, she would be seen as a thorn in the side of the number one beauty. Usually women who could be called number one beauty were from noble families. She looked at Yi Amling, who appeared innocent on the surface but was secretly very cunning, and backed away in disgust. Don't try to get close to me. My mother never gave birth to a sister for me. The smile on Yi Amling's face disappeared, and her eyes clouded over with a mist, looking pitiful as if she had been wronged. Big sister, if you don't understand human language, then leave. Yi Amling had never been so humiliated before, and she almost lost her temper. She bit her inner lip hard, using the pain to stay calm. Then she looked at Yi Chutang with a pitiful expression. We share the same blood. We are sisters. If I don't call you big sister, what should I call you? Yi Chutang knew her address to Yi Amling was fine, but she found it distasteful. Call me Miss Yi. Yi Amling didn't understand where Yi Chutang got the confidence to look down on her. Being able to return to the Yi family as the eldest daughter and be called her sister was an honor. Calling me Miss Yi is too formal. If others hear, they might think we're not on good terms. Yi Chutang chuckled indifferently. I am the legitimate eldest daughter, and you are the daughter of a concubine. It's ironic that I was cast aside and raised in the countryside for 15 years, while you became the jewel of the Shangshu residence. Isn't it normal for us not to get along? Yi Amling's face changed slightly, her eyes boiling with anger. Her mother was a concubine who only became the official wife after giving birth to a son. Her nearly 3 years as a concubine's daughter was the most shameful part of her life she never wanted to mention. She looked at Yi Chutang, who was deliberately hitting her sore spot, and knew she was jealous. Such people lacked love. As long as she treated her a little better, she would wag her tail like a dog, begging for affection. Yi Amling tried to calm herself. Big sister, I didn't take your position. You are also the jewel of the Yi family. The previous wrongs I did, I will make up for them twice as much in the future. Yi Chutang had been waiting for this, and she snorted coldly. Anyone can say big words, but not everyone can do the real thing. How do you plan to make up for it? With silver? She could have stolen everything from the Yi family, leaving them with an empty house. But stealing was never as satisfying as taking by force. She wanted the Yi family to taste the bitterness of losing everything and feeling the pain of betrayal. Yi Amling couldn't tell if Yi Chutang wanted money or family affection. Silver and family love, both are things sister will have. Then I will wait and see. Until I see your sincerity, I won't acknowledge you. Yi Amling saw that Yi Chutang's hostility had lessened a bit, and her heart felt a little more at ease. At this moment, Qiulu returned holding a babu auspicious bracelet. Big sister. Yi Amling was about to speak, but was met with a cold glare from Yi Chutang, so she quickly changed her words. Miss Yi, this babu auspicious bracelet is unique in the entire Beichen country. It will look beautiful on you. Yi Chutang took the delicate jewelry box handed over by Qiulu and opened it. The bracelet was made of gold, embedded with 8 different high-quality gemstones of the same size. The bracelet was engraved with the Heart Sutra in regular script, very detailed and exquisite. She liked it very much and put it directly on her wrist. Second miss, you are too generous. Yi Amling felt heartache, but still pretended to be generous. I'm glad you like it, Miss Yi. The bracelet has been blessed by a master to protect you from harm and bring safety and smoothness. Just after she finished speaking, Schwanger came in carrying peeled grapes. She was about to kneel and salute Yi Amling when Yi Chutang said, Give me the basin. The grapes had been cooled in well water, along with the porcelain basin, which was icy cold. Go to the kitchen and bring honey and a pestle. Yes, young lady. The honey was collected in spring from various flowers, with a fresh floral scent. Yi Chutang mashed the grapes with a pestle, poured in honey, and mixed well. The aroma of fruit and flowers blended together, smelling especially good. Yi Amling looked at the mashed grapes, which resembled mud, and her eyes twitched. Miss Yi, what's wrong with these grapes? Not liking the grapes? Then beat them up. People are the same. Yi Chutang handed the honeyed grape mash to Schwanger. Take it and put it on the ice. After shopping, she could dilute it with some spiritual spring water and enjoy chilled grape juice. She looked at the setting sun outside and stood up, saying to Yi Amling, let's go shopping. Yi Amling had long been impatient. Qilu, go ask Steward Chen to arrange the carriage. Yi Chutang left Danner to watch the courtyard and took Shuangyu out to work. Yi Amling took Qilu with her. When they left the Shangshu residence, the carriage was already waiting at the door. The driver was a guard from the Shangshu residence with good martial skills. Yi Chutang and Yi Amling got into the carriage, while Schwanger and Qilu sat on either side of the driver. The carriage was spacious and comfortable, with a three-tiered shelf in the middle. The bottom tier held a basin of ice to cool off, the middle had sliced fruits, and the top displayed delicate snacks. With the driver's whip, the carriage started moving. Yi Amling began to introduce famous foods in the capital, well-made clothing shops, the most complete rouge shops, and her favorite jewelry store. She spoke eagerly but received no response. Elder sister, where do you want to go? What do you want to buy? Yi Chutang replied calmly, just look around. If I see something I like, I'll spend money. Seeing that she didn't correct her use of elder sister, Yi Amling felt a little relieved. Out in the world, face and reputation are most important. She didn't want to look foolish. I've saved some pocket money and brought it all along. If you see something you like while shopping, I'll buy it for you. She gave her money and tried to flatter her. Surely Yi Chutang would be satisfied? Yi Chutang smiled and said, with your words, I feel more at ease. She loved shopping with no money, free shopping. Yi Amling looked at Yi Chutang's smiling face, feeling a bad premonition. But since she had already spoken, she couldn't take it back. She clenched the 500 taels of silver in her sleeve pocket and comforted herself silently. A countrywoman from the countryside hadn't seen much of the world. If she was greedy, she could just take her to a cheap shop to fool her. Yi Chutang ignored Yi Amling's pained expression and focused on eating fruit and snacks. As the carriage left the western part of the city where high officials and relatives lived and entered the bustling main street, it became lively. She overheard the discussion. Everyone is talking about the war god prince who returned to the capital yesterday. I didn't expect Prince Chun to be so handsome and charming. Riding through the streets, capturing the hearts of all the girls in the capital, I heard the emperor summon Prince Chun back to the capital to arrange a marriage with Princess Onping. Princess Onping is the most beautiful woman in the city, and Prince Chun is the top war hero. They are a perfect match. Rumor has it that Prince Chun refused the marriage proposal with military achievements, saying he has someone he loves. Who knows what kind of woman such a man would like? Yi Chutang wasn't interested in gossip. It went in one ear and out the other. Yi Amling listened carefully, sometimes frowning, sometimes secretly happy. Yi Chutang noticed her expression and asked, do you like Prince Chun? Yi Amling was caught off guard and quickly denied it. Elder sister, don't talk nonsense. Prince Chun is the one Princess Onping admires. Are you familiar with Princess Onping? I used to be a princess's attendant, and I know the princess, the prince, and the young master of the noble family. Yi Chutang looked at the proud Yi Amling and smiled. Does Princess Onping know you like Prince Chun? Yi Amling did like Qi Yanzhou, but her goal was to rule the world and marry only the crown prince. Elder sister, don't talk nonsense. Prince Chun has recovered the southern border and stabilized the southwestern frontier. He is a hero of the northern country. I only respect him. When she refused to admit it, Yi Chutang didn't press further. She mainly admired King Chun as a hero of the nation and family and didn't want to associate him with Yi Amling. She casually asked, will King Chun come to the Shangshu residence for the family dinner in 3 days? Yi Amling saw Yi Chutang constantly asking about King Chun and frowned slightly. It seems like your older sister is very interested in King Chun. Yes, a little. Yi Amling rolled her eyes inwardly. King Chun is powerful and important. Even the emperor treats him with respect. He's not someone your older sister can provoke. King Chun doesn't even look at Princess Onping, so why would he be interested in a country girl like you? Yi Chutang asked again, which family is Princess Onping from? Princess Onping is the eldest daughter of King An, the emperor's brother. King and is the only prince with a fiefdom who doesn't have to leave the capital. Princess Onfing is favored by the Empress Dowager and is as noble as a princess. After hearing this, Yi Chudang, with her many years of experience watching palace dramas, felt that this marriage proposal was not simple. No one can sleep peacefully beside her. Even if king and is obedient, the emperor will keep an eye on him and won't let him marry a foreign prince wielding heavy troops. Marriage by decree is actually a test. If King Chen agrees, the emperor will think he has rebellious intentions and find any excuse to ruin his palace immediately. If King Chen objects, he will have to earn military merits to refuse, wasting years of effort, and will also be branded as disobedient. Either way, the emperor wins easily. After figuring this out, Yi Chudang realized that ancient generals truly had a hard life. She repeated her earlier question, "Will King Chen come to the Shangshu residence for my family dinner?" Yi Amling saw that Yi Chudang didn't understand people's words and became annoyed. "Older sister, if you provoke King Chen, you're also making enemies of Princess Onfing." Seeing Yi Amling so anxious, Yi Chudang looked like a clown trying to jump around. "When you said I look better than Princess Onfing, didn't you already put me against her?" This made Yi Amling's heart skip a beat. She was caught. This country girl from the countryside, a merchant's daughter, was truly clever with 100 tricks. She quickly explained, "Older sister, you misunderstood. I was just speaking the truth, I didn't mean to harm you." Then she shifted the topic back to King Chen. The emperor is suspicious of King Chen. He's not a good match. Yi Amling could accept King Chen marrying anyone, but she couldn't accept him marrying Yi Chudang.
Ye Chantang chuckled softly.
"If I get the chance to see King Chen, I will pass your words to him. Will grandfather to come to the Shangshu residence for the banquet?" Yi Amling hadn't yet recovered from Yi Chudang's shocking words. The words, "de gong gong," suddenly entered her ears, startling her so much that she nearly knocked over the shelf on the small table. "Why did the eldest sister suddenly ask about de gong gong?" Yi Chudang asked back instead of answering. "Why can't I ask?" Yi Amling worried about revealing too much and quickly explained, "De Gong Gong is highly favored and holds a special position. He is below the emperor and must not be spoken of casually. Please, eldest sister, do not mention him again." After speaking, she pushed aside the curtain to look outside. "Stop the carriage." At her command, the carriage halted with a sharp hiss. Yi Amling said to Yi Chudang, "Eldest sister, let's go for a walk at Mingxiang Pavilion first." She dared not continue talking, afraid that her secret might be exposed. Yi Chudang smelled the sweet and tea aroma drifting from Mingxiang Pavilion and nodded. "Let's go." Just as she was about to get out of the carriage, she saw Yi Amling take an embroidered silk handkerchief with a lotus flower pattern from her sleeve pocket, covering her face. Seeing Yi Chudang's puzzled expression, the corner of Yi Amling's mouth curled up under the handkerchief. "Doesn't the eldest sister wear a face covering?" In the Northern Kingdom, the customs are more open. Although there are different rules for men and women, women do not need to wear veils when going out. However, unmarried young ladies usually wear veils. Of course, in the countryside, these rules are not followed, so Yi Chudang was unaware. Donga knew but deliberately didn't mention it because Yi Amling's purpose in taking her out was to show off her charming appearance. Within 3 hours, De Gong Gong would learn that she was stunningly beautiful, surpassing Princess Onfing. He is so lecherous that in 3 days, he would come to the Shangshu residence to verify.
Ye Chantang sudanli tore of ye anningsveil.
"Don't you know this veil is thin and can't hide your ill intentions?" After saying that, she jumped out of the carriage. Yi Amling was caught and panicked, trying to get out and explain. But she missed her footing on the carriage step, screamed, and fell forward. The coachman immediately jumped down to help her. No one noticed that the smooth blue stone pavement beneath was slightly raised by the earth underneath. When the coachman hit the ground, he lost his balance and twisted his ankle. He reached out to help Yi Amling, but missed her hand.
Bang!
Yi Amling fell clumsily to the ground, her face scraping dirt. Yi Chudang watched the satisfying scene before her and restored the blue stones to their original state. On the other side of the carriage, Qilu hurried over to help Yi Amling up. "Second miss, are you all right?" she asked nervously, using a handkerchief to wipe the dust off Yi Amling's face. Yi Amling had never been so humiliated before. She angrily pushed Qilu away. Good-for-nothing servant. After cursing, she quickly climbed back into the carriage to tidy herself up. Qilu immediately knelt down. "Miss, please calm down." Meanwhile, the carriage driver stared at the smooth blue stones, lost in thought. Mingxiang Pavilion is a well-known pastry shop in the capital, famous for its tea-based cakes. The prices are high. Even the cheapest costs 2 taels of silver. People come here to buy pastries, mostly either wealthy officials or their maids and servants. Most of them recognize Yi Amling. When they hear the maid call her second miss, everyone looks confused and whispers among themselves. Wasn't the young lady from the Shangshu household just now the one who fell? Who is that stunning woman who got out of the carriage first? Missy seems to have fallen by accident because she was trying to chase after her. She's so beautiful. Even more breathtaking than Princess Onthing. Sure, you're risking your life. Although the whispers are quiet, they still reach the private room on the second floor of Mingxiang Pavilion. Inside, 2 men sit. The man in green clothes places the newly picked Longjing tea into a porcelain cup and brews it with freshly boiled mountain spring water. The tea aroma drifts out, refreshing and pleasant. He listens to the gossip downstairs with curiosity, pushes open a window, and looks down. Yi Chutang stands sideways, her exquisite and beautiful profile catching the man's eye. Wow, she's even more beautiful than Princess Onping. Di Jian look. A once-in-a-century fairy. Prince Chun, surnamed Qi, named Yanzhou, courtesy, named Zijian. Qi Yanzhou looks at Qin Muyun, who is amazed, and says, "If your grandfather hears this, he'd be so shocked he'd sit up in bed." Qin Muyun. Knowing that his grandfather's illness is serious and that his family is pushing him to marry to bring good luck, he feels a bit annoyed. "Have you eaten too many of the southern border bugs? Your words are so harsh." Qi Yanzhou analyzes the situation. You can't refuse the marriage. Instead of being forced into an arrangement, why not choose someone you like? Qin Muyun clearly understands that if his grandfather's condition doesn't improve, he will have to marry soon. That makes sense. I wonder which family's girl this is? What's her character like? Is she suitable for marriage? Would she be willing to marry the city's top playboy? After asking these questions, he hands the brewed Longjing to Qi Yanzhou. "Zijian, help me check on her," he says. Qi Yanzhou nods. "Sure. Don't just say yes. Hurry up and look into her appearance." "How can I find out?" He pushes the window open a bit more. When Qi Yanzhou looks down, Yi Chutang hears the creak of the window opening and looks up. Yi Chutang makes eye contact with a stranger man. When he notices he's being watched, he quickly closes the window in fear. She silently withdraws her gaze and says to Yi Amling in the carriage, "I'll go in first to browse around. You come later to pay the bill." With that, she walks into Mingxiang Pavilion, facing the surprised gazes of the onlookers. As she leaves, the gossip grows louder. Who is this woman? She actually commands the eldest daughter of the Shangshu household. I've never seen her before. She probably isn't from the capital. Could she be a princess from some noble land? Qin Muyun, sitting in a private room on the second floor, listened to everyone's gossip and said, if she's a royal relative, there's no need to investigate. Although he was briefly struck by her beauty, which made his heart race, he didn't want any ties to the royal family. Qi Yanzhou, who could see Chudang directly from his seat, said, she is Yi Jingchuan's eldest legitimate daughter. In fact, he didn't immediately recognize that Yi Chutang was the woman who had overwhelmed him that night. One was pale and thin, the other healthy and rosy, such a big difference. Qin Muyin looked at Qi Yanzhou in surprise. Do you know her? Met her mother when I was young. Their looks are quite similar. The incident that night was an accident, and both he and Yi Chutang kept it a secret. He had indeed seen the gentle, intelligent, and kind Yi Tangshi before. Qin Muyin had not seen Yi Chutang's mother, but he knew some things about the Yi family. Unexpectedly, she is the legitimate eldest daughter Yi Jingchuan abandoned in the countryside for 15 years. Why is she suddenly returning to the capital? Yi Jingchuan didn't even hold a coming-of-age banquet for her, which showed he had no plans for her marriage. He had completely given up on her. Now, Not only had the eldest daughter returned, but she also overshadowed the beloved second daughter. This was unusual. Qi Yanzhou, who owed her for helping him suppress the fire poison, immediately investigated her after returning to the capital. Naturally, he understood Yi Jingchuan's purpose for bringing her back. Grandpa has taken a liking to Yi Amling. Qin Muiyun understood instantly. He can't bear to see the second daughter fall into trouble, so he brought back the eldest daughter to replace her. What a beast! Suddenly, he realized something and asked suspiciously, "How do you know so much?" Qi Yanzhou picked up his teacup and took a sip. "My spies cover the entire capital." Qin Muiyun raised an eyebrow, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You know what I'm asking? Spies wouldn't report on private family matters voluntarily." Qi Yanzhou, aware of Qin Muiyun's suspicion, showed no signs of guilt. "This involves Grandpa, so it's not a small matter." When mentioning this eunuch who caused chaos in the court, Qin Muiyun felt both angry and helpless. "I've calculated his fate. He still has a long life ahead." Frustrated, he changed the subject back to Yi Chudang. "Yi Tangshi is a good person. During the famine, she built shelters and distributed porridge, saving countless victims. I want to save her daughter. I'll ask my father to visit Ye's family later to propose marriage." Qi Yanzhou. If it hadn't been for that night, he would have approved of this. "Yi Jingchuan wants to protect Yi Amling and won't agree to your father's proposal. That's true. Maybe I should pretend to be a playboy who falls for a beautiful woman and elopes with her. If you're not afraid of making your grandfather furious, then go ahead." Qin Min came up with a new plan. "Let's spread the news that De Gonggong is interested in Yi Amling, so Yi Jingchuan's plan will fail. It's too late." Since Yi Chutang appeared on the street, she's already been caught in the trap. The next developments depended not on Yi Jingchuan, but on the lecherous De Gonggong. Qin Muiyun realized this too. He leaned on the table, frustrated, and grabbed his hair. "Do I have to watch helplessly as Miss Yi suffers at De Gonggong's hands?" Qi Yanzhou twirled his fingers thoughtfully. "The Shongshu mansion will hold a family reunion in 3 days. Let's go and join the fun." "All right, we'll see what tricks they have and respond accordingly." Downstairs, Yi Chutang paid no mind to the spying from the private room on the second floor. She leisurely tasted some pastries, liking the flavors so much that she bought 2 boxes. When Shuang'er could barely carry them, she stopped. "That's all for today," she said. The pastries at Mingxiang's were expensive, costing at least 2 taels of silver each. The shopkeeper calculated and said, "Miss, that will be a total of 64 taels of silver." Yi Chutang nodded and looked at Shuang'er. "Go ask the second miss for a silver note." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Amling, who had tidied up, entered Mingxiang's. She walked briskly, smiling. "Elder sister, if you like the pastries, you can buy more," she said. With those words, Yi Chutang's true identity was revealed. "Is this the legitimate eldest daughter sent to the countryside by Yi Shongshu? I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. I heard she's in poor health, so Yi Shongshu had no choice but to send her to rest in the countryside. I knew this girl looked familiar. Turns out she's the daughter of Yi Tang." In the capital, not many people had seen Tang Wanning, but once someone mentioned Yi Tang, almost everyone knew her. 18 years ago, a natural disaster caused widespread starvation, and countless people fled their homes. Tang Wanning single-handedly saved all the refugees rushing into the capital. This act not only made her a living bodhisattva in the people's hearts, but also kept Yi Jingchuan, the top scholar, in the capital to serve as an official. Today, some servants buying pastries at Mingxiang's had tasted her homemade porridge. Hearing everyone talk about those years, Yi Chutang looked grateful. "Thank you all for remembering my mother. She's in heaven, and I'm sure she would be very pleased." Yi Amling was happy to see Yi Chutang gaining attention. The more people knew her, the more her beauty spread. "Big sister, Mingxiang's tea is also good. I'll buy some for you," she offered. Yi Chutang didn't like tea, but she wouldn't turn it down. After checking the types of tea sold at Mingxiang's, she ordered some black tea and floral tea. With the pastries and tea, Yi Amling spent nearly 150 taels of silver. When they left, everyone was saying how kind Yi Amling was to Yi Chutang. Schwanger and Chilu placed the items they bought into the cart. Yi Amling pointed ahead to the nearby rouge shop and said, "Elder sister, it's not far. Let's walk there." Yi Chutang understood Yi Amling's thoughts and nodded. Okay. Along the way, her striking appearance drew many glances. Especially when she entered the rouge shop and applied a little makeup, her captivating beauty made the women inside seem like mere background. The shopkeeper praised, "Even a lady like me could be enchanted by Miss Yi." Yi Amling felt jealous. Her own looks were quite good, but standing next to Yi Chutang, she was like a green leaf. If not for keeping her face to attract grandfather Da, she would have torn it apart long ago. Yi Chutang wasn't interested in the unchangeable rouge and powders, but seeing Yi Amling's displeased expression, she chose the most expensive full set. The shopkeeper was delighted, waved the small change, and asked for 50 taels. Yi Amling didn't expect Yi Chutang to spend so much money. She decided to go to cheaper shops next time, or her 500 taels wouldn't cover the bills. Just as they were leaving the rouge shop, a long whip suddenly cracked through the air and struck at Yi Chutang's feet. Snap! The wooden floor cracked. Yi Amling was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back. Soon, she recognized the whip's owner, whose half-lowered eyes gleamed with excitement to see the show. She didn't expect Princess Onfing to arrive so quickly. Yi Amling turned her head to glance at Yi Chutang, expecting her to be frightened and pale, but she remained calm, as if she hadn't seen the whip. Could she be stunned? Elder sister. Before she could speak, Princess Onfing strode into the rouge shop, holding her long whip. Everyone knelt and bowed. Princess Onfing Jinan. Only Yi Chutang and Princess Onfing stood inside the shop. Yi Amling immediately tugged at Yi Chutang's sleeve. Elder sister, this is Princess Onfing. You need to bow. She didn't want any trouble before the family banquet. Princess Onfing looked at the beautiful Yi Chutang and deliberately made things difficult for her. Nice to meet you. You must perform a grand bow for this princess. Yi Chutang knew that usually, grand bows were only required on special festivals or occasions. She understood that Princess Onfing was jealous of her looks and deliberately smirked with a captivating smile. I grew up in the countryside and don't know how to perform a grand bow. Could Princess Onfing demonstrate? How dare you? Princess Onfing swung her whip toward Yi Chutang's face, intending to ruin her face. The most beautiful woman in the capital could only be her. Yi Amling didn't expect Yi Chutang to cause so much trouble. She was startled and quickly stepped forward to protect Yi Chutang's face. The whip struck heavily on her back of the head, causing her to black out from pain. Warm blood flowed out, staining her pink silk dress. Everyone was shocked by Princess Onfing's cruel methods. The more timid ones, afraid of being caught in the crossfire, quietly took small steps back to hide. Princess Onfing looked at Yi Amling, who was bleeding heavily and was also frightened. She and Yi Amling had a good relationship, so she immediately stepped forward, worried, and said, "Amling, what are you doing coming close? I'll take you to the medical hall." After saying that, she forcefully pushed aside Yi Chutang, saying, "I'll deal with you later." Yi Amling trembled with pain but still tried to speak up for Yi Chutang. "Princess, please stay calm. Eldest sister just returned to the capital and didn't know the proper rules. She didn't mean to offend you." A big hat was placed on her head, and Yi Amling dared not speak further for Yi Chutang. "Amling, I have a headache." She could only first distract Princess Onfing, or else Yi Chutang wouldn't survive today. "All right, I will take you to the medical hall now." Princess Onfing left the rouge shop, looking at Yi Chutang, who seemed indifferent, and ordered, "Kneel down. Reflect on your actions." As soon as she finished speaking, she herself suddenly knelt down with a loud thud. Everyone present was stunned, including Princess Onfing. Yi Chutang felt her virtue points increase by 2 and happily raised her eyebrows. Since Princess Onfing was not a good person, she felt no hesitation in taking action. "I thought Princess Onfing was talking about a commoner, but it turns out she was talking about herself," Yi Amling thought, wishing she could sew Yi Chutang's mouth shut with a needle. She was willing to risk her life, but she didn't want to drag down the entire Shongshu household. "Eldest sister, watch your words." After warning her, she endured dizziness and headache, helping Princess Onfing to her feet. Princess, are you all right? Princess Onping snapped out of her thoughts and immediately looked down, even stepping on her foot. The wooden floor was smooth and solid, without any loose or raised spots. But she clearly felt her heel suddenly being pushed up, causing her to kneel down. It was truly strange. Feeling embarrassed, she immediately directed her anger at Yi Chutang. It was you, wasn't it? Before she finished speaking, the whip was swung out. Yi Chutang stood still, without moving. Everyone thought she was frightened into silence, but they didn't know she had already gathered 2 earth needles underground using her earth elemental powers. The earth needles could emerge from the cracks in the floor at any moment, piercing Princess Onping's soles. This would make her unstable and cause her to kneel again, and at the same time, the whip would lose its aim. Just as the whip was about to strike Yi Chutang's face again, Yi Amling thought it was too late to protect herself. She thought, it's over. If Yi Chutang gets disfigured and marries Lord Da as a concubine, it will definitely be her. She dared not look anymore and closed her eyes. However, Yi Chutang was not panicked at all. After glancing at the trembling Yi Amling, she prepared to fight back. Suddenly, a small stone flew into the rouge shop at high speed and hit Princess Onping's right wrist, where she held the whip. Ah! Princess Onping screamed loudly, dropping the whip to the ground. She looked at her swollen wrist, and then her gaze fell on the small stone on the wooden floor. Who? How dare they hurt me? The princess. Do they want to die? After saying this, she immediately looked angrily outside the rouge shop. Seeing Qi Yanzhou, she quickly softened her fierce expression, appearing delicate and wronged. Brother Yan, Yi Chutang felt a bit sickened by the greasy Princess Onping. Then she noticed that Yi Amling's expression was also strange. She immediately realized that Brother Yan was the same as King Qin. After withdrawing her earth element ability, she also looked outside the rouge shop, wanting to see what the legendary war god prince looked like. Yi Chutang never expected to see the handsome man she used as an antidote. Could this be King Qin? Just as she thought this, the people inside the rouge shop bowed to Qi Yanzhou. Greetings to His Highness King Qin, long live, Yi Chutang froze. She thought she had slept with a martial arts master, but it turned out to be the war god prince. Thinking about how she had arrogantly promised money and official positions when pressed hard before, she felt very embarrassed. Qi Yanzhou, when he saw Yi Chutang looking at him, did not look at her deliberately. His gaze stayed on Princess Onping. He looked cold and spoke unkindly. Onping, you hurt people again at will? Princess Onping was fearless of everything except defending Qi Yanzhou. Brother Yan, it was an accidental injury. I didn't mean to, she said, raising her hand to point at Yi Chutang. It was this troublesome woman disrespecting the imperial authority first, so I had to act. Yi Chutang thought that since King Qin had already taken action, he was on her side. If she didn't seize this good opportunity to report her grievances, she would regret it. She bowed slightly to Qi Yanzhou. Your Highness, I come from the countryside. I just entered the capital and don't know how to perform a formal bow. If this counts as disrespecting the imperial authority, I have nothing to say. Seeing Qi Yanzhou's expression grow darker, Princess Onping desperately wanted to tear Yi Chutang's mouth apart. Brother Yan, Qi Muyun glanced at Yi Amling, who looked pale, and interrupted Princess Onping. Princess, Miss Yi is badly hurt. You should take her to see a doctor first. Princess Onping was reluctant to leave after finally seeing Qi Yanzhou. But Yi Amling was her good friend, so she couldn't just ignore her. Brother Yan, I will take Amling to treat her wounds first, and then I will come find you later. Qi Yanzhou said coldly, refusing. I have official matters to handle. I will go ahead, he added, turning to leave. Qi Muyun wanted to stay and warn Yi Chutang to be careful of Yi Jingchuan, but Huaishuan, aren't you leaving yet? Qi Muyun had no choice but to follow Qi Yanzhou out of the rouge shop. As they left, Princess Onping glared fiercely at Yi Chutang, saying, I will remember you. Being remembered by the princess is an honor for this girl, Yi Chutang replied politely. Princess Onping struck a cotton ball with her fist, furious, and wanting to whip again. Yi Amling immediately pretended to have a headache and distracted Princess Onping, sending her away. Yi Chutang wasn't satisfied yet. She looked at Yi Amling's back and said, "Miss Yi, I'll wait for you at the tea house across the street." After saying that, she took Schwanger, who looked worried, into the tea house and reserved a private room. Not long after the tea was served, she noticed a hole in the paper door. A bamboo tube was inserted through the hole, delivering scented smoke inside. Yi Chutong guessed who was coming and immediately held her breath. The scent was very effective. Schwanger fainted on the table before smelling anything unusual. Yi Chutong also pretended to faint on the table. The person who set the scent was very cautious, only entering the private room after about an incense stick burned. Their footsteps were barely audible, and they moved with good skill. Qi Yanzhou approached the table, took out the antidote for the scented smoke from his pocket, and was about to give it to Yi Chutong when she suddenly opened her eyes and attacked him. "Miss Yi, I mean no harm," he said. Yi Chutong wanted to test Qi Yanzhou's martial arts, so she ignored his words and attacked fiercely, without holding back. At first, Qi Yanzhou was only defending passively. He was punched on the shoulder and kicked in the stomach. Seeing that Yi Chutong's martial arts were not weak and she was fighting him with full force, he responded seriously. Although they fought fiercely, they didn't cause any disturbance. In the end, Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chutong's right hand behind her back and pressed her against the wall. "Miss Yi, have you had enough of testing?" he asked. When Yi Chutong deliberately avoided the furniture, he guessed her purpose. She nodded. That's enough. Her martial arts were decent, but her internal energy was almost non-existent, so she couldn't win against Qi Yanzhou, which was understandable. But given time, the man who was suppressed and unable to move would be him. Qi Yanzhou released Yi Chutong and said, "I didn't expect Miss Yi to be skilled in both medicine and martial arts." He didn't know who taught her martial arts, but she only knew moves without internal energy. Yi Chutong sat at the table and drank the lukewarm tea in one gulp. "If I didn't have some self-protection skills, my grave would already be over a meter high," she said, then poured herself a cup of tea. "Your Highness, please sit." Qi Yanzhou sat down on the round stool beside Yi Chutong and asked, "Miss Yi, aren't you afraid I might be here to silence you?" Yi Chutong poured herself another cup of tea. She lifted her cup, looking at the handsome Qi Yanzhou through the steam. "If your Highness wanted to kill me, he wouldn't wait until now, nor would he come out in front of me willingly. Besides, your Highness should be glad he hasn't harmed me, or the one dead would be me." She knew she couldn't beat Qi Yanzhou now, but she had special abilities and could use poison. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutong's gentle smile and asked curiously, "With your skills, you shouldn't be living such a hard life in the countryside. Has your Highness never heard of hiding one's talents? If Lu's family hadn't wanted to kill me, I would be happy to live a quiet life in the countryside." Yi Chutong asked, "Are you saying that being forced to embroider 2 handkerchiefs a day just to earn 30 coins and eat leftover rice is considered leisure?" She paused, wondering if this man was joking or not.
"I'm willing," she said.
Qi Yanzhou's sharp eyes looked at her and asked, "People who know medicine, are they often targeted by servants?" "I'm a healer, not a veterinarian," she replied. Qi Yanzhou then asked, "Why do you carry pills to suppress fire poison?" Yi Chutong couldn't explain and simply avoided the question. "Your Highness, if I wanted to harm you, Cold Pool would be your burial ground." Qi Yanzhou knew this, which confirmed that their encounter that night was accidental. But Yi Chutong carrying pills made him think more. Seeing Qi Yanzhou silent, she continued, "That night, I went to Cold Pool to suppress the poison. I didn't expect to meet you. What happened afterward was out of necessity. I'm sorry. Your Highness wouldn't care about titles or silver. If there's a place where I might be useful later, just let me know. As long as it's not harming others or doing evil, I will agree." Qi Yanzhou thought about that night's humiliation and looked upset. He coughed lightly, took a sip of tea, and got to the main point. "I came to see Miss Yi for 2 things. Please, Your Highness. First, we have never met before. Second, return the inked jade plaque to me." Yi Chutong agreed immediately. "All right, how should I give the inked jade plaque to Your Highness?" Although the plaque was in her space, she couldn't take it out, or the man might suspect she was carrying it with ill intent. "In 3 days, I will attend the banquet at the Shangshu residence. I will find a chance to return the plaque to Your Highness." Qi Yanzhou put down his cup. "Miss Yi, Don't have high hopes for Yi Jingchuan. He brought you back because… Yi Chutang interrupted him. It's so I can marry Yi Amling to Lord Da as a matchmaker, so they treat me very well and protect me closely. Qi Yanzhou saw the excitement in her eyes and realized his worries might be a bit unnecessary. Lord Da is hard to deal with, Miss Yi, be careful. After saying that, he was about to leave. Yi Chutang stopped Qi Yanzhou. Prince, I keep my promises. I will help you remove your fire poison. If it's convenient, I want to check your pulse. This man was truly a walking source of good deeds. Saving him would add at least 50,000 points of merit. Qi Yanzhou didn't mention the antidote because he didn't fully trust Yi Chutang. Miss Yi, how confident are you? 10%. Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou thought she was bragging. Even the best doctor in Beichen country, Shueshini, couldn't cure this poison. How could she be so sure? Can I first know how Miss Yi plans to detoxify? Yi Chutang understood that Qi Yanzhou didn't believe her. She could understand. Life was precious, so she had to be cautious. Yes, in 3 days I will give you the method along with the jade plate. Qi Yanzhou saw her confidence and felt a pebble drop into his calm heart. His desire to survive was greatly amplified. He returned to his seat, extended his wrist to Yi Chutang. Just as she was about to check his pulse, a voice from Yi Amling asking the shop assistant came into the room. Which room is the eldest sister in? Qi Yanzhou withdrew his hand. See you at the Ministry of Rites in 3 days. After speaking, he quickly removed the sleeping potion from Shuang'e and jumped out the window. Yi Chutang poured out the unfinished tea and turned the cup upside down on the tray. Shuang'e woke up, looking confused. Why did I fall asleep? Maybe you were too tired, she replied. Just then, Qi Lu pushed open the door of the room. Yi Amling's head was bandaged, and she had changed into new clothes. Her face was pale from blood loss, looking pitiful. Eldest sister, it's getting late. It's time to go back to the house. Seeing that Onping princess hadn't come with her, Yi Chutang knew she had been comforted by Yi Amling. Haven't you bought clothes and jewelry yet? If you're reluctant, Yi Amling had a terrible headache and couldn't continue shopping. She handed all the silver notes from her sleeve to Yi Chutang. Eldest sister, this is all I brought. If it's not enough, just tell the shop to build a Ministry of Rites. Yi Chutang took everything without hesitation and stuffed it into her sleeve. All right, I tend to speak without thinking, and I don't know if I might cause trouble for the Yi family. Yi Amling thought about Yi Chutang's ability to cause trouble, feeling overwhelmed. She could only sacrifice herself to accompany her. I'll go shopping with my older sister. Then I'll trouble Miss Yi, said Qi Lu, feeling that Yi Chutang was intentionally causing trouble and speaking unhappily. Miss Yi was hurt because of you and needs to rest at home. Yi Chutang raised her hand and slapped Qi Lu. What? Is the Yi family now run by servants? Qi Lu dared not say that and immediately knelt down. Miss, please calm down. I didn't mean it, I just worry about Miss Ye's injury. You can go back to the estate first. Shuang'e, let's go, said Yi Chutang, then strode away. Yi Amling, worried she might cause trouble for the Shangshu residents, quickly had Qi Lu support her and followed. But just as they left the tea house, a shop assistant stopped them. Miss Yi, you haven't paid the bill yet. Yi Amling gave all her money to Yi Chutang, leaving herself broke. She couldn't let Qi Lu pay the bill in front of the shop assistant, or others might think she was bullying her older sister just brought home. How much silver? The shop assistant asked politely. 1 tael of silver, replied Yi Amling. Seeing she didn't have much money, she whispered to Qi Lu, you pay, I'll return to the estate and give you the money. Qi Lu carried some small silver coins when she left, counted them, and found exactly 1 tael. After paying, they left the tea house and saw Yi Chutang entering Wanbao Pavilion across the street. Wanbao Pavilion was a well-known jewelry shop in the capital. The jewelry was not expensive, but famous for its variety. Yi Chutang didn't like flashy jewelry, but the fine craftsmanship caught her eye. She bought 2 sets and called the shopkeeper. Can you customize jewelry according to my requirements? The shopkeeper smiled and nodded. Of course. Our craftsmen are mostly from the palace, and we can make any kind of jewelry. But custom pieces cost double. Price is not a problem, said Yi Chutang. The shopkeeper's face lit up with a smile. What kind of jewelry would you like to customize? Yi Chutang wanted to make some discreet weapons jewelry that was easy to carry.
Let me think about it, she said.
The shopkeeper thought she was joking, but then Yi Chutang handed him a silver note for 100 taels. Pay the bill. The remaining silver is a deposit. Please issue a receipt. Yes, yes, replied the shopkeeper. When Yi Chutang left with the jewelry and receipt, Yi Amling slowly approached. Older sister, you finished shopping at Wanbao Pavilion so quickly? Well, I haven't seen many that catch my eye. I plan to order a few pieces in the next few days. Yi Amling thought with a roll of her eyes. She hadn't seen many good things, yet she was pretending to be impressed. It's good that the eldest sister is happy. As long as this troublemaker stops causing trouble, she can keep pretending. Eldest sister, the embroidery shop next door is quite nice. Would you like to take a look? Yi Amling felt dizzy and blurry-eyed, just wanting to finish shopping for clothes with Yi Chutang and return to the estate. Yi Chutang remembered the double-sided embroidered handkerchief the original owner made and nodded. All right, let's go see. The original owner had suffered so many grievances in the countryside. She wanted people to know her story. Like Wanbao Pavilion, the embroidery shop mostly employed palace-trained embroiderers with excellent skills, mainly making wedding dresses and custom orders. When they weren't busy, they would sell finished garments, which were quite expensive. The capital city was full of wealthy people, so the shop's business was good. Most of the ready-made clothes were samples, with few left for sale. Many embroiderers worked there, including some high-ranking officials and nobles. As soon as Yi Chutang appeared, she drew a lot of attention. Now, everyone on the street knew that Ye's eldest daughter was stunning and charming, surpassing Princess Anping. If not for Yi Er's protection and her chance encounter with Crown Prince Jin, her beautiful face might have been ruined by Princess Anping's insults. Despite the curious looks and questions from others, Yi Chutang ignored them and carefully examined the fabrics and embroidery work, sometimes frowning, sometimes shaking her head. She looked very dissatisfied. The shopkeeper saw this and stepped forward to ask, Miss Yi, are you not interested? Yi Amling's heart sounded in alarm. She was about to stop Yi Chutang from talking nonsense when she nodded first. Yes, I'm not interested. The fabric is excellent, but the embroidery. Eldest sister, you don't understand women's work, so don't talk nonsense. These embroidery ladies are all palace maids making clothes for noble people. The behind-the-scenes owner of the embroidery shop was Consort Yun, the favored concubine. Even the empress had to avoid her. Disliking the shop was like disrespecting her. Yi Chutang looked innocent and pure. Who says I don't understand? I embroider handkerchiefs in the countryside for over 10 years. I could do better with my eyes closed. This insulted all the embroidery ladies in the shop. With the backing of Consort Yun, they weren't afraid of the official's daughters. Miss Yi, are you saying that the clothes worn by the emperor and empress are not as good as the handkerchiefs you embroidered? I've been embroidering in the palace for 20 years. I can't compare to you with your eyes closed. Don't boast too much. It's easy to trip over your words and invite trouble. Yi Amling was anxious and headache-prone. She hurried to explain, Eldest sister, that's not what I meant. Before she could finish, Yi Chutang interrupted her. Everyone, don't put words in my mouth. Using the emperor and empress to pressure me, I was only talking about embroidery. After speaking, she took out the original owner's embroidered handkerchief from her space and handed it to the shopkeeper. This is the embroidery I did in the countryside. Sorry if it's not perfect. The madam took the handkerchief and looked at the lively double-sided embroidery with slightly widened beautiful eyes. Is this really Miss Ye's embroidery? She was also a palace embroiderer and had been in charge of the clothing bureau, having seen many exquisite embroidery works. But none matched this handkerchief. Only such skillful embroidery could be called the work of a master. Even customers nearby were amazed by Yi Chutang's embroidery skills. Yi Chutang nodded. Of course, then she played the victim. If it weren't for my embroidery skills, I would have starved to death long ago. Just as everyone was wondering what she meant, she added, if my mother knew I would be sent to the countryside to suffer for 15 years, unable to eat well, dress properly, and endure bullying, I wonder if she would regret marrying Lord Yi. As soon as she said this, The entire embroidery workshop fell silent, everyone watching quietly. No one expected to hear gossip about the Marquis's household. Yi Amling looked at Yi Chudang in shock, thinking she had gone crazy. Wasn't she talking about embroidery? Why did she bring up suffering in the countryside? And she was openly criticizing her father's reputation. Elder sister, you misunderstood father. He sent you to the countryside to let you live, so you could recover, she said, implying that if not for that, Yi Chutang would have died long ago. Yi Chutang had been weak and sickly since childhood. Tang Wanning was known for seeking out the best doctors for her. She looked at Yi Amling with fiery eyes, innocent. Miss Yi, don't get too excited. I didn't say Lord Yi was wrong to send me to the countryside. I just can't understand why he never came to see me. Not even when I turned 15. She took the handkerchief from the madam's hand. Do you all know what life was like for me in the countryside? To stay alive, I was forced by the maid to embroider 2 handkerchiefs a day, earning 30 coins to buy me some food. To prove her words, Yi Chutang rolled up her sleeve, revealing her painfully thin wrist caused by long-term hunger. While spiritual spring water could quickly improve her complexion, it couldn't quickly heal her severely malnourished body. If it weren't for my mother's protection, I might not have survived. Honestly, I was quite frightened when Lord Yi suddenly brought me back to the mansion. I always felt he had bad intentions. These words were bold, but seeing her emaciated wrists, no one thought she was wrong to feel that way. Everyone speculated about Lord Yi Jingchuan's sudden decision to bring his eldest daughter back. Missy is not young anymore. Lord Yi probably brought her back for her marriage, right? No, if it was for marriage, he should have brought her back 2 years ago to hold her coming-of-age ceremony. This is also possible. But what could be the reason? It can't be because of Miss Ye's embroidery skills, right? It's not impossible. The Emperor's birthday banquet is coming soon. Everyone looks at Yi Chutang, hoping to hear the answer from her mouth. Yi Chutang immediately denies the embroidery woman's suspicion. Lord Yi hasn't even visited me, so how could he know my needlework is good? He just took me in. Yi Amling worries that Yi Chutang might say something shocking again, so she quickly interrupts her. Elder sister, father is loyal to the Emperor and is often so busy he doesn't even have time to eat. He didn't deliberately ignore you. As for the mistreatment by the maid, father doesn't know anything about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't just stand by. When he heard the farm was burned, he was very worried about you and hurriedly took leave to come get you early in the morning. This explanation is not convincing at all, and the onlookers don't believe a word. Even busy officials in the court have rest days. There are holidays during Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, and the New Year. Saying they have no time is just an excuse. 15 years have passed without time, and now suddenly they do. Anyone would doubt that Yi Jingchuan has ulterior motives. Yi Chutang looks at Yi Amling's warning gaze, pretending to accept her explanation. Missy is right. My mother is very kind to Lord Yi, helping him establish himself in the capital and climb the ranks. He can't possibly repay her kindness by plotting against me. Elder sister, don't overthink. Father has always missed you. Bringing you back was just to reunite father and daughter. So, Lord, you won't let me marry the Grand Duke's son in your place. This remark shocks everyone like a thunderclap, causing their expressions to change. Especially Yi Amling and her 2 maids, whose eyes nearly pop out. Their expressions confirm Yi Chutang's words. People start murmuring. Missy isn't with the crown prince. So why is Lord Da interested in her again? The Empress has her eye on a suitable crown princess candidate. She recently announced Miss Ye's entry into the palace. Minister Yi is a favored official. Does Lord Da dare to forcefully take Ye's legitimate daughter? Who can outshine Lord Da in being favored? Even the Empress avoids his sharpness. No wonder Minister Yi brought his eldest daughter back. Yi Amling can't take it anymore. Her vision blurs and she faints. Before losing consciousness, 2 words flash through her mind. It's over. If, 3 days later, Lord Da sets his sights on Yi Chutang, she will become the target of everyone's blame. Qiu Lu hurriedly supports Yi Amling, but because of her weakness, they both fall to the ground. Yi Amling's injured back of her head hits the ground, staining the cloth with blood. She is painfully awakened, fragile as if she might shatter at any moment. The madam was worried something might happen at the embroidery workshop, so she quickly sent someone to call the doctor from Spring Hall. Yi Chutang looked into Yi Amling's eyes, which were filled with tears, and asked confusedly, "Why are you so upset? Did I say something wrong? If I said something wrong, it's not really my fault. I overheard the news about the marriage arranged for the Duke of Virtue from a maid in the Ministry of Officials' residence," Yi Amling stammered, denying it. "The Duke of Virtue's marriage to me is just a rumor. Although this was true, she was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Officials, and the Duke of Virtue couldn't just take her by force. The Queen's plan was for the Duke of Virtue to request a marriage from the Emperor. But the Emperor went to Qingyan Temple for meditation and didn't return for 5 days. So, Yi Amling thought to buy some time, before the Emperor returned, to let the Duke of Virtue change his target and look at Yi Chutang. As for the Queen, as long as she didn't want the Crown Princess position, the Queen would agree with the Crown Prince's wishes and make her a concubine. She was confident she could go from a concubine to a main wife, from a favored concubine to the Empress. But plans never go as expected. Yi Chutang found out the truth about her being taken back and said it out loud. Yi Chutang's goal was already achieved, and she didn't bother to argue with Yi Amling. Whether others believed her or not, rumors would spread everywhere. "Maybe the maid was unhappy with you and deliberately framed you," she said, then looked at the embroidery workshop shopkeeper and asked, "Do you accept embroidered items here?" The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned, then responded, "Miss Yi wants to sell embroidered handkerchiefs. Yes, the Ministry of Officials' residence is too poor. If I don't earn some money, I might starve," Yi Amling replied. Everyone else. The Minister of Officials was a second-rank official in the capital. Even if he was very honest, he shouldn't be starving, right? Yi Amling couldn't hold back anymore. Ignoring her headache, she glared angrily at Yi Chutang. "Big sister, I know you've had a hard time in the countryside these years and want to get revenge on the Yi family, but you can't lie just to gain sympathy and treat everyone like fools." After hearing this, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Chutang. They were full of anger and hostility. They didn't want their compassion to be used. Yi Chutang looked at Yi Amling's flushed face caused by her shouting, with a puzzled expression. "Does the Ministry of Officials have money? Why did Lord Yi tell me he only saved 5,000 taels after 20 years of official work, and that he needed to sell everything to gather another 5,000 taels for compensation?" Yi Amling had no idea about the 10,000 taels. She didn't know how to respond. Yi Chutang continued, "If Miss Yi doesn't believe it, she can ask Lord Yi at home." Her confident tone made Yi Amling's excuses seem weak. "I don't know the family's finances," she said. Everyone understood. Master Yi didn't want to give young lady Yi too much compensation, so he lied about being broke. Sadly, Miss Yi believed him completely and was played for a fool. However, in truth, Master Yi was willing to spend a lot to help second Miss Yi escape from Uncle Da. 1,000 taels was quite a sum. Young Lady Yi observed everyone's sympathetic expressions and slightly smiled. She had achieved her final goal of leaving. Since Yi Jingchuan cared about his reputation, she decided to make him lose face. At that moment, the doctor from Spring Rejuvenation Hall hurried over, carrying his medical box. Earlier, he had treated Yi Amling's injury. "Young Lady Yi, your injury is quite serious. The wound can't tear open again, or it will leave a scar, and hair won't grow back." The words made Yi Amling turn pale. "Dr. Su, no matter how much silver I need to pay, I don't want a scar. The key to avoiding scars is proper rest and care. That's all I can say," the doctor replied as he dressed Yi Amling's wound. While he was wrapping her, young Lady Yi asked the embroidery shop owner again, "Shopkeeper, how much could you sell a piece of embroidered handkerchief like this?" "Young Lady Yi, your embroidery skills are excellent. Depending on the fabric, I can sell each piece for at least 500 won. The softer and lighter the fabric, the higher the quality required for embroidery, and naturally, the higher the price." Young Lady Yi raised an eyebrow. 2 handkerchiefs are worth about 1 tael of silver, and the embroidery fee is quite high. Clothing embroidery costs even more, at least 5 taels of silver per piece. "Are you interested, Young Lady Yi?" Seeing Young Lady Yi looking like a beggar, Yi Amling quickly refused on her behalf. "Not interested," Older sister, even if the Master Ye's household is poor, they won't lack food. You don't need to work hard to earn silver. The shopkeeper knew that a wealthy young lady like Yi Amling looked down on people like them, who were full of worldly greed. She ignored Yi Amling's rejection and waited for young lady Ye's answer. Young lady Yi never intended to make money from embroidery. She asked the shopkeeper on purpose just to mention the hardships she endured in the countryside. Shopkeeper, I've been busy lately. I'll come back after I finish my work. All right, I'll be waiting any time. Although I didn't like the clothes here, the fabric is good. Pick out a few nice pieces for me, young lady Yi said. The shopkeeper replied, Young lady Yi, good fabric isn't cheap. Young lady Yi looked at Yi Amling with a bright smile. Second Miss Yi has saved quite a bit of pocket money. She can afford a few bolts of good fabric, so don't worry, shopkeeper. All right, a few days ago, we received a bolt of yun brocade silk and 2 bolts of shimmering brocade. I'll give them to young lady Yi. Thank you, shopkeeper. Is there anything else? Of course, there's also silkworm silk, woven gold brocade, and fragrant silk. Yi Amling's mind filled with a series of prices. The price of yun brocade silk is 800 taels per bolt, floating light brocade is 500 taels per bolt, and tian silk is 360 taels per bolt. Thinking about having to pay for these, she felt her breath catch. I'm sorry, I took you seriously. After speaking, she called the shopkeeper. Stop packing, I don't want it anymore. Yi Amling was held over the fire by Yi Chutong, roasting her. Even if she was unwilling, she couldn't say she wouldn't pay. Big sister, I keep my promises. If you like it, take everything. I can just consider some jewelry. Most people would buy less if they heard this. But Yi Chutong went shopping to spend Yi Amling's money, so she naturally wouldn't hold back. All right, shopkeeper, all the items should be moved to the Shangshu Mansion's carriage. Yi Amling felt her body shake with anger. Dr. Su was reapplying medicine to her wound when he accidentally pricked it. She grimaced in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. Soon, her wound was bandaged again. The shopkeeper handed her the account book. Second Miss Yi, the total is 3,150 taels. You bought quite a lot, so I'll deduct a bit and give you 3,000 taels. Yi Amling's vision blurred, and she gritted her teeth. All right, shopkeeper, send someone to the Shangshu Mansion to get the money later. Dr. Su packed up his medical kit and slung it over his shoulder. Second Miss Yi, the consultation and medicine fee is 2 taels of silver. Yi Amling and Qilu had no silver left. She had to speak to Yi Chutong. Big sister, I've already given you all the banknotes I brought today, meaning she wanted Yi Chutong to pay the medical fee for her. But Yi Chutong returned all the banknotes and silver coins. I've kept it very well, not a single coin used. It sounded like Yi Amling treated her as a money-managing maid. Yi Amling clenched her teeth and handed over 2 taels of broken silver to Dr. Su. Then she said to Yi Chutong, Big sister, I never intended to take back the money I gave you. The 2 taels I used just now, I'll return to you when we get home. All right, it's late. Let's go back. Yi Chutong finally decided to return to the mansion. Yi Amling let out a deep breath of relief. Just as they reached the door, Yi Chutong suddenly stopped. When Yi Amling's alarm bell sounded, she turned and said to the shopkeeper, Shopkeeper, I won't embroider handkerchiefs to earn embroidery wages anymore. The shopkeeper was surprised by her sudden change of mind. All right, Miss Yi, whatever you say. She couldn't force her. Yi Amling thought Yi Chutong had finally understood her true status as the eldest daughter of the Minister of Works. However, Yi Chutong's next words nearly made her spit out blood. My mother left me a huge dowry. Even if the minister's residence is poor, it's not so poor that I can't live well. Hearing this, many people remembered the glory of Tang Wanning's marriage to Yi Jingchuan. I heard that the South's richest family, the Tang family, loves their youngest daughter very much and gave her the best jewelry. 128 bridal sedan chairs, enough to fill a whole boat, half of the Tang family's wealth. Miss Yi's wealth beyond measure, but was sent to the countryside to eat plain food. Just thinking about it makes people feel sad. The embroidery shop owner, though not seeing the grand wedding herself, often heard about it in the palace. The dowry, comparable to a treasury, made everyone envious. She smiled and said, Miss Yi doesn't really need to earn silver. The dowry your mother left you is so large that even if you spend gold and silver all your life, it would never run out. It's true that no one is interested in those dowries. She finished and left the embroidery shop. Yi Amling, lost and hopeless, followed her out. Her confidence to become crown princess or empress was built on the huge dowry Tang Wanning left. Now that Yi Chutang had revealed the dowry, could she still achieve her wish? After they left, the people in the embroidery shop discussed quietly. Miss Yi seems simple, but she's not easy to deal with. No wonder she's the daughter of a merchant. Though she grew up in the countryside, she's very clever. Exactly, she's at a disadvantage, but managed to turn the tables easily. With her mother's dowry, the matchmaker will probably be eager to push her into the minister's residence. The minister's residence will be lively soon. When Yi Chutang and Yi Amling returned to the minister's residence, Yi Chutang outshone Princess Anfeng. The Grand Duke wanted to marry Yi Amling. Yi Chutang earned her living by sewing handkerchiefs. Yi Jingchuan was so poor, he only had 5,000 taels. Lady Tang left her only daughter a huge dowry. These 5 shocking pieces of news spread throughout the capital. The palace's Grand Duke, knowing Yi Jingchuan was unhappy about his marriage to Yi Amling, wanted to replace her with a more beautiful legitimate daughter. He loved beautiful women and, if not for the Empress's intervention, he wouldn't have looked at Yi Amling at all. If he could find a wife more to his liking, that would be better. But he hated being manipulated and still had to give the Empress an explanation. So, whether it was Yi Amling, who wanted to be crown princess, or Yi Chutang, with her huge dowry, he wanted them both. As for others' gossip, he didn't care. The family banquet at the minister's residence in 3 days. I'm a bit looking forward to it, he said with a sharp, cackling voice that sent chills down people's spines. Little Bamboo, go find out about Miss Yi. I want her portrait. He wanted to see if Yi Chutang was truly as beautiful and talented as rumors claimed. Yes, Your Excellency. At this moment, in the Shongshu residence, Yi Jingchuan sat in the main seat of the outer courtyard's main hall, glaring at Yi Chutang with veins bulging on his forehead. He slapped the table and shouted, "Naughty girl, kneel down." Yi Chutang did not kneel. Knowing her father's temper, she asked calmly, "May I ask why Lord Yi is so angry? What have you done? Do you not know yourself?" Then I ask Lord Yi, which words I said are false. Yi Jingchuan was so angry he felt chest pain. "Naughty girl, you've brought shame to the Shongshu residence and still dare say you did nothing wrong." Yi Chutang sneered. "Lord Yi, think about it. Did I really do anything wrong?" Yi Jingchuan naturally would not empathize with Yi Chutang. He only cared about his beloved daughter, Yi Amling. "Amling suffered such serious injuries because of you, and you still accuse her? Have you no conscience?" Yi Chutang scoffed. "She's not protecting me, but rather my face that can charm the old man." At this moment, the old man, De Gonggong, already knew that Yi Jingchuan wanted her to marry someone else. He wondered if this eunuch might cause trouble for her father.
Seeing her mention De Gonggong, Ye Wingchuan girey angrier.
He stood up quickly and walked over to Yi Chutang, raising his hand to slap her face. Slap! Yi Chutang struck Yi Jingchuan back with all her strength. There was a loud crack, and Yi Jingchuan's hand broke. Ah! A pig-like scream nearly shook the roof. His palm immediately turned swollen and dark purple from blood congestion. He looked at his broken hand in disbelief, eyes rolling with pain. Housekeeper Chun and the guards rushed into the main hall after hearing his scream. Only Yi Jingchuan and Yi Chutang remained inside, one crying out in pain, the other watching coldly. Housekeeper Chun looked at Yi Jingchuan's broken hand, trembling with fear. He asked nervously, "Master, what happened?" Then he quickly ordered the guards to fetch the palace doctor. Yi Jingchuan endured the pain, gasping for air, his eyes full of murderous intent toward Yi Chutang. He commanded the guards, "Capture this wicked girl and punish her with 20 strokes." After Yi Jingchuan gave the order, the guards immediately went to arrest Yi Chutang. "Miss, I'm sorry to offend you." Yi Chutang stood still, allowing the guards to seize her. Yi Jingchuan knew she was skilled in martial arts and thought she might resist, but she surrendered willingly. Good, you're sensible. Knowing that fists alone can't match for hands, he showed no mercy and looked at housekeeper Chin. Call all the masters to the front yard, including that crazy woman. Yes, sir. Intuition told Yi Chutang that this crazy woman was not simple. Why did Yi Jingchuan specifically mention her? Could she be connected to the original owner? As Yi Chutang pondered various possibilities, the guard brought in a long bench and placed it in the courtyard. At the same time, the palace doctor hurried over with a medicine box. The doctor examined Yi Jingchuan's broken hand and relaxed his tense heart. Master, your wrist is dislocated, but it can be fixed. Yi Jingchuan let out a deep breath, relieved it wasn't truly broken. He nodded with a pale face. Fix it. All right, it might hurt a bit. Please bear with it, sir. Before Yi Jingchuan was mentally prepared, he heard a click as his wrist was set. Sharp pain hit him, and he let out a scream, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Yi Chutang watched Yi Jingchuan move his wrist and smiled, saying, Lord Yi, you are so fragile. Next time, don't clap hands. Yi Jingchuan's anger surged, and he shouted, Bastard girl. Come here, slap her. Lord Yi, about the invitation to the family feast, you've already sent out some, right? Implying, how dare you ruin my face? What if the invitation is sent? It's natural for a father to discipline his daughter, even if 3 days later her face isn't healed. No one can say anything against him. Seeing that Yi Jingchuan was determined not to change his mind, the guard immediately raised his hand to slap Yi Chutang's face. She quickly pulled out the jade hairpin that held Yi Jingchuan's hair and stabbed the guard's hand with it. Blood dripped onto the ground, splashing like red plum blossoms. Yi Jingchuan's eyes were blurred by falling ink-black hair. The expected slap didn't come. Instead, he was overwhelmed by the smell of blood at his nose. He pushed aside the hair covering his face, looking at Yi Chutang, who held the blood-stained jade hairpin, his right hand trembling purple. You. Before he could speak, Yi Chutang thrust the hairpin toward Yi Jingchuan's eyes. Master, Chuaner, father. The Yi family members arrived at the front yard just in time to see this dangerous scene, their voices trembling with fear. Yi Jingchuan was also startled, his pupils shrinking rapidly, his heart stopping. Rationality told him to hide, but his body seemed frozen. The jade hairpin enlarged before his eyes. Then it pressed close to his eyeball and stopped. Blood on the hairpin, due to inertia, splashed into his eyes, a glaring red. Surviving the ordeal, he sank heavily to the ground, gasping violently, looking utterly helpless. Old Madame Yi, supported by Kong Ru, hurried over to Yi Jingchuan. Kong Ru helped him up. Sir, are you all right? She asked, using a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his eyes. Old Madame Yi looked at Yi Chutang, who resembled Tang Wanning by 7 or 8 points, with visible disgust. You actually hit a senior? Are you tired of living? Yi Chutang calmly nodded. Yes, so before I die, I won't let myself be wronged anymore. Whoever dares to provoke me, I will bite them. You're really crazy. That's enough. Old Madame Yi choked and looked at Yi Jingchuan, who had just regained his composure. Chuana, you need to discipline this girl properly, or she'll go to heaven. Yi Jingchuan lost face, and his dislike for Yi Chutang reached its peak. Come here, punish the young lady with a whip. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman covered in dirt and with messy hair collapsed on the bench in the yard.
Spank.
Spank my bottom. Yi Jingchuan looked at the dirty, stinky Jinji with disgust. Catch this crazy woman and make sure she watches the young lady be whipped. Hearing this, Yi Chutang realized that crazy woman probably had a close relationship with the original owner. Also, Yi Jingchuan seemed to have some ulterior motives toward her. Having her watch the punishment was likely a test to see if she was truly crazy or pretending. When the guards went to catch Jinji, she immediately climbed up from the bench, grinning as she rushed toward Yi Chutang. Miss, the servant is hungry, wanna eat. She hadn't taken more than a few steps before the guards grabbed her, pulling her messy hair and controlling her. Stop talking nonsense, I'll beat your mouth to pieces. Hearing this, Yi Chutang knew that the crazy woman was often mistreated and bullied. The Miss Jinji mentioned was probably Tang Wanning. Suppressing her urge to save her, she watched the approaching guards and quickly snatched the golden hairpin from old Madame Ye's head, pressing it against her neck's carotid artery. Old Madame Ye screamed in fear. "You little brat." As soon as she cursed, she felt a sharp pain in her neck and immediately shut her mouth. Everyone was shocked to see the blood on old Madame Ye's neck, thinking that Yi Chudang had truly gone mad. Beating her father, stabbing her grandmother, such cruelty to elders would land her in big trouble. Yi Jingchuan trembled with anger. "Yi Chudang, what exactly do you want to do?" Yi Chudang didn't answer but asked back, "Lord Yi, do you still want to silence me and punish me with a whip? As long as you release your grandmother, I will forgive you. Everyone, go stand in the yard. Let's have a talk." Kong Ru was worried that Yi Jingchuan might get into trouble and quickly opposed. "Master, she's just a crazy girl. You can't agree." Yi Chudang looked at Kong Ru with a sinister smile. "Since Madame Yi and Lord Yi are so deeply in love, then let them stay together." Her tone was cold as ice, giving a feeling like she wanted them to stay as ghosts together. Kong Ru gulped nervously, immediately regretting her words. Yi Jingchuan knew Yi Chudang wouldn't really kill him, otherwise she would have already attacked. "Everyone, get out." He wanted to see what this rebellious girl would say. The Yi family members, guards, and the family doctor all left one after another. Kong Ru also left, but was called back by Yi Chudang. "Madame Yi, why are you running?" "The old master told me to leave." Although she said this, Yi Jingchuan still felt a bit unhappy about her departure. "Stay here." Soon, only 4 people remained in the main hall. Yi Chudang didn't close the door, so everyone could see what was happening inside. She was feeling a little tired and loosened her grip on Madame Yi, sitting down on a chair. Yi Jingchuan was about to pull his mother to leave now that she was free, but Yi Chudang threw a golden hairpin at him. The hairpin brushed past their faces and stuck into the wooden door. "Everyone stay still, or we won't be able to go out upright." "Sit down." The 3 obediently sat around the table. Yi Chudang poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip to soothe her throat, then looked at Yi Jingchuan. "Thanks to you, Grandpa already knows I am very beautiful. Thanks to me, he also knows you are protecting Yi Amling and wants me to marry in her place. That eunuch loves beauty, so you've played along, balancing good and bad. But if I don't satisfy him in 3 days, what do you think he will do to you?" Yi Jingchuan knew very well that Grandpa was vengeful. He replied cautiously, "At worst, he'll demote me. At best, he'll destroy the Yi family." Yi Chudang had long expected this ending and smiled slightly. "Now, do you still dare to move me?" Everyone stared with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Especially Jinji, who was controlled by the guardian. She held back tears and silently shouted in her heart, "Miss, did you see that? Little Miss is not only alive but also very promising. The suffering you endured, Little Miss will surely take revenge for you." In the main hall, Yi Chudang looked at the prepared tea, picked up the cup, and spilled it on the ground. "Mother, have some tea." Kong Ru immediately remembered serving tea to the merchant's daughter Tang Wanning every day when she was a concubine. Anger and humiliation flooded her heart. She was about to lose her temper, but was warned with a cold look from Yi Jingchuan. Seeing Yi Chudang so calm, Yi Jingchuan regretted bringing her home. It was only the first day, and she had already caused trouble at the Shangshu residence. What exactly do you want?" Yi Chudang let go, and the cup fell and shattered on the ground. "If people don't bother me, I won't bother them. But if someone harms me, I will double back. Do you understand, Lord Yi?" Yi Jingchuan understood the principle, but didn't understand her meaning. "Be clearer. Those rumors are just warnings. If you don't want the Yi family to disappear from the capital, stop having bad thoughts about me." Old lady Yi was so angry she laughed. "Who do you think you are?" Although the Yi family's roots in the capital weren't deep, besides the emperor and Grand Duke Da, who could make a second-rank official family disappear. Yi Chudang smiled and said, "Killing the whole family isn't too hard. The 3 members of the Yi family. This wicked girl actually wants to wipe out the Yi family." Yi Jingchuan snorted coldly. "Aren't you afraid that the first person to be poisoned might be you? You can try, and see who ends up dead." Yi Chutang's calmness made Yi Jingchuan feel uneasy. His instincts told him not to confront this crazy girl head-on. He quickly played the emotional card. I know it's hard for you to marry Linger in my place, but I had no choice. Linger, Yi Chutang guessed what Yi Jingchuan was about to say and interrupted him immediately. Are you trying to say that Yi Amling is favored by the crown prince, has a chance to become empress, and will make the Yi family even more powerful? Her bold words shocked the three of them deeply. Yi Jingchuan immediately closed the door of the main hall. Can you think before you speak? The emperor and empress are still alive. How can you talk about becoming the mother of the nation? If someone with bad intentions hears this and reports it to the Tian family, it could bring disaster to the Yi family, leading to their destruction. Yi Chutang ignored Yi Jingchuan and continued. It's useless that the crown prince likes Yi Amling. He still has to listen to the empress. The empress doesn't like Yi Amling, which is why Grand Duke Do wants to marry her. As long as the empress is alive, Yi Amling marrying Grand Duke Do is certain. My being a substitute bride will only result in Grand Duke Do taking both of us. She accepted her because of her beauty. She accepted Yi Amling because she was the empress. This is not a contradiction. Kong Ru eagerly argued back to Yi Chutang. The empress only thinks that the Yi family can't provide much help to the crown prince and wants to give the crown princess position to a military daughter. As long as Linger agrees to become a concubine, the empress won't force her to marry grandfather Da. Yi Chutang's smile was mocking, hitting the core directly. The premise for the empress to let Yi Amling be the crown prince's concubine is that she brings the dowry my mother left me into the crown prince's residence, right? She looked at Kong Ru's changing expression, piercing her emotionally. If Yi Amling loses my mother's dowry, can she still be the crown prince's concubine? The Tian family is the most ruthless, always prioritizing interests. The crown prince may really like Yi Amling, but he probably prefers power even more. Kong Ru's face was calm as she argued. When your mother passed away, she said that her dowry was for all the children. So, the dowry you brought is also for all the children, Kong Ru. She couldn't say of course not, or it would seem she was less generous than Tang Wanning. Thinking that her dowry was less than Tang Wanning's, she agreed very readily. Of course. Yi Chutang immediately took the opportunity to add, after dinner, send my share to Ningqiu court. Kong Ru immediately refused. Your dowry can only be given to you after you marry. Fine, I'll find a man tomorrow and get married right here. Yi Jingchuan. Don't be reckless. Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. This is the best way to get rid of grandfather Da. How can it be reckless? You're too naive. If you provoke grandfather Da, even if you marry, you can't escape. Unless she married the emperor. But the emperor is at Qingyan Temple. Even if she had this thought, she couldn't accomplish it before the family banquet. So, planning against my Lord Yi is meant to sacrifice the two legitimate daughters to keep the Shangshu mansion safe. Yi Jingchuan couldn't deny it. If Yi Chutang hadn't seen through his plan, he could have kept Yi Amling safe. The Yi family could have even produced an empress from Tang Wanning's dowry. But it was all ruined by Yi Chutang. Thinking of this, Yi Jingchuan's anger couldn't be contained. He coldly asked, who is your inside man at the Shangshu mansion? He didn't believe Yi Chutang was so clever that she would see everything right after returning to the Yi family. There must be someone secretly helping her. Yi Chutang ignored Yi Jingchuan's words and brought the topic back. Lord Yi, to get to the point, if you don't want any accidents at the family banquet or the Shangshu mansion, you must agree to a few conditions. Yi Jingchuan was truly afraid of Yi Chutang's ability to cause trouble. He rubbed his temples and said, go ahead. First, at dinner, everyone must give me a gift to meet me, and it can't be too modest. Second, after dinner, I want to see Lady Ye's dowry list and the dowry given to me. Third, tomorrow, Lord Yi and Lady Yi will kneel and apologize at my mother's grave. As soon as Yi Chutang finished speaking, Yi Jingchuan and Kong Ru both refused at the same time. Impossible. To keep the Yi family safe, they could accept the first two conditions but not the third. I'll give Lord Yi one night to think it over. When you're ready, shout loudly for me. Yi Jingchuan didn't understand what Yi Chutang meant but was too lazy to ask. Fine. He and Yi Chutang had spoken so much only as a delay tactic. When she relaxes her guard and falls into his trap, she will become an uncontrollable dog. Yi Chutang noticed the sneaky look in Yi Jingchuan's eyes. She didn't care and stood up, asking, "Lordy, it's getting late. When will dinner be served?" Yi Jingchuan thought everyone would bring a gift to meet Yi Chutang, so he set dinner 2 hours later. Yi Chutang opened the main hall door. "All right, see you soon." Before returning to Ningqiu courtyard, she shot a glance at the crazy woman. After Kong Ru confirmed Yi Chutang left the front yard, she said to Yi Jingchuan, "Master, we can't let Cha run wild anymore. Otherwise, the entire Shangshu residence will be buried with her mischief." Lady Yi touched her injured neck, her eyes fierce. "Chuaner, that wicked girl dared to hurt even me. You must teach her a lesson." Yi Jingchuan, being a filial son, quickly comforted Lady Yi. "Mother, don't worry. I will avenge you." Kong Ru suggested, "Master, Cha has harmful intentions toward everyone. Maybe we should give her medicine to control her." Medical and poison treatments are related. The house doctor must have poison. Once Yi Chutang is poisoned, we can use an antidote to control her and make her obedient. Lady Yi also thought this was a good idea and nodded in agreement. "Chuaner, don't hesitate anymore." Yi Jingchuan had also planned to tamper with a dinner to poison Yi Chutang, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Since she dared to openly threaten to kill the family, she probably knows medicine. If she finds out about the poison, he will be completely on the defensive. "Mother, I have a way to make Cho obey. Don't worry about it." After speaking, he looked at Kong Ru. "Go inform everyone to prepare a gift for Cha, anything valuable." Kong Ru hesitated. "Master." "Foolish woman, go quickly." "Yes, master." Yi Jingchuan watched the reluctant Kong Ru, too tired to explain further to her shallow mind. The most urgent matter now is to keep Yi Chutang calm and relaxed. Once he gains control over her, he will take back everything he gave her, and no one will lose anything. Madame Yi understood Yi Jingchuan's meaning. "I will go and get the pair of jade bangles and the white jade Buddha I recently acquired." Yi Jingchuan helped Madame Yi to stand. "Mother, there's no need to rush. Let the family doctor check your injury first. It's just a small scrape, no big deal." After 15 minutes, the dining hall was filled with delicious dishes, the aroma tempting. Yi Chutang sat at the head of the table, with Danner and Schwanger standing on her sides. One was responsible for counting the greeting gifts, the other for recording. Yi Jingchuan handed over 20,000 taels of silver and a set of priceless calligraphy and painting supplies. "Chutang, you shouldn't call me Yi Darren anymore. It feels too distant." Yi Chutang took the silver and smiled. "Thanks, Dad, for the 1,000 taels as a change of address gift." As soon as she said this, only Kong Ru, who knew the truth, kept her composure. Everyone else's faces changed. Isn't calling him Dad normal? Why do they need a change of address fee? And it's 1,000 taels. The annual salary of a second-rank official for 6 or 7 years. Do they also need to pay some money for her to change her address? Although Yi Jingchuan didn't care if Yi Chutang called him Dad, the dad paid for with money sounded especially sweet. As long as Chutang is happy. This made the others, who hadn't been involved in the conversation, feel shocked. The head of the family had previously wanted to punish Yi Chutang, but now he was shamelessly trying to please her. What happened? Yi Chutang happily accepted the calligraphy and painting supplies from Danner, smiling brightly. "Having money and gifts makes me happy."
Keep going.
Kong Ru endured her disgust and stepped forward, giving Yi Chutang 2 sets of expensive headpieces, 2 pairs of bangles, and 2,000 taels of silver. Yi Chutang accepted the gifts and commented, "Madam Yi isn't as generous as your daughter. As the head wife, I manage the household frugally. I don't have many valuables or silver. Madam Yi, you should stop being so frugal. After so many years of penny pinching, you only saved 5,000 taels." Kong Ru was publicly humiliated and lost her temper. "Who said?" she started, but was interrupted by Yi Jingchuan. "Stop talking. Let's finish the greeting gifts quickly and have dinner." Kong Ru finally realized she had fallen for Yi Chutang's provocation and almost revealed the old secrets of the Shangshu residence. Madame Yi asked her personal maid to hand over the prepared greeting gifts to Yi Chutang. Besides the jade bangles and white jade Buddha, she also added an ancient zither. After Yi Chudang received the gifts, she asked, "How much is the change of address fee, Chudang?" Yi Amling watched her ask several times, but the old madam hadn't even given her the zither, so she was jealous to death. She forced a weak yet innocent smile. Grandmother gave the eldest sister many good things, so she probably won't ask for a formal greeting fee again, right? The shy person would definitely agree when hearing this. But Yi Chudang wouldn't let herself be wronged. She enjoys watching the Yi family look at her with displeasure, yet be unable to do anything about it. Miss Yi, since you like to generously give to others, then pay the 5,000 taels for the formal greeting fee on behalf of old Master Yi. Yi Amling couldn't smile anymore. After paying for the fabric from the embroidery shop, her purse was empty. Big sister, you're joking. The savings I've accumulated over these years are all spent by you. If you have no money, just be honest and stop causing trouble, Yi Chudang said, then looked at old Madam Yi. Old Madam, you've lived 10 more years than father, so 5,000 taels should be enough, right? Old Madam Ye's face darkened like a pot bottom, and her tone was unfriendly. Gui Xiang, go get the money. If she could get the money back, she definitely wouldn't give it away. When her personal maid went to fetch the silver notes, the rest of the Yi family members presented their greetings. Yi Yanzhou, the eldest legitimate son, not only loved beauty but also had peculiar hobbies. Since meeting Yi Chudang, his eyes never left her. He gave her many expensive gifts. Big sister, welcome home. The 5,000 taels for the formal greeting fee will be delivered later. Kong Ru was stunned. Among peers, what kind of formal greeting fee is that? Soon she realized her son had special feelings for Yi Chudang. She quickly scolded, "Jir, don't be mischievous. The greeting fee is a matter for elders, not you. If the eldest son gave it, the younger son would have to give it too." Even if she could get the money back, she didn't want to give Yi Chudang an extra 10,000 taels. Yi Yanzhou immediately argued, "How can it be unrelated? If I give the greeting fee, I am truly the big sister's brother." Yi Chudang already knew from Danner that Yi Yanzhou was not a good person. But she didn't expect him to have such wicked thoughts about her, his blood-related older sister. Since that's the case, she would go along with him for now, then at the family banquet, make him fall from grace. She smiled charmingly. "As long as the greeting fee is paid, you'll be my brother." Yi Yanzhou's heart raced with excitement, and he lowered his eyes to hide his wicked thoughts. Kong Ru saw her legitimate eldest son's hidden intentions and felt like killing Yi Chudang. Damn girl. Fox spirit. She must not let her ruin Jir. Chioha, go bring the 3,000 taels of silver notes I used to treat Junir's illness and the 100-year-old ginseng as his greeting gift and formal fee. She knew Yi Jingchuan loved his sickly younger son Yi Yanzhou very much. She deliberately said this to pressure him into acting quickly against Yi Chudang. Yi Jingchuan, after hearing Kong Ru's words, lost his temper. "Nonsense. Ginseng is Juer's life-saving medicine, and it can't be touched." After shouting, he coldly looked at Yi Chudang. Juer is young and weak, so no need for a greeting gift or a formal speech. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yanzhou whispered, "Father, I am also a member of the Yi family, and I can't be an exception." Yi Chudang glanced at Yi Yanzhou, who was sitting weakly and innocently in the chair. "Your situation is special, so no gift is necessary." She was dealing with those in the Yi family who held ill intentions toward the original owner, and she wouldn't harm innocent people. Yi Yanzhou insisted, "Elder sister, I want to give a gift." Yi Chudang looked into his clear eyes and said nothing further. She continued to prepare the meeting gifts for her 2 aunts and the illegitimate daughter, Yi Xin. After finishing, she looked at Yi Xin. "I heard you're getting married at the end of the year?" Yi Xin nodded obediently. "Yes, elder sister. Madam Yi said her dowry will be divided equally among all children, regardless of status. Remember to get your share." What Yi Chudang didn't say was that if Yi Xin misbehaved, she wouldn't get a single share. Both Aunt Lu and Yi Xin were stunned. They looked at Kong Ru in disbelief and bowed politely. "Thank you, madam." Kong Ru didn't expect Yi Chudang to bring up this matter openly in front of everyone. Even if she was unwilling, she could only nod in agreement. Family should share everything. Aunt Lu and Yi Xin knew this wasn't Kongru's true feelings and secretly glanced at Yi Chudang. Since her return, she had already controlled the main branch. She was not simple. Yi Chutang ignored their gazes and received 13,000 taels of dowry and 100-year-old ginseng. Grandmother, Jewer, Jir. After speaking, she asked Danner and Shuang'e to take the gifts back to Ningqiu court. Yi Amling, though not particularly fond of Yi Chutang recognizing her as a sister, was upset. She had spent so much money, lost face, and been injured, yet she wasn't acknowledged. She was unhappy. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Jingchuan called everyone to eat. The dishes suited Yi Chutang's taste perfectly. She was very casual, eating whatever she wanted, wild and carefree. Everyone at the table was stunned. Kongru watched Yi Chudang, who showed no concern about the food and deeply regretted not poisoning her directly. If Yi Chudang knew what she was thinking, she would surely say, "You should be glad I didn't poison you. You'd be the one to fall." Yi Jingchuan looked at Yi Chutang, who had no manners, and reminded her, "Chewer, eating too fast can cause indigestion." Yi Chutang threw the finished chicken leg onto the table and deliberately licked her oily fingers. "I've lived over 10 years, and am eating such good food for the first time. I can't control myself." After saying that, she continued to eat happily without regard for others. Everyone at the table was stunned. Yi Jingchuan felt his eyes hurt. "Starting tomorrow, you must learn to behave properly. 5,000 taels. Have you become obsessed with money?" Yi Chutang didn't even lift her eyelids. "No pressure. Dad can do as he wishes." Yi Jingchuan thought he could control Yi Chutang tonight without much trouble. He replied irritably, "Fine, fine, fine," and Ling. That for the first time she realized that 5,000 taels was so easy to earn. After dinner, Yi Chutang stood up and looked at Kongru. "In half an hour, I want to see the bride's dowry list and the one given to me in Ningqiu court," she said, then strode away. Old Madam Yi angrily threw down her chopsticks. The elders haven't even finished eating, and she leaves the table first. Does she have any manners? Yi Jingchuan asked a maid to serve tea to old Madam Yi to calm her anger. "Mother, please bear with it a little longer. It won't be too long," he said. Then he looked at Kongru. "Go prepare the dowry and deliver it to Ningqiu court." Half an hour later, the sky was like a thick black veil, with stars faintly visible above it. Lanterns in the Shangshu residence were lit, casting a warm, yellow glow. Kongru asked a servant to carry the 8 dowry boxes to Ningqiu court. Yi Chudang, who had finished washing and dressing, sat in the courtyard wearing a coat, drinking chilled grape juice made from spiritual spring water. Shuang'e helped her braid her damp hair. As the dowry boxes were carried into the courtyard, she counted. Only 8 boxes. Kongru looked at Yi Chutang's confused eyes and showed her an old dowry list. "When I got married, I had 64 boxes of dowry. The ones that were crossed out were used to support the family. The remaining ones I divided into 4 parts. Actually, she hadn't lost a single item from her dowry. She deliberately crossed out the valuable items, not wanting to give Yi Chudang too much. Even if she could get them back soon, she didn't want to." Yi Chutang looked at the dowry list handed to her and smelled a faint, strange fragrance on it, soft tendons powder, and a sleeping drug. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear. Taking this opportunity, she secretly applied some poison from her space onto her fingertips. She was a professional at poisoning. When she reached out to take the list, she deliberately touched Kongru's thumb. Kongru didn't think much of it, her attention focused on the dowry list. Seeing Yi Chudang hold the spot where she had applied the poison, she was overjoyed. Soon, that hateful girl would be paralyzed and unable to move. She wanted her to kneel and apologize at Tang Wanning's grave. No way. Yi Chutang saw Kongru's hidden delight and understood her plan. After glancing at the list, she handed it to Danner. Later, copy a copy of Lady Ye's dowry list. Kongru's alarm bells rang. Why are you copying this?" "It's nothing, I just pay more attention to detail," Yi Chudang replied. Kongru thought that no matter what Yi Chudang did, it would be all in vain, so she didn't bother to argue anymore. Whatever you say, Yi Chutang said to Danner. First, count the dowry. If everything is okay, put it in the storeroom. Ning Chuyuan has no storeroom. She had previously asked Wang Kai to tidy up the wood storage, which was used temporarily. Danner was quick and finished counting the dowry in about the time of a stick of incense. Miss, the dowry given by the madam matches the list. Yi Chutang nodded and looked at Kong Ru. Madam Yi, you can go back now. After I finish copying the list, I will have Shuanga send it to you. No rush, you can give it to me tomorrow. Kong Ru finished speaking and secretly glanced at Shuanga before turning to leave. Danner called a servant to carry the dowry boxes into the wood storage. After the servant left, Shuanga, feeling proud, said, Miss, you should remember that a fragile person like you should. Yi Chutang turned her head to look at Shuanga, her dark eyes cold and deep like a cold pond. Should what? Shuanga met Yi Chutang's gaze, feeling a chill run down her back. She quickly changed her tone. It's nothing. Miss, you can do whatever you want. Anyway, whatever the madam did, it was like grasshoppers after autumn, soon to be gone. Yi Chutang called Danner to help her braid her hair and said to Shuanga, remember, I want obedient maids who protect their master, not chatterboxes giving advice. Her cold tone carried a terrifying pressure. Shuanga immediately knelt down. I know I was wrong. Don't let it happen again, or the next maid sold to the low brothel will be you. Yes, I obey. Get up. Soon, Danner finished braiding Yi Chutang's hair. Miss, who do you want on night duty tonight? Hearing this, Yi Chutang knew Danner had something to tell her. Just you. After saying that, she returned to her room. Shuanga remembered the look Kong Ru gave her before leaving, and she had a feeling that something would happen to Yi Chutang tonight. She told Danner, you'll be on night duty tonight. Go wash up first. After washing, Danner went to Yi Chutang's chamber. Yi Chutang leaned on the noble consort's bed, her black hair partly covering her face, admiring the welcome gifts she received during dinner. The beautiful woman on the side of the bed was captivating. Shuanga's face slightly reddened. She composed herself and quickly stepped forward. Miss, where do you want to keep these valuable items? Yi Chutang didn't answer her immediately. Hearing the approaching footsteps, she suddenly pushed open the window on her left. Yi Chutang peeked out, seeing Shuanga caught hiding under the window, and a smile appeared on her lips. Shuanga, what are you hiding here for? Shuanga's face changed slightly as she hurriedly explained. The servant was not hiding. She saw a mouse here and worried it might disturb the young lady, so she wanted to quietly catch it. Yi Chutang leaned on the windowsill, smiling innocently and harmlessly. Indeed, it's a big mouse. Shuanga, I gave you a chance. Since you don't want it, forget it. Shuanga immediately knelt down, banging her head loudly. Please forgive me, young lady. I won't dare again. Her trembling voice showed her deep fear. Yi Chutang kept smiling and quietly watched as Shuanga's forehead turned pale, then blue, then purple, and finally bled profusely. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have started. Seeing Yi Chutang indifferent to her pleas, Shuanga's fear spread through her body, making her tremble all over. Young lady, please give me another chance. I promise I won't disappoint you. Opportunity is something you must fight for, Yi Chutang replied. Shuanga understood her meaning and struggled inside. She worried that after betraying Lady Yi, the final winner would be Lady Yi herself. She also feared that if she refused to give up, the young lady might sell her to a brothel. Yi Chutang looked at Shuanga weighing her options, shook her head, and closed the window. Shuanga's heart sank sharply, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. In the inner chamber, Danner watched the closed window and asked, Young lady, should we let Shuanga kneel outside the window? Could she still say what she wanted to say? Yi Chutang saw Danner's eyelids growing heavy, knowing the effects of the muscle-relaxing medicine had taken hold. Let her kneel. Suddenly, Danner felt powerless. Her body kept sinking downward. She thought she was just sleepy, shook her head hard, but then fainted and fell to the ground. Something was wrong. Her body felt strange. Young lady. She only managed to say 3 words before she lost her voice. Her eyelids became heavy as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, and she couldn't open them. Her consciousness faded, and she fainted. Yi Chutang shouted, Danner, what's wrong? After shouting, she turned her head toward the window and fainted, pushing the window open slightly. Shuang'er looked at Yi Chutang, who was closing her eyes in confusion. She tentatively called out, "Young lady." After a few calls, there was no response. She placed her finger under Yi Chutang's nose, felt shallow breaths, and pushed her again. "Young lady," still no reply. Shuang'er gathered her courage, pushed the window further open, and found Danner also collapsed on the ground. Realizing something was wrong, she immediately left Ningqiu Court to find Lady Yi. As Shuang'er's footsteps faded out of hearing, Yi Chutang suddenly opened her eyes. She stored the items she bought in the afternoon and the evening's gift in her space. Then she jumped out of her room through the window. She went to the firewood shed where the dowry chest was kept, broke the lock, and took 8 boxes of dowry. Yi Chutang thought for a moment and also put all the valuable items from Ningqiu Courtyard into her space. The space, already nearly full, was now packed tight. After gathering the items, she picked up the unconscious Danner and went to the bamboo nest. Using her earth escape technique, she arrived at the main lady's courtyard. She wanted to see the big gift she had prepared for Kongru. At this moment, Shuang'er, covered in blood, had already arrived at Liuli Courtyard where Kongru lived. She pressed her forehead and said to the maid at the gate, "I am Shuang'er from Ningqiu Courtyard. I have urgent business to see the madam." Kongru had previously told the maid that if Shuang'er came, she should be allowed in directly. "Shuang'er sister, please come in. Madam is waiting for you." Shuang'er was not surprised and immediately entered the courtyard. Kongru sat in the main seat of the main hall, talking with Yi Jingchuan about poisoning Yi Chutang. "Sir, you don't need to worry anymore. Chuer has already taken the sedative and soft muscle powder, so she should be unconscious now." Yi Jingchuan asked suspiciously, "Are you sure?" "Of course. I saw her touch the poisoned dowry list myself. Too smooth." "Could there be a trap?" Kongru said confidently. "No. Dr. Gao said that the soft muscle powder is very effective. Even someone skilled in martial arts would be affected. Dr. Gao was the family doctor, and his medical skills were quite good." Yi Jingchuan looked at his swollen, purple hand, deep in thought. Although he didn't know Yi Chutang well, her actions didn't seem like she would be easily caught. Let's wait for news. He hoped everything would go well. Otherwise, with her stubborn personality, she would definitely cause chaos in the Shangshu mansion. Kongru nodded and looked anxiously toward the door. Based on the timing, Shuang'er should be bringing news. Just as her thoughts arose, the courtyard gate opened, and a disheveled Shuang'er hurried in. Kongru ignored her blood-stained face and asked anxiously, "Are Yi Chutang and Danner both unconscious?" Danner also touched the poisoned dowry list. Shuang'er nodded breathlessly. "Yes." Hearing this, Kongru's heart eased. She then looked at the wound on Shuang'er's forehead. "What happened to your forehead?" The maidservant overheard the eldest lady talking at the corner of the wall, trying to gather information for the madam, and was punished.
"Don't worry, madam.
Even if the eldest lady used threats, I didn't betray you. Go quickly and have the family doctor treat your wound to avoid scarring." Shuang'er knelt down. "Madam, my servant's contract." Kongru helped her up. "Don't worry. I will retrieve your contract later." After speaking, she looked at Yi Jingchuan and said, "Master." Gulp gulp. Just as she opened her mouth, her stomach growled loudly. A cramping pain struck her. Kongru let out a muffled cry of pain, her bottom clenched, and something seemed ready to burst out. Old. Puff. A foul smell filled the air. Puff puff. Puff puff puff. Hiding behind the pear tree, Yi Chutang listened to the machine gun-like sounds and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. The laxative irrigated by spiritual spring was very effective. Kongru's pants were soaked through, dripping yellow liquid. The smell was so strong it made people feel sick. She was stunned. Old. Master. Puff. Yi Jingchuan and Shuang'er, equally stunned by her, flood, regained their senses. The former quickly ran out of the main hall. The latter, with a face turning purple from holding back, said, "Madam, you might have eaten something bad. I will call the doctor." Her gagging sound made Kongru's eyes fill with anger. The lowly servant dared to look down on her. Just as Kongru was about to scold her in anger, she suddenly let out another puff. Unable to bear it, Shuang'e ran out to find the doctor. Yi Jingchuan looked at Kongru, covered in yellowish liquid, with disgust, and quickly left the glazed glass courtyard. He vowed never to come back to this courtyard again, let alone get close to her.
Ugh.
Just thinking about it made him feel sick. He immediately called Chenzhong. Bring 10 guards and follow me to Ningqiu courtyard. The wicked girl was finally in his hands. He would teach her how to behave properly. Chenzhong smelled the foul odor coming from the glazed glass courtyard. He didn't ask questions and replied calmly, "Yes, sir." Yi Chudang, after seeing the big gift behind the pear tree, took Danner and left for Yi Jingchuan's study. It was called a study, but it was actually a small courtyard. Inside, there was a 3-story large pavilion. The first floor was Yi Jingchuan's office and lounge, while the second and third floors stored countless books. Yi Chutang carried Danu out from the corner of the courtyard, using the faint moonlight to open the pavilion door. She placed Danner in the lounge, and then went to the study. The study was a secure place, usually with a secret room. She wanted to find Yi Jingchuan's secret. The courtyard where the study was located had no lights, and the pavilion was pitch dark, making it impossible to see anything. But this was no problem for Yi Chudang, who had night vision goggles. The first floor was a reception area, with the study on the left and the lounge on the right. The layout of the study was similar to what was shown on TV. The secret room's mechanism was also the same. Looking around, on the antique shelf, she saw a shiny copper, flying horse stepping on flying swallow figurine. Yi Chutang turned the flying horse, and a clicking sound came from it. Moving the bookshelf aside revealed a stone door. There was a password lock related to the 28 constellations on it. The lock should be opened frequently so that some areas appear smoother and cleaner. This is so complicated. It seems there's something inside the secret room. As a healer and poison expert from an ancient martial arts family, Yi Chutang has studied things related to ancient. With the clue, opening this password-protected door was not difficult for her. After trying more than 10 times, the stone door opened. Behind it was not a secret room, but a narrow staircase leading downward. The stairs were paved with blue stones, with smooth stone walls on the other 3 sides. The lighting was too dim to see clearly, but faint holes could be seen in the stones, likely mechanisms. TSK, this is just like a tomb, Yi Chudang muttered, squatting down. She took out a military knife from her space and pried up a blue stone slab. Her hand touched the dirt beneath the stone. Using her earth element abilities to sense the structure below the stairs, she easily avoided the trap. Under the stairs was another password-protected stone door. When she opened it, she found a large space. A huge luminous pearl hung from the ceiling, emitting a faint green glow that lit up the entire secret chamber. Yi Chutang removed her blinding night vision device. Inside the room, there were not only gold, silver, jade, antiques, calligraphy, and rare books, but also weapons and food supplies. She knew Yi Jingchuan was part of the Crown Prince's faction. But if these items were prepared for the Crown Prince, the Empress would not have allowed Yi Amling to marry Duke Da. So, Yi Jingchuan secretly supported another prince. Not very capable but quite scheming, Yi Chudang thought clearly. The weapons couldn't have been brought into the Shangshu mansion openly. There must be a secret passage. She found the hidden passage. Teleporting to the end, she discovered a wine cellar. Above the cellar, there was lively noise, either a brothel or a restaurant. Yi Chutang didn't bother to check and, thinking the wine cellar was part of the Yi family's assets, she took a few jars of good wine into her space. Then she returned the way she came. She searched around and found a hidden compartment inside a golden Buddha statue. Inside was a letter linking Yi Jingchuan, the Crown Prince, and the Second Prince. The letter was brief, but very insightful. Yi Chutang quickly pieced together a corrupt picture of royal power. The emperor was obsessed with immortality and long life, either practicing alchemy or studying Taoism. Not only was this a waste of resources, but it also increased taxes to fill the treasury gaps. The court was controlled by eunuch Duke Da, a twisted man obsessed with beauty, making the court chaotic. The crown prince was greedy, embezzling relief funds and withholding supplies for soldiers at the border. The second prince manipulated exams and formed factions, even using children's blood to refine elixirs for the emperor. Yi Chutang had been somewhat cold and emotionless since childhood. After experiencing a brutal, selfish end of days, nothing could really move her anymore. But now she was so angry at the dirty and absurd letter that she couldn't breathe easily. This Zhao royal family, they should be wiped out quickly. After cursing, Yi Chutang went into the restroom of her space and placed the letter in the drawer. She was drinking cold cola to calm her anger while looking at her full space. I need to find a way to earn merit points and upgrade my space. In ancient times, there were no zombies or mutated plants that threatened humans, so she could only fight bad people to save good people. The bad people she knew now were the royal family and Uncle Da. But these people affected the country's future, so she couldn't act lightly. Otherwise, it might cause chaos and harm innocent civilians. Then I can only save King Chen, she said, and went to the warehouse where medicinal herbs were stored. King Chen's fire poison had reached his heart and lungs, almost like he was half in a coffin. He wasn't easy to save. If it weren't for her inherited ancient martial arts family's medical space, she really couldn't save him. The warehouse had several sections, and she went to the breeding area. Time inside the space was frozen. Living creatures couldn't enter except the owner, but small medicinal creatures could be placed there. Inside the space, they wouldn't grow or move, like dead objects. Once taken out, they would come to life immediately. The breeding area had many medicine cabinets, each with drawers labeled with names. There were common creatures like centipedes, ants, and earthworms, as well as extinct ones like Quanzhou, ice leeches, and frost cicadas. Yi Chutang walked to the innermost cabinet and found the drawers containing ice leeches and frost cicadas. Ice leeches are very cold. When they absorb King Chen's fire poison, they also cause him to catch cold poison. At this moment, she needed the frost cicadas, which prefer cold, to detoxify. The ice leeches were wrapped in ice, ready to use, but they were small and needed to be nurtured first. As for the frost cicadas, she had used some in the apocalypse and hadn't incubated new ones yet. The last egg was lying on the ice. Yi Chutang smiled slightly. King Chen's luck is pretty good. Since frost cicadas are extinct, she was losing one. After placing the ice leeches and cicada eggs in the restroom, she moved the empty space container to make room for the things in the secret chamber. After searching the secret chamber, Yi Chutang put on night vision goggles and returned the way she came. At this moment, Yi Jingchuan brought the guards to Ningqiu Court. A group of people stared at the empty courtyard, stunned. Yi Jingchuan stormed into Yi Chutang's boudoir, looked at the bare room, and his face darkened like water could drip from it. From the maid's departure to Liuli Courtyard to his crossing from Liuli Courtyard, only 2 incense sticks worth of time had passed. Where were the things in Ningqiu Court? Even if it was robbed, how could the thief steal such a large canopy bed? The night breeze blew, making the bamboo mats rustle. A coolness surged from Yi Jingchuan's feet, making his hair stand on end. He immediately returned to the courtyard and told the guard, "Go bring that maid here." Losing things didn't matter. Yi Chutang's safety was what mattered. When Shuang'er had just called the doctor to the glazed glass courtyard, she was brought to Ningqiu Courtyard by the guard. Yi Jingchuan slapped Shuang'er across the face. Smack! This was his 3rd slap today, and he finally succeeded. His left hand trembled with excitement, and he smiled slightly.
Speak.
Whereas the young lady, Shuang'er's face was turned to one side from the hit, and her mouth tasted of blood. She swallowed the blood in her mouth, raised her hand, and pointed to Yi Chutang's room. The young lady and Danner fainted inside. Yi Jingchuan snorted coldly. "Go find the young lady." Shuang'er stood up confused, quickly walked to the window and opened it. She looked at the empty room with wide eyes. Where is she? Where are the things in the room? She turned and knelt, her face pale as paper, making her blood-stained face look like a ghost. "Master, when I went to find Madame in the glazed glass courtyard, Ningqiu Courtyard was still fine." The young lady and Danner fainted inside their rooms. After speaking, She was afraid Yi Jingchuan wouldn't believe her, so she immediately swore an oath. If I tell a lie, let thunder strike me, and I will not have a good death. Rumble. Thunder sounded dramatically, frightening Schwanger almost to faint. Master, I really didn't lie. A fierce wind blew, scattering her words into fragments. Seeing the approaching storm, Yi Jingchuan had no time to consider whether Schwanger was telling the truth or not. He rubbed his pounding temples and looked at the guard. Hurry, and gather everyone. Search the entire estate for the young lady. Leave no corner unchecked. The guards of the Shangshu residence were strict. Yi Chutang couldn't have escaped quietly. Yes, master. Wait, go find everyone near Ningchu courtyard within the span of 2 incense sticks. She no longer dared to cover for Yanji. When I passed by Ningchu court, I saw the eldest young master leaning on the wall, looking inside. Nonsense. The maid knew this couldn't be told to others, so she quickly changed her words. It was too dark, I didn't see clearly, I only thought the figure looked similar. I must have been mistaken. After speaking, she slapped herself as an apology. Yi Jingchuan warned the other 2 maids. Forget what you just heard. If you tell anyone a word of this, you'll regret it. Yes, sir. Go find the young lady. The maid immediately left in the rain. Steward Chen stepped forward and asked, Sir, should we call the eldest young master? Go call him. Ningchu court has only 1 gate. If he's really outside, Yi Chutang would definitely know when he leaves. Steward Chen quickly brought Yi Yanji over. The rain was heavy, and both their clothes were soaked through, water dripping down and pooling at their feet. Father, it's such heavy rain. Why did you call me here? Smack. Before Yi Yanji could finish, Yi Jingchuan slapped him. Rebel. You dared to climb the wall of Ningchu court. What are you trying to do? Yi Yanji covered his face, shocked and incredulous. Father, you're hitting me. Yi Jingchuan struck him twice more. Answer the question. Frightened, Yi Yanji dared not tell the truth. My eldest sister just returned home. I was worried she might not be used to it, so I came to see her. What did you see? Nothing. When I arrived, my eldest sister was already preparing to rest. He had tried to climb in, but the wall was too high, so he failed. Yi Jingchuan knew his eldest son hadn't finished speaking, so he asked again, and then I heard my eldest sister scolding the maid. Soon after, the maid ran out with her face covered in blood. I hid in the bushes by the wall. When I tried to climb over again, the maid saw me and I went back to my own courtyard. After the maid with the bloody face left, did you see anyone suspicious enter Ningchu court? Did you hear any movement inside? Yi Yanji nodded confidently. No, I didn't. Yi Jingchuan knew his eldest son wouldn't lie at this moment. No one entered Ningchu court, and there was no movement inside. So how could the wardrobe and the bed be missing? Who could quietly steal such heavy and large objects? Steward Chen, go look for a secret passage or something in this courtyard. Yes, sir. Steward Chen searched in the rain but found nothing. At this time, Guard Qinzhong also arrived at Ningchu court and reported the results to Yi Jingchuan. Sir, everyone has dug 3 feet into the ground of the Shangshu mansion, but they haven't found the young lady or the maid named Dana. Could they really have vanished into thin air? Steward Chen looked at the empty boudoir and swallowed hard. Master, are there ghosts? Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan's hands and feet instantly turned cold. He dared not think further. Keep searching. When Qinzhong received the order to leave, he remembered something. Master, should we check the study? The study is the courtyard where the library is located. It is a forbidden area, and no one can approach unless Yi Jingchuan gives permission. The study is the most important part of the Shangshu residence, with the strictest security. If someone enters without permission, they would be noticed by the guards outside. Yi Jingchuan shook his head. No need. I will go see for myself. When he arrived at the study, Yi Chutang was listening to the howling wind and pouring rain. So, she immediately knew someone was coming. She had planned to sneak away with Danner from the corner of the courtyard, but Yi Jingchuan arrived first. Seeing only him, Yi Chutang relaxed and hid with Danner on a beam. Wet all over, Yi Jingchuan went straight to the study after entering the library. Seeing that everything was the same as when he left, He felt relieved. Then, he turned the bronze sculpture of Galloping Horse and Flying Swallow to unlock the stone door's code. Seeing that the staircase was undamaged, he felt completely at ease. Yi Jingchuan closed the secret room and hurried away. He didn't realize that the secret room was now empty, just like Ning Chu's courtyard. After the study's gate was closed, Yi Chutang jumped down from the beam with Danner and went to sleep peacefully. The storm lasted all night. The servants of the Shongshu residence searched the entire night. Everyone's skin was wrinkled and pale from the rain, looking as if they had been wiped with ash, very weak. Yi Jingchuan didn't sleep at all that night. This morning he took leave and didn't go to court. He stood in Ning Chu's courtyard, looking at the puddles on the blue stone slabs and the fallen leaves blown by the wind, feeling a terrible headache. If he couldn't find Yi Chudang, he wouldn't be able to report to Dukta, and the Yi family might be doomed. At this moment, Kong Ru, who had been pulling all night, arrived. She was weak-legged, her face was pale, and she looked much thinner. Master. As soon as Yi Jingchuan heard her voice, he remembered her last night pulling her pants and almost suffocating him. He immediately took 3 steps back. Don't come closer. Kong Ru's face stiffened and she quickly explained, Master, the palace doctor examined me and said I was poisoned, which caused my illness. I am better now. Yi Jingchuan didn't care about the reason for her illness or whether she was recovered. All he knew was that he felt disgusted and didn't want to see her. You are weak. Go back and rest quickly. Seeing Yi Jingchuan's disgusted look, Kong Ru felt her chest tighten and hurt. It must be Chudang. She knows I poisoned her, so she poisoned me in retaliation. It was better if she didn't say this, but once she did, Yi Jingchuan got angry. Have I not warned you to be patient first? I have my own plans. Are your ears just for decoration? Kong Ru knew Yi Jingchuan was in a bad mood, so she deliberately provoked him. She didn't argue and said, Master, I heard that all the valuable things in Ningchu court are gone. Could someone have stolen them and, seeing an opportunity, also taken a person? Yi Jingchuan sneered. Who do you think can quietly empty an entire courtyard of the minister's residence in just 2 incense sticks' time? He still believed there was an inside helper like Yi Chutang inside the house. Whether the items were stolen or someone was missing, it was all because of a traitor in the house. Kong Ru whispered, Could it really be haunted? Whatever it is, we must find the person. Suddenly, Kong Ru remembered something. Master, do you remember the 3 conditions Chua mentioned last night? Yi Jingchuan immediately thought of them and shouted loudly, Chua, your father agrees to all your conditions. Come out quickly. He felt like a fool. But since he couldn't find her now, he could only try, like a last resort. Surprisingly, Yi Chutang really appeared. She gracefully descended from the roof, standing between Yi Jingchuan and Kong Ru, smiling brightly. You two, husband and wife, quickly prepare some offerings and go to my mother's grave to bow and admit your mistakes. Yi Jingchuan looked at Yi Chutang descending from the sky, as if he had seen a ghost. You stayed on the roof all night? And that maid? Last night, the guards searched the roof of the minister's residence several times but found no trace of Yi Chudang or the maid.
Ye chantang rolet hereyes.
I'm not a lightning rod or rain cover. Why stay on the roof? Kong Ru saw she was dry, and only her feet were a bit wet. Master, Chuer should have just arrived. Yi Chutang looked at Kong Ru, who looked exhausted, and deliberately asked, Lady Yi, how was your night? Kong Ru's face suddenly darkened, and her shriveled stomach ached faintly. It's really you. Was she not asking Lu Pa to carefully examine this girl? Why does she have martial arts skills and no poison? Yi Chutang took out Kong Ru's dowry list and waved it. Didn't you also poison me? After saying that, she looked at Yi Jingchuan with a face of innocence. Have I warned you before? Take care of the people in the minister's residence and don't provoke me. Yi Jingchuan didn't expect Yi Chutang to be so capable. She not only avoided the search, but also moved freely in the residence. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't acted yet, otherwise, he would be the one scolded today. Madam, did you really poison Chuer? When Kong Ru heard this, she knew Yi Jingchuan was trying to appease Yi Chutang by turning against her. Yes, I think the young lady is too reckless and unaware of her manners, so I want to teach her a lesson. Smack.
Ye Wing Chuan forcefully slapped Kong-ru.
Kong-ru, weak and fragile, was knocked to the ground, her elegant clothes soaked by the rain. She covered her face, lowered her eyes, hiding her anger beneath her gaze. Master, I know I was wrong, Kong-ru said softly. Yi Jingchuan looked at her swollen cheek with pity. I will punish you with half a year of household allowance. After the family feast, you are to be confined for 3 months. Do you agree? This punishment sounds light, but it is actually very severe. When the main wife is confined, she cannot attend family banquets or host any gatherings. Due to limited mobility, she also has to give up some of her authority over household affairs. More importantly, she will be mocked and excluded by other ladies. Kong-ru knew the disadvantages of being confined, but also understood that now was not the time to argue. I accept the punishment. Go prepare. Later, we will pay respects to her mother, Chewer. Yes, master. Yi Jingchuan watched Kong-ru's embarrassed retreat, lips moving softly. Madam, this is just a warning. If you misbehave again, next time it will be serious. Kong-ru was terrified. Chewer, I was just confused for a moment. There won't be a next time, she said, unaware of how she was poisoned. If Yi Chutang wanted her dead, she might not escape. After Kong-ru left, Yi Jingchuan asked, Chewer, where were you last night? And that maid? Yi Chutang ignored him and headed to her inner chamber. She looked around the empty room, pretending to be surprised. Lord Yi, I only left for 1 night. You wouldn't have my room cleared out, would you? Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan felt like a thief shouting, Stop pretending. He crossed the main hall and entered her chamber, eyes fixed on Yi Chutang. Wasn't everything valuable in Ningchu courtyard moved out by you? Yi Chutang sneered. Father, if you don't want to give me a wedding gift and dowry, just say so. Why pretend to be surprised? Then she snorted. Only 3 people could have cleared out a courtyard in the Shangshu residence, the head of the household, the main wife, and the old madam. This was true, and Yi Jingchuan couldn't argue. 2 incense sticks worth of time was too short. Even if Yi Chutang had an inside helper, she couldn't have emptied Ningchu courtyard so quickly. He couldn't understand what was happening and decided to let it go for now. Since Ningchu courtyard was robbed, the Jingzhou prefect will investigate. I will have someone add things to the courtyard later. The most important thing now is for you to learn proper manners from the nanny. The 5,000 taels will be given to you soon. Yi Chutang corrected him. It's 50,000 taels, not 5,000. Yi Jingchuan was shocked, eyes wide. How much? Master Yi wouldn't be naive enough to think that after poisoning, I would pretend nothing happened, she said. I don't have 50,000 taels. Even if I emptied the Shangshu mansion's treasury, I wouldn't have that much. Yi Chutang didn't believe his lies. My target is Lady Yi. You should go ask her. Yi Jingchuan frowned. She's not like your mother, who can do business and make money. Where would she get 50,000 taels? No money. Then I'll leave, Yi Chutang said, then quickly climbed onto the roof. By the way, there's no need to hold the family feast anymore. We won't meet in the martial world. Yi Jingchuan, knowing full well that Yi Chutang was threatening him, had to agree.
Fine.
50,000 taels. I'll give it to you. The family feast had to be held as scheduled. Lord Do was too powerful to offend. The dirt on the tiles had been washed away by the heavy rain. Yi Chutang sat smiling under the eaves, swinging her legs playfully. Go get it. I'm waiting. Before leaving, Yi Jingchuan asked her the biggest question in his heart. You could leave the Shangshu mansion and stay away from Lord Da. Why do you choose to stay? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. Yi Chutang staying in the Yi family was naturally for the original owner. She wanted to make her name known in the capital, so everyone would know there was a talented and beautiful eldest daughter in the Yi family. First, my surname is Yi. Second, the whole world belongs to the emperor. You're quite perceptive. If Lord Da takes a liking to you, would you accept it? Yi Chutang smiled so brightly her eyes nearly disappeared. Of course not. A bad feeling rose in Yi Jingchuan's heart. Offending Lord De means not only you will die, but the entire Yi family will be implicated, including your late mother. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, she replied. 2/4 of an hour later, Yi Chutang received 50,000 taels in silver notes. Father, don't pretend to be poor anymore. If people find out, they'll laugh at us, she said. Yi Jingchuan looked at the stack of silver notes in her hand, his face darkening. Thanks to you, we're already being laughed at. Although he had earned quite a bit from Tang Wanning's dowry shop over the years and gained some benefits from the Ministry of Revenue, he had spent a lot. He supported the crown prince publicly, but secretly helped the second prince. Over the years, he had only saved about 200,000 taels. Now, after just one day back, Yi Chutang was about to take away more than half. Yi Chutang saw the pained expression on Yi Jingchuan's face, tucked the silver notes into her sleeve, and stored them in her space. So, don't lie. There will be karma, she said. Then she asked, Can I go pay respects to my mother now? Let's go. Madam is ready, Yi Jingchuan replied. When he saw Yi Chutang about to leave, he quickly stopped her. His gaze fell on her sleeve where she had tucked the silver notes, and his eyes trembled. This is 50,000 taels of silver notes. You're just carrying it out casually. What if you lose it? It's better than leaving Ningqiu court and having it stolen. Yi Jingchuan had nothing to say and could only follow Yi Chutang. Let's go. Tang Wanning sat in the western suburbs, taking half an hour by carriage. Kong Ru had prepared many incense sticks and paper money, and she looked upset all the way. Yi Jingchuan's eyes kept fixed on the sleeve pocket where Yi Chutang kept the silver bills, as if waiting to pick up money. He tried to talk to Yi Chutang casually, hoping to get some information, but he couldn't get any words out, and he felt cold all over. Father, I heard you tried to climb the social ladder by taking over your father-in-law's house. Do you have nightmares at night? Do you dream of my mother coming out of her grave to settle scores with you? Could it be my mother's doing that the things in Ningqiu court were moved away without a trace? With each sentence, the temperature inside the carriage dropped a little more. After 3 sentences, Yi Jingchuan and Kong Ru huddled close together to keep warm. When they arrived at the cemetery, neither dared to get out of the carriage for a long time. Yi Chutang grabbed their collars and dragged them to Tang Wanning's grave. She kicked them both to kneel before the tomb. Tang Wanning's grave was overgrown with weeds, and the carved characters on the stone tablet were weathered and hard to read. The area near the ground was damp and covered with moss. Yi Chutang pushed aside Yi Jingchuan and Kong Ru and knelt down herself. She arranged the incense and burned paper money. Mother, I am unfilial and have not been able to visit you. Are you angry with me? You loved me so much. You must be reluctant to be angry. I have returned to the Yi family and will visit you often in the future. Don't worry about me, Mother. No one can bully me. I will live a good life, very good. After speaking, she bowed 3 times with sincerity. You should have seen your biological daughter by now, right? I will live on for her, reclaim everything she lost. I hope in the next life you will have a good fate and a happy life. After silently finishing her words, Yi Chutang stood up. Father, Lady Yi, please kneel and apologize to my mother and pray for her. She then went to pull weeds from the grave. Tang Wanning's grave had not been cleaned for many years, overgrown with weeds and tangled bushes with deep roots. But for Yi Chutang, who had earth elemental abilities, it was not difficult. She easily pulled out the weeds. However, she deliberately dawdled, taking about an hour. Yi Jingchuan and Kong Ru's knees were swollen from kneeling. When they left, neither could stand steadily, and Qin Zhong had to help them into the carriage. Back at the Shangshu residence, Kong Ru went to see old Lady Yi. Mother, the master gave Qi 5,000 taels to learn proper manners. The daughter-in-law wants to ask your maid Gui to teach her. Madame Yi was furious when she heard that Yi Jingchuan had given Yi Chutang 50,000 taels. She smashed her teacup. That wicked girl, does she want to drain the Shangshu household? Just like her money-grubbing mother, full of greed for wealth, she only causes trouble. I shouldn't have brought her back. Kong Ru looked at the angry Madame Yi and quickly tried to soothe her. Mother, now the fate of the entire Shangshu household depends on Qi. Naturally, she can say whatever she wants. Madame Yi was displeased when she heard this. It's not her place to decide about the household. Then she looked at her close maid, Guixiang. Guixiang, go teach the young lady some manners. Make sure she learns well. She wanted that wicked girl to understand that 50,000 taels from the household wasn't so easy to get. Yes, madam. Kong Ru took Guixiang to Ningchu courtyard. Shuanghe was kneeling in the yard. Her injured forehead was simply bandaged, and her face was pale as paper. Danner was busy in the kitchen, and the entire yard was filled with the smell of food. She had been washing clothes and cooking since she was young, so her cooking skills were good. Wankai was trimming the branches and leaves of the flowers, trees, and plants in the yard. When he saw Kong Ru, he immediately bowed. Greetings, madam. His voice was loud enough for Yi Chutang in her room to hear. The room was furnished with new furniture, not as good as before, but not bad either. Yi Jingchuan cared about his reputation, so he wouldn't let anyone criticize the furniture. Yi Chutang put her ancient medical book into her space and stood up to go to the yard. Danner also came out of the kitchen and bowed to Kong Ru. Please, madam, rest assured. Since the poisoning incident, Yi Chutang no longer wanted to eat in the communal kitchen. She asked Danner to go to the small kitchen every day to get food and prepare small meals. Kong Ru curiously asked, "Where did you go last night?" Danner shook her head. "After fainting last night, I don't know what happened. When I woke up, I was in the small kitchen." Kong Ru knew Danner wouldn't lie to her, so she nodded. "Go ahead and do your work." Then she looked at Yi Chutang. This is Guixiang. She will teach you manners. Learn well, so you won't disappoint your father. I will learn well and not let my mother down." Kong Ru was too lazy to argue with her. "I also need to arrange the family reunion dinner in a few days. I'll go now." As she left, she shot a warning glance at Shuanghe. Shuanghe was so frightened she trembled, burying her head in her chest like a quail. After Kong Ru left, Guixiang wanted to set rules for Yi Chutang. Mississippi, Yi Chutang raised her hand to stop her. "Let me finish breakfast first, or I won't have the strength to learn manners. Dining is also a skill, old servant. 3 meals a day, no rush for this one." Just as she finished speaking, Danner carried a tray out of the small kitchen. "Young miss, it's time to eat," she said, then carried the tray into the next room. Yi Chutang had already eaten some bread in the morning, and now it was almost noon, so she was quite hungry. When she entered the dining room and smelled the delicious food, she happily ate her meal. Danner saw Yi Chutang eating so well and felt relieved. After finishing her meal, Yi Chutang began to learn the proper manners of a young lady from Granny Gui. She was serious about learning these rules because she wanted the original owner's reputation to be known throughout the city, a good name, not a bad one. But she wasn't naive. When Granny Gui deliberately tested her patience, she would immediately fight back. "Grandma, your instructions are so vague. Why don't you show me how it's done? Your greeting posture doesn't match what you said. You're not kneeling low enough. Oh dear, your tea-making gestures are all wrong. Can you really teach me, Granny? I know I should take small steps, but you're crawling like a bug," she said, teasing. 2 days later, Granny Gui wasn't sure how many rules Yi Chutang had learned, but she had definitely gone through all of them. Her old arms, legs, and back were exhausted. "Young miss, I have taught you everything I can. The old madam wants you to dine with everyone tonight," Granny Gui said. Yi Chutang understood that she was using dinner to check her progress. She nodded. "Got it. You can go now." She was exhausted from the past 2 days and needed to rest well to be able to face all the challenges ahead. Granny Gui hurriedly left Ningchu court. Before returning to her room, Yi Chutang looked at Shuanghe, who had knelt in the yard for 3 days. During this time, she had only drunk some water given by Wankai and had become very thin. "Even if you kneel here until you faint, it won't help. Just go," Yi Chutang said. Shuanghe knew Yi Chutang was the only person who could save her. "Young miss, I was wrong. I will serve you wholeheartedly from now on, with no second thoughts," she said, bowing her head. She knew that once she left Ningchu court, the madam wouldn't forgive her. "Pay the price for your choices. It's only fair," Yi Chutang replied. Schwanger's forehead was still injured, and fresh blood stained the bandage. "Please give me a chance to make amends, young miss," she begged. Yi Chutang understood that Schwanger wasn't sincere about wanting to serve her, but was just trying to survive. When a better opportunity arose, she would betray her without hesitation. Such a person was dangerous, but if used wisely, she could be a good tool. "I don't accept useless people. Think carefully about your worth. Once I rest, I want to hear your answer," she said firmly. Schwanger respectfully replied, "Yes, young Mississippi." Yi Chutang returned to her room, drank some spiritual spring water, and lay down to rest. She slept for nearly an hour until Steward Chen came. "Young miss, the master has asked you to go to the front yard for dinner." "Understood. I will go now." Yi Chutang stood up to wash and dress. Dano helped her braid her hair and change clothes. When they left the main house, Steward Chen had already left. She looked at Schwanger, still kneeling, and asked, "Have you thought about your value?" Schwanger nodded. "I am skilled with my hands." She was about to speak, but was interrupted. "What I want to hear are things not everyone can do. Don't waste my time." Schwanger sensed Yi Chutang's displeasure in her tone and quickly focused on the main point. "I know a secret related to the former madam." The former madam was Tang Wanning. Although Schwanger was only recently of age, she had been in the Yi family for 8 years. She had served as a scholar girl for Yi Amling for a while and knew some family secrets. Because it involved the original madam, Yi Chutang asked, "What secret? If the young lady agrees to keep me, I will." Seeing how Schwanger was pushing her luck, Yi Chutang narrowed her eyes with a hint of mockery. "No need to say more. I don't want to know right now." After speaking, she looked at Wang Kai, who was trimming branches. "Wang Kai, send Schwanger to Liuli courtyard and tell Madam Yi she knows a secret about my mother. If she didn't discipline this servant girl, she wouldn't understand her place." Hearing this, Schwanger was shocked. "Young lady, you're trying to force me to death." Yi Chutang looked at her coldly, with a slight smile. "Losing a maid in a big family isn't a big deal, right?" After saying that, she turned and left. Danner saw the stunned Schwanger and advised, "Don't make conditions with the young lady. If your secret is useful, she will keep you." Schwanger quickly called out to Yi Chutang's back. The former madam's fall and early birth were not an accident. At the gate of Ningqiu courtyard, Yi Chutang turned back. "Why do you say that?" Instinctively, Schwanger wanted to make conditions again, but Danner kicked her quietly. Her words almost escaped, but she changed her mind immediately. "I used to serve as the second young lady's scholar girl and overheard some elders in the house mention it. Actually, she heard it from Yi Amling, but she wanted to keep a backup and didn't tell the truth." Yi Chutang knew Schwanger was clever and wouldn't believe her easily. "Which elder?" "Madam Chen. She left the house and returned to her hometown 5 years ago. Quite a coincidence." "Get up." Schwanger knew she had been kept, and she bowed again. "Thank you, young lady." Yi Chutang ignored her and went to the front courtyard's kitchen. At the dining table, everyone from the Yi family was gathered. Seeing Yi Chutang, who was dressed elegantly and walking gracefully, everyone immediately thought of 4 words: a noble lady. Yi Chutang greeted everyone politely and ate her meal properly, leaving no fault to find. Even if others tried to trouble her, she handled everything easily. Yi Jingchuan sighed as a proud father. "Chutang has learned her manners very well. Speak less nice words and give more rewards." Yi Jingchuan thought that at tomorrow's family feast, Yi Chutang would definitely dress up beautifully. He looked at Kong Ru. "Go get a fine hairpiece and outfit for Chutang." Kong Ru nodded. "The clothes she will wear tomorrow are ready and have been sent here. I will give them to her." "Yes, and since there will be many guests tomorrow, prepare a clever maid for Chutang." "Understood, sir." Kong Ru sent her maid Xiuhua to fetch the hairpiece and clothes from her courtyard. She also asked maid Chuntao to accompany Yi Chutang for socializing tomorrow. Old Madam Yi remembered the theft at Ningqiu Court and asked, "Chuaner, how is the investigation in Jingzhou Prefecture going?" Mentioning this, Yi Jingchuan's face darkened. The thief left no clues. The Jingzhou officials can only watch the pawnshops. It probably won't lead to anything soon. He then mentioned the 200 share of grain stolen from the farm. It's strange that wheat was stolen. Although there's a tunnel from the warehouse to the mountains, there are no footprints at the exit. Just like the theft at Ningqiu Court, it seemed to vanish into thin air. Yi Chudang said again. Could it really be my mother? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Yi Jingchuan and Kong Ru shivered at her words. Don't talk nonsense. All those good things are gone, what a pity. As Yi Chutang finished speaking, Chihua brought over the hairpiece and clothes. Tomorrow will be busy, so I'll go back to rest now. After bowing politely to the elders, she turned to leave. Yi Amling watched the elegant Yi Chutang with complicated feelings. She never expected that in just over 2 days, that despicable woman had gone from a mountain village woman to a noble lady. Chuntao took the tray from Chihua and followed Yi Chudang to Ningqiu Court. As she stepped out of the dining hall, Kong Ru's surprised cry rang out. Juno, Yi Jingchuan saw his son suddenly faint and immediately shouted, "Send for the family doctor." Yi Chudang, who was leaving, stopped and turned back to the dining hall. She approached Kong Ru, who was holding Yi Yanzhou, and reached out to check his pulse. Earlier during the meal, she sensed something was wrong with the boy, but since she was unfamiliar, she didn't pay much attention. Kong Ru slapped away Yi Chutang's hand and looked at her cautiously. What are you doing? I have some medical knowledge. Let me check on Junior. No need. The family doctor has been caring for him and knows his condition well. Yi Chutang didn't want to interfere, but Junior's face was already turning a bluish purple from suffocation. If not given immediate first aid, he might die. Madam Yi, if you don't want to lose your son, let me examine him first, Yi Jingchuan said urgently when he saw Yi Chutang's serious expression. Madam, please let's just see him quickly, he added. Kong Ru refused. I poisoned you before. Who knows if she'll take revenge on Junior? Yi Chutang frowned. There are clear causes and responsibilities. I won't involve innocent people. People's hearts are hard to read. Who knows what you... Before Kong Ru finished speaking, Yi Yanzhou was carried over by Yi Jingchuan.
Chua, help Yuna quickly. Ye Dingquan urtit. Okay, ye Chantang replied.
As soon as her hand touched Yi Yanzhou's pulse, Kong Ru suddenly pulled her away like crazy. No, she shouted. She knew her son's condition was urgent and couldn't be delayed, but only the court doctor could treat him. Otherwise, she would be doomed. Old Madam Yi looked at Kong Ru, who was acting strangely, and scolded coldly. Kong, this concerns Junior's safety. What are you doing? Kong Ru was about to cry in panic. Mother, I... Before she could finish, the court doctor, carrying a medical box, hurried over. The court doctor is here. Let him examine Juno. It's more suitable, and you won't need to trouble Che. Yi Chutang instinctively felt that Yi Yanzhou's illness was serious and didn't leave immediately. The senior doctor looked at Yi Yanzhou's purple face, his expression very serious. The lady is really crazy to give such strong medicine to the young master. He quickly took out a jade bottle from his medical box, poured 2 black pills into his hand, and fed them to Yi Yanzhou. But Yi Yanzhou not only lost consciousness, his throat swelled badly, making it impossible to swallow. The doctor tried many methods but to no avail, sweating profusely. Madam, the young master cannot take medicine, he said. Hearing this, Kong Ru's face turned pale, trembling as she asked, what does that mean? The young master is in danger. If we can't save Juno, I will make you pay with your life. Yi Chutang pushed the doctor away, lifted Yi Yanzhou's chin, pressed her thumb against his swollen throat, and used a special technique to apply pressure. From Kong Ru's perspective, it looked like Yi Chutang was choking Junior. Yi Chutang, let go of Junior quickly. I'm not desperate to save him. If you want to send a young man to his death, I won't hold back, Yi Chutang said. The doctor was helpless and secretly smiled, knowing Yi Chutang was taking the blame. Madam, just let the eldest lady try, Yi Jingchuan said. Che, don't worry about Madam. Just save Junior, Yi Jingchuan added. Father, help Junior sit upright. I need to press the acupoint on his back, Yi Chutang instructed. Yi Jingchuan immediately followed her orders. Soon, unconscious Yi Yanzhou swallowed the pill. Yi Chutang's rescue increased her merit points by 10,000. She was a bit surprised and thought, could Yi Yanzhou become an important person in the future? After Yi Yanzhou took the medicine, everyone's worries eased. Yi Jingchuan saw that his son's face was visibly improving and asked, "Chuer, is Juner okay now?" "Yes, he's no longer in danger." The palace doctor looked at Yi Chudang in surprise, not expecting her to have such skill. Thinking about the cause of Yi Anjuan's illness, he quickly said, "Miss, let me handle this now." Yi Chutang ignored the guilty-looking palace doctor and placed her hand on Yi Anjuan's pulse. When Kong Ru saw Yi Chutang checking the pulse, she wanted to stop her. Yi Chutang sensed this and shifted her body, using her back to block her. Kong Ru quickly signaled the palace doctor with her eyes. Just as the doctor was about to act, Yi Chutang released Yi Anjuan's wrist. She stood up and looked at Kong Ru with a cold gaze, like winter frost. "You poisoned Juner, didn't you? You, the one who made him weak and sick from a young age." Unexpectedly, the petty tricks seen in dramas were real. As soon as she said this, the dining hall fell silent. Kong Ru's eyes widened in shock, looking at Yi Chutang as if she were seeing a devil. The first to react was Yi Amling. She had always known that her younger brother was her mother's tool for gaining favor. When her father loved her brother, her mother often made him sick and took him to the Luli Pavilion. She was both a beneficiary and an accomplice. Now that the truth was revealed, she quickly denied it. "Elder sister, don't talk nonsense. When Juno was born, my mother was half dead. How could she have poisoned him?" These words made Kong Ru regain her composure, and she immediately teared up in grievance. "Master, I am innocent. Juner is my precious. How could I harm him?" Yi Jingchuan also doubted what Yi Chudang said. When Juno was sick, Kong Ru stayed up many nights to care for him. Although she loved Juner deeply, she couldn't have done such a thing. "Chuer, what do you mean by saying Juner was poisoned?" Yi Chutang looked at the palace doctor, who was trying to stay unnoticed. "This question is better asked to Dr. Gao." Yi Jingchuan agreed and asked, "Dr. Gao, what caused Juner to be poisoned?" The palace doctor naturally wouldn't admit that Yi Anjuan had just had an incident and was poisoned. "Master, the young master is just weak, not poisoned." Yi Chutang took a jade bottle from the medicine box. Whether he was poisoned or not, a doctor outside can find out. Concerned about Yi Anjuan's safety, Yi Jingchuan didn't dare to be careless and called housekeeper Chen. "Hurry and send for a doctor from the Huichun Hall." "Yes, master." Kong Ru knew very well that as soon as the doctor arrived, her poisoning of Juner would be exposed. She secretly glanced at the palace doctor and let him take responsibility for everything. The palace doctor knew he was doomed. Only by protecting Kong Ru could he have a slim chance of survival. He knelt before Yi Jingchuan. "Master, there's no need to find the doctor. I admit my guilt." Yi Jingchuan kicked the palace doctor to the ground angrily and shouted, "Why? Juner is still just a child. Because I love gambling. Whenever the young master gets sick, I can get a reward. You lunatic. I will kill you." Kong Ru hurriedly stopped Yi Jingchuan's furious rage. "Master, you don't know what poison he gave Juner. It's not too late to punish him after you find out. Manager Chen, take him to the woodshed and interrogate him strictly." After Manager Chen took the doctor away, Yi Jingchuan looked at Yi Chudang. "Chudang, can you detoxify Juner's poison?" "I can, but Juno has been poisoned since childhood, damaging his roots. It will take time to detoxify and nurture him. It's okay to spend more time, as long as Juno recovers well. Tell me how much silver you need, and I will give it to you." Everyone thought Yi Chutang would demand a lot, but she said, "No need. Our family doesn't argue over small things. After the family feast, I will help Juno recover." Then she looked at Kong Ru. "Madam Yi, those who do wrong will bring about their own ruin. Be careful." Just as Kong Ru was about to argue, Yi Chutang left the dining hall and returned to Ningqiu Courtyard. Chun Tao immediately followed. When they arrived at Ningqiu Courtyard, she handed a tray with clothes and headwear to Danner. "Miss, I will come back tomorrow at dawn to serve you." Since Yi Chutang was the main character tomorrow, she needed at least an hour to dress and prepare. "Good, you may go now." After Chun Tao left, Danner asked, "Miss, what does Sister Chun Tao mean just now?" "Madam Yi is worried I might make a mistake tomorrow, so she wants to stay close and help. Chun Tao is the lady's confidant. You need to be careful with her." Yi Chudang nodded. "What about Schwanger?" Danner looked toward the east wing. Schwanger has been kneeling for 3 days and is very weak. She's already asleep now. Perfect. After her bath, you and I will talk about the real situation of the Yi residents and the high officials' families, Yes, I will obey. Danner had already prepared hot water. After adjusting the temperature, she left the room. As Yi Chutang stepped into the bath, she heard a commotion outside Ningchu courtyard. Miss, I want to see you. Recognizing the voice of the crazy woman, she immediately called Danner. Knowing Yi Chutang didn't like others watching her bathe, Danner stood behind the screen. Miss, what do you want with me? Take that crazy woman outside the yard and bring her in. She should have gone to find the crazy woman earlier, but recently, following the rules was too tiring, so she delayed. Miss, the master's people are watching her closely. I am helpless. Yi Chutang asked, do you know who she is? I heard from others that she used to be the master's concubine, but she went crazy after a miscarriage. That's what you heard from others. What do you think? Danner knew Yi Chutang was testing her. Miss, I believe what I heard is true, but only half of it. What's the other half? She was the first lady's person. The master kept her because he had plans. Yi Chutang thought Danner was not only cautious, but also very clever. Outside the yard, everything was quiet again, so she guessed the crazy woman had already been taken away. She asked Danner, what do you think my father wants from her? Danner thought for a while before replying, probably her dowry list. The first lady was a merchant's daughter, with no power or influence. The master's only interest was her large dowry. If he wanted to turn her dowry into his own, he would have to destroy all the dowry records. That way, no one would know what her dowry included. Even if the miss asked for all her dowry, the master could cheat her with fake items. Yi Chutang looked at Danner behind the screen and decided to keep her. From now on, you stay by my side. When you want to leave someday, I will let you go. She really needed someone who understood the background of this era. Otherwise, with her modern thinking, many things would be hard to understand. Danner was overjoyed and immediately knelt down. Thank you, miss, for taking me in. I would rather die than betray you. I took you and not to harm you. Live well. Only alive can you help me. Yes, Mississippi. I will follow your instructions. Yi Chutang applied body wash on herself and asked, get up. Where does she live? Danner stood up. In Qing Song courtyard at the northwest corner of the Shangshu mansion. Got it.
You go wash now.
Let's finish early and rest early. Tomorrow we have a tough fight. Understood. Soon Yi Chutang finished her bath. Danner, who had only rinsed quickly, came in to tidy up. She ignored the unused soap and soap cake, placing them aside. The bath bucket had a drain hole at the bottom, which could directly drain the water, so she only needed to clean the bucket. After tidying up, she told Yi Chutang everything she knew. This took about an hour. Yi Chutang learned the real situation of the Yi family, the current state of Beichen country, and some details about court officials' families. She yawned and said, Danner, you don't need to stay up tonight. Go to the side room and sleep. Yes, young lady. After Shino left, Yi Chutang took a light nap. When she woke up, it was the quiet midnight hour, with only the sound of insects. The lanterns had all been extinguished, and the entire Shangshu residence was in darkness. Yi Chutang got up, put on a coat, and went to Qing Song courtyard, where the crazy woman lived. To prevent any accidents during tomorrow's family reunion banquet, the Shangshu residence was heavily guarded. Usually, guards watched over Qing Song courtyard, but tonight there was only one. Suddenly, a whip cracked loudly. Trash, tired of living? How dare you run and bump into the young lady? Watch me teach you a lesson. Qing Song courtyard was remote and rarely visited. As Yi Chutang approached, she heard the shouting. Jin Ji was chained up, unable to escape the whip, and was crying out in pain. Ugh, I won't run anymore, don't hit me, it hurts. Pain is how you remember. Old man. The man wielding the whip suddenly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jin Ji was startled, curled up, afraid to look or make a sound. She was worried about seeing something she shouldn't and being silenced forever. She hadn't finished her young lady's orders and couldn't die yet. Yi Chutang pushed open a broken window and jumped into the dirty room. As she passed the man, she quickly pulled out the anesthetic needle from the back of his neck. Ji trembled with fear, tears streaming down her face. Scared. Don't come closer. Boo-hoo. She was a mess, sniffling and crying, feeling both frightened and disgusting. Yi Chutang crouched in front of her and softly said, "It's me." Ji recognized Yi Chutang's voice and looked up in disbelief. Seeing her face, which looked about 6 or 7 parts like the young lady's, she burst into tears. After crying a little, she covered her mouth tightly to stop herself from making any noise, worried about attracting other guards. Yi Chutang didn't mind her dirtiness and gently patted her back. "Just cry if you want." "It's okay." Jinji's tears flowed freely, and she sobbed painfully, sounding very sad. After a while, she managed to calm down and loosen her grip on her mouth. "Young lady, your servant has finally waited for you to come back." Yi Chutang had long suspected she was pretending to be crazy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to Ningqiu courtyard. "Yes, I'm back. From now on, no one will bully you." She found the key on the man's body and tried to unlock Jinji's chains, but she was refused. "Young lady, your servant is fine. It's better if no one knows you've been here in Qingsong courtyard." Yi Chutang ignored Jinji's resistance and insisted on freeing her. "Don't worry, I can protect you." Jinji looked at the young lady, who was very different from the young lady she knew, feeling both comforted and pained. The young lady has surely endured many hardships to have the confidence to face the evil spirits of the Yi family. When the chains were removed, she knelt before Yi Chutang and performed a deep bow. Servant Jinji, greeting the young lady. Yi Chutang helped her up. "Aunt Jin, thank you for your hard work all these years." Jinji endured humiliation and hardship in the Yi family for over 10 years, earning her respect. Hearing her title, Jinji was moved to tears again. "I'm useless, unable to protect the young lady. I don't deserve to say I've worked hard." After speaking, she wiped the dusty stool repeatedly with her sleeve. But her sleeve was also dirty, and she couldn't clean it no matter how much she tried, sweating anxiously. Yi Chutang grabbed Jinji's arm. "Aunt Jin, stop wiping. I will take you back to Ningqiu court." "Young lady, the master wouldn't agree. Tomorrow is your big day. I can't trouble you." "That's exactly why he dares not interfere tonight, so nothing goes wrong tomorrow." Jinji stood still. "Young lady, after tomorrow, I will leave with you." Seeing her insist, Yi Chutang didn't press further. "All right, after the family banquet, I will come to pick you up. Do you want to tell me something tonight?" Jinji nodded quickly. She found a relatively clean garment from the wardrobe and laid it on the stool. "Young lady, please sit." After Yi Chutang sat down, Jinji rolled up her sleeves, revealing her dark, dirty arms. She touched her arm and felt something unusual. Her black nails dug into her flesh, tearing off a large piece of skin. "Don't be afraid, young lady. It's fake skin." Inside the fake skin, she had the list of dowry that Yi Jingchuan had searched for 15 years and Tang Wanning's farewell letter. After giving these to Yi Chutang, she faced the direction of Tang Wanning's grave and bowed 3 times deeply. "Young lady, I am honored to serve you." Yi Chutang carefully stored the delicate embroidery dowry list, then opened the farewell letter. The fake skin was well sealed, and the letter inside looked brand new. The handwriting was elegant, but the strokes were somewhat disconnected, indicating it was written at the end of her life. I can't be with you as you grow up. The only thing I can leave you is wealth and honor. Be sure to keep your dowry safe. I am going to find your brother. I hope you stay safe and happy, free of worries." The words were few, but filled with regret and longing. After reading the letter, Yi Chutang asked Jinji, "Aunt Jin, do I have a brother?" "Yes, young lady. When you were born, it was a twin, but unfortunately, he was stillborn due to an early delivery. The little young master was born dead, and you were in danger too. Luckily, Dr. Shui saved you. Where is my brother buried?" When she asked this, Jinji's tears fell again. Back then, Yi Jingchuan's career was particularly smooth, thanks to Tang Wanning's financial support. At that time, Kong Qingyuan, who was still the Grand Master of the court, intended to marry his eldest daughter as a primary wife. Tang Wanning loved Yi Jingchuan and was pregnant, so she did not agree. Ye's old lady was unhappy and looked down on her as a merchant's daughter, thinking she was narrow-minded. Yi Jingchuan needed Tang Wanning's dowry to help his future, so the mother and son played good and bad cop. Tang Wanning didn't want Yi Jingchuan to be troubled, so she suggested he marry a concubine, Kong Ru. Kong Ru appeared respectful and kind but was actually very scheming. Despite all precautions, Tang Wanning was still tricked and had a miscarriage after slipping and falling, nearly losing her life. Miss, you don't know how cruel the master is. While you were giving birth, he ordered someone to throw the premature little young master into the river. Madame Kong also maliciously told you about this, causing you to bleed heavily. If it weren't for Dr. Shui, you wouldn't have survived. Yi Chutang knew that in ancient times, children who died young couldn't be buried in the family grave or on high ground. They were usually thrown into the river to flow downstream. She asked, "Was my mother's death caused by humans?" Jean Ji shook her head. Back then, the lady's health was damaged from childbirth, and she took care of the weak and sick young lady day and night. After 2 years, she was exhausted and passed away. Before her death, Tang Wanning saw through Yi Jingchuan's true intentions. She worried he wanted her dowry and also about her daughter's life in the Yi family. She asked Dr. Shui to help hide her dowry list and her will on Jinji. She also instructed Jinji and Yu Yi to take her daughter back to the Tang family in Jiangnan after her death. However, Yu Yi was discovered while sending messages to the Tang family, and her body was never found. Jinji was also captured by Yi Jingchuan, who forced her to hand over the dowry list. When she refused, that beast forced her to become pregnant, intending to use the child to threaten her. She then slipped and had a miscarriage, pretending to be crazy for 15 years to hide her pain. Yi Chutang listened carefully and solemnly promised, "Aunt Jean, don't worry. I will avenge my mother and brother." Jean Ji took a deep breath, suppressing her suffocating emotions. "Miss, I only tell you this to let you know that there are no good people in the Yi family," she said. "And more than revenge, I hope you can be happy and live well." Yi Chutang thought to herself, 3 lives lost, I must avenge them. "Aunt Jean, don't worry. I will handle everything properly," she said, then stood up and looked at the unconscious man. "He will sleep until dawn. Aunt Jean, rest well tonight. After the banquet, I will come to pick you up." "All right, I'll wait for Miss," Jean Ji replied softly. Just as Yi Chutang jumped out the window to leave, Jean Ji whispered to herself, "Miss, I am glad to see you again. Telling you about the past is my greatest regret in this life." After saying that, she walked toward the wall and crashed into it. Yi Chutang's sharp hearing caught Jean Ji's whisper. She quickly turned around, broke the window, and stopped Jean Ji from crashing into the wall. Jean Ji, who had given up hope, was a bit dazed after being saved. After a while, she regained her senses and looked at Yi Chutang with a serious face. "Miss, you shouldn't have saved the servant," Jean Ji said. She had long wanted to die, living on in pain just to fulfill her young lady's last wish. Now that her task was done, she felt it was time to go and join her lady. Yi Chutang held Jean Ji's arms tightly and looked at her seriously. "Aunt Jean, dying is easy, but I'm sure my mother wants you to live on and take care of me." Jean Ji couldn't meet Yi Chutang's eyes, and her voice choked with emotion. "I am dirty and unworthy," she said. Yi Chutang embraced Jean Ji gently and stroked her back. "Aunt Jean, it's not your fault. You've done very well. Stay alive, I need you," she added. Jean Ji trembled at her words, tears filling her eyes. "As long as Miss needs me, I would die 1,000 times," Jean Ji replied. Seeing Jean Ji regain hope, Yi Chutang loosened her grip. "Good. Don't do anything foolish again. If you do, even if you go to the underworld, my mother won't see you," she warned. "I will listen to Miss," Jean Ji said, looking at Yi Chutang's soiled clothes with guilt. "Miss, you need to change when you go back," Jean Ji said. "It's okay. Aunt Jean, rest early." "I'm leaving," Yi Chutang replied. The next day at dawn, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and the entire Shangshu residence was shrouded in a thin mist. Servants had already started their work, cleaning the house spotless. The kitchen was busy preparing food for the banquet. Chun Tao arrived on time at Ningchu courtyard. Seeing that Yi Chutang had not yet gotten up, she looked annoyed. "It's late. If Miss doesn't get up soon, she might not have time to get ready," she said. Dana smiled and said, "Miss is naturally beautiful. Even without dressing up, she can outshine everyone." Chun Tao couldn't argue with that. She remembered her lady's instructions and pulled Dana aside, slipping a small medicine packet into her hand. "Observe carefully and find a chance to give it to Miss," she whispered. Danner had long suspected that Kong Ru wouldn't give up easily, but she didn't expect her to ignore the safety of the young master and still choose to attack Mississippi. "You know Miss can treat and understand poison, yet you want me to do it? Aren't you pushing me into a fire pit?" she asked. The lady said, "If we succeed, the eldest young master will take you as a concubine," Danner said, though she wasn't interested in Kong Ru's promises. She wouldn't show her feelings. "I understand. I will do my best," she replied. Spring Peach mockingly glanced at the innocent Danner and pushed her away. "Hurry up and wake the young lady." Danner didn't listen to Spring Peach. After preparing everything needed for Yi Chutong's outfit, she went to call her. "Young lady, it's past the hour of Mao. It's time to get up." After returning from Qingsong courtyard last night, Yi Chutang took a bath and only rested at the hour of Cho. Now she was very sleepy and didn't want to move at all. But she knew she couldn't stay in bed today and had to appear at her best in front of everyone. "Danner, go bring a basin of cold water." After washing her face with cold water, Yi Chutang was fully awake. Danner placed a small packet of medicine in front of her. "Young lady, Spring Peach asked me to give you this after I read her expression." Yi Chutang opened the paper packet and sniffed the white powder. "It's an aphrodisiac." After saying that, she packed the medicine back and returned it to Danner. "Follow my instructions. I have my own plans." "Yes, young lady." Danner tucked the packet into her sleeve and called Spring Peach to help Yi Chutang with her dressing. An hour later, sunlight slanted through the window, casting a golden glow on the ground. Yi Chutang looked at herself in the mirror, feeling almost unrecognizable. Her eyebrows were like ink, her phoenix eyes bright, her nose delicate, and her lips red, her features refined, elegant yet charming, stunningly beautiful. She picked up her eyebrow pencil and raised the downward arched brow to make it sharper. Her bright red silk dress was layered and flowing, full of fairy-like grace. Gold and silver thread embroidered intricate peony patterns that seemed alive and emitted a faint floral fragrance. It was clear that a lot of effort had gone into her outfit. Danner was mesmerized. "Young lady is truly a fairy among people, unmatched by anyone." Spring Peach sincerely agreed. "After today, there will surely be many young men eager to marry the young lady." Yi Chutang replied calmly and asked, "It's time for breakfast, isn't it?" "Young lady, for the sake of your health, it's better not to eat breakfast." "Spring Peach, do you want me to faint from hunger at the family feast?" "I dare not. I will go to the kitchen now and bring breakfast for the young lady." After finishing breakfast, Yi Chutang headed to the front yard. On the way, she overheard the servants discussing that the family doctor had escaped last night. This outcome was expected by Yi Chutang. Kong Ru was the mastermind behind Yi Yanzhou's illness. If she hadn't let the family doctor go, she would have been implicated too. Yi Chutang thought of the things Kong Ru did to the original lady's mother, and her eyes flashed with coldness. If she had known about these past events earlier, she would have controlled the family doctor herself. But it's okay. The family doctor wouldn't leave the capital until he gained enough benefits. She still had a chance to tear off Kong Ru's false mask. In the front yard, besides Yi Yanzhou, all the Yi family members were present. When Yi Chutang appeared, everyone's eyes brightened with admiration. Yi Jingchuan looked at her, more beautiful than Tang Wanning was back then, and thought she had a better chance of becoming a noble lady. If it weren't for Grandpada, he would have definitely arranged for her to marry the second prince. What a pity. Yi Amling watched the dazzling Yi Chutang with a cold smile on her lips. "Yi Chutang, the more radiant you are today, the less Grandpada will let you go." Yi Yanzhou looked at the dressed-up Yi Chutang, unable to hide his desire to win her heart. Yi Chutang observed everyone's expressions clearly. She asked, "Father, when will the guests arrive? Is there anything I should do?" Around the hour of C, the men will be entertained in the front yard, and the women in the back garden. You should follow your wife to the back garden to greet the officials' family members. Before the banquet starts, I will introduce you to the male guests. Yes, father. By now, it was past the middle of the hour of C. Ru took Yi Chutang and Yi Amling to the back garden to familiarize themselves with the layout, so nothing would go wrong during the reception. The two aunts and the concubine's daughter Yi Xin were just there to watch. For such a large banquet, most guests were from the main household and the noble family, so concubines and daughters from lesser branches did not participate in hosting. As soon as the hour of C arrived, guests started to arrive. The back garden was close to the front yard. Hearing Steward Chen call out, "Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Lord Chao has arrived." Yi Chutang felt very happy. Every guest who came brought her a gift. She was delighted. Ru said, "You go to the back garden entrance to greet the guests. Linger, you serve inside the garden." Yi Amling was supposed to greet guests too, but her head wound was still healing, and she had gauze wrapped around her head, so she couldn't work hard. Yi Chutang showed her noble manners, walking gracefully to the entrance of the back garden. Lady Chao arrived with her daughter-in-law and was stunned by Yi Chutang's beauty, just as rumors had said. Ru introduced them briefly. Since Lord Chao was a subordinate of Yi Jingchuan, Yi Chutang only nodded politely. "Greetings, Lady Chao." Lady Chao initially thought Yi Chutang was a rustic girl who didn't know social manners, but she was surprised by her dignity. "Miss Yi, please accept my greetings." Soon more officials arrived. Yi Chutang greeted them tirelessly, always smiling and maintaining her composure, which impressed everyone. Because she stood at the entrance of the back garden, even the male guests in the front yard could see her beauty. Many men were captivated by her looks, some openly, others secretly watching her. At this moment, Steward Chen called out, "His Highness Prince Chen has arrived." Yi Chutang knew that Crown Prince Chen would come, but Ru did not. She looked surprised and said, "I didn't expect the Crown Prince, who never attends any banquets, to come." After speaking, she looked at Yi Chutang with a sarcastic tone and said, "It still shows that first young lady has more face." Yi Chutang responded with a proper smile. "Of course, she is a bit more important than Madame Yi." Then she turned to the awe-inspiring and admirable war god prince. Qi Yanzhou was dressed in black brocade, with silver embroidery of bamboo on the hem and right shoulder, making him look even taller. His black hair was tied up, and his features were deep and sharp, giving off a cold, distant aura. Next to him stood a handsome man in a blue silk dress, with a gentle smile that made people feel close. Yi Chutang recognized him as the person who had previously peeked at her in the tea house private room. At this moment, Steward Chen announced the man's identity. "Prince Qin has arrived." Ru saw Yi Chutang looking at Qin Muyun and said, "The man beside Crown Prince Chen is Qin Muyun, the eldest grandson of Prime Minister Qin. He is quite talented." At this moment, Qin Muyun's gaze was caught by a flash of red at the entrance of the back garden. The red dress was fiery and dazzling, captivating everyone. Seeing Yi Chutang again, his heart pounded uncontrollably. When their eyes met, a smile blossomed on her face. His ears felt hot, and he shyly looked away. Qi Yanzhou noticed Qin Muyun's unusual behavior and saw Yi Chutang standing at the entrance of the back garden. The girl was bright and charming, stirring feelings in everyone. His brows furrowed slightly, unsure whether to cut off Qin Muyun's thoughts. An official who had wanted to go forward and greet Qi Yanzhou immediately retracted his step when he saw his displeased expression. Yi Chutang glanced at Qin Muyun and withdrew her gaze, unaware that Qi Yanzhou was also watching her. She smiled at Ru and responded to her earlier introduction. "Madame Yi, why didn't you mention that Prince Qin is the top playboy in the capital?" Danner told her many stories about the city's famous people last night. Princess Anping was first, and Qin Muyun was second. Ru's smile remained unchanged as she said, "Although Prince Qin is a bit unruly, his character is excellent." Yi Chutang believed this, as close friends tend to be alike. Since Qin Mu Yun could be friends with Crown Prince Chen, their temperaments must match. Steward Chen's slightly hoarse voice rang out again. Prince Regent has arrived. Yi Chutang looked at Yi Amling, who aspired to be crown princess, then turned to the crown prince. Although he was not as handsome as Qi Yanzhou or Qin Mu Yun, he was still quite good-looking. His natural royal demeanor added to his charm. Kong Ru lowered her voice and warned, "Don't think about the crown prince. The empress doesn't like Linger, and she certainly won't like you." Yi Chutang withdrew her gaze. "Don't worry, I'm not that picky. Whoever she liked, she wouldn't fall for a scoundrel who mistreated common people and soldiers." Kong Ru held back her eye roll and said, "That's best. Grandfather is here." With Steward Chen's shout, all the men watching Yi Chutang turned their eyes away. No matter how charming a beauty is, life is more important. Everyone stepped forward to pay their respects, more respectful than when meeting the crown prince. "Greetings, Grandpada." Yi Chutang found it a bit funny. A group of high-ranking officials flattering a dishonest eunuch was simply ridiculous. Seeing Yi Chutang's disdainful expression, Kong Ru felt a headache coming on and said, "Child, you must not be rude to Grandpada. What should I do? He came empty-handed, and I only show courtesy to those who bring gifts. In the Northern Star Kingdom, only the Emperor can send gifts through Grandpada. Don't cause trouble." Yi Chutang's eyes suddenly sharpened. "Madam Yi, rest assured, I won't offend anyone who doesn't offend me." Seeing her like this, Kong Ru felt she might cause a big problem today and had a headache. Guests had arrived, and she told Yi Chutang, "Follow me to entertain the ladies." There was nearly an hour before the noon feast. The guests gathered in small groups to admire the flowers, chat about everyday life, and share news from the capital. Princess Onping saw Yi Chutang approaching and deliberately said, "Since we're free, let's play a game of flying flowers." She wanted everyone to see that this rural woman, besides her face, was good for nothing. Kong Ru didn't want Yi Chutang to embarrass herself, as she represented the Shangshu mansion's reputation. "Princess." Before she could refuse, Yi Chutang agreed. "Sure. I grew up in the countryside and haven't seen the elegance of a city girl. Today, I'll observe." Princess Onping had ill intentions. "Miss Yi, as the host today, just watching isn't enough. You have to lead the game. That's natural. How about we write poems inspired by the flowers in the garden?" When she said this, everyone looked at Yi Chutang in surprise. Writing poems and calligraphy? Was she planning to embarrass herself twice? Seeing Yi Chutang's daring, Princess Onping naturally supported her. "That's a good idea. Please prepare brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones." Kong Ru thought Yi Amling could definitely win, so she didn't mind Yi Chutang embarrassing the Shangshu mansion. She immediately asked Qiuhua to prepare. Yi Chutang said, "Just writing poems and calligraphy isn't interesting. Why not everyone bring some accessories as a prize for the winner?" She had countless Tang poems, song lyrics, and Yuan plays in her mind, timeless masterpieces, easy for these young ladies to win. "This is such a good opportunity to make money. I definitely can't miss it." Princess Onping smiled and said, "Miss Ye's words are exactly what I think." After speaking, she took off the gold hairpin on her head and placed it on the stone table in the pavilion. "This is my gift." As the highest-ranking person, she led the way, and the officials and relatives quickly took off their jewelry. Jade hairpins with dangling ornaments, jade pendants, pearl necklaces, earrings. They piled up on the table, worth a lot. Even Princess Onping felt a bit jealous when she saw them. Yi Amling looked happily at the jewelry she was about to receive. Soon, Kong Ru arranged for 2 tables to be set up in the pavilion. Fine brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones were placed on the tables. Princess Onping, dressed in a golden gown, raised an eyebrow at Yi Chutang. "Host, you should start first." Yi Chutang slightly bowed to everyone. "This is my first time in the capital, and I don't know the rules of flying flower poetry, so I asked my sisters and friends to demonstrate first." A woman in a pink silk dress stepped forward. "I humbly present my humble skills." She knelt on a cushion in front of the table and picked up a brush to write. "In April, the south wind makes the wheat turn yellow. Jujube flowers haven't fallen, and the paulownia leaves grow long. Note: Li Qi, farewell to Qinjiangfu. The wheat has just been harvested, so this poem fits the scene. Her handwriting is delicate and elegant, of good quality. Princess Anfing glanced at the garden outside, then focused on the fiery red pomegranate flowers. Sparse mountain pomegranates deeply reflect the leaves. Red clouds lightly touch the blue sky. Note: Yuanzhen, pomegranate flower. Her calligraphy matches her personality, wild and unrestrained, also of good quality. The noble ladies all came to join in, but the best was only of good quality. Soon, only Yi Chutang and Yi Amling remained. Princess Anfing looked at Yi Chutang. Miss Yi, it's your turn. Miss Yi Amling is the top talented woman in the capital. She should go first. Yi Amling didn't hold back and knelt at the table. Only the peony truly shows the country's beauty. In its flowering season, it moves the capital. Note: Lu Yushi, appreciating peonies, her beautiful regular script was neat and proper, of high quality. Princess Anfing proudly raised an eyebrow at Yi Chutang. No wonder Amling is so talented. She makes everyone admire her at first sight. With her jewelry in front, this rustic village woman was just waiting to embarrass herself. Miss Yi, do you want to make excuses to refuse? Yi Chutang smiled and said, no need. Then she walked to the table and bent down to pick up her brush. Deep in the courtyard, summer is cool. Pomegranates bloom all around, brightening the curtain. Note: Su Shunqin, summer. When it comes to poetry, her work isn't as grand as Yi Amling's, but her imagery is excellent, and there's no clear difference in quality. Her calligraphy, however, surpasses Yi Amling's by more than 10 times. She used 5 different fonts in 2 lines of poetry and divided each character carefully, making every character a masterpiece. Yi Chutang straightened up and showed her finished poem to all the ladies. Finally, the paper was placed in front of Princess Anfing. Princess, what do you think of the poem I wrote? Even if Princess Anfing secretly favored Yi Amling, she couldn't find fault with Yi Chutang's writing. As long as her eyes weren't blind, she could see who was better. Seeing Yi Chutang smiling gently, she realized she had been played. All those flowers, especially the pomegranate blossoms she drew, were meant to shame her. Miss Yi, you truly don't show your talents openly. I admire you. With that, everyone praised Yi Chutang. Who would have thought Miss Yi was so talented in writing? The ranking of the most talented women in the capital needs to change. Just her calligraphy surpasses many noble young ladies, not just women. Even the first young master Song Jingning might not compare. Perhaps it's time to change the title of the top talented woman in the capital. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Amling. Her smile stiffened. She couldn't praise Yi Chutang, nor could she speak badly of herself. Kongru stepped in to smooth things over. Whether it's Chuer or Linger who ranks first, it's a glory for the Ministry of War. The ladies who were friendly with her immediately chimed in. That's right. Both daughters are talented. Lady Yi is so lucky. After the group finished praising, Yi Chutang looked at the colorful tokens on the stone table. Princess, these are all mine, right? Princess Anfing hesitated but nodded. Miss Yi won the first place, so the tokens naturally belong to you. Kongru asked a maid to collect the tokens and send them to Ningqiu Courtyard. Princess Anfing looked at Yi Chutang's smiling face, feeling almost like tearing her apart. Unwilling to accept this, she wanted to compete again in musical instruments. She didn't believe Yi Chutang could excel at everything. Miss Yi, are you interested in another round? Yi Chutang didn't answer immediately. She asked, what does the princess want to compare? The original owner was raised in the countryside for 15 years, knowing only embroidery and not even recognizing many characters. She came from an ancient martial arts family, where practicing martial arts and medicine was essential, and arts like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were also required. Whatever the princess wanted to compare, she wouldn't fall far behind. Compare musical instruments, Miss Yi, do you dare? Miss Lu's piano skills were guided by a master, surpassing others. No one could beat her. Yi Chutang's lips curled into a smile. As long as the prize is enough, I dare. Princess Anfing saw Yi Chutang smiling happily and felt a bad premonition. But since she had already spoken, she couldn't take it back. Since it's a contest, there must be a prize. She took off her violet jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it on the stone table. Yi Chudang was about to take down the golden hairpin on her head when the little eunuch Xiaoshua from Lord De's side arrived at the back garden. Xiaoshua quickly approached Kong Ru. Madam Yi, the Grand Supervisor has heard that Miss Ye's calligraphy is exceptional and wants to see her work and her. His words were straightforward and blunt, drawing everyone's attention to Yi Chudang. There was some regret, sympathy, and even schadenfreude. Kong Ru said to Yi Chudang, "Child, go show your poems and calligraphy to Lord De." Yi Chudang had long wanted to meet Lord De, so she nodded. Yes. Dana was about to follow but was stopped by Xiaoshua. The Grand Supervisor only wants to see Missy alone. After giving Danner a reassuring look, Yi Chudang followed Xiaoshua to the front yard. As soon as she appeared, all eyes turned to her. Qi Muyan looked at Qi Yanzhou, who had been expressionless the whole time, with admiration. Knowing that Lord De has bad intentions but still staying so calm, Missy is truly a remarkable person. Qi Yanzhou glanced at him and asked, "Want to heroically save the beauty?" "Yes, but I have the Qin family behind me. Over 100 lives at stake. I can't act recklessly," Qi Muyan replied, nudging Qi Yanzhou's shoulder. "Prince Chen's residence isn't afraid of Lord De. Why don't you help her?" Qi Yanzhou responded with a question. How do you know she needs help? Not only is Yi Chudang skilled, but she also knows poison. Lord De probably can't get much from her. She has no family to protect her. Should we just let her, a weak woman, fend for herself? Qin Muyun, not receiving a reply from Qi Yanzhou, turned his gaze back to Yi Chudang. At this moment, Yi Chudang had already arrived in front of Lord De with her poetry. Lord De, over 40, had a pale face with no beard, sitting on the main seat. His appearance was not bad, but when he looked at her, it felt like being stared at by a cold, venomous snake. Yi Chudang knelt respectfully. "Your humble servant greets Lord De." Lord De had previously obtained Yi Chudang's portrait and was very interested in her looks. "Lift your head." Yi Chudang stood up, raised her head, and handed her poetry to Lord De. Lord De looked at her, who was much more beautiful than her portrait, and felt eager and determined to get her. "Come forward." Yi Chudang stood still. Yi Jingchuan, worried she might offend Lord De, hurriedly urged, "Child, Lord De is calling you." "I heard, but why should I obediently listen? The eunuch chief is only a third-rank official, not even as high as your father," she replied. The room fell silent. Although what she said was true, in front of someone who could manipulate the emperor, rank didn't matter. Yi Jingchuan felt dizzy and quickly explained for Yi Chudang. "Lord De, please calm down. Young Master Qi grew up in the countryside and doesn't understand the rules of the capital. Please forgive him. Lord De has long tired of those flattering women and is increasingly interested in Yi Chudang, who is full of thorns." He smiled and said, "No problem. I really like Miss Ye's honest nature." This was a message to everyone that he had taken a liking to Yi Chudang. After speaking, he stood up and approached her. Qin Muyun wiped his sweat and cursed through gritted teeth. "Bah, dead eunuch, shameless." Qi Yanzhou shoved a piece of cake into his mouth. "If you don't want to cause trouble for the Qin family, just shut up. Ziqian, you should step in. I can't watch this anymore. Enjoy the show. Stop talking so much." Qin Muyun. How did he hear a hint of excitement from his brother? Yi Chudang looked at Lord De walking toward her without any fear. Lord De didn't do anything to her, just took the poetry from her hands. Good poetry, good calligraphy. If these characters in different fonts were written by hand, many people could imitate them. But these 2 lines of poetry flowed smoothly without a pause, showing skill. Afterward, he handed the paper to Shuangxi. "Let everyone see. Who says women are inferior to men?" Shuangxi respectfully took the poetry and showed it to the highest-ranking prince. The prince initially thought Lord De was trying to make Yi Chudang happy by praising her. But after seeing the varied handwriting, his eyes widened in disbelief. "I didn't expect Miss Yi to master the essence of calligraphy from various schools, with each character flowing like clouds and startling dragons." Once this was said, everyone leaned in to look. Then, They were all captivated by Yi Chutang's poetic imagery and exquisite calligraphy. They eagerly shared and praised endlessly. When the poetry reached Qi Yanzhou's hands, Lord Da asked, "May I ask, who is Miss Ye's calligraphy master?" Yi Chutang replied, "Self-taught. Everyone." So all their expensive lessons from famous teachers were for nothing. Lord Da said, "I wonder if I can ask Miss Yi for a piece of her calligraphy. 10 taels of gold for a piece of work. Whatever I write, I will give." Everyone bold enough to ask Lord Da for money. Lord Da looked at Yi Chutang, who was full of thorns, and his smile deepened. He was looking forward to the day he could personally remove all her thorns. Then, he took off his imperial green thumb ring and handed it to her. "I didn't bring silver today. This ring is worth more than 10 gold. Is that acceptable?" Yi Jingchuan was about to refuse, but Yi Chutang took the ring. "I haven't lost anything, so of course it's fine." After saying that, she looked at Yi Jingchuan, who was turning green. "Father, prepare ink, paper, and brushes." Yi Jingchuan looked at Yi Chutang, who was deliberately causing trouble, and was furious. However, out of respect for Grandpa's face, he had to follow orders. When he asked someone to prepare, Yi Chutang asked Grandpa, "Grandpa, what does the lady want to write?" "In what style? As long as it's written by Miss Yi, I am fine with any." Yi Chutang lowered her eyes, a sly smile flashing in her gaze. All right. Soon, the desk, ink, brush, and paper were all ready. Yi Chutang stood in front of the desk, and Grandpa stepped forward to grind ink for her. The bolder ones immediately came closer to watch. Qin Muyun pulled Qi Yanzhou over to join the crowd. Seeing that King Chen, who usually kept to himself, also came, everyone immediately gave him the best spot. Yi Chutang glanced at King Chen, picked up a wolf hair brush, dipped it in ink, and started writing quickly. Her wild and charming cursive script appeared vividly on the paper. It is said that a person's handwriting reflects their personality. Yet, no one could connect her grand, majestic calligraphy with the elegant beauty of Yi Chutang. Grandpa picked up the half-dried masterpiece and blew on it. He wanted to recite the poem but couldn't read cursive script, so he gave up. Someone noticed Grandpa's intention and quickly recited it aloud. "Fireflies, thanks to rotten grass, dare to fly near the sun. Not yet worthy of the scroll, but can sometimes touch guests' clothes. Lightly crossing the curtain with the wind, bringing rain near the forest. October frost is heavy. Where do the fallen leaves go?" Note, "Du Fu's firefly." Grandpa listened with a puzzled look and asked, "Why did Miss Yi think of writing about fireflies?" Of course, it was a metaphor for criticizing the uniquely Fugua and indirectly criticizing you, the corrupt and power-hungry eunuch. Naturally, Yi Chutang didn't say this aloud. "Last night I saw fireflies and thought of this poem. Are you dissatisfied, Grandpa?" "Satisfied. I will treasure this work carefully," Grandpa replied. Qin Muyun, though a playboy, was quite talented in literature. He saw that Yi Chutang's poem was not simple, but couldn't grasp its true meaning. Summoning his courage, he asked, "May I also ask Miss Yi to write a piece for me?" Yi Chutang looked at Qin Muyun, whose ears were slightly red, and nodded. "Just pay the fee." Yi Jingchuan saw Grandpa unhappy and quickly said, "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, but it's time for the lunch banquet." Qin Muyun, feeling a bit disappointed, didn't insist. "All right, I hope to request a masterpiece from Miss Yi another time." As everyone dispersed and Yi Jingchuan ordered the servants to clear the table, Qi Yanzhou suddenly spoke. "Minister Yi, I also want a piece of Miss Ye's calligraphy." He took off the jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Yi Chutang. "Miss Yi, this pendant is worth more than 10 gold coins." Yi Jingchuan noticed that Prince Chen was challenging Lord Da. He couldn't let Yi Chutang write, nor could he stop her from writing. In a flash, he was sweating profusely. "Child, look." Yi Chutang glanced at her cowardly father, who kicked the leather ball to her and pushed aside the jade pendant handed to her. Everyone thought she would refuse Prince Chen, but instead, His Highness, the Prince of War, has achieved great military success, reclaimed the southern border, and saved countless civilians. It is an honor for me to be able to write poetry for you. Please take back the jade pendant. This was a clear insult to Lord Da. Yi Jingchuan was so angry his eyes darkened. This wicked girl didn't want to ruin the Yi family, did she? Yi Chutang didn't care what Lord Da thought. She wrote the poem of Breaking the Array, by Xian Qiji in cursive script. How could a troublemaker eunuch compare to a hero who defends the country? Prince, please accept this. Qi Yanzhou took the poem and looked at Yi Chutang in surprise. Unexpectedly, Miss Yi can write such vivid descriptions of military life. Although I haven't been to the battlefield or military camp, I have heard some stories. I hope the prince doesn't mind. I'm very satisfied, said the prince. His words carried two meanings. 1. He was pleased with the poem. 2. He was pleased with Yi Chutang. Was Prince Chen trying to compete with Lord Da for her? Yi Jingchuan didn't know what Prince Chen was up to and felt overwhelmed. He was worried about a love triangle turning into a chaos, so he hurriedly ordered the servants to clear the table and prepare for the banquet. Go back to the back garden first. Once the feast is ready, I will call you. Yi Chutang nodded. Okay. After she left, Lord Da looked at Qi Yanzhou. Who would have thought that the sword-wielding Prince Chen also enjoyed elegant pursuits? Lord Da, have you forgotten? Before I was trusted, I was also a playboy, said Qi Yanzhou. The Qi family was the founding general of Beichen Kingdom. Because of the royal family name, Qin, he was made a foreign prince, with hereditary titles that would never be revoked. As the country stabilized, the royal family began to suspect the Qi family, even secretly plotting against them. This caused the Qi family to have few heirs, passing down only through a single line. To protect the family, Qi Yanzhou's grandfather voluntarily gave up military power. After his father inherited the title, he indulged in pleasure and luxury, living as a carefree prince. By the time Qi Yanzhou was born, his eldest brother Qi Shuyan was a scholar who went to a remote place to serve as a local official. As the second son, Qi Yanzhou was raised as a playboy. He was spirited and enjoyed elegant pursuits, becoming a dominant figure in the capital. If not for an incident at age 14, when he saved someone and accidentally revealed his martial arts skills, he would not have been favored by the emperor. His reputation as a playboy was even greater than Qin Muyun's. Lord Da looked at Qi Yanzhou, who should have died young, and forced a smile. I remember your romantic past, Your Majesty, he said with a fake smile. Qi Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. I heard that Lord Da is going to marry Miss Yi as a matchmaker. Is that true? The crown prince clenched his fists upon hearing this. He really liked Yi Amling, but he loved the throne even more. Lord Da pinched his fingers like holding a flower and smiled without answering. Yi Jingchuan looked at the tense pair and suddenly shouted, Let's start the feast. The maids and servants quickly set the tables and served food, easing the tense atmosphere. Guests sat according to their ranks and relationships, 8 people per table. After everyone was seated, Yi Jingchuan brought in Yi Chutang and introduced her seriously to all. This is my daughter, Yi Chutang. She's not feeling well. Yi Chutang rolled her eyes secretly, annoyed that Yi Jingchuan thought her poetry and calligraphy were his good teaching. She interrupted his endless chatter. Father, everyone knows what life was like for me in the countryside. The way I look now has nothing to do with you. Please don't flatter yourself, it's embarrassing. Yi Jingchuan. Could he slap this rebellious girl away? Seeing Yi Jingchuan's displeased face, Yi Chutang felt happy. Father, Lord Da says that my daughter is sincere. You won't mind if I speak honestly, right? If he loves to flatter the old eunuch, then let him lick a mouthful of rotten dog poop. Yi Jingchuan suppressed his anger, cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness, and changed the subject. Chutang, today everyone is here for you. Please toast everyone. The maid, under pressure, handed her a cup of wine. Yi Chutang didn't hesitate and lifted her glass. This daughter toasts everyone first. Although she was fine with drinking, she secretly poured the wine into the trash can hidden in her sleeve. Seeing that Yi Chutang was no longer causing trouble, Yi Jingchuan relaxed. He then said, Chutang, go and toast the crown prince, Prince Chen, and Lord Da separately. Father, I'm not good at drinking. If you're worried I might get drunk and cause a scene in front of everyone, I'll go. Yi Jingchuan. What kind of girl was he raising? If the three noble guests don't mind, you can drink tea instead of wine. Yi Chutang immediately deflected. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Chun, Lord Da. My father asked if you mind if I drink tea instead of wine. The three looked at her, deliberately acting out, and surprisingly answered in unison, we don't mind. Yi Chutang went to the table and respectfully offered tea to the three. After the toast, she returned to the back garden. Lord Da watched her graceful figure with interest. When Yi Jingchuan came to toast, he hinted, Minister Yi really has raised a good daughter. The young girl grew up in the countryside, free and lively. As long as she didn't annoy Lord Da, that was enough. In the capital, noble ladies are often strict and formal. It's rare to see someone with genuine feelings, and I am very pleased. I'm grateful that Lord Da doesn't dislike her. It's a blessing for her. When Qin Muyu heard this, he almost felt sick. He was about to defend Yi Chutang, but Qi Yanzhou shoved a pig's trotter into his mouth. Don't worry, the best part is yet to come. Qin Muyu has always followed Qi Yanzhou and listened to him. But this time, Yi Chutang was surrounded by wolves, and he couldn't just watch quietly. Ziqian, I want to do a fortune-telling for Miss Yi. Can you help me hide it? Qin Muyu is a spoiled rich kid and a disciple of the Celestial Observatory. He's talented in stargazing and fortune-telling, but doesn't often do readings for others because revealing too much can harm his own luck or bring divine punishment. Qi Yanzhou looked seriously at Qin Muyu. Are you interested in her? Usually, Qin Muyu can tell if someone will face trouble soon just by their face. But if he cares too much about someone, his judgment might be biased and inaccurate. Coin-tossing fortune-telling is more objective. If he stays focused, the results are reliable. Qin Muyu didn't deny it. Yes, he was initially impressed by Yi Chutang's beauty, but today he was moved by her talent and personality. Qi Yanzhou asked again, what if she has no interest in you? Being interested is my own business. It has nothing to do with her. Qin Muyu said seriously, then dodged slightly and straightened his silk robe. He took 3 copper coins from his sleeve and tossed them onto his clothes, repeating the toss 6 times. The result of the fortune-telling, no major danger, just some surprises. He sighed in relief, pocketed the coins, and waited to see the show. Unaware of this little episode, Yi Chutang was leaving the front yard for the back garden. She followed Kong Ru, exchanging polite but superficial compliments with other women. After greeting everyone, she returned to the dining table, feeling her throat burn from the strain. At that moment, Danner handed her a fragrant, rich flower tea. Seeing her subtle glance, Yi Chutang realized the tea was laced with medicine. The aroma and sweetness masked the taste. She picked up the cup and drank it directly. Another one. Surprised, Danner was momentarily stunned. Chun Tao immediately seized the chance. Servant girl will go pour more tea for Miss Yi. Then she handed Yi Chutang another cup of flower tea with added ingredients. Without any suspicion, Yi Chutang drank it. Seeing this, Kong Ru's eyes lit up with joy. That little slut. You've been arrogant for days, but today you'll face your downfall. Today, you worked hard. First young lady.
Please eat something.
When she served Yi Chutang some food, she deliberately knocked over the rib soup that he had just brought her. The soup spilled and wet Yi Chutang's skirt hem.
Oh.
First young lady. Are you hurt by the hot soup? Seeing Kong Ru's poor acting, Yi Chutang stood up and tugged at her shiny skirt. Her face showed displeasure. Madam Yi, how could you be so careless? It's my fault. I was worried you might be hungry and got a little anxious. Chun Tao, please take the young lady to her guest room to change clothes. For big banquets like this, the host usually prepares some clean clothes just in case. Chun Tao made a gesture inviting her. Miss, this way, please. Yi Chutang frowned slightly. I think I should go back to Ning Chu courtyard to change, she said, then left with a look of annoyance. As she passed by Yi Amling, she accidentally stepped on her skirt and staggered toward her. Yi Amling instinctively leaned back to avoid her. Fortunately, Yi Chutang's hand quickly steadied the table, preventing her from falling. Kong Ru was puzzled. Could it be that the medicine was too strong and working so fast? She stepped forward, grabbing Yi Chutang's arm, feeling her temperature while helping her up. "First young lady, are you alright?" Her body didn't feel hot. Yi Chutang saw through Kong Ru's intention, pulled back her arm, and lifted her skirt. "I'm fine. The wet skirt is too heavy and drags on the ground. I accidentally stepped on it." Danner, hearing this, stepped forward and slightly lifted Yi Chutang's skirt. "Miss, I'll take you back to Ning Chu courtyard."
Ye Chantang nodded. All right.
Chun Tao, stay here and serve the ladies and madam. After leaving the garden, she made sure no one was around and stopped in her tracks. "Danner, in about an incense's time, you'll also dirty Yi Amling's clothes." Danner nodded, looking worriedly at Yi Chutang. "Miss, you drank the herbal tea with the medicine. Are you okay?"
I'm fine.
"Hurry back to the back garden." The master and servant parted ways. Yi Chutang lifted her skirt and returned to Ning Chu courtyard, while Danner went back to the garden. Kong Ru saw her return and asked worriedly, "Why didn't you stay with the young lady?" "That foolish girl. She probably found out, right?" "Miss was worried that the maids in the garden weren't enough, so she asked me to come back." Kong Ru lowered her voice and asked Danner. "She didn't notice anything, did she?" "Probably not." Hearing this, Kong Ru relaxed and immediately went to the front yard to inform Yi Jingchuan. She wanted him to find a chance to take grandfather Da to Ning Chu courtyard. Yi Amling was happy thinking that Yi Chutang was about to ruin her reputation and marry the eunuch grandfather Da for her. She picked up the cooled flower tea in front of her and drank it all in one sip. Then, she asked her maid to pour her a cup of peach blossom wine. "Princess, I toast you." Upon hearing this, Princess Onping knew that her plan to send Yi Chutang to grandfather Da had succeeded. She immediately told the maid to refill her cup. Chung'er took the opportunity to pass by and accidentally bumped into the maid's arm. All the wine spilled onto Yi Amling's clothes. The maid was so frightened she knelt down. "Miss Second, forgive me, She hadn't finished explaining when Yi Amling slapped her away. "You can't even pour wine properly. Get lost." The maid knew now was not the time to argue, so she quickly obeyed and left. Seeing her clothes soaked with wine and smelling of alcohol, Yi Amling stood up and bowed to the guests. "Everyone, enjoy your food and drink. I will go change my clothes and return shortly." She chose to change into her fine clothes from the guest room instead of the shabby outfit in her room. Her close maid, Qiulu and Qiu Shuang wanted to follow but were told by Yi Amling to stay and take care of the guests. After she left for the garden, grandfather Da, following Yi Jingchuan's instructions, found an excuse to leave the front yard. He was led by a maid to Ningchu court. On the way, he encountered Yi Amling, whose face was flushed and steps unsteady. Today, all the maids and servants were attending in the front yard and back garden. There was no one in the backyard. Grandfather Da saw that Yi Amling was not feeling well, and his smile grew deeper. Yi Jingchuan, a great flatterer, was really generous. He even let his two daughters play with him. He told the maid guiding him, "Support Miss Second and take her to Ningchu court." The maid dared not disobey Grandfather Da's order and helped Yi Amling, whose arm was burning hot, to her destination. Watching from the shadows, Yi Chutang smiled. "Yi Amling, enjoy the big gift prepared for you." She followed the three back to Ningchu court. When they arrived, the effects of the medicine inside Yi Amling had reached their peak. She clung to Grandfather Da like an octopus, kissing and nibbling, her hands not staying still, slipping into his clothes. Grandfather Da grabbed her hands and took her to Yi Chutang's private room. Seeing it was empty, he was furious. "Where is Yi Chutang?" The maid trembled, unsure how to answer. Grandfather Da swung his sleeve and knocked the maid out. Now he was only interested in Yi Chutang. He roughly tore open Yi Amling's half-open clothes and threw her to the ground. "You shameless girl, the prince's fool should see you." Just as he finished speaking, he heard movement in the yard. He came out of the room and looked toward the bamboo hideout. There, Yi Chutang was sitting against the bamboo, her face flushed, eyes full of spring water, breathing slightly. He felt impatient and quickly walked over. "Little beauty, so you are here." As he approached Yi Chutang, he smelled a captivating fragrance. His senses became blurry, and the primal urges inside him grew very strong. Yi Chutang looked at the startled eunuch with a cold smile. She stood up, grabbed the eunuch as if holding a small chicken, and threw him into her private chamber. Yi Amling, fierce and wild, immediately rushed toward the eunuch. The startled eunuch responded eagerly. Although Yi Chutang was interested in the eunuch's secret activities, she had more important things to do. Yi Chutang quickly left Ningqiu court and headed toward a dense bush. "Prince, come out." Qi Yanzhou stepped out of the bushes and asked curiously, "Miss Yi, how did you know I was here?" Not to boast, but no one could match his hiding skills. Yi Chutang's gaze fell on the muddy ground at Qi Yanzhou's feet, and she smiled. "I sensed your presence because we once shared close contact." The cold-faced prince was teased and looked a bit unnatural. He cleared his throat and looked toward Ningqiu court, which was making soft sounds. "Aren't you afraid that the eunuch will seek revenge later? If he wants to die, he can come after me. Whether he tries to frame my father is not something I consider." Yi Chutang returned to the main point. "Prince, time is short. Please check your pulse." Qi Yanzhou rolled up his sleeve, turned his wrist so his palm was up, making it easier to feel the pulse. Yi Chutang used her left hand as a pillow for his wrist, with her right hand on his pulse. "Relax your body." After speaking, she closed her eyes and focused. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow, and a gentle breeze moved her hair, carrying a faint fragrance. Qi Yanzhou watched her focused expression and relaxed his guard. He thought he might see something in her face, but her expression stayed the same. Yi Chutang examined his pulse for nearly half an incense stick's time before withdrawing her hand. She opened her eyes and looked at Qi Yanzhou with a frown. "Do you know there are insects inside your body?" Qi Yanzhou looked at her in surprise and nodded. "I was badly injured in the southern border once, which caused a fire poison. I was close to death. A witch doctor from the south, who had raised the insect king for over 10 years, saved me. But this was only a temporary fix. As the fire poison entered his lungs and heart, the insect king was about to lose control of the fire poison. If there were no insect king, I could clear the fire poison from your body in a month. But now, I need to find the witch doctor who placed the insects and poison inside you to remove both. The insects are essentially poison, and the insect king's poison is even stronger and more intense. Many Miaojiang witch doctors spend their whole lives but cannot produce a single Gu King. Currently, the Gu King and the fire poison maintain a delicate balance. Both poisons must be cured together, otherwise, King Chen's life will be in danger. If it were an ordinary Gu insect, she could easily cure it. But it is a very difficult Gu King to cultivate, and only knowing its growth process can help cure it. Qi Yanzhou had long guessed this outcome. When the witch doctor a man gave him the curse, she said that if he was lucky enough to cure the fire poison, he must also cure the Gu poison at the same time. "Miss Yi, if you can cure the fire poison, I will send a message by pigeon to the Miaojiang witch doctor and ask her to come to the capital. Breeding Gu is a secret skill that is not shared openly, and he cannot leave the capital, so he can only ask a man to come here." Yi Chutang asked, "Miaojiang is far from the capital, and the witch doctor is without a fixed residence. How long do you think it will take her to come?" Qi Yanzhou sensed her meaning and replied honestly, "At best 3 months, at worst 6 months. King Qin, to be honest, I can only keep you safe for 3 months. So, the best plan is, while you send the message to the witch doctor, we leave for the southern border. Miss Yi, do you think it will take me half a year to die from the poison?" Qi Yanzhou smiled slightly. Just about right. Yi Chutang looked at the man who seemed indifferent to life and death with confusion. "Your Highness is gambling with his life. The Emperor won't let me leave the capital for the southern border," he said. "This means he can only wait in the city, gambling that fate won't take him. Your Highness, if I knew how the Gu King was cultivated, I could help you cure the poison. A witch doctor saving me once is enough. I can't ask her for the secret of raising Gu." Yi Chutang nodded understandingly. "I will do my best to save your Highness's life and wait for the witch doctor to come to the capital." After speaking, she took out a black jade plate with a 4-claw snake pattern from her space and handed it to Qi Yanzhou. "Your Highness, this belongs to its original owner." Qi Yanzhou took the jade plate and put it into his bosom. Miss Yi, I have something to tell you. The fire poison was given to me by the emperor. In other words, if Yi Chudang helps him detox, she is opposing the emperor.
I guessed that.
The treacherous ministers, the corrupt officials, and the loyal ones. Truly a remarkable royal family, Qi Yanzhou said. This Miss Yi dares to say anything. Be careful, there are ears everywhere. Yi Chutang was not foolish. She only spoke honestly when she was sure no one was listening. Just as she was about to discuss the detox timing with Qi Yanzhou, a large group of people headed toward Ningqiu courtyard. Your Highness, send me a message in 10 days. I will come to find you and start the detox. All right. Before leaving, Qi Yanzhou said, if Missy needs help, just come to me directly. Yi Chutang indeed had something she needed King Chen's help with. The prince asked, can you give me a detailed map of the palace? If grandfather did dare to covet her, he would have to pay the price of losing everything. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Yanzhou nodded. Yes, as soon as possible. I have urgent needs. The layout will be delivered to Miss Yi before the end of the family dinner. All right, Prince, please hurry. After Qi Yanzhou left, Yi Chudang returned to Ningqiu court. She listened to Yi Amling's painful screams, then opened the window of her inner room to look out. So eunuchs can be so perverted, she said, then took out a brick and hit the back of her head lightly. It didn't hurt much, just caused a bump and a small cut. Yi Chutang lay under the window, pretending to be unconscious, as if caught spying and beaten into unconsciousness. Soon, Kong Ru's anxious voice came over. Princess, you must have seen it wrong. Although Chuer is not very polite, she would never do anything to seduce grandfather Da. Princess Onping snorted coldly. Are you saying I am blind? Please don't get angry, Your Highness. I only think that reputation is very important for women, so we should speak more carefully. If I am wrong, I will find out soon enough. As she spoke, everyone was approaching Ningqiu court. Yi Amling's pitiful screams also reached their ears. Because her voice was hoarse, no one recognized her. Princess Onping's face showed uncontrollable excitement. I knew I was right. Miss Yi is truly lonely in her boudoir. The ladies of the official household blushed with shame.
This.
In broad daylight. How shameless. Kong Ru quickly said, it definitely wasn't Chuer. She looked panicked, clearly trying to cover up something. Yi Jingchuan echoed, Chuer may be unruly, but she would never be so shameless. Then he roared, I want to see who is committing lewd acts in Chuer's courtyard and framing her. The group hurried into Ningqiu court. Yi Jingchuan and Kong Ru kept their eyes straight ahead, heading directly to the inner room. Princess Onping followed closely behind. Several accompanying ladies also entered to watch the scene. The clothes were scattered all over the place. The pale gold bed curtain swayed. Sounds of pain and pleasure came from the bed. Kong Ru rushed to the bed and pulled back the curtains. At the same time, a scream echoed through the courtyard.
Ah!
Miss Yi is on the ground with blood on her head. Is she dead? As soon as she said this, Kong Ru felt a bad premonition rise in her heart. She immediately looked toward the bed. When she saw Yi Amling being roughly assaulted by grandfather Da, her vision blacked out, and she fainted. As Kong Ru fainted, the bed curtain quickly closed again. Princess Onping arrived a bit late and did not see the person on the bed was Yi Amling. Instead, she heard the exclamations from the courtyard. She didn't believe the person on the bed wasn't Yi Chudang, so she pulled back the curtain again. When she saw that the person with Gong Gong Guki was Yi Amling, her face turned pale.
How?
How could this be? On the bed, Yi Amling appeared to be the one being bullied, but a closer look showed she was the one taking the initiative. Gong Gong was an unimportant servant who couldn't satisfy her and only abused her. The bed was covered in blood, looking shocking. The ladies of the official families whispered among themselves after seeing the scene on the bed. Isn't the person with Gong Gong?
Monsieur?
Looking at the situation now, Miss Yi was probably set up by Miss Yi. Not necessarily. Gong Gong's interest was always in Miss Yi, the second daughter. But before the banquet, Gong Gong's words and actions suggested he chose Miss Yi. In the midst of their gossip, Yi Jingchuan, who was stunned, regained his senses. He also wanted to faint to escape the embarrassment, but he couldn't. He had to put on a brave face, or the situation would spiral out of control. Yi Jingchuan snatched the bed curtain from the dazed Princess Anping and quickly closed it. The scene on the bed was hidden, but the lewd sounds could not be concealed. Everyone, we cannot offend Gong Gong. Please do not spread what you saw. Qi Yanzhou arrived unexpectedly and said calmly. Hearing this, he sneered mockingly. Knowing that the eldest daughter was involved, you immediately came to watch the show. When you found out the second daughter was involved in indecency, you used Gong Gong to cover it up. Master Yi, is it true, as the rumors say, that you brought Miss Yi back just to have her marry in exchange? Qi Yanzhou's sharp gaze fell on the bed. Yi Jingchuan's face tightened, and he responded with a question instead of answering. Why did the Prince of Qin come to the backyard? Most of the spectators were gossiping women, with no men present. Qi Yanzhou's piercing eyes landed on the bed. If Gong Gong came, shouldn't I come too?
He said.
Yi Jingchuan was unable to confront Qi Yanzhou directly and dared not deny that Gong Gong was a man. His attitude softened.
I didn't mean it that way.
I was just surprised that the Prince of Qin came, he explained. Just here to join the fun? I didn't expect to see such an interesting show, Qi Yanzhou said, then glanced at everyone in the room. Ladies, are you not leaving yet? Haven't you seen enough of this lively scene? He asked. Immediately, the ladies of the official families left. Yi Jingchuan reminded them again. This concerns Gong Gong's reputation. Please speak carefully.
Don't worry, Lord Yi.
We will keep our mouths shut, they replied. After the official lady left, Princess Anping looked at Qi Yanzhou. Brother Yan, you're not someone who likes to watch trouble or meddle in affairs. What about Yi Chudang? She didn't want to think too much, but Brother Yan had helped Yi Chudang twice. Brother Yan usually doesn't care about anything, yet he broke his usual pattern for this woman. Could it be that he's also a hero who can't resist a beautiful woman? Yi Chudang. Watch this, princess, not to ruin your face. Princess Anping remembered her earlier exclamation and immediately rushed out of the main room. She looked around and quickly saw Yi Chudang lying under the window. She hurried over, pulled out her hairpin, and aimed it at Yi Chutang's stunning face. Yi Chutang felt threatened. Just as she was about to wake up, Qi Yanzhou appeared and kicked the hairpin out of Princess Anping's hand. The hairpin fell on the blue stone slab and broke into several pieces. Hearing this, Yi Chutang secretly thought, what a pity, a few hundred taels worth of jewelry is broken. Princess Anping stared in disbelief as Qi Yanzhou once again protected Yi Chudang. Brother Yan, do you really like this woman? She's just a reckless, ignorant country girl. How am I worse than her? Qi Yanzhou looked coldly at the foul-mouthed Princess Anping. He originally wanted to say she was inferior to Yi Chudang in every way, but worried it might cause trouble for Yi Chudang, he changed his words. Anping, stop talking nonsense. I only dislike you hurting others without reason. Don't forget, even if the person lying here is a daughter of the official family, I would still step in to stop her. Princess Anping knew well Qi Yanzhou's character. He cared for the people, followed the law, and hated bullies. She also knew he never lied, so she immediately believed him, shamelessly flattering him. Brother Yan, I care about you too much, so I acted impulsively. Please don't be angry, okay? Qi Yanzhou's gaze grew colder. Anping, I refuse the marriage proposal because I have no feelings for you. Don't think about me anymore. Tears welled up in Princess Anping's eyes. Brother Yan, I've liked you for 10 years. My heart and eyes are full of you. I can't let go, Anping. I've said everything I need to. If you're still stubborn, it has nothing to do with me. After saying these cold words, Qi Yanzhou left Ningqiu courtyard. Princess Anping immediately followed him. Only Ye's family and Grandpa Da remained in Ningqiu courtyard. Yi Jingchuan didn't dare disturb Grandpa Da's business and carried the unconscious Kong Ru out of the main room to the courtyard. He drew water from the well in the backyard and splashed it on Kong Ru to wake her. Awakened, Kong Ru shivered from the cold and looked confused. She wiped her face with the cold well water, listened to her increasingly hoarse cries, and recalled what she saw before fainting. Linger Yi Jingchuan slammed the bucket on the ground and shouted angrily, "How could you do this? Why did Uncle Da also get caught? He couldn't even imagine what Uncle Da would do once he regained consciousness. Kong Ru's face turned pale as she shook her head. I don't know. The plan was going well, but I don't understand how it ended up like this. After speaking, she covered her face and cried. The original plan was to have Danner give medicine to Yi Chutang, send her to Uncle Da, and have her willingly serve him. They brought people to watch, confirming Yi Chutang's seduction of Uncle Da and forcing her to marry him. Meanwhile, Yi Amling went to find the crown prince, saying she was willing to be a side consort or even a noble wife. When they were seen together, the crown prince was pressured to persuade the empress to allow Yi Amling to enter the palace. The plan was very perfect. But why did the person lying under Uncle Da become her beloved daughter? Thinking of Yi Amling being severely mistreated, Kong Ru cried even more sadly. Yi Jingchuan was annoyed by her crying and shouted, "Be quiet." After shouting, he suddenly remembered the key person in the plan, Yi Chutang. He quickly looked at Yi Chutang lying by the window, with blood on the back of her head, and hurried over to check her pulse. Feeling her warm breath, he sighed in relief. "Chutang, wake up." Just as Yi Jingchuan's hand was about to slap her face, Yi Chutang woke up just in time. "Father, I have a headache," she said, reaching to touch the painful spot on the back of her head, which was covered in blood. Yi Jingchuan ignored her injury and anxiously asked, "Chutang, what happened? Why are you hurt and lying here?" Yi Chutang did not answer Yi Jingchuan's question but pushed her blood-covered hand in front of him. "Father, shouldn't you find a doctor for me first?" After speaking, she cast a sidelong glance toward the inner room. "And those two inside, if they're not stopped soon, they might die." Yi Jingchuan was startled by this and hurried to the front yard to call a doctor. After the palace doctor ran away, the official doctor from the government had not yet been called. He temporarily asked a doctor from a nearby pharmacy to handle today's family banquet. After Yi Jingchuan left, Kong Ru wiped her tears roughly and looked at Yi Chutang with a sinister expression. "It was you, wasn't it?" Yi Chutang stood up and approached Kong Ru, pinching her cheeks with her thumb and forefinger, forcing her to open her mouth. Yi Amling only drank a cup of flower tea. "I kept the rest for you," she said. As she finished speaking, she took out a porcelain cup from her space, poured the medicated flower tea into Kong Ru's mouth. Kong Ru stared in terror, her eyes wide with fear. She struggled, but her face was tightly held, unable to escape. Gulp, the tea went down her throat, and her eyes showed despair. Yi Chutang released Kong Ru, a cold, threatening look in her eyes. "Madam Yi, I told you, if someone wrongs me, I will pay 10 times back." This is just the beginning. Kong Ru was still in shock, her mind racing but unable to think clearly. Isn't it double? Why 10 times? After speaking, she realized how foolish she sounded and immediately tried to clear her throat. But the tea had already gone in, and she could only dry heave, unable to vomit anything out. "You wicked woman, I won't let you go." Yi Chutang kicked her at the knee. Thud. Kong Ru fell heavily onto the stone floor, her kneecap feeling like it would shatter, pain making her unable to stand. Yi Chutang stepped forward and pressed her foot on Kong Ru's delicate, white fingers. "Perfect. I didn't plan to let you go either." After saying this, she threw Kong Ru through the window into her chamber. Kong Ru was thrown roughly, furious and burning with rage. Her anger made the medicine take effect faster, and she suddenly felt her mouth dry and her body weak. The seductive music drifted into her ears, making her greedily look toward the bed. Her body moved uncontrollably, and she tried to stand up and walk over. But her knee was injured, and the pain made her unable to stand steadily. The pain awakened her senses. Realizing what she was about to do, her face turned pale. No, she had to leave. Otherwise, she might crawl onto the bed and become the toy of Lord Da. She struggled to get up, but her knee pain was too intense, and she failed several times. Yi Chutang watched coldly as Kong Ru struggled in vain. "Tell me, if Yi Jingchuan saw you with Lord Da, what do you think would happen?" Kong Ru dared not imagine the outcome and immediately begged, crying. I was wrong. I bow my head and apologize. Please give me a way to live." If she offered herself to Lord De, she would only face a cruel end. Did you let Shaner give me the medicine, and when someone led Lord De to Ningqiu court, did they give me a way out? After speaking, Yi Chutang closed the window. Kong Ru was about to break down. She crawled on the ground, using her hands and feet to drag herself out. But the medicine Yi Chutang used was too strong. Even biting her tongue couldn't keep her conscious. When Yi Jingchuan returned with the doctor, Kong Ru had instinctively crawled onto the bed. Seeing only Yi Chutang in the yard, he thought Kong Ru had gone to the garden to calm the gossiping officials. So, when he pulled back the curtain and saw Kong Ru half-dressed on the bed, he nearly fainted. The doctor thought only Lord De and Yi Amling were on the bed, but it turned out to be a three-person scene. Knowing he might not leave the Shangshu residence alive, he immediately knelt down. Lord Yi, I saw nothing. The underlying meaning is that he will keep what he sees to himself and not reveal it. But in Yi Jingchuan's view, only the dead never leak secrets. Get up and quickly treat the three of them, he said. Afterward, he left the nauseating inner chamber and approached Yi Chutang, his eyes filled with killing intent. Are you crazy? How dare you attack Grandpa Da? Yi Chutang sat at a stone table in the courtyard, mockingly looking at Yi Jingchuan. Double standard dog. Only officials can set fires, not common people lighting lamps. You want to force me to die with you? Shouldn't I drag you down with me? Yi Jingchuan's temples throb with anger. Grandpa Da liked you first. What can I do? Offending him might mean the entire Yi family is wiped out, he said. Did Lord Yi lose his memory? Wasn't it Yi Amling who first caught Grandpa Da's eye? This retort left Yi Jingchuan speechless. But he didn't think bringing Yi Chutang back to marry someone else was wrong. One was a talented and beautiful legitimate daughter, the other a poorly reputed village girl. No matter who, they would choose the former. Child, if I had known earlier that you were talented in both literature and martial arts, I wouldn't have favored Linger, Yi Chutang said, giving him a big eye roll. Lord Yi, instead of wasting time on these useless words, you should think about how to solve the upcoming crisis, she added. Yi Jingchuan didn't know how to break the deadlock, so he played on emotions, hoping Yi Chutang would bear all the consequences herself. Child, you have offended Grandpa Da. Stop. It wasn't me who offended Grandpa Da, it was Yi Amling. I am the victim, Yi Chutang said, recounting her prepared story. She claimed that Kong Ru drugged her and deliberately stained her clothes to make her lose her innocence in Ningqiu court and turn her into a desperate woman. But before she even reached Ningqiu court, Yi Amling had already gone ahead and got involved with Grandpa Da. When she returned and heard noises in her chamber, she peeked through the window but was knocked out. Yi Jingchuan didn't believe a word of her story. Linger wouldn't seduce Grandpa Da willingly, Yi Chutang reminded him with a smile. Father, Yi Linger has already been discredited. The implication was that the best way to resolve the crisis was to sacrifice Yi Amling and make her take the blame for angering Grandpa Da. She wanted Yi Amling to feel what it was like to be betrayed by everyone. After a moment of silence, Yi Jingchuan decided to give up on Yi Amling. He had loved her for so many years, and now it was her turn to repay the Yi family. How will you make Grandpa Da believe that Linger was the one who drugged him? I have my own methods. Now, my father's task is to persuade Lady Yi and Yi Amling so that the story I just told cannot be refuted. After speaking, Yi Chutang stood up and entered her private chamber. The doctor alone couldn't control the three wild people. Their clothes were torn, almost turning into four people. Seeing Yi Chutang come in, he quickly said, Miss Yi, run quickly, it's dangerous. Yi Chutang took out silver needles from her space and knocked out the three people with herbal medicine. She threw the naked Yi Amling and the barely covered Kong Ru to the doctor. Treat them and take them out, she said. The doctor nodded repeatedly, wrapped Yi Amling and Kong Ru in a blanket, and left the room. Yi Chutang looked at the heavily scratched grandfather Da, picked up Yi Amling's silk dress from the ground, and threw it on him. She took a pill from her space that could induce hallucinations, put it in his mouth, and helped him swallow. Then she inserted silver needles into his body to help him recover. After the needles were in place, the heat inside Grandfather Da gradually subsided, and he slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a round object swaying in front of him, making him feel dizzy. Once she confirmed that Grandfather Da was hypnotized, Yi Chutang said, "The person who drugged you beside the bamboo nest is Yi Amling." Grandfather Da was very strong-willed and usually difficult to hypnotize. But today, the timing was just right. Because of the herbal medicine, he was confused due to physical exhaustion from exercise, and with the help of hallucination drugs, 3 methods worked together. He was easily hypnotized by Yi Chutang. The dazed Grandfather Da repeated her words, "The person who drugged you beside the bamboo nest is Yi Amling." Yi Chutang then described Yi Amling's outfit in detail to deepen his impression. She also told him, "After you and Yi Amling become lovers, you like her carefree nature and want to marry her." Grandfather Da nodded, "I like Yi Amling and want to marry her." Yi Chutang added, "You discovered that Yi Amling loves eating garlic, likes picking her toes, hates bathing and changing clothes, and farts very smelly. She's superficial and very annoying." Grandfather Da repeated this 3 times. After confirming the hypnosis was successful, Yi Chutang asked, "Where is your vital part?" The eunuch cared most about his roots, wanting to be buried with them after death. Otherwise, he would die without a proper burial. Grandfather Da struggled for a while but couldn't resist the power of hypnosis and truthfully said, "On the beam of my bedroom, wrapped in red cloth." The red cloth symbolized rising prosperity. Yi Chutang took out the silver needles and left the room. Yi Amling and Kong Ru have woken up, and the medicine in their bodies has been neutralized. Both of them look pale, clutching the blankets tightly to cover their bodies, with eyes full of despair. Clearly, they haven't yet recovered from the shock of the bad news about their father-in-law. Yi Chutang glanced at both of them and asked Yi Jingchuan, "Is the deal settled?"
Ye Wingchuan snorted impatiently.
Talking to them is like talking to a wall. No response at all. Then dismiss Kong Ru and remove Yi Amling from the family tree and kick her out of the house. As soon as she said this, Kong Ru and Yi Amling reacted. They both looked at Yi Chutang with deep hatred. Kong Ru, even disregarding her disheveled clothes, stood up and lunged at Yi Chutang. "I will kill you, you wicked woman. I could have killed your mother back then, and I can do the same to you now." Yi Chutang's face suddenly darkened. She looked at Kong Ru rushing toward her, grabbed her by the neck, and lifted her up. "Did you say I caused your mother's death?" The suffocating fear made Kong Ru regain her clarity. Realizing what she had just said, she quickly denied it. "No, it wasn't me. I was just angry and said foolish things." She was being choked, speaking with great difficulty, her face turning purple. "What nonsense!" Yi Chutang slammed Kong Ru to the ground and looked at Yi Jingchuan. "You heard what she just said. What do you plan to do?" Yi Jingchuan looked at Kong Ru, bleeding from her mouth, and broke out in cold sweat. "This foolish woman only causes trouble." He pinched his brow in frustration. Let's first deal with father-in-law's big problem, then we'll talk about the family matters." If it were anything else, Yi Chutang would be willing to step back. But since it involves her biological mother's death, she must get an explanation. "No, the dead must be honored," she said when she saw Yi Jingchuan hesitating. "Either save Kong Ru, or save the Yi family. You choose, because father-in-law will wake up soon." Yi Jingchuan naturally wanted to protect the Yi family, but he couldn't offend Kong Ru's family behind her. Although his father-in-law, Kong Qingyuan, held the same official position as him, as a minister, the Kong family had been rooted in the capital for 100 years, with deep connections and many disciples, making them incomparable to the Yi family. He asked, "What do you want your father to do?" "As Kong Ru harmed my mother back then, I want her to die the same way." Yi Jingchuan agreed immediately. "All right, if it's true, I promise you, he wouldn't actually kill Kong Ru. After all, he had tacitly approved the chronic poison used on Tang Wanning back then. His agreement was just to stabilize Yi Chutang and resolve the current crisis." Yi Chutang could see through Yi Jingchuan's clever plan. She took out a poison pill from her space and handed it to him. Poison powder, which takes 3 days to become effective. "Did you eat it, or did Kong Ru eat it? You choose." After saying this, she snapped her fingers. The hypnotized old master woke up. His mind was a bit confused, and he didn't understand what had just happened. Seeing the familiar silk robe on his body, he immediately remembered Yi Enling giving him medicine and deliberately seducing him. He was furious and shouted, "Someone come!" Old Master Da's voice was like a death threat to Yi Jingchuan, frightening him into quickly shoving the poison into Kong Ru's mouth. "Madam, please bear with it for a moment." Kong Ru looked at Yi Jingchuan in disbelief, trying to spit out the poison. But Yi Jingchuan anticipated her move first and covered her mouth. The poisoned liquid, stained with blood, was swallowed into her stomach. After confirming Kong Ru had taken the poison, Yi Jingchuan said to her, "If you don't want the Kong family to be involved or targeted, let Linger take the blame for tricking Old Master Da." He knew that both mother and daughter had heard his words, but since it was unfavorable for them, they didn't respond. "Old Master Da, your servant is here," he replied and quickly walked toward the room where Old Master Da was. Kong Ru looked at Yi Chutang, who was smug, and spat out blood, hating her. "Are you trying to force Linger to die?" Yi Chutang ignored Kong Ru's moral blackmail. Anyway, the words, "Old Master Da," were enough for her to make a choice. Kong Ru stared at Yi Enling, who looked stunned, then immediately wrapped herself in the quilt and hugged her cold daughter. She whispered into Yi Enling's ear, "Linger, don't worry. Mother won't push you out to die. When Old Master Da comes out, just blame everything on your two maidservants." In this situation, she could only abandon the plan to save herself. Hearing this, Yi Enling's previously lifeless eyes regained some color. She nodded softly. "Okay, let's do it this way." She didn't want to die or bear the blame. If she pushed the two maids out to take the fall, she could go from being a seductress to a victim. Yi Chutang overheard their whispered plans and sneered. At this moment, Old Master Da, dressed properly, and Yi Jingchuan came out of the main room. Due to their recent vigorous activity, Old Master Da looked weak and unsteady, lacking vitality. His gaze fell on Yi Enling with a sinister look, like a venomous snake sticking out its tongue, making people afraid. Since gaining power, he had been playing with women, but now he was being manipulated by a woman and used as a punching bag. It was a huge shame. Old Master Da, who knew martial arts, had not yet approached Yi Enling when he suddenly used his sleeve to pull her down to the ground. Despicable woman. Seeking death, Yi Enling fell to the ground, unable to hold onto the blanket. Her body, marked with scars, was exposed to the air. She crawled on the floor, looking embarrassed and tearfully distressed. The blood on her body had dried, mixing red and white in a strange, beautiful pattern. When the old man saw this, a pleasant image appeared in his mind. His anger seemed to lessen a little. Gong Gong, the steward, covered Yi Enling with a blanket and knelt before him. "Please, sir, don't be angry. Linger is also a victim. It was her two close maids who did this." She told a slightly altered version of Yi Jingchuan's story to the steward. She didn't mention giving Yi Chutang medicine, only that her dress got dirty, so she returned to Ningqiu court to change, then fainted. The culprits had shifted from Yi Enling to Qiulu and Qiushuang. Yi Jingchuan was shocked when he heard this. The two maids hadn't been dealt with yet she dared to lie in front of the steward. The steward wasn't stupid and wouldn't believe her words. Many people wanted to harm him, and no one dared to act openly. However, due to hypnosis, his memory was somewhat confused. He couldn't figure out the reason right away, but instinctively looked at Yi Chutang. When he saw her beautiful face, a mental image of her eating garlic, scratching her feet, and farting came to mind. He immediately looked away in disgust and turned to look at the pitiful Yi Enling. Yi Enling's appearance was quite good, but now she looked broken and fragile, which stirred his sympathy. But when he thought about her drugging him, making him lose control and lose face, he became furious. "Who gave you the guts to scheme against me?" Yi Enling defended herself. "I was betrayed by my maid. After drinking the love potion, I soon lost all memory." Hearing this, the steward remembered seeing Yi Enling in the backyard. She was already unconscious then. He had her brought to Ningqiu court, wanting to play a double game. But he clearly remembered her lying seductively by the bamboo nest. When he approached her and smelled a strange scent, he was tricked. His memory afterward became blurry and confused. After recalling everything, he was sure of one thing. Amling, who had lost consciousness, couldn't have plotted against him. His gaze returned to Qi, whom he found repulsive, and he scrutinized her sharply. He always felt that today's events were her doing, but after thinking carefully, he couldn't find any fault with her. He withdrew his gaze and coldly looked at Yi Jingchuan. "Lord Yi, give us an explanation within 3 days, or your official career will be over," he said sharply. Yi Jingchuan dared not object and quickly replied, "I obey your command. Let's go to the front yard." Although he didn't care what others thought of him, there was no need to make a scandal known throughout the town. Before leaving, he grabbed the doctor by the neck, intending to silence him. Yi Chutang pulled out her hairpin and quickly stabbed it into the doctor's chest. Blood flowed from the wound, staining his dark clothing a deep color. The Grand Eunuch looked at Yi Chutang in surprise. "Miss Yi, what do you mean by this?" Yi Chutang pressed down on the gold hairpin in her hand a little more. To help the Grand Eunuch. Seeing the doctor bleeding, the Grand Eunuch looked disgusted and let go. "What a pity." Afterward, he left Ning Chuyuan. Yi Jingchuan followed closely behind. Yi Chutang knew that the word pity wasn't about the doctor but about herself. If she hadn't eaten garlic, picked her toes, and farted loudly, making the Grand Eunuch unable to tolerate her, he wouldn't have let her go. Ru didn't expect the Grand Eunuch to leave just like that. She coldly looked at Yi Chutang. "What exactly did you do? How did the Grand Eunuch let you go?" Clearly, the Grand Eunuch was determined to get this low person before. Yi Chutang smiled and said, "Maybe he prefers your kind of straightforwardness." Then she looked at the unconscious doctor. "What should we do with the body?" Ru looked at the doctor with the gold hairpin in his chest and became a little more afraid of Yi Chutang. Too ruthless. Killing without blinking. There's a water well behind the Buddha Hall, connected to an underground dark river. Throwing the body in, water splashed and washed it away in an instant, unknown where it ended up. Yi Chutang nodded, carried the unconscious doctor away. As she left, Yi Amling suddenly shouted at Ru in despair. "Didn't we say the plan was foolproof? What do we do now?" Her reputation was gone, her dignity as a virtuous wife was lost, and the Grand Eunuch didn't show any stance. Was she going to hang herself with a white silk cloth? Ru had calmed down and gently patted her daughter's back as she looked at her hysterical daughter. "Linger, since the Grand Eunuch didn't trouble you, it means he recognizes you as the victim. We still have a chance to turn things around. I've already been ruined. Even if I stay indoors, people will still gossip. How can I survive in this world? As long as you listen to your mother, others will only respect you." While mother and daughter discussed how to escape their predicament, Yi Chutang carried the doctor to the Buddha Hall. The hall was quiet, filled with sandalwood incense. Who would have thought that such a peaceful place was actually a chaotic graveyard for disposing of bodies? She took out the necessary medicine for external wounds from her space, cut open the doctor's clothes, and pulled out the gold hairpin from his chest. Blood spurted out. She sealed the wound with silver needles, stopped the bleeding, and applied medicine. After dressing the wound, she inserted a needle into his Bai Hui acupoint. As the doctor woke up, her merit points increased by nearly 1,000. For a doctor, saving lives and healing the wounded is a great virtue. The doctor thought he was dead, staring blankly at his bandaged chest with a dull expression. Yi Chutang, while cleaning the blood from her hands, said, "You're not dead, but Lord De thought you were. Before he descends to the 18th level of hell, you must live anonymously and hide your identity." Hearing this, the doctor came to his senses and immediately knelt down to kowtow to Yi Chutang. "Miss Ye's life-saving grace, we will never forget it. Doing good deeds will bring good rewards," Yi Chutang replied. After that, she gave the doctor some powerful anti-inflammatory medicine and explained how to use it. "I'll escort you out of the residence." After saying this, she knocked Wu unconscious and used her earth escape magic to take him outside the city to an abandoned temple. On their way back to the Shangshu residence, Yi Amling was found hanging herself. Yi Chutang arrived at Ningxiang courtyard after hearing the news. Yi Amling had already been rescued. The young ladies were comforting her. Amling, today's events are not your fault. Please don't be too hard on yourself. Yes, you are the victim. The one who deserves blame is the person who harmed you. Live well, and let the wicked waste their efforts in vain. Linga, you can't let loved ones suffer while enemies rejoice. While comforting her, Lord De proposed marriage to Yi Jingchuan. Master Yi, once the emperor returns to the palace, I will request a marriage decree and then formally propose. This outcome was the best for Yi Amling. Yi Jingchuan was very pleased. Linger marrying the grand supervisor is her blessing. Outside the courtyard, the other men heard this and weren't surprised. They all looked toward the crown prince. The crown prince's face was grim, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, and his back teeth nearly ground down. Hearing Yi Amling's choked crying, he felt heartache. He was unwilling to see her marry Lord De, but couldn't speak out or stop her. Feeling frustrated and stifled, his gaze caught sight of Yi Chudang. His anger found a target and instantly exploded. The crown prince quickly walked toward Yi Chudang, raising his hand to strike her. You dare to lay a hand on Linga? I will kill you. Seeing the prince's slap about to land on Yi Chutang's face, Qin Muyun immediately stepped in front of her. Your Highness, you are the crown prince. Wanting Lord De's fiancée and slandering a second-rank official's daughter. Does that suit you? He dared not offend Lord De, but was unafraid of the prince. The former acts based on personal preference, while the latter seeks reputation. The prince looked at Qin Muyun, who appeared carefree, and angrily retracted his hand. Qin Muyun, slandering the crown prince, what crime do you deserve? May I ask, Your Highness, which words of the commoner are slander? You are willing to hurt Miss Yi heir for Miss Yi, and everyone hears and sees clearly. Yi Chutang gratefully glanced at Qin Muyun and bowed to the fierce-looking crown prince. Your humble servant greets Your Highness. May I ask, Your Highness, do you have any proof of what you just said? Of course, the crown prince had no evidence. But he was sure that Yi Amling's trouble was caused by Yi Chudang. Everyone in the Yi family would not harm Linger. Only Yi Chutang targeted her at every turn. Seeing the crown prince silent, Qin Muyun smiled and said, Your Highness, without proof, it is just slander. The crown prince snorted coldly. Whether Linger is harmed or not, he knows in his heart. After saying that, he flicked his sleeve and left. Before leaving, he shot a fierce glare at Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang paid no mind to the crown prince. Someone who can't protect the one they love and only knows how to oppress common people is just a useless coward. After the crown prince left, the second prince teased, Young Master Qin usually avoids women. Why did you heroically save the beauty today? Qin Muyun rolled his eyes at the second prince. You only see Miss Ye's beauty, which is too superficial. Indeed, the move Miss Yi just showed today is enough to praise among scholars across the land, said the second prince, then looked at Yi Chutang. Miss Yi, that was a bit abrupt just now. Yi Chutang knew the second prince was not a good person, so she forced a fake smile. It's nothing. May I ask if I can request a poem written with different handwriting for Miss Yi? The second prince quickly added. 10 taels of gold, I will pay. Yi Chutang heard that the second prince was testing her attitude toward the prince. She smiled and said, I told grandfather De before, as long as you pay, I can provide as many poems as you want. After all, I am not a scholar, just an ordinary person. Such scoundrels who extort from the people can take as much as they can get. The second prince looked at Qi Yanzhou with a blank face. Indeed, in Miss Ye's eyes, I am not as good as King Qin. Qin Muyun worried that Yi Chudang might answer too honestly and offend the second prince, so he spoke first. Second prince, don't compare yourself to Ziqian. When he was making great achievements in battle, you were still playing with crickets. That's true. King Chen's military achievements are outstanding and loved by the people. I can't compare, the second prince said self-deprecatingly, then looked at Yi Chudang. Today is inconvenient. I will come back another day to ask Miss Yi for a calligraphy piece. Humbly awaiting your return, Yi Chutang replied. As soon as she finished, Grandfather De and Yi Jingchuan came out of Yi Amling's boudoir. Yi Jingchuan cleared his throat and said, Everyone apologies. Today's unexpected incident disturbed your gathering. I will give everyone an explanation and punish myself with 3 cups as an apology. The grand official spoke coldly, his voice sharp. Everyone, return to the front yard and the back garden. I have something to say. Everyone quickly left. Qi Yanzhou subtly moved closer to Yi Chudang and secretly handed her a detailed map of the palace layout. Princess Anping instinctively sensed something was wrong. Just as she pushed forward, Qi Yanzhou distanced himself from Yi Chudang and walked away quickly. Yi Chudang sat down at the main table in the back garden, eating her half-cold, delicious food without caring about others. Princess Anping watched her enjoy her meal and sneered. Some people might think Miss Yi hasn't eaten in days. Not eating actively shows there's something wrong with her head. You. Princess Anping was about to lose her temper when the voice of the grand official, filled with internal energy, reached from the front yard to the back garden. Anyone who dares to spread today's matter will be against me. When the emperor returns to the palace, he will grant marriage to Miss Yi and me. Do not discuss this privately. The person plotting against me and Miss Yi will be torn to pieces. After speaking, everyone responded in unison. We obey the grand official's orders. Next, Yi Jingchuan briefly told the story he and Kong Ru had fabricated. Whether people believed it or not, at least it was an explanation on the surface. The grand official quickly left. Once he was gone, everyone bid farewell and left. After eating her fill, Yi Chutang returned to Ningqiu courtyard. She opened the palace layout map Qi Yanzhou had given her. When spread out, it was larger than the table. This map was more detailed than Gouda's, clearly marking every tree and indicating who lived in each palace. It even showed where the imperial guards were stationed and when they changed shifts. If Prince Chun has treasonous intentions, he could directly take the emperor's life. Yi Chutang sighed after studying the map, then stored it away and entered her space. She looked at her merit points, which exceeded 6,000 beyond 1,000,000, and upgraded her space. The space expanded visibly, growing outward and upward. Soon, it became a huge cube measuring 100 meters in length, width, and height. Standing on the bottom surface, centered around the spiritual spring, Yi Chutang felt her own insignificance. This space is so big, I can stockpile supplies like crazy. After saying that, she left the space. She changed into comfortable sportswear and sneaked underground from the bamboo nest to the grand official's residence. The Happy Longevity Palace was large, with a courtyard that had 2 entrances and exits, comparable in scale to the emperor's and empress's palaces. Because the grand official was not there and it was noon, the palace servants were lazily napping. Yi Chutang easily put the guards to sleep and strode confidently into the grand official's bedroom. She immediately took the most important item the grand official kept on the beam. Then she ransacked all the valuable things inside the room. Finally, she not only removed the decorations of gold, silver, and jewels from the pillars, but also took away the tables, chairs, and benches made of fragrant Nanmu wood. If I took this back to the 23rd century, I could make a lot of money, Yi Chutang joked. Then she didn't spare the jade flooring either. She pried it all up. Soon, Lord Da's sleeping hall was cleaner than her freshly washed face. Feeling satisfied, she left the hall and searched each room. In the study, she found Lord Da's secret chamber. Ancient people all have strange habits. Secret rooms are always in the study, and the mechanisms are similar. Inside the secret chamber, countless luminous pearls cast a gloomy green light, making it look like a ghost scene, very eerie. Under the green glow, Yi Chutang saw piles of gold, silver, jade, antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and rare treasures. She thought the treasury of Bachin country might not be as rich. With a wave of her hand, all this wealth, enough to rival a country, was stored in her space. When she returned to the study and didn't have time to check which letters were useful, she simply collected all the books and letters into her space, even the rosewood bookshelf. As she finished looting Shishou Palace and was about to leave, Lord Da just happened to be riding back in a sedan chair. Today, Lord Da was schemed against, losing face, and feeling in a bad mood. When he returned to Shishou Palace, he found the palace maids and guards sleeping everywhere, which made him even angrier. "Get up," he shouted. No one moved. Realizing something was wrong, Lord De immediately went to the nearest palace maid and pulled him up. After checking and seeing the maid was unconscious, he looked at a few others and his face changed drastically. He rushed into the sleeping hall, looking at the empty, messy main hall, and suddenly felt dizzy. He had gone out of the palace and been robbed. Someone come. Outside Shishou Palace, the Imperial Guard was on duty. Hearing this, they rushed in. Grand Supervisor, what are your orders? Lord De's face was dark as he sternly questioned, who has been here at Shishou Palace? Since the Grand Supervisor left, no one has come. No one came. So where are all the things from my study? After speaking, he strode into the study. The guards immediately checked. When they saw that even the floor was gone from the sleeping hall, they stared in shock. My subordinates failed in their duty. Please punish the Grand Supervisor. Although they had not neglected their responsibilities, the theft within the palace was their fault. Lord Do ignored them and went into the study. He saw that not a single paper was left behind and quickly rushed into the secret chamber. His lifelong wealth was gone. He was so angry he nearly fainted, coughing up blood.
Search.
Search thoroughly. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to. Find the thief. Whoever stole from him must be punished by death and exile. The Imperial Guard sensed Lord De's intense anger and immediately knelt to accept the order. Yes, sir. Lord De supported himself against the wall, breathing heavily. Suddenly, he remembered the precious item kept in the sleeping hall, and his heart skipped a beat. When he flew onto the beam and looked at the spot where the red cloth should have been, it was empty. Nothing was there. His heart stopped. My precious. He hadn't finished speaking when he closed his eyes and collapsed. Yi Chutang saw the Imperial Guard catch Lord De just in time. She muttered, "What a pity," silently before returning to Ningqiu courtyard. She found that the gifts from the guests and the lucky draw she won with poetry were gone. Sanu, Schwanger, and Wang Kai were also not in the courtyard. Trying to betray and kill me? Dream on. Yi Chutang didn't rush to ask Yi Jingchuan for her things and people. Instead, she changed back into her female clothes. As soon as she finished changing, Yi Jingchuan arrived first, having come before. He asked sternly, "What did you just do?" Yi Chutang casually lied, "Just went to see Yi Anling's joke." Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan recalled the scene of his wife and daughter entangling with Lord De. His face turned as green as the vast grasslands. He also secretly rejoiced that the incident of Kong Ru climbing into bed hadn't been exposed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to see anyone. Thinking about how bringing Yi Chutang back not only failed to improve Yi Anling's situation but also cost a lot of money and made the Yi family a laughingstock, offending Lord De, he felt regretful. Unfilial daughter. Yi Chutang was uninterested in Yi Jingchuan's lecturing and impatiently interrupted him. "Where are the gifts from the guests and the lucky draw I won?" Yi Jingchuan sneered. "You caused such a big mess at the minister's residence, making everyone laugh at the Yi family. And now you still have the nerve to ask for gifts and lucky draws. Lord Yi, the shameless person is you, who broke your promise and plotted against me. I didn't ask for compensation. You should be grateful." Yi Jingchuan, feeling guilty, quickly changed the subject to explain his purpose. "The carriage to take you back to the countryside estate is waiting outside the residence. He absolutely couldn't let this troublemaker stay in the Yi family, or the family would be finished.
Ye Chantang siniredin anger.
Just after scheming against me, you steal my things, take away my people, and now want to kick me out?" Seeing her cold gaze, Yi Jingchuan felt a bit scared and softened his tone. I'm not kicking you out. I just want you to go back to the countryside to avoid trouble. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I hide?" she asked. "Everyone suspects you harmed Linger and plotted against Lord De. If you stay in the capital, you'll be criticized and might even be in danger," he replied. Yi Chutang looked at Yi Jingchuan, who was acting insincerely, and chuckled softly. "It's okay. Whoever tries to criticize me, I will double back at them. Whoever tries to kill me, I will first break their neck." Yi Jingchuan. "Dad is doing this for your good, you." "Stop. You've only been scheming against me from the start. Don't bother with hypocritical words. They make me sick." Yi Jingchuan was too embarrassed to speak. After just 3 days of learning the rules, have you already learned to deceive? Rules are for people, not for dogs. Before Yi Jingchuan could get angry, she added, if you want me to leave, you must return the gifts I received today and the lucky money I won. Give me back my dowry left by my mother and include a letter ending our relationship. Yi Jingchuan was happy for only a moment before his anger flared. We just held a family dinner. Why end our relationship now? Also, how can a woman be asked for dowry before marriage? Yi Chutang was too tired of arguing with Yi Jingchuan and took a poison pill from her space, stuffing it into his mouth. Now you've also taken the heartbreak powder. Are you still trying to chase me away? Yi Jingchuan, forced to swallow the poison. You wicked girl, you won't have a good death. You have 3 days to vent your anger and find a cure. If you don't, you'll die from internal bleeding. There are plenty of good doctors in the capital. Yi Chutang saw through Yi Jingchuan's outward confidence and knew he was feeling guilty. Good luck. If you want to cling to life here, send back my maid and servant. Killing your father will bring you divine punishment. Yi Chutang grabbed Yi Jingchuan's collar and whispered in his ear, you killed your wife and are still alive. What are you afraid of? This made Yi Jingchuan feel like he'd fallen into an icy pit. He panicked and pushed Yi Chutang away. What are you talking about? Why are you so upset? I was just guessing based on Kong Ru's words. Did I guess right? Yi Chutang didn't confront Yi Jingchuan directly because the time wasn't right. Yi Jingchuan snorted coldly, nonsense, and hurriedly ran away. Yi Chutang threatened his back. Within half an hour, return the gifts and lucky money and send back my maid and servant. Otherwise, I will destroy the antidote for heartbreak powder. Although Yi Jingchuan didn't reply, soon the items and people were sent back to Ningqiu court. The gifts and lucky money were brought into the boudoir. Danner, Shuang'er, and Wankai were given 20 big punishments, their bottoms bloodied and unable to stand. Yi Chutang looked at the miserable three and asked in a deep voice, who gave the order? Shuang'er bit her lip, her eyes full of resentment, and replied, it was the madam. She was loyal to the madam, but the madam showed no mercy. Yi Chutang took out high-quality ointment from her space and handed it to Danner and Wankai. Go back to the side room and rest. I need to go out. Later, maids and servants will come to apply medicine. Little Sun knows that Yi Chutang is in a difficult situation now and does not want to cause her more trouble. Young Miss, Doer, and I can apply medicine to each other. Wankai. Servants can also apply medicine themselves. Stop fussing, go back to your room and wait. After speaking, Yi Chutang left Ningqiu courtyard. On the way to Liuli courtyard, she called her maid and servant to help apply medicine to the 3 people. She hurried to Liuli courtyard and kicked open the courtyard door. Bang! The door smashed the main house's door. Kong Ru was bathing and was so scared she almost jumped out of the tub. Chiu He, go see what happened, she said. Before Chiu he could get up to check, Yi Chutang entered the purification room with a feather duster. She grabbed Kong Ru's shoulder, lifted her out of the tub, and threw her to the ground. Then she quickly and fiercely whipped Kong Ru's buttocks with a feather duster. My contract for the 3 of them is in my hands. You have no right to decide for them. They received 20 lashes, and I will give them back to you. Smack. Smack. Kong Ru, who had been pampered since childhood, had never suffered such a terrible private punishment before. Before Yi Chutang finished, Kong Ru fainted from the pain. When news of Yi Chutang beating the head lady of the household spread to Yi Amling, she was so angry she immediately went to Liuli courtyard. She just happened to block Yi Chutang, who was about to leave. If you want to live, kneel and admit your mistake. Although marrying De Gonggong was frustrating, her status had risen, and no one could bully her anymore. As long as she whispered to De Gonggong, killing anyone was just a matter of saying a word. Yi Chutang looked at the proud Yi Amling and mocked her. I can make De Gonggong think that you are the one who drugged him, and I can also make him kill you. After saying this, she left the terrified Yi Amling and exited the Shangshu residence. She was about to relieve the fire poison for King Chen, so she needed to buy some medicinal herbs at the pharmacy and get familiar with the city to prepare for stocking supplies. Although it was not a chaotic era, and there were no natural disasters now, She still needed to stay alert. Yi Chutang asked passers-by and went to the largest pharmacy in the city, Xinglin Hall. As soon as she entered, she saw Qin Muyun, who was busy preparing medicines, and Qi Yanzhou, who was with him. Qin Muyun also saw Yi Chutang and looked surprised. "Miss Yi, what a coincidence. Why are you here at the pharmacy?" Qi Yanzhou looked at the foolish Qin Muyun and felt speechless. What else would she come to the pharmacy for? Of course, to get medicine. He asked, "Miss Yi, are you feeling unwell?" Yi Chutang shook her head. "It's not for me. It's for a patient of mine." Qi Yanzhou knew she was talking about him. Qin Muyun asked in surprise, "Miss Yi, do you know medicine?" "Somewhat." "Can I ask Miss Yi to treat my grandfather? Healing others is the fastest way to earn merit." "Of course, only good people should be saved." Yi Chutang straightforwardly said, "I only save good people." "Is your grandfather a good person?" Hearing this, the shopkeeper of the medicine store said, "Rest assured, Miss, Qin Taifu is a very good person." He listed many good deeds Qin Taifu had done for the country and the people. Afterward, he sighed, "It's a pity that good people don't always get good rewards." Qin Taifu was wounded by an arrow in his early years and troubled by a cough in his later years. His days are numbered. Yi Chutang looked at Qin Muyun. "Wait a moment. After buying the medicine, I will go see your grandfather." "Thank you, Miss Yi." Qin Muyun didn't hold much hope. He just wanted his grandfather to see the girl he liked before he passed away. Yi Chutang didn't think much of this, but Qi Yanzhou saw through it. However, he didn't have the standing to say anything. Although Yi Chutang was eager to buy all the medicinal herbs in the shop, she only purchased what she needed. She planned to disguise herself and come back late at night to stockpile more herbs. The three went to the Prime Minister's residence. When they arrived at the gate, Qi Yanzhou was stopped by officials from the Dowry temple. "Young Marquis, the bedroom of Grand Tutor has been robbed. We are given 3 days to solve the case. Your lord has entrusted this matter to you." After refusing the marriage proposal with military achievements, Qi Yanzhou handed over his military power and is now the deputy chief of the Dowry temple. He guessed this was a trap set by the officials. What did Grand Tutor to lose? Everything. The entire Qi Shou palace was looted. A look of confusion appeared in Qi Yanzhou's eyes. The palace was heavily guarded. Who could steal from a palace? Most likely, Grand Tutor Da was orchestrating this himself, trying to shift blame and please the emperor. "All right, I will go to the palace now to see." After Qi Yanzhou left, Qin Muyun sighed. Ziqian shouldn't have gone back to the capital. Yi Chutang straightforwardly exposed his wishful thinking. Disobedience to imperial orders means execution for the entire family. "Let's go. We need to see your grandfather." The condition of Grand Tutor Qin was just as Yi Chutang had guessed. He had injured his lungs years ago and didn't rest properly, causing a chronic illness that worsened in old age, with no medicine to cure it. She couldn't repair the old lung damage, but could help Qin live a few more years. Qin Muyun saw Yi Chutang finish checking his pulse and asked, "Miss Yi, how is he?" "I can't say much. If we give Qin Taifu 3 more years, it should be fine." Qin Muyun was surprised, his eyes wide, because he had only asked casually. Could it be that he was so eager for his grandfather to get better that he was hearing things? Grand Tutor Qin looked kindly and said, "Young Lady Yi, I understand my condition. You don't need to comfort me." Even the head of the hospital was helpless. There was little anyone could do for the young girl in front of him. Most likely, this young man had brought her back to ease his worries. Yi Chutang looked serious and said, "I never lie to patients." After speaking, she began to needle Grand Tutor Qin. As the silver needles were inserted, he clearly felt his breathing become easier. The feeling of needing to cough that he couldn't control also gradually disappeared. He looked at Yi Chutang in shock. "Mr. Qin, I apologize if my words earlier offended you. Please forgive me, young Lady Yi." Yi Chutang smiled faintly and said, "Given my age and appearance, it's normal that Grand Tutor Qin might not trust me." After finishing, she completed the acupuncture. She patted his shoulders on both sides. The silver needles trembled quickly. The points they pierced felt numb and itchy, yet strangely comfortable. Yi Chutang looked at Qin Muyun, who was staring blankly. "Young Master Qin, Please bring some paper, ink, and a brush. Qin Muyu quickly recovered and said, Young Lady Yi, just a moment. After writing the prescription, Yi Chudang asked, Does the Qin family have a court doctor? Yes, he is retired from the Grand Hospital. His medical skills are quite good. Bring him here. Soon the court doctor arrived. Yi Chutang pointed to the silver needles on Grand Tutor Qin and asked, Can he understand this? Can he see clearly? The court doctor replied, I only have some basic knowledge of acupuncture. Advanced techniques are usually passed down through family. Most doctors only understand a little from medical books. Yi Chuding nodded and wrote down the acupuncture method. She handed it to the court doctor and said, In the future, you can help Grand Tutor Qin with acupuncture. I will also specify the intervals. The court doctor took the slightly wet paper and looked at Yi Chutang in shock. Young lady, why? Although doctors save lives, no one usually shares their secret skills with outsiders. Yi Chutang replied casually, Teaching and passing on knowledge is the essence of inheritance. When Grand Tutor Qin heard this, his eyes showed more admiration. She added, Of course, it's also because I'm lazy and don't want to keep running to the Grand Tutor's house. Under the complicated gazes of the three, Yi Chutang took the silver needles out of Grand Tutor Qin. She reminded him, The herbal tea to nourish the lungs and relax the breath must be taken regularly. Combined with acupuncture, the effects will be better. Qin Muyu nodded quickly. All right, young lady Yi, how much is the consultation fee? Grand Tutor Qin is a good person, so it's free. The real reason was not that, it was because Qin Muyu had helped her during the family feast by confronting the crown prince. Yi Chutang didn't like owing favors, so she naturally wouldn't ask for payment. When she left, she also gave Grand Tutor Qin a cup of spiritual spring water. Merit points 3863. As expected, Tutor Qin is a very good person. Qin Muyu wanted to send Yi Chutang off but was refused. Young Master Qin, please wait. I remember the way. Miss Yi, farewell. Tutor Qin saw that his usually carefree grandson was acting overly obedient in front of Yi Chutang, realizing he had feelings for her. Miss Yi is a good girl. Whose daughter is she? Qin Muyu immediately shared Yi Chutang's tragic background, how Yi Jingchuan had schemed against her, her heroic efforts to turn the tide, and her outstanding performance at the family dinner. Tutor Qin watched his talkative grandson with a smile. If you like her, let your father propose marriage at the Yi family. Qin Muyu's face fell, and he sighed. Grandfather, I don't deserve her. Don't underestimate yourself. If it weren't for the family's burdens, you wouldn't be a wastrel with no achievements. People only saw Qin Muyu wasting his noble background and not contributing, not knowing that the Qin family, as the leading civil officials, was under the emperor's suspicion. The Qin family only produced mediocre talents, creating an illusion of prosperity to temporarily preserve their 100-year glory. Qin Muyu smiled. I enjoy the family's blessings, so I naturally bear its burdens. Tutor Qin patted his grandson's hand. Having a loved one in this life is rare. Cherish it. Grandfather, don't worry. I will try my best. Leaving the tutor's residence, Yi Chutang sneezed. She rubbed her nose and said irritably, Who's behind my back bothering me? Afterward, she went to Wanbao Pavilion. The shopkeeper saw her and immediately came forward. Miss Yi, have you decided on the jewelry you want to order? Yes, my design is a bit complicated. I want 2 top craftsmen to make it. Price is not an issue. The shopkeeper loved hearing the last part. He smiled broadly. Miss Yi, please come this way. Yi Chutang followed him to the reception room, where 2 elderly craftsmen quickly entered. I want to make hairpins, bracelets, and pendants, all in iron. The shopkeeper thought he heard wrong. Miss Yi, you probably mean gold and silver, right? Iron jewelry is usually only bought by poor families. The eldest daughter of the minister's residence should at least have silver accessories. Yi Chutang played with her teacup, speaking casually. Gold and silver are too soft. Iron's hardness is just right. The shopkeeper was confused. It's not like jewelry is used to kill people. What's the point of hardness? Miss Yi, iron is too hard to shape easily. Although it's cheap, the craftsmanship costs are high. The jewelry I want has very high craftsmanship requirements. As long as the craftsman can make it, I will pay 5 times the usual fee, and the material will be settled as silver. For both the shopkeeper and the craftsman, it was very profitable, so all three quickly agreed. Miss Yi, what kind of jewelry do you want to customize? Poisonous weapon jewelry, shopkeeper. Miss Yi, please don't joke. I'm serious. If you can't take on this business, pretend I never came. While the shopkeeper hesitated, the two craftsmen said, if the shopkeeper doesn't want to, we can do private work. Doing private work was common for craftsmen, as long as it didn't interfere with their main job. The shopkeeper wouldn't mind. He knew Yi Chudang was very good at causing trouble and didn't want to bring trouble to the shop. As long as Missy agrees, I have no objection. I agree. The deposit I paid earlier goes to the shopkeeper, but the shopkeeper must give these two craftsmen 3 months off and provide some iron for making jewelry. The shopkeeper was very happy and said, no problem. Iron wasn't expensive, and 40 taels of deposit was almost a year's wages for the craftsman. After happily leaving, Yi Chutang began describing the jewelry with hidden weapons and the multiple flying darts to the craftsman. The craftsman, being from the palace, listened carefully, asked questions, and started drawing. When Yi Chutang finished, the blueprints were ready. She asked, can you make them? The two craftsmen nodded. Yes, we can. We will make these 4 items and it will take us 5 days. Then I will come back in 5 days to check. If they are good, give me 20 sets. Yi Chutang finished and gave some silver as a deposit to the craftsman. After leaving Wanbao Pavilion, she visited nearby grain shops, oil shops, and spice shops. She also went to fabric stores and bought a few dresses for Jinji. Seeing the sun setting, she also visited a wine shop and the vegetable market, as well as dry goods stores and the coal market. After shopping for all the supplies she needed, it was already dark. Yi Chutang walked through the bustling night market to the best restaurant in the capital, Guangzhou Pavilion. She ordered a table of fine dishes and asked a waiter to deliver them to the Shangshu residence. Near the residence, she saw a sneaky but familiar figure, former palace doctor, Gao Dafu. She told the waiter, give the food box to the gatekeeper and have him deliver it to Ningqiu Court. The waiter nodded respectfully. Yes, Miss Yi. Yi Chutang went straight to Gao Dafu. Noticing danger, Gao Dafu tried to run but was caught. He immediately threw a handful of white powder at Yi Chutang. She waved her sleeve, and the powder scattered onto Gao Dafu. He held his breath, but then was punched in the chest. In pain, he inhaled some poison. His face turned pale with fear, and he quickly took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket. Yi Chutang guessed it contained an antidote and snatched it away. Gao Dafu immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Miss Yi, please be kind and give me the antidote, or I will die. I enjoy seeing villains bleed from their 7 orifices and die painfully. After speaking, Yi Chutang grabbed Dr. Gao's hair and dragged him into the Prime Minister's residence. Dr. Gao felt his scalp being pulled and screamed loudly. The guards nearby heard the commotion and came out to see what was happening. Recognizing Yi Chutang, they thought, Miss Yi is so fierce. Housekeeper Chen from the Prime Minister's estate saw Yi Chutang bring back the fleeing Dr. Gao and immediately went to inform Yi Jingchuan in the kitchen. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chutang threw Dr. Gao into the kitchen. She looked at the handful of hair in her hand and angrily flicked it away. Dr. Gao's head hit the table leg hard, and he blacked out from the pain. Yi Jingchuan had always regretted not punishing the incompetent doctor who hurt his son, so he let him escape. Now, seeing Dr. Gao, he immediately got up and kicked him forcefully, each kick more powerful than the last. How dare you harm my son? I want you dead. Yi Amling worried that Dr. Gao couldn't handle the beating and revealed the secret about Junior's illness. She picked up the clay pot from the dining table and smashed it hard onto his head. Yi Chutang watched Yi Amling lift the clay pot, guessing she wanted to kill to silence him. She quickly grabbed Dr. Gao's ankle and dragged him away.
Bang!
The clay pot shattered on the ground. The hot soup splashed and wet Yi Jingchuan's pants.
He yelped in pain.
Linger, what are you doing? Yi Linger glared at Yi Chutang with resentment, trying to divert blame. Father, I also want to avenge Junior. I didn't expect my eldest sister to save this beast, causing you to be scalded. Yi Chutang looked at Yi Amling, who was lying about everything, and chuckled softly. Did you forget that Dr. Gao was brought back by me? After saying that, she squatted down and looked at Dr. Gao, who was so frightened he lost his soul. Everyone in the Yi family wants you dead. Only I can save you, Dr. Gao, seeing a chance at salvation, begged desperately. As long as Miss Yi spares my life, I will do anything you ask. Tell me about Jun'er's illness and how you escaped. Yi Amling quickly grabbed Yi Jingchuan's arm. Father, this incompetent doctor only cares about money and wouldn't spare a newborn. His words can't be trusted. Dr. Gao ignored Yi Amling and explained how Kong Ru gave medicine to Yi Yanzhou to compete for favor. He said the evidence was hidden in the second wooden board under the bed, and second young master was a witness. In other words, Yi Yanzhou knew he was just a tool. He said, it was Zhang Kuei who let me go. Who is he working for? The Lord will find out soon. Even without seeing proof, Yi Jingchuan knew that Gao Dafu was telling the truth. Because Jun'er always had attacks whenever he hadn't been to Liuli court for a long time. He looked pale and coldly at Yi Amling. Do you know too? Yi Amling knew her mother was completely finished, so she quickly distanced herself. She wanted to deny it but was afraid Yi Chutang would force Gao Dafu to expose her. Father, I do know. I tried to warn mother before, but she insisted on her own way. She even promised Jun'er would be fine, so Yi Jingchuan was furious upon hearing this. Unfilial daughter, Yi Amling saw his raised hand and hurried to stop him. Father, if nothing unexpected happens, the imperial decree for our marriage will arrive at the Shangshu mansion within 3 days. Now she had Duke to support and wouldn't be bullied anymore. Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan immediately withdrew his hand. Old Madame Yi, who had been silent, said, Chuaner, keep Kong's wife confined in Liuli court. Marry a common wife. She couldn't divorce Kong Ru, but she also couldn't let her continue as the main wife. Marrying a common wife was the only solution. Yes, mother. When old Madame Yi left, she looked at Gao Dafu. He must die. Gao Dafu immediately went to hold Yi Chutang's leg but missed. Mississippi, Yi Chutang looked at Gao Dafu with a mocking smile. The medicine Kong Ru gave me, was it you who gave it? Someone like you is not worth saving. After speaking, she looked at Steward Chen. Hurry up and change my bed. It's too dirty. Steward Chen looked at Yi Jingchuan, received her signal, and nodded. Yes, miss. Yi Chutang left the dining hall and headed to Qingsong courtyard. Seeing no one on the road, she took out the clothes she bought for Jinji from her space. Today, Qingsong courtyard was guarded by 4 people. Yi Chutang easily knocked them all down and said, Tell Yi Jingchuan that I took Jinji away. She pushed open the courtyard door and saw Jinji covered in dirt standing inside. Jinji rushed to Yi Chutang. Miss, you're back. Hug. Little miss, I think I should pretend to be crazy for now. She was afraid that if she stopped pretending, Yi Jingchuan would harm her for the dowry. Yi Chutang thought she couldn't always stay with Jinji, and pretending to be crazy was her best protection. She agreed. Okay. She pushed Jinji away, held her hand, and asked with a smile, Are you willing to come with me? Jinji nodded eagerly. Let's go quickly. Back at Ningchu courtyard, Danner was waiting anxiously. Seeing Yi Chutang return with a crazy woman, she wasn't surprised. Miss, how should I arrange this person? Yi Chutang saw Danner unsure how to address Jinji and said, Just call her Aunt Jean. Later, I will settle her outside my inner room. Yes, Mississippi. I will prepare water and help Aunt Jean wash up. Yi Chutang stopped Danner. What about Schwanger? Schwanger kneeled for 3 days before, and today she was beaten again. Now she is feverish and too dizzy to stand. First eat, then I will boil water and help her wash. After Danner responded, she arranged the food from the box. You are injured and can't sit, so let's eat together while standing. Danner knew Yi Chutang was firm and didn't refuse, but she was very touched inside. During the meal, Jinji pretended to be crazy and didn't eat properly.
Danner patiently coaxed her.
Yi Chutang knew Jinji was testing Danner and didn't mind. After eating, Danner boiled water, and after Yi Chutang reapplied medicine to her, she told Jinji to rest. She brought water for Jinji, who bathed herself. Jinji washed 3 buckets of water before cleaning herself thoroughly. She was thin and emaciated, covered in scars, with dry, knotted hair, looking very old. Yi Chutang helped her braid her hair. "And Jean, I will make you healthy and plump." Jinji took a handkerchief. "Young miss, I can do it myself. You've had a long day, go rest and bathe." Yi Chutang thought she had things to do tonight and nodded. "Okay." After Jinji finished, she had braided her hair and was already asleep. More than an hour later, everyone in Ningqiu courtyard was asleep. Yi Chutang dressed in men's clothes, disguised herself, and slipped into the main street of the capital. It was already curfew, and the street was empty. Only a watchman was beating a drum to remind that it was midnight. Be careful with fire, dry weather. Yi Chutang went to the rice shop she had checked earlier, climbed over the back wall, and woke the sleeping shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was so scared he nearly fainted. Suddenly, a gold ingot appeared before his eyes to calm him. "Apart from the 3 days' sales volume, I want all the remaining stored rice." She didn't buy all the rice to avoid causing market chaos and price hikes, which would hurt the common people. 3 days was enough for the shopkeeper to restock. Hearing the rough male voice and seeing the gold in front of him, the shopkeeper nodded wildly. "All right, I will sell brown rice." Before he could quote a price, Yi Chutang interrupted him. "I've checked the market prices. If you dare to quote wildly, I will take your life." With that, a sharp flash of light and a blade pressed against his neck. The shopkeeper broke out in cold sweat and quickly retracted his thoughts. "Young master, please understand, we do business based on honesty and will never give false prices." After speaking, he honestly reported the price and stock of the grain. "Young master, the total is 78 taels and 563 coins. Since you bought a lot, 78 taels will do." His shop didn't have that much grain, but he had a warehouse for stockpiling. Yi Chutang released the shopkeeper, asked for the warehouse location, and gave him 80 taels. "The extra 2 taels are for sealing the deal. Don't tell anyone about the grain warehouse being sold out to avoid causing panic. If someone asks why you bought more grain, just say you have a feeling the prices will rise and you want to stock up." The shopkeeper stroked the heavy silver and nodded happily. "Rest assured, young master, I will keep it secret. He sold nearly half a year's worth of grain. To avoid jealousy from competitors, he had to keep the news very secret. If anyone finds out your grain is gone, pretend you don't know and spread rumors that thieves stole it." Once the shopkeeper nodded, Yi Chutang struck him unconscious. The rice in the rice shop could last about 10 days. She stored about 65% of the grain in her space. Then she went to the warehouse outside the city, where the shopkeeper stored all the stockpiled grain, and took it all. Yi Chutang returned to the city and bought grain from 5 other rice shops, spending nearly 700 taels in total. She kept at it until late at night. "Today's task is done. Let's head home." The last warehouse was inside the city, not far from the Shangshu residence. Yi Chutang thought using teleportation magic was a waste, so she decided to walk back. Just as she emerged from the warehouse, she bumped into Qi Yanzhou, returning from Prince Chen's residence. After Qi Yanzhou was called away by the Ministry of Justice in the afternoon, he stayed in the palace until the gates were locked. He thoroughly searched the Shishou Palace and questioned all the palace staff, but the more he investigated, the stranger it became. The palace guards and imperial guards didn't find anyone who broke in. The entire Shishou Palace was dug up 3 feet deep, but no secret passages were found. It only took 15 minutes from when the palace staff fainted to when Grand Eunuch returned, as if everything in the palace had vanished into thin air. Qi Yanzhou was overwhelmed with questions. After leaving the palace, he went back to the Ministry of Justice to continue looking for clues. Later, he heard that the Jinzhou prefect had taken a case similar to the theft at Shishou Palace. He immediately went to learn more. Then he found out that a few days earlier, Yi Chutang's Ningqiu Yuan was also robbed within 2 incense sticks' time, with no clues and everything disappearing as if by magic. Qi Yanzhou decided to wait outside the Shangshu residence and check it after dawn. He then encountered Yi Chutang, who had climbed over the wall. She was dressed as a man and covered her face with a black scarf, so Qi Yanzhou naturally didn't recognize her. "What are you doing here?" Yi Chudang knew she couldn't beat Qi Yanzhou, so she said, "None of your business," in a male voice. Then she climbed back over the wall and disappeared into the government office. Qi Yanzhou immediately chased after her. He and the thief arrived almost at the same time, but in the end, they lost him. The granary was big but empty, with nowhere to hide anyone. That man was gone like the items in the longevity palace, completely vanished. At that moment, the guards at the granary heard the noise and rushed over with torches.
Who are you?
"What are you doing at Li Ji's granary?" the leader asked. He then saw that all the grain was gone. He pointed his torch at Qi Yanzhou and shouted, "Catch him and send him to the officials." Qi Yanzhou looked at the approaching men and said, "I am Prince Chun, Qi Yanzhou." After saying that, he showed his identity token made of inked jade. When everyone saw the character, Chun, and the snake pattern on the token, they immediately knelt and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness Prince Chun." "Stand up," Qi Yanzhou asked. "Are you guarding here because there is grain in the granary?" "Yes, Your Highness. I checked earlier this afternoon, and the granary was full. Now it's empty. Did you see anything suspicious?" "I saw a man in black come out of the granary earlier. I was about to catch him, but he went back inside, and then he disappeared." "Call all the guards here." The leader understood that Qi Yanzhou was suspicious and quickly ordered the others to come. Soon, 20 guards arrived. Qi Yanzhou compared their appearances with the man he saw earlier, but none matched. "None of them. Report to the officials." After saying that, he climbed back over the wall and left. When Yi Chudang returned to Ningqiu courtyard, she took off her male disguise and removed her false appearance. Exhausted and sleepy, she immediately fell asleep. At dawn the next day, Steward Chen sent a maid to deliver a message that Prince Chun had come to inquire about the theft at Ningqiu courtyard. Yi Chudang, still tired, felt annoyed and didn't want to get up. After a while, Danner coaxed her until she finally got up to wash and dress. "Miss, His Highness Prince Chun is very capable. Maybe he can really find the stolen items," Danner said. Yawning, Yi Chudang thought, even if he's extremely capable, he probably can't find out. "Hopefully so," she replied. After she finished dressing, Yi Jingchuan personally brought Prince Chen to Ningqiu courtyard. Today, the emperor returned from Qingyan Temple, and officials and military officers had to go to the city gate to greet him around midday. Grandfather De cancelled the morning court session. Yi Chudang bowed to Prince Chen. "Greetings, Your Highness Prince Chen." "Stand up." Prince Chen looked at Yi Chudang, whose eyes had a hint of blue, and asked, "Miss Yi, did you sleep well last night?" Yi Chudang, tired, nodded. "Yesterday, so many things happened." The girl was worried and overthinking, had light sleep, woke easily, and had nightmares. As soon as she finished speaking, the disheveled Jin Ji ran out barefoot. "Miss, go inside and sleep." Yi Jingchuan looked at Jin Ji, dressed in plain clothes and acting strangely, and shouted at Dana, "Quickly take this crazy woman away. Don't disturb the prince." He had been worried that Jin Ji was pretending to be crazy, but now it seemed she was truly mad. As soon as Dana responded, Yi Chutong pulled Jin Ji's hand and comforted her. "Jin Ji, go inside and rest. Be good, okay Gigi, listen to me." Qi Yanzhou was not interested in the Yi family's affairs and changed the subject, asking about the theft at Ningqiu court. Yi Chutong ignored Yi Jingchuan's warning and told her about Kong Ru giving her a relaxant, which made her angry enough to run away from home. "Your Highness, I wasn't there at the time. I only found out the next day that Ningqiu court had been robbed. I thought my father was involved in stealing." Yi Jingchuan looked uncomfortable and said, Don't talk nonsense." Yi Chutong continued, "Later, I thought, although my father is stingy with me, he wouldn't do something so disgraceful as stealing from his own home. So I had another guess." Qi Yanzhou asked curiously, "What's your guess?" "My mother, seeing me being bullied, took everything from Ningqiu court as a warning. Otherwise, how could all the items in the courtyard disappear in just 2 incense sticks' time?" "Yi Daxiaji, that's not right. If it was really your mother, she would have taken things from Yi Shangshu too." Yi Chutong gave a meaningful look at Yi Jingchuan. "That's also true. Can I check this courtyard, Your Highness?" "Feel free." As Qi Yanzhou carefully examined Ningqiu court, Yi Jingchuan felt very uneasy. His words were harmless, but his intentions were not. He now deeply regretted not checking the secret room when he visited the study a few days ago. Your Highness, I have other official matters to attend to. Lord Yi, go ahead. After I finish inspecting this courtyard, I will leave on my own. Yi Chutong sat at the stone table in the courtyard, yawning repeatedly. Danner, go to the main kitchen and bring some food. Say that Prince Chen wants to have breakfast at Ningqiu Court. You're injured, so don't do it yourself. Just find a maid to bring it. Yes, Mississippi. When Dan arrived at the kitchen, Yi Jingchuan also reached the study. He headed straight for the secret room. As he descended the stairs, he didn't see the familiar green glow of the luminous pearl. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. He missed a step and almost got hit by an arrow shot from the wall. Panicking, he dodged and fell down the stairs, narrowly saving his own life. He rolled into the secret room. In the dark, he groped around for a while and finally found the oil lamp, lighting it with a fire stick. Looking at the empty secret room, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. I must be too tired and seeing things. After comforting himself, he widened his eyes and looked hard. Still, there was nothing. Yi Jingchuan lit all the oil lamps, but the room remained empty. The gold, silver, and jewels were gone. The secret letter was gone. The food supplies and weapons were also missing. Thinking that his support for the crown prince and the second prince might have been exposed, he was so frightened he fainted. When Yi Jingchuan fainted in the secret room, a sumptuous breakfast was brought to Ningqiu courtyard. Qi Yanzhou also carefully checked the courtyard again. Like the Shishou palace, there was no secret passage. Could it really be ghosts or monsters? Yi Chutang looked at Qi Yanzhou's furrowed brow and said, Prince, if you don't mind, let's have breakfast together. Qi Yanzhou had only taken a few bites yesterday at noon and hadn't eaten since. He was actually a bit hungry. Sorry to trouble Miss Yi. During the meal, Yi Chutang deliberately asked, Isn't it the Jinzhong prefect's job to investigate the theft at Ningqiu courtyard? Why is it now the prince's responsibility? Qi Yanzhou thought the news about the theft at Shishou Palace would spread soon and decided to tell the truth. Gonggongda's palace, like Ningqiu courtyard, was robbed of everything in a short time. Yi Chutong's lips curled into a smile, with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Congratulations, Gonggongda. That thief is really capable. He even stole into the palace. Once the emperor finds out, he'll probably be worried and restless. If the thief could break into Shishou Palace, they could also go to Qianqing Palace and take the emperor's life. Seeing Yi Chutong's happy face, Qi Yanzhou reminded her, Miss Yi, be careful with your words. The emperor was dull and narrow-minded. He couldn't tolerate any harsh words. Yi Chutang took a sip of bird's nest and smiled. Don't worry, Prince. I speak plainly what I say to people. I don't hide my thoughts. After finishing breakfast, Qi Yanzhou took his leave. He needed to return to the palace to bathe and change clothes, then go to the city gate to welcome the emperor. Yi Chutang lay back on the bed, using a nap to enter her space. She sorted through the somewhat messy items in her space, glad that everything could float. Without containers, things wouldn't be chaotic. After organizing everything, she drank a glass of milk before leaving her space. She had a half-hour nap and then got up to practice martial arts in the courtyard. Not long after, Steward Chun hurried over. Miss, after the master came to your courtyard, he disappeared. Do you know where he went? The emperor is about to enter the capital, and the master needs to meet him at the city gate. There were just over 2 quarters before the time of C, around 9 a.m. If they didn't leave now, they would miss the chance. Yi Chutang thought that angering Long Yan by offending Yi Jingchuan would also bring her trouble. Father said he had official business and left. The butler had been to the study pavilion and asked the bodyguard, but said the master was not there. Hearing this, he guessed that the master didn't want to be disturbed, so he told the bodyguard to say so. Thank you for your advice, miss. I will take my leave. The butler went to the study pavilion, explained the situation to the bodyguard, and then entered the study. But he didn't dare go into the secret room, only calling out, Master, into the dark entrance. The unconscious Yi Jingchuan was awakened by the call. He remembered he needed to go meet the carriage and had no time to worry about the emptied secret room. So he hurriedly took a carriage to the city gate. At this time, the theft at Li's granary had already become a big topic. All the grain in the warehouse is gone, and the patrol soldiers didn't notice at all. I heard it was a man who stole it caught by Prince Qin, but he wasn't arrested. One person?
Impossible.
That much grain could crush him 100 times over. Exactly. It's obvious the officials can't solve the case, so they blame others. I heard it was a ghost thief. The officials can't find the culprit. After someone spread this story, the term ghost thief became more and more sinister. It started with hungry ghosts stealing grain, then ghost soldiers raiding supplies, and finally, with too many souls in the underworld, the king of hell couldn't feed the little ghosts, so they had to steal from the human world. Storytellers and writers of tales seized this opportunity, turning Ghost Thief into various ghost stories that spread all over the streets. When Danner went to the large kitchen to fetch vegetables, she overheard some of these stories and told Yi Chutang when she returned to Ningqiu courtyard. Yi Chutang had already guessed that the story of the granary being empty would cause a big fuss when Qi Yanzhou caught her last night. But she didn't expect the ghost thief story to be so effective.
Donner, go rest.
I'll prepare lunch. Miss, that's not right. What? Are you afraid my cooking won't be good enough? Danner hurriedly waved her hands. It's not that, Mississippi. You're from a noble family. How can you do such rough work? Yi Chutang smiled and said, people rely on food. Cooking is not a big deal. Go rest early, heal your wounds quickly, and take on all the chores sooner. Danner knew Yi Chutang was showing concern, and her eyes filled with gratitude. Yes, I will obey. Yi Chutang entered the kitchen. After Jin Ji and Danner went to rest, she came to help. Watching Yi Chutang skillfully pick, wash, and cook vegetables, Jin Ji's eyes turned red with tenderness. If it weren't for the lady being unlucky in love, she would surely grow up pampered and spoiled, not needing to learn these skills. Miss, life on the farm must have been hard for you. It wasn't as hard as Aunt Jin's. I won't mention the tough days before. It's bad luck. Jin Ji wiped away tears from her eyes and nodded heavily. After hardship comes happiness. Yi Chutang's favorite thing in the apocalypse is cooking, and she has become a good chef. When stir-frying, she avoids Jin Ji's gaze and takes out seasonings from her space. Good ingredients with good seasonings make top-quality dishes. When cooking rice, she uses spiritual spring water. Even before the rice is ready, the sweet aroma of rice fills the yard. Soon, the dishes are served. Danner supports the weak heir to the dining hall, then calls Wonkai, who is healing outside, to come and eat together. The food is so delicious that everyone finishes their plates. Palace. The emperor returns to the palace and hosts a banquet for officials. A middle-aged man in a bright yellow dragon robe sits on the throne, looking at Qi Yanzhou at the second table on the left. The environment in Nanjing and the capital are very different. King Qin has been back for a few days. Are you used to it? Qi Yanzhou stands and bows. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am grateful. I grew up in the capital, so I am naturally used to it. The emperor observes his respectful words and humble attitude. Since he cannot find fault with the modest King Qin, his gaze suddenly sharpens. I heard you refuse to marry Princess Onping because you have someone you love. May I ask which girl she is? This King Qin cannot stay. Since he can't target him at the palace, he will attack the girl he likes. Qi Yanzhou guesses the emperor's plan and replies, I met a shaman doctor in Miaoyang. She once saved my life. Of course, this is false. He says this only because Miaoyang is far from the capital. Even if the emperor wants to interfere, he can't reach that far quickly. The emperor knows this shaman doctor, named a man. When he learns that a man saved Qi Yanzhou's life, he is furious and immediately sends secret guards to kill her. But because of the many poisons and miasmas in Nanjing, 3 groups of people are sent, all of whom go missing. His eyes narrow slightly. If you like her, why don't you bring her to the capital? Qi Yanzhou lowers his head, looking somewhat sad. Replying to Your Majesty, she has no interest in me. The emperor is surprised. There are women who don't like the handsome and invincible King Qin. Women in Nanjing rarely marry outside their own tribe. They prefer men from their own people. Although this is true, it makes the emperor unhappy. Under the heavens, is this not the king's land? King Chen has reclaimed Nanjing's territory, and his achievements are remarkable. I will grant you a marriage. Let that shaman doctor come to the capital and marry you. When Qi Yanzhou hears the emperor's decision to arrange a marriage, he immediately walks to the middle of the 2 rows of dining tables and kneels. Please, your majesty, withdraw this order. The shaman doctor saved me, and I am deeply grateful. I cannot force her. The emperor's eyes narrow slightly, and a strong pressure presses down on Qi Yanzhou. This marriage is my decision. Do you think I am forcing him? Your majesty, please stay calm. I only think that the people from the southern border are strong-willed. If we force the witch doctor to come to the capital, there might be a risk of poison. This statement was both a threat to the emperor and a way to protect the witch doctor. However, it also reminded him that bringing the witch doctor to the capital would be a big problem. Prince Chen, you've been in the southern border for 2 years and missed your marriage. You haven't been able to continue the royal line.
I feel guilty about this.
Now that you are back, your marriage should be arranged. Qi Yanzhou realized that the emperor wanted to find him a wife, possibly to get rid of him. I just returned to the capital and want to marry, but I am not yet familiar with the noble ladies here. I want to wait a bit longer. The emperor wanted to marry him off directly, but was worried about criticism. I give you half a month. If you still haven't decided by then, I will choose a bride for you. Thank you, your majesty. Long live the emperor. Stand up and take your seat. When Qi Yanzhou sat down again, Grand Tutor De mentioned the matter of marrying Amling to the emperor. On the way back to the capital, the emperor already knew about the lively scene at the Shangshu residence from yesterday. He looked at the silent, serious crown prince and nodded. Approved. Thank you, your majesty. Sit down. As Qi Yanzhou returned to his seat, Grand Tutor De spoke to the emperor about his wish to marry Amling. On the road back, the emperor had heard about the excitement at the Shangshu residence. He looked at the silent crown prince and nodded. Approved. Thank you, your majesty. Stand up and take your seat. When Qi Yanzhou sat down, De mentioned the matter of marrying Amling to the emperor. On the way back, the emperor already knew about the lively scene at the Shangshu residence from yesterday. He looked at the serious, silent crown prince and nodded. Approved. Thank you, your majesty. Sit down. As Qi Yanzhou sat back, the Grand Tutor told the emperor about his desire to marry Amling. On the way, the emperor had heard about the bustling scene at the Shangshu residence. He looked at the calm, silent crown prince and nodded. Approved. Thank you, your majesty. Stand up and take your seat. When Qi Yanzhou sat down again, the Grand Tutor mentioned the marriage proposal to the emperor. On the way back, the emperor already knew about the lively scene at the Shangshu residence from yesterday. He looked at the serious, silent crown prince and nodded. Approved. Thank you, your majesty. Sit down. When Qi Yanzhou sat back, the Grand Tutor spoke about his wish to marry Amling. On the way, the emperor had heard about the lively scene at the Shangshu residence from yesterday. He looked at the calm, silent crown prince and nodded. The court was controlled by Lord De, and the officials only reported good news to the emperor. Never problems. A group of sycophants praised the emperor excessively, making him happy and eager to seek immortality. Since the emperor returned from Qingyun Temple, he was tired from traveling, and the banquet quickly ended. Lord De saw the emperor back to Qianqing Palace to rest, and also asked for the imperial decree. Officials congratulated Yi Jingchuan, but he knew they were actually mocking him. After a few words, he secretly glanced at the second prince and left the palace. The second prince realized Yi Jingchuan had important matters to discuss and soon left as well. They met in a private room at a restaurant connected to the Ministry of War. Minister Yi suddenly wants to see me. What's the matter? The second prince knew it was risky to me during the day, so he asked directly. The weapons and supplies in the secret room are gone, Yi Jingchuan replied. The second prince's face changed. Gone? What do you mean? They've disappeared, just like in the Ningxuan and Shishou Palace. The items in the secret room are missing. Do you believe the rumors about ghost thieves? The second prince asked. Yi Jingchuan didn't want to believe it either, but he explained. The secret room is in the library. It's guarded by 12 guards at all times. The mechanism shows no signs of being broken, and the secret passage to the restaurant can only be opened from inside the room. This implied that only someone with great skill could have stolen the items silently. The guards of the library belonged to the second prince's people, and the same went for the restaurant. Yi Jingchuan immediately dismissed the suspicion that he was stealing himself and looked serious. Minister Yi, besides the supplies and weapons, did you keep anything else in the secret room? The second prince asked. Yi Jingchuan knew he was referring to their correspondence. He wouldn't admit it. No, nothing else. The second prince leaned forward, staring into Yi Jingchuan's eyes. Losing supplies and weapons is no big deal, since they don't have your names on them. It's just a small loss of silver. But if the letters fall into the wrong hands and reach the emperor, your family could be wiped out. Yi Jingchuan broke out in cold sweat, but kept his expression calm. I understand. That's why I wouldn't leave any evidence that could harm me. He kept the letters, originally to control the crown prince and the second prince, but now they were like a sword hanging over his head. He hoped the thief was a ghost, not a person. The second prince withdrew, picked up the hot tea, and looked at the rising steam with a faint smile. Don't worry about the missing supplies and weapons. Wait until King Chen finds the ghost thief, he said. Yi Jingchuan stood up. Yes, I will take my leave. The second prince watched him leave with a mocking look in his eyes. Minister Yi, once you're on my boat, you can't get off. The prince's side is completely cut off, he said. He knew well that this old fox wanted to play both sides. I just thought that Yi Amling marrying the crown prince would be beneficial for him, so I didn't interfere. Yi Jingchuan's steps paused slightly. I am loyal to the second prince. The second prince chuckled softly. Let's go quickly. The royal marriage decree should arrive at the Shangshu residence soon. Sure enough, not long after Yi Jingchuan returned to the Shangshu residence, the emperor's marriage decree was delivered. Grand Eunuch De personally came to deliver the order. Since he was a eunuch, the wedding was not to be overly grand. The wedding date was set for 10 days later. Kong Ru was released to prepare for the wedding, and after the ceremony, she was kept under house arrest again. After the Yi family received the decree, Grand Eunuch De said to Yi Jingchuan, Master Yi, the emperor has given a royal command. Yi Jingchuan guessed what the emperor's order was. He handed the decree to his eldest son, Yi Yanzhou. Jir, take the decree to the ancestral hall and offer it. Then he told everyone in the family, don't go back to the courtyard. I have something to tell you later. After that, he gestured to Grand Eunuch De to follow him. Grand Eunuch, please come to my study. In the study, Grand Eunuch De straightforwardly said, Master Yi, the emperor intends for Miss Ling and King Chen to marry. Yi Jingchuan knew the emperor had long wanted to kill King Chen and take over his residence. He also wanted to help the emperor, but Yi Chutang refused to listen to him at all. Grand Eunuch, his temper is fierce, I'm afraid. Grand Eunuch De smiled and said, as long as you control her, no matter how fierce her temper is, she will obediently listen. Yi Jingchuan looked at the relaxed Grand Eunuch De with a headache, frowning. He felt powerless to control Yi Chutang now, especially since he still had the heartbroken powder in his body. Chen knows martial arts and poison. Please advise, Grand Eunuch. Grand Eunuch De casually flipped through a book on the table, looking indifferent. No matter how skilled her martial arts are, they are no match for the Emperor's shadow guards. Her poison skills are also no better than royal secret medicines. It all depends on whether Master Yi is willing to sacrifice his legitimate daughter. After all, the only ending for marrying King Chen was death. Yi Jingchuan was naturally willing to sacrifice Yi Chutang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought her back to marry off. But before agreeing, he needed to know what he could gain. If I help facilitate this marriage, Grand Eunuch De smiled and said 2 words, bestow a title. After hearing this, Yi Jingchuan's hands trembled with excitement. I will definitely not disgrace the emperor's order. He thought the emperor would only make him a first-rank official, but he didn't expect to be granted a noble title directly. Once he had a title, the Yi family would truly become the new aristocrats of the capital. Grand Eunuch De closed the book and dabbed the corner of his mouth with a silk handkerchief. Master Yi, you are mistaken. This is not the emperor's intention, it's your own idea. If the plan to eliminate King Chen succeeded, everyone would be happy. But if he failed, the emperor would never accept the blame for plotting against Prince Chen. Yi Jingchuan knew very well that refusing would result in losing favor. He had no real choice. Fortune favors the brave. He quickly agreed, saying, "Please inform the Duke that I will do my best." The Duke was pleased and nodded. In 5 days, it will be Princess Anne's birthday. The Shadow Guards will bring a secret medicine to help Lord Yi at Prince Anne's residence. Lord Yi not only needs to manage Yi Chutang, but also try to make her and Prince Chen a good match. The plan is set. Lord Yi, don't let the Emperor down. Seeing that the Emperor had already arranged everything, Yi Jingchuan relaxed. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will complete the task. With the Emperor and Prince An backing him, what could go wrong? After discussing official matters, the Duke mentioned the wedding gifts. Lord Yi, the Joy Palace of the Ministry has been robbed. Currently, only the 1,000 taels of silver the Emperor just awarded can be given as a dowry. I can't provide much for Linger, though a bit displeased. Yi Jingchuan knew the Duke was telling the truth and couldn't argue. Linger is lucky to marry into the ministry. The dowry is just a formality. What's important is the sincerity, not the value. Rest assured, Lord Yi, once we find the stolen items, we will compensate her twice. After speaking, the Duke got up to leave. Yi Jingchuan personally saw him off to the carriage, then returned to the main hall. Everyone from the Yi family was waiting for him. He walked to the main seat and sat beside the old lady, looking at Yi Chutang. Chutang, your mother said before she died that her dowry would be shared equally among all the children. Since Linger is about to marry, father will give her a quarter of the dowry. Do you have any objections? Yi Chutang looked at Yi Jingchuan, who was shameless and smug, and sneered. Kalmru caused my mother's death. Now you want me to share her dowry with the daughter of my enemy? That's too much. Chutang, this hasn't been fully investigated. Don't jump to conclusions. Besides, sharing the dowry was your mother's last wish. Moral coercion? Fine, I'll agree, but I will decide which dowry to give to Yi Amling. Yi Jingchuan was surprised by her willingness to compromise. He always felt she was hiding something bad. Really, you're willing to share the dowry? Yi Chutang rolled her eyes. Of course not. But since you mentioned her mother's last wish, what else can I say? The only reason she agreed was to find out where the dowry was hidden and to present the will on the wedding day, legally taking the dowry and embarrassing Yi Amling. Yi Jingchuan looked at her full of resentment and hurried to comfort her. Chutang, don't worry. The dowry I give you will be more and better. Humph. Once I control this wicked girl, she won't get a single piece of the dowry. I hope you and your husband live until the day I get married. Yi Chutang sneered after speaking and turned to leave. Madam, Yi shouted angrily, you unfilial daughter, how dare you curse your father? You will be punished by heaven sooner or later. Yi Chutang turned to look at the hateful old lady with a cold gaze. Grandmother, you have been ungrateful for decades and haven't been punished by heaven. What am I afraid of? Madam Yi extended her trembling hand and pointed at Yi Chutang. You wicked girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense? Didn't you spend my mother's money while despising her as a merchant's daughter and keep finding ways to torment her? Yi Chutang said, tapping her temple with her index finger. What do you call that? Eat meat with your bowl, then curse your mother when you put down the bowl. Madam Yi was so angry she gasped for breath and couldn't speak clearly. You. Yi Jingchuan hurried forward to pat her back and soothe her in a low voice. Mother, she can't spit out ivory from her dog's mouth. Don't mind her. Just 5 more days of patience. Madam Yi snorted coldly. If she insults elders again, I will send her to the authorities. She didn't believe anyone could handle this wicked girl. Grandmother, I heard everything. If you don't want chaos in the Yi family, behave yourself. Otherwise, I might put poison in your nourishing soup. After her threat, she ignored the furious Madam Yi and left the main hall. Bah! With her mother, Madam Yi started to speak, but was interrupted by Yi Jingchuan. Mother, say less. Otherwise, that girl might really do something. Madam Yi was so frightened she shut her mouth. Gui Mama, take the old lady back to rest. Yes, sir. After Madam Yi left, Yi Jingchuan remembered the broken-hearted powder in his body and looked particularly grim. He asked Steward Chen, "Have you found Dr. Shui yet?" "Return of the Lord. Dr. Shui has gone into the mountains to gather herbs. No idea when he will return to the capital." Hearing this, Kong Ru thought about her impending poisoning, and her face, already pale, looked almost transparent. "Sir, what should we do?" Besides Steward Chen, only Yi Amling knew about the poisoning. She quickly said, "Father, Grandfather Da hasn't gone far. I will go ask him to send a doctor to see you and Mother." Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan nodded with relief. "Linger is so filial. When you get married, I will give you more makeup." "Thank you, Father. I will go find Grandfather Da right away." After Yi Amling left, Lady Jiang felt something was off about their conversation. She asked with concern, "Sir, what are you looking for Dr. Shui and the doctor for? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Jingchuan didn't want the poisoning incident to get out and cause unnecessary trouble. "No, probably just tired lately and not sleeping well." Aunt Jiang noticed Yi Jingchuan's dismissive attitude and brought up a concern. "Master, Xin is getting married at the end of the year. Why not take this chance to divide the dowries for the children?" Aunt Jiang is the illegitimate daughter of a fifth-rank official family. When Yi Jingchuan took her in, she didn't bring much dowry. Now, with a chance to receive dowries from 2 previous wives, she was eager. The more dowry her daughter took to her husband's family, the less likely she was to be looked down upon. Yi Jingchuan glanced at the unnoticed illegitimate daughter and nodded. Jiang Huai is only an 8th-rank compiler, but the Jiang family is a 100-year-old noble family, and they even produced a noble consort. His future is promising. Xin should bring more dowry. Since the main daughter was about to be dismissed and the second daughter had no future, he needed to focus more on the illegitimate daughter. Yi Xin knelt and bowed. "Thank you, Father." Yi Jingchuan responded with an and said, "After breakfast tomorrow, the dowries will be divided. Jiang and Lu, you may go back first." Aunt Jiang and Yi Xin stood up to leave. Lu, who had no children, had no share of the dowry. Yi Jingchuan felt he only had 2 sons and 3 daughters, with limited heirs. He planned to marry a proper wife soon and take in several concubines to expand the Yi family. He looked at Kong Ru with a worried expression, his dislike clear on his face. "Help Zhi'er settle his marriage. When you check the invitations from various households, pay attention to see if there are suitable girls." Kong Ru knew she had been completely out of favor. To survive in the Yi family, she had to prove her worth. "Master, rest assured, I will keep this in mind." However, Yi Yanzhou had no desire to marry. He didn't want to be bound by an engagement, especially since many of his concubine maids might be sold off. He was still preoccupied with his eldest sister and couldn't tolerate anyone else. "Father, I am only 14. I don't want to marry so early," he said. No sooner had he spoken than he received a heavy slap. Slap! Yi Jingchuan looked at his spoiled eldest son, his temples pounding with anger. "How could I have such an unworthy son? You are useless in both studies and martial skills. Besides playing with women, what else can you do?" Kong Ru looked at the slap print on her son's face with concern. "Master, Zhi'er is still young and doesn't understand." "Why are you hitting him?" "Young." The eldest son of the Ministry of Works was only 13 when he passed the imperial exam, and the illegitimate son of the Ministry of War joined the army at 10. Yet your precious son, at 14, spends all his time with women. Yi Jingchuan increasingly believed that his eldest son couldn't be the future head of the family. His only role was to produce heirs for the Yi family. Thinking of this, his gaze fell on the pale-faced eldest son. Fortunately, Junior had good talent. Although he was often sick, he could already compose poetry. If it weren't for the foolish woman Kong Ru harming Junior, he would surely be more outstanding. Smack! Yi Jingchuan, feeling angry, slapped Kong Ru. "If anything happens to Junior, I will make you pay with your life. Junior must stay safe and live well, grow strong, and inherit the title in the future." Kong Ru knew she was in the wrong and dared not defend herself. "I know I was wrong. I won't do it again," she said with a guilty tone, but secretly she harbored resentment. If Yi Jingchuan hadn't refused to go to Liuli Pavilion even on the 1st and 15th days, and hadn't shown her any respect as the main wife, she wouldn't have done something so harmful to compete for favor. She pushed her foolish eldest son. Jir, apologize to your father. Luckily, both of Ye's sons were born from her womb. As long as she endured until her son took charge, she would be the most respected old lady. Yi Yanzhou was frightened by Yi Jingchuan's grim face and hurriedly said, "Son knows his mistake and will follow father's arrangements. Go back and reflect on your mistakes." Yi Yanzhou was eager to return to his own courtyard to play with his newly acquired maid. As soon as he heard this, he ran off without a trace. "There's no hope," Yi Jingchuan muttered, then saw Yi Yanzhou drowsily falling asleep and asked a maid to send him to rest. Then he said to Kongru, "Choose a wife for Jir who is skilled in martial arts and fierce. If this reckless son doesn't improve after marriage, let his wife beat him into submission." Kongru didn't want a daughter-in-law she couldn't control, but she wouldn't be foolish enough to oppose Yi Jingchuan. She would just pretend to obey. "Yes, sir. Linger's wedding must be grand and flawless." When she mentioned this, she raised a difficult point. "Sir, time is tight, and there aren't enough servants in the house. We need to hire some temporarily, and I worry about mistakes, so I want the steward to pay more attention." Originally, this was just a simple request, but since her authority as the main wife was taken away, she could only ask the head of the household. Yi Jingchuan knew Kongru was hinting that he should return the household authority to her. But he really had no energy to deal with these small matters now. "Until Linger's wedding is over, you are still the main lady. I won't let you down, sir," she replied, then sent the maids and servants away. "Sir, if the imperial doctor can't cure the broken heart pill or save Juner, what should we do?" Yi Jingchuan snorted coldly. "What can we do? Go ask Chuer. Initially, she believed I killed her mother and wouldn't give me the antidote. If I die before Linger's wedding, Linger, Jir, and Juner will all have to mourn for 3 years, and even Ener will marry a year later." Kongru knew very well that even if she knelt and begged Yi Chutang, she wouldn't get any sympathy. So, she handed the difficult problem over to Yi Jingchuan. Yi Jingchuan could see through Kongru's careful thoughts and looked even colder. If he could become a marquis, he wouldn't need to flatter the Kong family. Whether Kongru lives or dies, he didn't care at all. Of course, even if she wanted to die, she would wait until her daughters were married first. "Let's see what the imperial doctor says after examining her," Kongru said, noticing that Yi Jingchuan didn't care about her life or death. Her hand under her sleeve clenched into a fist. After replying, she discussed the wedding with him. Half an hour later, Yi Amling brought the head of the imperial hospital. After checking their pulses, he immediately knew that Yi Jingchuan and Kongru had been poisoned, but the pulse was unfamiliar to him. "Lord Yi, how could you and Lady Yi be poisoned so badly?" Yi Jingchuan casually replied, "Accidental ingestion." "Can Dr. Wang cure it?" The hospital head frowned. "I've been practicing medicine for 30 years, but I've never seen this kind of poison. If we knew what poison it was or had any remaining medicine, we could try." Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan's heart sank. He quickly said, "This poison is called heartbreaking powder, probably related to heartbreaking grass." The hospital head shook his head. "It's unlikely to be heartbreaking grass. The pulse is different. If it were heartbreaking grass, symptoms would appear within a cup of tea. Dr. Wang, this poison will act after 2 days. Can you think of a way to stop it? Even if only temporarily?" Yi Jingchuan really didn't want to ask Yi Chutang, afraid she might demand more money again. The hospital head looked helpless. "Lord Yi, it's not that I refuse, but I don't know the ingredients of this poison. Neither you nor the lady show symptoms yet, so I can't prescribe anything based solely on the pulse." The hospital head thought this consultation was just a routine check for peace of mind, so he didn't expect it to be so complicated. As for the poisoning, Yi Jingchuan clearly didn't want to say more, and he wouldn't ask. "Lord Yi, why not try a common antidote first? Whether it works or not, he wouldn't risk making things worse."
Yi Jingchuan nodded.
"Thank you, Dr. Wang. Please keep this matter confidential." He took out a silver note worth 100 taels and handed it to the doctor. Dr. Wang took the silver, but said nothing. Lord Yi, don't worry. I won't speak of this. He had been working at the hospital for 10 years because he only treats patients and doesn't pry into others' affairs. His lips were sealed. After prescribing the remedy, he prepared to leave. Yi Jingchuan quickly said, "Please, Imperial Physician Wang, examine my second son, Junior. He has been secretly harmed by the family doctor since he was young, and his health is almost ruined. Lead the way." At the Liuli courtyard, Imperial Physician Wang looked at the weak, pale Qi Yanzhou lying on the bed and knew his body was very weak. After taking his pulse, he pulled Yi Jingchuan outside the room with a serious face. "Lord Yi, I'm afraid the young master won't live more than 2 years. I can only prescribe some health-boosting medicine to make his life less difficult." Yi Jingchuan saw that Wang's advice was similar to what the previous doctor had said and was furious with Kong Ru. "No need. I have many recipes for health recovery myself. Lord Yi, you can take the young master to see Dr. Shui. I will take my leave now." After sending away Wang, Yi Jingchuan went to Ningqiu Courtyard. Ningqiu Courtyard. Yi Chudang was practicing martial arts again. Dana was choosing vegetables for dinner and asked, "Miss, can I practice with you?" She also wanted to learn some self-defense skills. Yi Chudang stepped forward and pinched Dana's bones, shaking her head. "Your bones are already hard. It's a bit late to start practicing martial arts now, but I can teach you some easy self-defense techniques. When you're healed, you can start." Dana was very happy. "Thank you, Mississippi." Jinji came over, smiling foolishly. "Miss, Jinji also wants to learn. She wanted to train hard to protect the young lady." "Okay." Yi Chudang agreed, then pulled Jinji to squat in horse stance. When Yi Jingchuan arrived, he saw Jinji standing awkwardly and squatting awkwardly, and looked at her with disdain. "I have something to discuss with Che, you all go out." Jinji giggled foolishly, pretending not to hear.
Donner simply ignored Ye Jingchuan.
Meanwhile, Schwanger, who was resting inside, got up. But as she was leaving, she saw that Danner and Jinji hadn't moved and quickly re-entered the room. Seeing no one listening to him, Yi Jingchuan felt his authority as the head of the family was challenged and shouted angrily, "Are you all deaf?" Yi Chutang raised her eyelids to look at the furious Yi Jingchuan, her eyes full of mockery. "Lord Yi, if you want to show off your authority, you've come to the wrong place." Thinking he was here to beg, Yi Jingchuan softened his attitude. "Che, you said before you could cure Junior's illness. Is that true?" "Of course. Then I leave Junior in your care." "Yes, but I don't work for free." Yi Jingchuan had expected Yi Chutang to ask for a lot and was mentally prepared. "How much?" Yi Chutang stepped forward. "Father, I don't want money this time." Her words made Yi Jingchuan's heart tremble and a bad feeling rise. "What do you want then?" Yi Chutang said clearly, "Yi Anji is lecherous and vicious. I want him to lose his reputation and fall from grace." She had previously promised to help her avenge herself and would not go back on her word. She originally planned to reveal Yi Anji's perverted habits at yesterday's family dinner, but couldn't find the right moment. Yi Jingchuan looked at Yi Chudang in disbelief. "Are you crazy? Choose between the reputation of the eldest son or the life of the second son. Chuer, you said it yourself. After the family dinner, you would treat Junior." Yi Chutang once again experienced Yi Jingchuan's shamelessness. "Lord Yi, are you having a mental episode? Have you forgotten what happened at the family dinner? If you think I only sacrificed Yi Anji to the heavens, I can also sacrifice the entire Yi family." As she spoke, she leaned in close to Yi Jingchuan and whispered so only they could hear, "Father, does the crown prince know you're secretly supporting the second prince? Whether this news reaches the crown prince or the emperor, the Yi family will be finished." Yi Jingchuan's face changed drastically. How did this wicked girl find out such secret matters? Could she be the ghost thief who secretly entered the secret chamber? Impossible. She couldn't carry so many items alone, nor hide them anywhere. He tried to steady his emotions and lowered his voice to scold her. "Chua, don't talk nonsense about such reckless things. You and the Yi family share honor and disgrace. Do you understand?" Yi Chutang saw through Yi Jingchuan's guilt and sneered. "When you were scheming against me, did you think like that?" After saying this, she lost interest in wasting words and issued a final ultimatum. "Father, I ask you one last time. Who will you protect? If forced to choose, Yi Jingchuan would choose the second son. The eldest son had already been disowned. Even if he regained his title, he wouldn't be able to hold on to it. He must save the second son and help him stand up. He looked seriously at Yi Chudang. Chuer, even the imperial doctor said Junior could only live for 2 more years. Are you sure you can save him? He didn't want to see the eldest son discarded and the second son die instead. Yi Chudang reminded him, if it weren't for me that day, Junior would already be dead. She was right. Yi Jingchuan chose to believe her. As long as you save Junior, I will ruin Jier's reputation, but only after Linger's wedding. Today, no negotiations. Yi Jingchuan was anxious. Time is so tight. Yi Chutang interrupted him, smiling like a cunning fox. With father's intelligence, you can definitely think of a way. Yi Jingchuan took a deep breath, constantly telling himself to endure 5 more days. Fine, I'll try. When will you give me the antidote for the broken heart powder? After you complete the task and exchange half of Kong Ru's dowry. Yi Jingchuan thought that Tang Wanning's dowry was much more valuable than Kong Ru's and agreed, without hesitation. All right. Before leaving, he suddenly asked, is the antidote 1 pill or 2? Yi Chudang held up 1 finger. Yi Jingchuan clenched his teeth tightly. Kong Ru can't die, or else Linger and Einer's marriage will have to be postponed. Don't worry, I won't let her die before she feels enough pain, he replied. Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan felt relieved. Half an hour after he left Ningchu courtyard, a scarred maid hanged herself at the gate of the Prime Minister's residence. Before dying, she cried out loudly, accusing Yi Anji of his cruel actions. Another maid threw a whip used by Yi Anji to torment and beat them at the nearby official's house. She described Yi Anji's perverted behavior passionately as she threw the object. When the news reached Ningchu courtyard, it spread throughout the streets of the capital. Yi Anji's reputation was completely ruined. Wow, isn't that a dog leash? The eldest son of the Yi family really doesn't treat maids as people, someone said. Not just that, both maids have no good flesh on their bodies. So tragic, such a big scandal. It will be hard for the eldest son to find a marriage alliance now. Not hard at all. Minister Yi is a favored official. Many families are eager to marry their daughters to him. For a while, it seemed everyone in the capital was talking about the Yi family, especially Yi Anji. He played with maids, forced them to be concubines, which, while not illegal, broke social customs and lost his virtue. His reputation was completely ruined, and his future was destroyed. Of course, Yi Anji was already a worthless scoundrel who couldn't be redeemed, so he had no future to speak of. But he didn't think he was bad. In his room, he cursed and scolded the 2 maids who had betrayed him. Where's Hongxiu? I want to kill her. Hongxiu was the maid who ran out of the Yi family and threw objects at the gates of various residences. She was caught and now locked in the woodshed. Young master, you are under house arrest. You can't do anything to upset the master, someone said. Yi Anji picked up a purple clay teapot and slammed it onto the ground angrily. That slut caused me trouble. She deserves to die. As soon as he finished, Yi Chutang appeared. Who deserves to die? She asked. Along with her was Danner. Seeing the beautiful Yi Chutang, Yi Anji immediately suppressed his anger and put on a smile. Older sister, you still care about me. You came to see me, he said. Idiot, you're wrong. I came to see your joke and to give you a beating, Yi Chutang replied with a smile. Yi Anji was dazzled by her smile and didn't understand her words. Older sister, what are you talking about? Yi Chutang didn't answer him. Instead, she looked at Danner, who was full of hatred. Go ahead. Take back the suffering you endured. Danner nodded, took out a whip hidden behind her, and slowly approached Yi Anji. She has always been the one who gets beaten, and she instinctively fears Yi Anji. Every time she gets closer to him, her fear grows stronger. But she knows that only by overcoming her fear can she start a new life. So, she walks forward with steady steps, without a hint of retreat. Yi Anji looks at Danner, who is holding a whip, and shouts angrily, Mingyue, what are you doing? Mingyue was the name given to Danner when she served as Yi Anji's maid. In response, the whip strikes heavily on his arm. Crack. It leaves a bloody mark. Ah! Yi Anji screams in pain, clutching his bleeding arm, sweating profusely. After realizing what happened, the young servant rushes at Danner. Wretched girl, you've gone too far. Yi Chutang kicks the small stool to knock the servant unconscious. Danner doesn't hold back. Each whip is full of hatred and strikes with force. Yi Anji's screams never stop. He tries to fight back, but Danner's eyes are bloodshot with anger, and he has no strength left to resist. Soon, Yi Anji's screams fade away.
Danner stops, panting heavily.
She squats down, coldly staring at Yi Anji's face covered with whip marks. Yi Anji, facing Danner's murderous gaze, is so frightened he loses control of his bowels. Feeling humiliated, he quickly averts his eyes. Get out. Go away. Danner pokes Yi Anji's face with her whip. Indeed, only when the whip lands on oneself does one realize the pain. Young master, we are even now. She is just a humble maid sold by her father, often bullied and abused, and once wanted to give up on life. Luckily, she met the young lady, who gave her respect and care, helping her seek revenge. She tore apart her past and gained a new life. Danner kneels in front of Yi Chutang, her eyes reddening with tears. Young lady, I swear to follow you for the rest of my life. Yi Chutang steps forward and helps Danner up. Don't worry, following me. You won't die of hunger or cold. Only enjoy good food and comfort. After saying that, she kicks Yi Anji and fixes a cold stare somewhere. If you dare to humiliate women again, I'll make you a eunuch. She can't change the strict hierarchy of ancient times, nor does she want to, since she benefits from it. But controlling a few people is still possible. Yi Anji feels a chill down his groin and quickly crosses his legs.
I
understand. Yi Chutang and Danner leave and head to Liuli courtyard. They then meet Schwanger, who just came out of the courtyard. Schwanger stops in her tracks, her face full of panic. Young lady, She wants to explain, but her mind is blank. It's only when Kong Ru hears the noise and comes out that she tries to defend Schwanger. Linger's wedding day is approaching, and there are many things to do at the estate. There aren't enough maids and servants, so I will select some from each courtyard to help. Schwanger quickly responded, Miss, in the next 10 days, I cannot serve you up close. Please forgive me. Yi Chutang looked at the persistent Schwanger with a mischievous smile. Have you forgotten that I still hold your binding contract? Afraid of being sold into the lowest brothel, Schwanger immediately knelt down. I dare not forget, and if the miss doesn't like it, Yi Chutang interrupted her. Since you want to work so badly, I will grant your wish. The official's estate's duty bucket, all yours. Miss, I am still injured and cannot do heavy work. Schwanger dared to oppose Yi Chutang, thinking she was easy to talk to and considerate of her servants. The noon meal was proof of that. Yi Chutang crouched in front of Schwanger, lifting her chin. When did I give you the illusion that I am a saint? After speaking, she leaned close to Schwanger's ear and lowered her voice. Do I need to tell Kong Ru why you haven't been sold to a brothel after betraying me? Schwanger once again felt the suffocating grip around her neck, making it hard to breathe. Her face turned pale, and she quickly changed her words. I will clean all the officials' duty buckets in the estate. Yi Chutang stood up. Let's go. After cleaning the duty buckets, remember to wash yourself thoroughly before returning to Ningchu Court. She didn't reveal Schwanger's betrayal in front of Kong Ru because she was a fickle person, able to force Schwanger to become an inside informant and betray Kong Ru once more.
Schwanger bowed her head.
I obey. After saying that, she got up and left. Kong Ru already knew that her eldest son's downfall was caused by Yi Chutang. She hated her so much, she wished to tear her apart. But her and her second son's lives were in Yi Chutang's hands, so she could only endure silently. Chuer, is there something you want at Liuli Court? Give me the binding contracts of Hongxiu and Chunlan. I will ensure you live until Su Linger's wedding. Hongxiu was locked in the firewood room, and Chunlan hanged herself. Kong Ru didn't want to die at all, and tremblingly asked, and after that? Yi Chutang didn't answer her, just holding the binding contracts. Wait, Kong Ru found the contracts of Hongxiu and Chunlan and handed them to Yi Chutang. She took the documents and was about to leave. At this moment, old Madame Yi, supported by Gui Mama, arrived at Liuli court and blocked Yi Chutang at the door. Old Madame Yi came from Yi Anji's cultural pavilion. When she saw her most beloved grandson beaten to bloody flesh, her heart ached so much she nearly fainted. It was learned that Yi Chutang and her maid were responsible, so she rushed to Liuli court. Seeing Yi Chutang, Madame Yi raised her hand to scold her. "Shameless girl who doesn't behave properly, and your mother." Yi Chutang initially wanted to dodge, but after hearing the old lady curse her biological mother, she raised her hand to fight back. Smack! She used the same move she had used on Yi Jingchuan and struck the old lady hard. Madame Yi was pushed back 2 steps and dislocated her wrist. Intense pain spread from her palm, making her scream loudly. Granny Gui looked at Madame Yi's broken hand, trembling with fear. "Old Madam, I will call the doctor," Yi Chutang reminded her. "Go outside to call the doctor. It will take about half an hour, and grandmother can't endure such pain for so long." Danner understood and said, "Miss knows medicine." Granny Gui also understood Yi Chutang's meaning. She wanted to help the old lady suffer less and begged her. Without hesitation, she knelt in front of Yi Chutang. "Please, miss, help the old lady." At this moment, Kong Ru quickly walked over. "Chu, your grandmother is weak and can't handle trouble. You should help her quickly, or it will be unfilial. You wicked girl. How dare you lay a hand on your elders? Do you believe I will send you to jail?" Hearing Madame Ye's words, Dana secretly worried for Yi Chutang. Being unfilial is punishable. Yi Chutang was not afraid at all, smiling gently at the pale-faced Madame Yi. "I don't think so. Father wouldn't agree. And I didn't hit Grandma, just applied more force when I clapped." Madame Yi. "Shameless. It seems Grandma doesn't need me to help put her wrist back." After saying this, Yi Chutang turned to leave. "Stop. Grandma still needs help." Madame Yi was in so much pain that her clothes were soaked with cold sweat. She suppressed her anger, pretending to be kind. Cho is kind-hearted. Quickly help Grandma put her wrist back. Yi Chutang's lips curled into a mocking smile. "If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have started." She turned to face Madame Yi, grabbed her limp hand, and shook it. The sharp pain hit again, nearly making the old lady faint. "Wicked girl. You." Before she could finish, Yi Chutang loosened her grip. "Since Grandma doesn't trust her granddaughter, then let's find someone else." Madame Ye's wrist, already painful, became even more so after being shaken, and cold sweat poured down her face. She felt she might die from the pain before a doctor arrived. If you help me put my wrist back, I will give you the jewelry your mother used to honor me." This made Yi Chutang happy. She smiled and said, "It's a deal." After speaking, she once again grabbed Madame Ye's wrist and continued to shake it. Madame Yi trembled with pain, but dared not say anything. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. One moment she cried out in pain, the next she was surprised to see her wrist turn. "It's fixed. My wrist is back in place," Yi Chutang said dismissively, brushing away imaginary dirt from her hands. "Grandmother, remember to send the item to Ningchu courtyard." After leaving the glazed pavilion, she suddenly remembered something and kindly reminded her. "I grew up in the countryside and am very strong. Don't try to touch me unless you want to break your arms or legs, or worse, lose your life." After speaking, she left. Kong Ru thought she might enjoy a good show, but before the play even started, Madame Yi had already lost completely. Who would have thought that the Grand Minister's residence could be controlled by a rustic girl someday? Madame Yi could hear Kong Ru's sarcasm. She raised her hand and slapped Kong Ru. "If it weren't for you, this wicked woman, suggesting to bring Yi Chutang back to marry, the minister's residence wouldn't be in such trouble today." She was out of options with Yi Chutang, but could easily deal with Kong Ru. "Make sure Linger's wedding goes well, and don't embarrass the minister's residence again." Kong Ru covered her face, which was hurting from the slap, and gritted her teeth as she replied, "The daughter-in-law understands. Call a doctor for Jir. He's badly hurt," Madame Yi ordered before leaving. On her way back to her courtyard, she saw Yi Chutang heading toward the main kitchen. As Yi Chutang reached the door of the firewood shed, she smelled a strong blood scent. "Hurry, open the door. The young kitchen helper immediately unlocked and pushed the door open. Inside, Hongxiu, half-dressed, leaned against the firewood pile, with half her tongue hanging out and blood constantly dripping from her mouth. She had tried to end her life by biting her tongue. Yi Chutang quickly grabbed Hongxiu by the back of her neck, forcing her to lower her head so the blood could flow out, preventing it from clotting and blocking her airway. Clearing her mouth also made it easier to examine her tongue. Her tongue was bitten, but both her life and her tongue could be saved. After checking, Yi Chutang administered stitches to stop the bleeding. Hongxiu, unconscious, woke up under Yi Chutang's care. She had lost too much blood and was confused. Her gentle voice reached her ears. "Do you want to die, or do you want to live?" Yi Chutang wouldn't save someone who wanted to die. Hongxiu's unfocused eyes began to focus as she looked at the seemingly divine Yi Chutang. She opened her mouth, but didn't speak. It wasn't that her tongue was cut off and she couldn't speak, but she didn't know how to choose. She had the courage to die, but no longer the courage to die again. Living was just too hard for her. Seeing her hesitation, Yi Chutang said, "If you want to die, I will give you peace. If you want to live, I will reattach your tongue and send you to the countryside village I once lived in to spend your remaining days peacefully. Choose the first option, blink once. Choose the second, blink twice." Hongxiu hesitated for a moment and blinked twice. The coldness and despair of near death were too frightening. She couldn't endure experiencing it twice in a short time. Yi Chutang received the answer, quickly hugged Hongxiu, and returned to Ningqiu courtyard.
"Donner, you want to treat Hongxiu?"
"You and Aunt Jean stay at the main door. No one comes in, and don't disturb me. Yes, Mississippi." Yi Chutang laid Hongxiu on the noble consort's bed and knocked her out with a palm strike. She took medical supplies from her space for suturing. After giving Hongxiu anesthesia, she began cleaning and stitching the wound. The operation was simple and finished quickly. Yi Chutang put the medical supplies back into her space, threw the medical waste into the trash, and left the main room. She handed the external wound medicine to Danner. "Help Hongxiu wash her body, treat her injuries, and change her clothes." Danner took the medicine. "Yes, Mississippi." She put the medicine into her sleeve pocket and picked up the tray on the ground. The tray held a delicate tortoiseshell jewelry box. "Miss, this was sent by Granny Gui. She said it was given by the old lady to you." Yi Chutang opened the jewelry box, looked at the exquisite but modest jewelry inside, and smiled lightly. A scammer, since the old woman was dishonest, she decided to go tonight and clear out her courtyard. Yi Chutang closed the jewelry box lid and placed 10 taels of silver and a marriage contract on the tray. She told Danner, "Take this silver and the marriage contract to Chunlan's family." Chunlan had long lost the will to live, but dared not die, fearing to anger Yi Anji and implicate her family. Using hanging herself to ruin Yi Anji's reputation was both revenge and a way to be free. Danner looked at the silver and the marriage contract, breathing heavily. "Miss, no one will come to collect Chunlan's body. Since she was sold, she has had no family since that day." Yi Chutang pondered for a moment and said, "After dinner, go to the coffin shop and pay them to bury Chunlan properly." "Yes, Mississippi." Danner carried the tray into the main house. Yi Chutang went to the kitchen to cook, with Jinji helping. Considering the many injured around the yard, she prepared a very light dinner. While cooking the last soup, Yi Jingchuan arrived carrying Kong Ru's 32 sets of dowry. Your father brought your dowry." Seeing the courtyard full of dowry, Yi Chutang told the young servant delivering it, "Put it in the woodshed." Worried about losing the dowry again, Yi Jingchuan suggested, "You haven't married yet. Your yard has no storeroom. Should I send some guards for you? I'm not yet married, and there are outsiders in the yard." "What's the matter?" "They didn't enter the courtyard. They only guarded outside." "Fine. Send over a few strong guards. I might need them for training." Yi Jingchuan. He didn't really want to send guards anymore. What should he do? But then he thought, if the guards could test Yi Chutang's martial skills, it wouldn't be a loss. "All right, father will send 6 guards later." After that, he shifted to more serious matters. "Child, Jir has already lost his reputation. I've also brought half of the lady's dowry. Do you have the antidote? Yi Chudang took out the dowry list from her space and waved it. Once I verify it's correct, I will send the antidote to you. This time, the dowry was real, so Yi Jingchuan wasn't worried about being checked. Okay, what about Juner's illness? Send him to Ningqiu court, along with his personal maid. Yi Jingchuan agreed immediately. Good. Yi Chutang guessed the soup was ready and dismissed the servants. Father, take your time leaving. Child, I want to stay and dine. Yi Jingchuan, smelling the delicious food, was eager to stay. Sorry, I didn't prepare a portion for you. He turned away, unhappy. Suddenly, Yi Chudang remembered something and called out, Father, wait a moment. He thought she had changed her mind and wanted him to stay for dinner, so he happily turned around. Child, what is it? I want the 100 acres of good farmland and the village. Please have someone send over the land and property deeds later. She planned to move the maid who didn't want to stay with Yi Anji to live on the farm. Yi Jingchuan looked at her suspiciously. Child, do you want to go back to the countryside? No, I don't. I just think I've lived there for 15 years, so the land and house should belong to me. If it had been before, Yi Jingchuan wouldn't agree. But after being cheated multiple times by Yi Chudang, he no longer wanted to argue over small things. Because arguing would only cause bigger losses. Fine, once I get the antidote, I'll give you the land and house deeds. Deal. Not long after Yi Jingchuan left, 6 guards stood outside the courtyard. While Yi Chudang, Danner, and Jinji were eating, Yi Anjuan's personal maid, Lur, arrived with his luggage, carrying him. Lur put Yi Anjuan down and respectfully bowed to Yi Chudang. Servant Lur greets Mississippi. Yi Chudang nodded and pointed to the side room of the main house. You'll stay in the side room for now. I only handle Juner's meals. Your task is to take care of him and don't have any other thoughts. Lur had grown up with Yi Anjuan and knew how miserable his life had been these years. She truly felt sorry for him. The young lady assured him, Don't worry, Lur only hopes the young master is well. After speaking, she said to Yi Anjuan, Young master, please bow to the young lady. Juner looked very weak, trembling as he knelt down and performed a respectful bow to Yi Chutang. Juner greets the eldest sister. Sorry for the trouble. Yi Chutang looked at Yi Anjuan, who was very polite, and helped him up. Danner, go add another set of bowls and chopsticks. Lur hurriedly said, Young lady, the young master has already eaten before coming. Drink some soup, it won't hurt. The soup was made with spiritual spring water, which is good for health. Yes, I will go tidy up the room first, Yi Anjuan replied. He didn't know why, but he liked the eldest sister very much and sat beside her willingly. Yi Chutang gently touched Juner's stomach and poured him a small bowl of soup. Drink it all. Juner wasn't really hungry, but he didn't want to refuse the kindness of the eldest sister, so he nodded, Okay. The soup was light in flavor, rich in broth with a slight tang, very appetizing. He took a sip, and his usually cold body felt warm. It was warmer than when his father held him. Seeing that Juner finished the soup quickly and still wanted more, Yi Chudang said, Your body is too weak to indulge. If you like it, I will make more for you tomorrow. Juner nodded obediently. I like it. Thank you, eldest sister. After dinner, Danner went out to the coffin shop and Yi Chutang gave Juner acupuncture. She wrote a prescription and handed it to Lur. Take this once a day after dinner. Send someone to get the medicine. Although her space had some herbs grown with spiritual spring water, she couldn't take them out directly. She also didn't want to benefit the Yi family too much. When Lur returned with the herbs, she would replace the ingredients. Lur didn't dare delay and took the prescription to Lioli courtyard. After finishing Juner's acupuncture, Yi Chutang went to the firewood room to check Kong Ru's dowry. After confirming everything was fine, she left the yard and handed the antidote for the broken heart powder to the guard. Take this to my father. Afterward, she went back to her room to bathe. After her bath, Lur and Danner returned. The arrangements for Chunlan's funeral were complete. The coffin shop had already taken her body, and the funeral was scheduled for tomorrow. Lur also brought back the herbs, but Yi Chutang took the herbal package under the pretense of inspecting it. After replacing the herbs, she returned the package to Lur. It's too late now. We can cook the medicine tomorrow. Yes, I obey, ma'am, Lur replied. When Yi Chutang returned to her inner chamber, Hongxiu, who was sleeping deeply, woke up feeling unwell. She checked Hongxiu's tongue and saw no inflammation, then fed her a bowl of soup. Hongxiu was too weak and fell asleep right after drinking. Jinji had been practicing horse stance for a long time this afternoon and soon also fell asleep. Tonight, Yi Chutang needed to go to old Madame Ye's courtyard to restock supplies and also leave to gather more resources. She didn't wait until midnight. She immediately disguised herself as a servant from a wealthy family and slipped away from the minister's residence. Tonight's target: medicinal herbs. The city's curfew in the capital is halfway through the late hour. Now that it's past the curfew time, many shops are preparing to close. Yi Chutang went to the largest pharmacy in the city, Xinglin Hall. The apprentice was closing the shutters, ready to shut the shop. Seeing Yi Chutang dressed in fine clothes, he quickly set the shutters aside and smiled as he approached. "Sir, are you here for a consultation or to buy medicine?" Yi Chutang spoke in a rough male voice. "I want to buy herbs, lots of herbs." After speaking, he took out a gold ingot. The apprentice's eyes widened. "Sir, please come inside." He led Yi Chutang into the pharmacy and called out, "Shopkeeper, a distinguished guest wants to buy herbs." The shopkeeper was inside counting today's earnings. When he heard "distinguished guest," he hurried out. Seeing the roughly 10 taels of gold in Yi Chutang's hand, his face lit up with a big smile. "Sir, what herbs would you like to buy? My master plans to start a herb business. We buy herbs in the capital and sell them at high prices to the cold frontier regions. I want all your herbs." She dared to buy herbs openly because herbs and grain are different. They're not daily necessities. Buying more wouldn't cause prices to skyrocket. The shopkeeper thought Yi Chutang's idea was unrealistic. The cold, poor frontier areas have little supply, and although herbs are scarce there, few can afford to buy them. But that didn't matter to him. "Sir, buying all of Xinglin Hall's herbs with just 1 gold ingot isn't enough. Xinglin Hall is the biggest pharmacy in the city, with a large stock of herbs." "Shopkeeper, go calculate. Our young master isn't short of money." The shopkeeper looked at Yi Chutang carefully and concluded, "He's a wealthy fool with lots of money." "Sir, it's almost curfew. It will take some time to settle the bill. Why don't you leave a deposit and come back tomorrow? My master is in a hurry. It has to be tonight." The shopkeeper frowned. "The warehouse is full of herbs, and they can't all be moved before curfew. My master has already made arrangements. Go settle the bill." "All right, sir, please wait a moment," Yi Chutang reminded him. "Shopkeeper, I've researched herb prices and know about herbs. Don't cheat by overcharging or misreporting prices." The shopkeeper hurriedly assured him, "Rest assured, Xinglin Hall is a century-old shop that values honesty." Afterward, he looked at the apprentice. "Take good care of the guest." The medicine boy was about to respond when Yi Chutang said, "After the shopkeeper sets the price, all the medicinal herbs to be sold will be stored in the warehouse for inventory and transport. I will go out for a while and return later." Before leaving, she left a gold ingot as a deposit. The shopkeeper picked up the heavy gold ingot, smiling happily. He said to the medicine boy, "Go call someone, leave the daily medicines, record the quantities of the rest, and move everything to the warehouse." "Yes, shopkeeper." The medicine boy immediately gathered the other medicine boys and helpers, sorting the herbs that could be sold and having people move them to the warehouse. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper calculated the total value of all the stock. After following the same method to check the pharmacy in the capital, Yi Chutang had finished around midnight. She returned to Xinglin Hall. The shop was already closed, and the medicine boy had put up a door plank. Seeing Yi Chutang walk back confidently, it was clear she had found a way through the authorities to operate after curfew. "Young master, please come in. The shopkeeper is waiting inside. Go to the warehouse. I'll check the sales list and verify the goods." The shopkeeper thought this would save time. "All right, please, young master." 15 minutes later, both the bill and the herbs checked out correctly. Yi Chutang paid the remaining balance quickly. "Shopkeeper, please clear the warehouse staff. Later, those transporting the herbs should not be seen." "Rest assured, young master. I understand the rules." "Good, then dismiss them." The shopkeeper immediately sent everyone out of the warehouse. Yi Chutang stored all the herbs into her space, arranging them separately for easy addition later. Before leaving, She opened the door from the warehouse to the outside. Then, using the same excuse, she took all the herbs from the pharmacy. When Yi Chutang returned secretly to the Shangshu residence, it was already past midnight. She came out from the southwest corner of Madame Ye's courtyard, under the osmanthus tree. The courtyard was large, lanterns lit under the corridor, and a maid on night duty was dozing at the main door. Yi Chutang knocked out the maid with a palm strike and quietly entered Madame Ye's room. The room was scented with calming sandalwood, very pleasant. Madame Yi was sleeping deeply, with faint snoring coming from her bed. Yi Chutang felt a bit sleepy and, unwilling to search around, simply pulled Madame Yi awake. The old lady was startled and looked annoyed. Ugh, she started to speak, but her mouth was covered. A rough male voice whispered in her ear. If you don't want others to know you're meeting a man at night, and if you're accused of being with a younger man, just shut up. Madame Yi was frightened by the man's voice. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Yi Chutang. Under the lantern outside, she picked up the cold tea on the table and splashed it on the old lady's face. Madame Yi was startled awake, looking at the blurry shadow before her, and opened her mouth to shout. Yi Chutang covered her mouth with one hand and tore open her white inner garment with the other, revealing a sky-blue undergarment. Madame Yi was about to go crazy from fear and struggled desperately. She had been a widow for over 20 years and couldn't let a scoundrel ruin her reputation. Keep struggling if you want to die. Hearing this, Madame Yi, who had just been defending her innocence, immediately stopped struggling. Between innocence and death, the latter was more important. Yi Chutang looked at the old lady with a mocking smile and loosened her grip. If you don't want to be naked hanging at the city gate, be honest and hand over all your valuables. Madame Yi quickly pulled the quilt to cover herself. Are you just after money? I'd like both wealth and beauty, but your skin is loose and your flesh old, making it hard to bite, said Yi Chutang. After speaking, she pulled Madame Yi off the bed. Go find all the valuables and don't play tricks, or I'll take your life. She took out a sharp Swiss long knife from her space and easily cut off a corner of the bedside table. Madame Ye's face turned pale with fear, and she nodded repeatedly. I'll find them right away. Yi Chutang directly used a thin silk quilt as a bundle, spreading it on the ground. Put all the valuables here. Yes, yes. Driven by a strong desire to survive, Madame Yi dared not have any other thoughts. All the valuables in the room were placed on the quilt, jewelry, jade, ornaments, and so on, forming a small pile. Brave one, theirs. Nothing more. Yi Chutang knew Madame Yi wasn't playing tricks, but her valuables definitely weren't limited to these. She held the shining knife against the old lady's neck. Where is the storeroom? Note: some readers feel the female protagonist shouldn't save Yi Yanzhou. Here is an explanation. First, Yi Yanzhou has never done anything bad, has many good deeds, and is a good person who will be very useful in the future. Second, the heroine doesn't hold grudges against innocent people. She won't spare villains but won't kill good people randomly. Third, although this story is a revenge ansong, refreshing, novel, the heroine has great righteousness and compassion. She quickly went to the side hall, broke the door lock, and stored the items from the storeroom into the space. When Granny Gua finished dressing and came out of the side room, Yi Chutang had already left. She also buried the trash in the yard. Back in Ningqiu Court, exhausted, she immediately removed her makeup and rested. Just as she was about to fall asleep, the courtyard gate was knocked loudly. "Chuer, open the door." Yi Jingchuan's voice was clear to Yi Chutang, and she guessed his purpose for coming to Ningqiu Court. She lit the oil lamp, and Danner got up to open the courtyard door. "Master." Yi Jingchuan pushed past Danner and rushed into the firewood room. Seeing that the bridal boxes were all there, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Yi Chutang came out of the main room, yawning, and asked, "Father, why are you staying up so late and making trouble?" Yi Jingchuan closed the firewood room door and said, "Your grandmother's courtyard was robbed. It's not like Ningqiu Court. Was it completely looted?" "No, only the valuable items were taken." Yi Chutang adjusted her collar. "The Yi family is always being robbed. Are they doing too many bad things?" This made Yi Jingchuan's face look unhappy. "Nonsense. It's because we are too prominent. Your courtyard is fine, I'll leave now. Father, don't forget about the land and house contracts. I'll give them to you tomorrow. After Yi Jingchuan left, Yi Chutang told Danner, I was disturbed and will sleep in a bit longer tomorrow. You can go to the main kitchen for breakfast, no need to wait for me. Yes, Mississippi. Yi Chutang turned back to her room to rest. After 2 tiring nights, she slept until the sun was high. She went into the space to check her gains from the previous night. Lady Ye's belongings were not as many as Yi Jingchuan's secret chamber, but they were still quite valuable. Some items looked like they were gifts from the original Lady Mother, worth a lot. Yi Chutang tidied up the items and went to the rest area to wash up. In ancient times, brushing teeth involved willow branches and salt, and washing the face was done with plain water. She couldn't stand it, so every day she cleaned in the space and then faked it in the backyard. After washing, Yi Chutang came out of the space and lifted the bed curtain. Hongxiu, sleeping on the noble consort's bed, was already awake. Afraid of disturbing Yi Chutang's rest, she didn't move at all and stiffened her body. Hearing the noise, she immediately got up, but due to her stiffness, she couldn't stand properly and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yi Chutang didn't even have time to put on her shoes and used her light skills to rush to Hongxiu's side, helping her up. Hongxiu was surprised and wanted to thank her, but her tongue hurt so much she couldn't speak. She could only look at Yi Chutang gratefully. Don't be so formal. Open your mouth, I'll check your injury. Hongxiu hadn't rinsed her mouth yet and shook her head. Yi Chutang didn't insist and reminded her, when you rinse your mouth later, don't use salt directly. Use light salt water, or it will irritate the wound and affect healing. Red-sleeved lady nodded, painfully put on her outer garment, and left her chamber. Just as Yi Chutang was putting on her clothes, Danner came in to comb her hair and also shared some news she had heard. Miss, Lady Jiang is too mean. She kindly asked for Miss Three's dowry, but now she's eyeing the dowry your lady left for you. Yesterday, Yi Jingchuan said they would split the dowry this morning, but last night, Madame Yi had an accident, so it was postponed. Yi Chutang understood Lady Jiang's actions, but wouldn't let her succeed. Greed leads to backlash. Don't worry, she can't take anything. Danner relaxed and then mentioned Madame Yi. The old madam was too shocked and had a high fever all night. Several doctors came, but she didn't get better. The master came twice, wanting to see Miss, but I told him you were resting and sent him away. Yi Chutang gave a thumbs up. Well done, Miss. I also heard something, but I'm not sure if it's true. Tell me. I heard that the emperor intends to marry Miss and Prince Qin, but Prince Qin refused. Yi Chutang was startled by this news and turned to look at Danner. Who did you hear that from? What kind of strange idea does the emperor have, wanting to marry her and Qi Yanzhou? I overheard it when I went to get breakfast from the kitchen. The cook's husband often supplies food to the palace. Yi Chutang frowned. Did you hear anything else? Danner shook her head. No. Has Schwanger come back? Not yet. She should be here around noon. She's finishing cleaning the ritual basin. Just as Danner finished speaking, Yi Jingchuan arrived again. He asked Lur, has Miss woken up yet? Lur was clever and knew Yi Chutang had woken but didn't answer. I don't know, she replied. What about Danner? I don't know. Yi Jingchuan was angry. What are you doing? Why are you so clueless? Lur looked at Yi Yanzhou in her arms and said, my duty is to take care of the young master. Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan's gaze fell on his second son. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Juner's face seemed to look better. He asked Lur, has Miss started treating the young master? Yes, last night, Miss did acupuncture on him, and he slept well. Yi Jingchuan patted Juner's head. Juner, listen to your older sister carefully and get well soon. Juner nodded obediently. Okay. Just then Yi Chutang came out of the main room. Chuer, you finally woke up. Hurry and see your grandmother. She's very ill. I haven't washed up or eaten yet. I won't go. Yi Jingchuan immediately stepped forward and handed over the land deed for the rural fields and the estate deed to Yi Chutang. Young child, wash up and have your meal first. Father is waiting for you. Yi Chutang ignored him and went to the backyard to wash up. Hongxiu was a bit afraid of Yi Jingchuan. After finishing her wash, she hid in a corner. Yi Chutang waved to Hongxiu. Come here, I will check your injury. The slight inflammation at the stitched tongue is normal. As long as it is kept clean and treated with anti-inflammatory medicine, the swelling will go down quickly. Good blood flow in the mouth helps healing, and the wound usually heals in about 5 days. After 10 days or half a month, the absorbable stitches will fall out, and she will recover fully. There's no problem. The tongue can be saved. Within half a month, you can only drink soup and eat porridge, mainly light food. Hongxiu was surprised that she could not only survive but also speak. She looked at Yi Chutang in disbelief.
Danner said, "Don't doubt it."
It's true. There's lean meat porridge in the kitchen, specially reserved for you. Go and eat. Yi Chutang ignored Hongxiu and returned to the yard after washing up. Danner had prepared her breakfast, kept warm in a pot, and immediately brought it to the dining hall. Yi Jingchuan followed and sat opposite Yi Chutang. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Chutang spoke first. "Father, I heard the emperor wants to betroth me to Prince Chen. What's going on?" Yi Jingchuan didn't expect Yi Chutang to suddenly ask about the marriage proposal, making him feel like he was trying to scheme and was caught. He cleared his throat and asked back, "Where did you hear such rumors? Father, just tell me if it's true or not." "The emperor heard that Prince Chen asked for a calligraphy piece from you, thinking he has feelings for you and wants to betroth you. But Prince Chen doesn't even look at Princess Onthing, so how could he be interested in you? His heart is only with the Miao border healer who saved him." Hearing Yi Jingchuan's deliberate belittling words, Yi Chutang smiled and asked, "Besides status, where do I compare to Princess Onthing?" After saying this, she made a decision. Although she couldn't improve her status, she could improve her position. Yi Jingchuan came to ask Yi Chutang to treat his mother's illness, so he naturally wouldn't belittle her. "You are certainly better than Princess Onthing, but her status is noble, and she can decide your life or death with a single word. Don't provoke her in the future." Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. Even the emperor, when killing someone, needs a reason. When has Princess Onthing ever had more power than the emperor? Unable to argue with Yi Chutang, Yi Jingchuan changed the subject and asked, "Young child, what do you think of Prince Chen? Prince Chen is handsome, has good character, defends the border and protects the people, and is deeply affectionate to his beloved. He is a rare good man. If Lord Chen had no secret admirer and was not the thorn in the side of the dog emperor, she would surely pursue him. Unfortunately, he fits both roles." Seeing how highly Yi Chutang spoke of Lord Chen, Yi Jingchuan thought there might be a chance for a marriage alliance. "Since you think so highly of Lord Chen, do you want to marry him?" Yi Jingchuan sensed a hidden motive. She threw her spoon into the pumpkin soup and asked, "Didn't you say Lord Chen wasn't interested in me and rejected the emperor's proposal?" "He did reject it, but you still have a chance. The emperor has given Lord Chen half a month to choose a noble lady from the capital to marry. Isn't Lord Chen interested in the shaman from the southern border? Shouldn't he marry her?" Lord Chen said that people from Miao territory usually marry within their own clan and wouldn't leave their home to come to the capital. Hearing this, Yi Chutang knew Lord Chen was just protecting the shaman and was deliberately saying that. If the dog emperor found out the shaman was his weakness, he would surely target her. But she didn't think Lord Chen was the kind of scoundrel who would marry someone else just to protect his beloved. His marriage would definitely face complications. Of course, whether Lord Chen marries the shaman or a noble lady, it had nothing to do with her. "Father, I won't marry a man who has someone else in his heart," Yi Jingchuan said, feeling helpless. "Which man isn't fickle, with 3 wives and 4 concubines? With your way of thinking, you'll just end up as an old maid nobody wants." Yi Chutang wasn't a feudal person from ancient times. If she didn't meet someone suitable, she preferred to stay single. "Being an old maid is better than marrying a scoundrel," she said with a fake smile, glaring at Yi Jingchuan to hint at him. Yi Jingchuan couldn't argue further and stood up. "I'm going to wait in the yard," he said. Yi Chutang picked up her spoon and continued eating the pumpkin soup. After finishing her breakfast leisurely, she left the dining hall and told Danner, "I'll be going out later. No need to prepare my lunch." Then she said to Yi Jingchuan, "First, go arrange the dowry." She wouldn't go to see old lady Yi for a medical consultation. That would be bad karma. Yi Jingchuan knew Yi Chutang was stubborn and wouldn't listen, which would cause trouble for everyone.
"All right, Linger is marrying Uncle.
The dowry can't be too shabby. Father needs to pick some good things. Father really knows how to be generous. Let's go, he said, relieved she didn't object. Cursing was common. It wasn't the first time and wouldn't be the last. When leaving Mingchu courtyard, he told the guards outside, bring Lady and Linger, Aunt Jiang, and Ener to the Buddha Hall. Also, call 20 more guards. The dowry chests were large and heavy. With fewer people, they couldn't move them all. Yi Chutang was once again speechless. Even the Buddha was being played with by these scoundrels. The Buddhist hall is located in the courtyard called Fan Yin Yuan, which is in the northwest corner of Shangshu Mansion and is quite large. Besides the Buddhist hall, there is a garden and a viewing tower called Zhaixinglu. When Yi Chutang and Yi Jingchuan arrived at Fan Yin Yuan, Kong Ru, Yi Amling, Zhang Yinyang, and Yi Xin were already waiting at the gate. The guards were standing straight, making a big show. Kong Ru's face had obvious slap marks, and her injured buttocks hadn't healed, so her posture was awkward. Zhang Yinyang couldn't hide her excitement, and her smile was hard to suppress. Yi Jingchuan went into the courtyard first and headed to the Buddhist hall. He told the guard, pry up the floor and take out the dowry boxes inside. Under the floor of the Buddhist hall, there were several layers of waterproof cloth. Once the waterproof cloth was removed, the neatly arranged dowry boxes could be seen. There were 2 layers, totaling 32 boxes. In the garden, there was a corridor connecting to a pavilion, with double-layered dowry boxes placed underneath, amounting to 60 carts. The remaining dowry boxes were under the floor of Zhaixinglu. Yi Chutang was amazed by Yi Jingchuan's skill in hiding the dowry. If she were to find it herself, she really wouldn't be able to, because the dowry boxes weren't buried directly in the ground. Except for the top layer, which was the floor, the other sides were sealed with stones. Even if she used her earth element abilities to scan, she would only think it was the foundation. All 64 boxes of the top layer were brought out and placed in the garden. Yi Jingchuan casually opened one box and said, the dowry is divided into 4 parts, one for each of the 3 daughters, and the remaining part is for Jir and Juner to get married. The dowry belongs to Anning. Although she said before she died that she wanted to split the dowry equally among all her children, since Chuer is her only daughter, I will give her a bit more. Ener is a concubine's daughter, so I will give her less. Do you agree? Kong Ru and Zhang Yinyang naturally had no objections. Wan Ning's dowry was filled with treasures, and whether she took more or less, it was all profit. Master, you decide, Yi Jingchuan said when he saw Yi Chutang silent. Chutang, don't worry. The dowry I left for you will be abundant and valuable. Yi Chutang nodded. All right, divide it. Anyway, it was all useless effort and no one would take a single item. She also took this opportunity to check how much the dowry in the boxes differed from the details on the dowry list. P.S. Bonus tip, give a 5-star review with a flick of your finger. When comments reach over 100, I'll post an update. Please support with short videos and flowers. Sending hearts. Yi Chutang was born into a 1,000-year-old martial arts family with many valuable possessions. But even after seeing the boxes of dowry, she was still amazed. There are 128 bridal chests, and the boxes are 4 times larger than ordinary ones, making the dowry enormous. Any item taken out is worth over 1,000 taels. Rare treasures can sell for 10,000 taels. Yi Jingchuan spent more than an hour dividing the dowry. Kong Ru's 3 children took half of it, with Yi Amling receiving 32 chests. Yi Xin got 24 chests, and the remaining 40 chests belonged to Yi Chutang. Yi Jingchuan looked at Yi Chutang, who had said nothing all along, feeling a bit uneasy. Chua, if there's anything in Amling's or Xin's dowry that you like, you can exchange it. Aunt Jiang smiled and agreed. Miss, this dowry was left by Madame Tang, and you are the main person in charge. Main person? But I don't want to share the dowry. Are you planning to return it to me? And Zhang's smile froze, and she awkwardly said, I can't go against Madame Tang's last wishes. Last wishes? I didn't hear anything about that. Kong Ru quickly spoke up when she saw Yi Chutang hesitating. Chuer, your mother was seriously ill back then. Many maids served her, and they can testify. Yi Chutang sneered. The maid contracts are in your hands, aren't they? Whatever you say goes, she added. Yi Jingchuan finally finished dividing the dowry and didn't want any more trouble. He declared, the dowry is divided. That's final. Then he looked at Yi Chutang. When you get married, I'll give you some more gifts. Yi Chutang ignored Yi Jingchuan's words and patted the large box. I heard my mother's dowry filled half of the Tang family's house, with each box packed full. But some boxes only seemed to be 6 or 7 parts full. Were they secretly hidden away? Of course, they were hidden by Yi Jingchuan. He confidently said, rumors can't be trusted. My mother sold a lot of her dowry to help Ye's family establish itself in the capital and to support my father's career. Yi Chutang didn't believe a word but didn't ask further, knowing she had ways to get all the dowry back. I understand. Should I leave these dowry items in the Buddhist hall, or take them back to the courtyard? Yi Jingchuan was about to say they should be kept in the Buddhist hall for collective safekeeping when Aunt Jiang spoke. Sir, the second young lady is about to marry, and Xian's wedding is coming soon. Maybe we should send their dowries to their own courtyards and have someone watch over them. Seeing the items in front of her, she felt more at ease. Yi Amling also agreed. Dad, these dowry chests are too big and old. I want to exchange them for new, ordinary ones. When the time comes, Mother, and you can add some more, making a total of 128 chests. That will not only impress the Prime Minister's household, but also make Uncle De very happy. Yi Jingchuan thought this was a good idea. All right, let's do that. When this happened, the happiest person was Yi Xian. She bowed politely and said, Thank you, father. Thank you, elder sister. Yi Jingchuan reached out to help Yi Xian up. Family is family. In the future, don't be so distant. Yi Amling's gaze fell on Yi Jingchuan holding Yi Xian's hand, with a cold look in her eyes. She didn't expect that this unnoticed illegitimate daughter would ever be valued. Father, it's getting late. Let the guards move the dowry, Yi Chutang said first. Before you take the dowry, you must make a list, sign, and stamp it. I need to burn it for my mother, so she knows her last wish has been fulfilled. So, you must not lie or deceive me, or my mother won't forgive you. As soon as she said this, everyone's faces changed slightly. Yi Jingchuan forced a stiff smile. How could I lie to you? I just think it's unnecessary to make things complicated. When we go to honor your mother, just say so. The list must be made, signed, and stamped, or no one will take a single piece of the dowry. Yi Chutang finished speaking and slapped the dowry chest. The chest sank into the ground instantly. Not only Yi Jingchuan and the others, even the martial arts-trained guards broke out in cold sweat. If that force had hit them, they would definitely have died. Kong Ru was so scared her legs almost gave out. She hurriedly said, His idea is good. Just follow her plan. Yi Jingchuan nodded vigorously. The list must be written, and the signature is necessary. Yi Chutang nodded with satisfaction. Father, without my mother, you wouldn't be where you are today. You write it. Okay, I will write it, Yi Jingchuan said, bringing chairs, ink, paper, and brushes. He wrote the list while Aunt Jiang ground the ink and Kong Ru prepared the dowry. They worked very smoothly together. It was almost noon, and the sun was blazing. Yi Amling and Yi Xiu immediately asked the guards to bring umbrellas to shield them. Yi Chutang, pretending to practice martial arts, handed the umbrella task to her 2 scheming sisters. The guards didn't want to be beaten to pieces by Yi Chutang, so they flattered her wildly. Miss is a martial arts master. We are no match. We admit defeat. We only know a little bit of basic skills, not worthy to spar with Mississippi. Mississippi, Yi Chutang interrupted the guards. Don't worry, it's just a sparring of moves, no internal energy involved, so it's not very dangerous. She had just started practicing internal energy, so she wouldn't improve quickly. When she smashed the dowry chest into the ground earlier, she used her earth element supernatural power, not martial arts. The guards didn't know this and were terrified. But they dared not disobey Yi Chutang's orders and could only grit their teeth and go forward. They didn't dare to hurt Yi Chutang, but she was willing to fight fiercely. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Chutang had beaten 20 guards to the ground, their teeth scattered everywhere. Her fierce attitude frightened Yi Amling and Yi Xian. making them too nervous to look around and forcing them to hide their presence. Yi Chutang wiped her sweat, kicked the nearest guard, and ordered, "Go ask Steward Chen for some fruit and snacks." "I'm tired, hungry, and thirsty." "Yes, miss," the guard replied, struggling to get up and limping away. Soon, a maid brought fruit, snacks, and tea. As Yi Chutang ate and drank, she watched the 5 people outside, who were sweating heavily in the sun. At around noon, Yi Jingchuan finally finished writing the dowry list. He rotated his sore wrist and said, "Linger, Ina, you both need to sign and stamp your parts of the dowry." The signatures for Yi Anji and Yi Anjuan would be made by Kong Ru. After they signed, Yi Jingchuan handed the list to Yi Chutang. Are you satisfied now?" Yi Chutang took the list, checked it carefully, and nodded happily. Miss Yi Second and Miss Yi Third can now take their shares of the dowry. After saying that, she turned and left. After instructing the guard to watch over the dowry, Yi Jingchuan followed her. The dowry is divided. You can go see your grandmother now," he said. Yi Chutang kept walking. "No, she's been a troublemaker for generations. She won't die that easily," she replied, and left the Shangshu mansion to go to the Poetry Pavilion, a favorite place for scholars and poets. The Poetry Pavilion is a refined place for poetry and couplets. It was founded by the largest academy in Beichen country, Huating Academy. Scholars and literary figures gather here to share knowledge, discuss ideas, critique writings, compose poetry, and create timeless masterpieces. They restore missing musical scores, solve difficult chess problems, and revive lost painting techniques. Anything related to scholars and arts can be found in the pavilion. It's said that in Beichen country, anyone famous in the literary world leaves a significant mark in the Poetry Pavilion. There's a saying, "If you don't enter the Poetry Pavilion, you're not truly a scholar." Yi Chutang came here to find a shortcut to reach the top of the literary circle. Even if the emperor wanted to kill her, she would weigh the consequences. But entering the pavilion isn't easy. It requires passing a test. The daily topic is set by Huating Academy. Yi Chutang looked at the large banner hanging from the 5th floor. It read, "Heaven makes the chessboard, stars are the pieces. Who dares to make a move?" Note, a dialogue between Zhu Yuanzong and Liu Bowen. This is the upper line. To enter the pavilion, she must come up with a perfect, matching lower line. If her couplet is recognized as the best, the pavilion will hang a banner with her name for one day, and it will be permanently displayed on the 3rd floor inside. Yi Chutang was not good at composing poetry or couplets. Her mind was filled with Tang, song, Yuan poetry, and operas, making it hard to come up with new ideas. But she was very skilled at matching couplets and often excelled online before the apocalypse. She quickly thought of the second line. Just as she was about to pick up a pen, a familiar, sarcastic voice sounded behind her. "Miss Yi, this poetry pavilion isn't just for those who can write well." It was Princess Onfing. Yi Chutang rolled her eyes in frustration. The capital city was too small. She kept running into rude people everywhere. She turned around, forced a fake smile, and bowed politely. "Greetings, Princess Onfing." After the bow, she stood up and said, "You're right. Being able to write doesn't guarantee entry, but those who can't write at all definitely can't get in." Princess Onfing sensed that Yi Chutang was implying her poor literary skills. She was so angry she wanted to whip her, but the rules of the Poetry Pavilion forbade fighting inside or outside. "Miss Yi, do you think you can get into the Poetry Pavilion?" Today's couplet was very difficult. Many famous scholars had failed. Yi Chutang looked at the first line. "I'm just a country girl with average talent." This couplet, it's very hard. The difficulty wasn't just in the structure, but in the aura the couplet conveyed. Princess Onfing looked at Yi Chutang with disdain and mocked her. To match this couplet requires broad mind and insight, and neither does Miss Yi have. At the previous family banquet, her poetry had embarrassed her both publicly and privately. Today, everyone would see that Yi Chutang was just a lucky fool. Yi Chutang smiled instead of getting angry. "I'm just a rural girl, lacking both talent and insight, and even grace. Naturally, I can't compare to the princess." Hearing this, Princess Onping knew she was in trouble. She was about to be roasted by Yi Chutang. Sure enough, Yi Chutang continued, "Such a grand and powerful couplet. Only a talented lady like the princess could match it perfectly." She praised Princess Onping highly. Matching the couplet wasn't enough. It had to be matched perfectly to deserve the title of royal talent. Many onlookers gathered around, eager to praise the princess. Princess has divine talent and stunning beauty, with brilliant literary skills. She can definitely match this couplet easily. Are you kidding? If I could do that, I wouldn't be standing outside the poetry pavilion. Princess is descended from the star of literature and also possesses royal grace and dignity. She will surely match this couplet perfectly. Be quiet. Even the new top scholar wouldn't dare call himself a star of literature. You're risking your tongue. Princess Onping couldn't stand it anymore and scolded. Everyone be quiet. I have urgent matters to attend to and don't have time to match couplets. Yi Chutang moved aside to block Princess Onping from leaving. The princess has been waiting in front of the poetry pavilion for so long. She must have already thought of the second line. The young lady knows the princess is busy and doesn't dare to delay her time. The princess doesn't need to write it down. Just saying it aloud is enough, so everyone can enjoy the sound and feel the grace and broad mind of a royal talented lady. The onlookers seem unaware of Princess Onping's unpleasant expression and keep agreeing. Yi Chutang notices something is wrong. She looks around and sees Qi Yanzhou disappear around the corner. Princess Onping is caught in a difficult position. She truly cannot come up with the second line, so she uses busy as an excuse again. Daring to delay my highness on urgent matters? Do you want to die? No one dares to confront Princess Onping directly, and they quickly lower their heads to avoid her gaze. She pushes Yi Chutang aside and walks away quickly. Yi Chutang brushes off the spot where Princess Onping touched her and picks up a brush from the desk. I am not talented, but I dare to try the second line. Is that okay? Her voice is loud, and Princess Onping, who is still nearby, hears clearly. She really wants to stay and see Yi Chutang embarrass herself, but can't afford to offend herself. As she walks, she scratches her head in frustration. The young servant standing at the desk immediately grinds ink and says, "Please, young lady, give your advice." Yi Chutang picks up a wolf hair brush from the brush holder, dips it into thick ink, and begins to write. Mountains and rivers form a pattern. The people are the key. When will it stop? Note. Sourced online. The servant sees that Yi Chutang has put down her brush and respectfully takes the semi-dried rice paper. Please wait a moment, young lady. After saying that, he turns around and places the rice paper into a small window behind him. The poetry pavilion's master will decide whether the answer is good enough for the person to enter based on the quality of the response. After reading Yi Chutang's couplet, the master is amazed and comes out to greet her personally. Miss Yi is truly talented. Please come in. As soon as he speaks, the scholars and students hesitating at the door lean forward to look at the paper in the master's hand. They're very curious about what the second line is that could earn such recognition. The master notices everyone's curiosity and smiles, saying, "The second line will be revealed soon." Implicitly, Yi Chutang's answer is certain to be displayed on the poetry pavilion for everyone to admire. After speaking, he leads Yi Chutang inside. The poetry pavilion looks like a small version of a tower, square-shaped, narrower at the top and wider at the bottom. The first floor is for dining, divided into a main hall and private rooms. Going upstairs leads to a more refined area. The master asks Yi Chutang, "Miss Yi, are you here for poetry or for meal?" First for a meal, then to meet the scholars. The master gestures towards the private rooms, saying, "Miss Yi, please follow me." Yi Chutang came to the poetry pavilion to gain fame, so she chooses to sit in the main hall. "I like lively places," she says. After that, she finds an empty table, orders 2 dishes and a soup. The teacher and Yi Chutang finished selecting dishes and said, "Miss Yi's couplet is very well written. It has been chosen to be displayed outside the building. Later, please sign your name." Yi Chutang took a sip of tea and asked, "Can I write it myself?" Her calligraphy was already famous among scholars, so the teacher immediately agreed. "Yes, Miss Yi. Please wait a moment." I will go get a scroll, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Although few people could compose a couplet today, many were inside the poetry hall. The top scorer in daily tests could be exempt from exams for a month, and those who contributed to the hall could be exempt for life. As the only woman, Yi Chutang was personally welcomed into the hall by the teacher, and everyone's eyes were on her. Is this the young lady who took the first talent title from Miss Yi, and the most beautiful lady of Amling County? Her temperament is as elegant as orchids, and her talent is as fragrant as fairy tales. Could there really be such a woman in the world? I really want to know what Miss Yi's couplet is. We'll find out soon. Seeing her inscribe it in person is an honor. I think the rumors might not be true. As soon as these words were spoken, a man dressed in black brocade was immediately challenged by others. Young Master Su, admitting that women are better than men is not shameful. It's because of people like you that others say scholars look down on each other. Brother Su, are you trying to vent your anger for Miss Yi? You're just losing face. This comment touched Su Kang's sore spot. Stop talking nonsense. Smearing a woman's reputation is unworthy of a scholar. Yi Chutang chuckled softly. Young Master Su, questioning me without knowing the facts. Do you deserve to be called a scholar? Su Kang's face turned pale from the ridicule. Miss Yi only wrote 3 poems and 3 calligraphy pieces, and she's called the top talent in the capital. Is my doubt wrong? If young Master Su can compose 3 poems in 15 minutes and write one in different styles, then it's fine. This was like a loud slap across Su Kang's face, making him feel extremely embarrassed. Yi Chutang continued, let me give young Master Su a couplet. If you can match it, I will return the title of top talent to you. Su Kang could hear the implied insult in her words but agreed. All right. He had studied for 20 years and became a Jiren 5 years ago. There was no way he couldn't match a couplet from a rural woman. What if Su Master can't match it? If I can't, I will kowtow and admit my mistake to Miss Yi. Deal. Their bet attracted many people upstairs. Some watched from the railing, others came downstairs to join the fun. At this moment, the master of the poetry pavilion brought over a scroll, a thick brush, and a jar of ink. The servant on the first floor had already told him what had just happened. So, he also brought along ordinary writing tools, brush, paper, and inkstone. After arranging everything, he smiled and said, I hear Miss Yi is going to compose a couplet. Please go ahead. Then he personally ground the ink. Yi Chutang didn't hesitate and wrote the upper line. Living as a guest in Hakka, lonely cold windows guard the solitude. Note, from Li Qingzhao, as she finished writing, the master said, Good, that's a fine upper line. I wonder what inspired Miss Yi to think of such a line. Yi Chutang casually replied, When I was in the countryside, I happened to see a lonely widow. Ah, I see. The master handed the upper line to Su Kang. Young Master Su, with your talent, you should be able to match it over a cup of tea. Hearing the master's praise of Yi Chutang, Su Kang felt uneasy. When he saw what the upper line was, his face went pale. Not even a whole month, let alone a single incense stick, would be enough for him to come up with a matching line. His companions nearby shook their heads. This couplet is really hard to match. Probably only young Master Song in all of Beijing and North Star Kingdom can do it. Miss Yi, would you mind if I copied down the upper line? Ignoring Su Kang's grim expression, Yi Chutang nodded with a smile. Of course not. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Kang slapped the paper with the upper line onto the table. This couplet, there's no way to match the lower line. The master looked at the defeated Su Kang and shook his head. It's a shame for a scholar. Someone echoed, exactly. If you can't match it, just admit defeat. Backing out and refusing to try again. That's the real shame. Su Kang's chest heaved with anger, and he clenched his teeth. A proud man of 7 feet tall, he would never kneel before a woman. Miss Yi, please tell everyone if I said anything wrong. Yi Chutang looked at Su Kang, who was pressing her, and chuckled softly. Coward. Forget Yi Amling. Even street dogs wouldn't look at you. After saying that, she picked up her brush again and quickly wrote 3 lower lines. One was her own, and the other 2 she had seen online. She then slammed the ink-stained paper onto Su Kang's face. Su Kang, after seeing it, shook so badly his hands almost dropped the paper. which nearly tore. Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. Now, are you convinced? As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up and kicked each of Su Kang's knees. Thud. Su Kang knelt heavily, crying out in pain, his face turning pale. He couldn't hold the paper anymore, and it fluttered to the ground. Countless heads leaned over, staring at the lower line on the paper. Before they could see what was written, the master of the poetry pavilion took it away. Everyone can try to write a matching line first. If no one can match it, I will publicly reveal the second line written by Miss Yi. After saying this, he looked at Su Kang, who was eager to find a hole to hide in, with a cold gaze. Young Master Su, you are no longer welcome at the poetry pavilion. Please leave. This effectively cut off Su Kang's path as a scholar. He was shocked and pale. You can't treat me like this. I can. The poetry pavilion cannot accommodate someone with poor conduct. As a result, Su Kang became the first scholar to be thrown out of the poetry pavilion. Yi Chutang watched the scene unfold and asked the servant boy beside the teacher to clear the clutter from the table. She then unrolled a long scroll. She picked up a thick brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote the matching line she had previously come up with. Her brush moved swiftly, and elegant characters flowed onto the scroll. Like floating clouds, as swift as a startled dragon. Beautiful characters. When the applause started, Yi Chutang signed her name. The teacher asked the servant boy to take the scroll to the 5th floor and hang it outside. Then he said to Yi Chutang, Miss Yi, I wonder if I may ask you for a piece of your calligraphy, to write the previous couplet in a different style, and hang it on the 3rd floor. If it's placed in the best spot, I have no problem. Of course. The teacher took out the finest silk paper from the poetry pavilion. After Yi Chutang finished writing the couplet, her meal was served. She ate her lunch amid everyone's praise. Then she climbed the stairs and set out on her path to fame and success. Unsolved puzzles were solved. Realistic charcoal sketches were drawn. Double-sided embroidery dazzled. Countless poems and many calligraphy works were created. She advised students with unique insights, critiqued ancient poems with clever remarks, was knowledgeable in astronomy and geography. When she left the poetry pavilion, she had secured lifelong exemption from exams. She also became a legendary figure among scholars, rivaling the first young master Song Jingning. Yi Chutang was very satisfied with her achievements today. She planned to find a quiet place to disguise herself and order some delicious dishes from various taverns to stockpile. Just as she reached the alley entrance, a burlap sack suddenly covered her face. The burlap sack naturally did not succeed in covering Yi Chutang's head. She took out a dagger from her space and sliced the sack in half. 2 masked men holding the sack revealed themselves. One of them drew a knife from his boot and said fiercely, "Surrender quietly, or your life will be at stake. I doubt you have the ability." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chutang's dagger flew out and struck his chest, piercing through. "Help," he managed to say before collapsing and dying instantly. The other man was so frightened, he forgot to run. I watched helplessly as Yi Chutang pulled a bloody knife from her companion's chest and pressed it against his neck. The knife's sticky warmth made his hair stand on end. "Lady, please spare me," he begged, his legs giving out as he knelt down. The sharp blade cut through his major artery, and blood splattered everywhere. Yi Chutang. "Good thing I dodged quickly, or I would have been covered in blood and wasted a good outfit," she said. Afterward, she crouched down and used acupressure to stop the bleeding. Though less effective than silver needles, it was enough to get information. "Who is your master servant?" she asked, already guessing who was behind this. Su Kang. She had offended many people, but they were all tough characters. If someone truly wanted to hurt her, they wouldn't send 2 fools. Sure enough, the servant confirmed it. "My master is Su Kang, the son of the Grand Historian. Why did he send you to capture me? First, beat her up, then cripple her legs and throw her into Ingchun Courtyard." Ingchun Courtyard was a well-known mid-level brothel in the capital. Hearing this, Yi Chutang curled her lips into a cold smile. "So, it seems you all have a reason to die," she said. Then she broke the man's neck and disguised herself as a man to go to Ingchun Courtyard. She was sure Su Kang was there, waiting to see her fall into trouble. It was not yet the hour of you. The sun was slightly westward, glaring and scorching. A brightly dressed girl at the courtyard entrance was waving a handkerchief to attract customers, with the scent of perfume in the air. Young master, come in quickly. Listen to music, watch dance, be surrounded by beauties, live like a fairy. Yi Chutang put her arm around the girl's shoulders. Let me see how happy I can be. Definitely won't disappoint you, young master. As soon as she entered Ingchun courtyard, the sounds of strings and drums filled her ears, and elegant women appeared, showing luxury and decadence. It was still early, so there weren't many guests. Yi Chutang immediately spotted Su Kong sitting in a private room on the second floor. He had called for many girls, and a few faces were close enough to piece together as Yi Amling. Fake affection, she whispered softly, but the girl beside her didn't hear clearly. What did the young master say? The girl asked.
Ye çantan playfully tilted her chin.
I said I want to go to the second floor private room. Hearing this, the madam immediately stepped forward with a plump waist. This young master is new here, so he might not know our rules. Going upstairs costs silver, 10 taels. Yi Chutang took out 100 taels silver note from her sleeve and handed it to the madam. Bring the best wine, the finest dishes, and the most beautiful girls. The madam happily accepted the silver, and her silk scarf brushed past Yi Chutang's face. Young master, please go upstairs. I'll arrange everything right away. Hong Wan, Yunyan, Ru Shui, Ziwei, come serve the young master. 4 women with unique charms came to Yi Chutang's side, surrounding her as they went upstairs. The madam called a young servant and said, bring the best food and drinks for the young master just now. Glancing sideways, she saw Yi Chutang's back as she went upstairs, her eyes flickering with a change. After the servant left, the madam went to the back kitchen and wine cellar. Beneath the cellar was a secret room used for passing messages. The madam wrote a note. Madam, I saw a figure similar to the one you're looking for. Linglong, after signing her name, she rolled up the paper and handed it to the person responsible for intelligence. Yi Chutang didn't realize she was being watched. When she reached the second floor, she chose a private seat next to Su Kong. The seats were separated by screens, so they couldn't see what others were doing, but could hear their voices. She leaned close and said loudly, your eyes look very much like Linger's. Red Luan, not knowing who Linger was, shyly lowered her head. It's an honor to be liked by the young master, she said softly. Just as she finished speaking, Yi Chutang heard a chair fall nearby. Soon, Su Kong, who had hurt his knee, hobbled over. He didn't look at Red Luan and pulled her away, saying, come with me. Yi Chutang stepped forward and tripped Su Kong, causing him to stumble. As he fell, Red Luan was caught in her arms and placed on a nearby stool. Be good, sit still. I'll handle this, she said. She stepped on Su Kang's leg and pressed down hard with her toes. Who gave you the courage to steal someone from me? Su Kong felt his leg bones almost break and cried out in pain.
Stop.
Otherwise, you'll be in a very bad state, she threatened. Are you so foolish that you can't tell right from wrong? Hearing the commotion, the madam quickly came over to mediate. Young master, calm down. I apologize for this. Su Gongzi is from the Taisher family, so he can't be beaten. How do you know my father's position isn't higher than the Taisher family? She asked, making the madam speechless. Come out and have fun peacefully, the madam said, seeing Yi Chutang unmoved. She then advised the pale Su Kong. Young master, you didn't like Red Luan before, but now you're rashly trying to take her. That's your fault. The implication was that Su Kong should apologize. Su Kong didn't want to apologize, but he was afraid his leg would break if he didn't soften. This young master, I apologize for my rudeness, Yi Chutang sneered. You disturbed my enjoyment of drinking and flirting. An apology is enough. Tonight's entertainment is on me, she said happily, relaxing her grip. Thank you for your trouble, Su Gongzi. Then she reached out to the madam. Return the silver note and ask Su Gongzi for it. For the madam, she had earned plenty and happily returned the silver note. Su Kong got up from the ground, looked at the amount on the note, and his vision went black. 100 taels. Every time he visits Ingchun Court, He only orders a girl to serve wine and a few small dishes, costing no more than 50 taels. So, he only carries 100 taels of silver. If he gives money to the madam, he won't have enough for his own expenses. Yi Chutang saw Su Kang's embarrassment and gently patted his shoulder. You don't know each other until you fight. Next time, I will invite young Master Su. Su Kang smelled a pleasant fragrance but didn't think much of it and backed away unhappily. There won't be a next time. Yi Chutang withdrew her hand and looked at Hongwan. Since young Master Su likes you, go keep him company. Then she asked the madam to bring 2 jars of good wine worth over 10 taels each. Su Kang felt heartbroken but couldn't say anything. Better to look away. He hugged Hongwan's slim waist, dragged his injured leg, and returned to his private seat with a dark face. After he left, Yi Chutang immediately, generously, ordered Lan Qing, the main courtesan, to join her in drinking. She let the girls feed her small bites while listening to the noise from the next room. Soon, the medicine on Su Kang's body took effect. Su Kang saw everyone as Yi Amling, kissing this one and touching that one, full of flirtatious words. At first, the girls didn't think much, just assuming he was drunk. To earn tips, they happily played along as Yi Amling. Love you, miss you, and so on. Su Kang was completely lost in the act, wanting to perform a lively scene. Although these girls sold their bodies, they wouldn't do so openly in public. Young Master Su, you can't do this.
Go to the flower room, they said.
Su Kang, burning with passion and losing his senses, couldn't hold back anymore. Linger, I love you.
Please give in to me, he said.
Suddenly, there was a tearing sound. The girl whose clothes were torn screamed, Young Master Su, don't. Her resistance made Su Kang furious. He slapped her. Slap. Linger, be good, he said. The other girls finally realized something was wrong and tried to pull Su Kang away. Young Master Su, you can't do this. Su Kang smiled like a lovesick fool. There are many lingers. Come, let's play together. The guests at Ingchun Court looked on as they heard the commotion. Seeing Su Kang stripping off his clothes and tearing at the girls' garments, trying to force himself on them, the frightened girls ran away in all directions. Su Kang, now naked, chased after them wildly. Young Master Su usually comes here just to drink a little wine. Why is he acting so crazy today? He's enamored with Miss Yi, but she's about to marry the old man. He must be upset. Bah. What is he? Even if Miss Yi doesn't marry the old man, she wouldn't be interested in him. As everyone discussed, the guards at Ingchun Court moved quickly. They dared not confront the son of the Grand Historian directly, so they protected the girls behind them. Su Kang was about to explode with anger, his eyes bloodshot, and he suddenly went crazy. If anyone dares to take my woman, I will kill you. He casually grabbed a chair and swung it forcefully. Yi Chutang saw Su Kang walking toward the stairs. She took the opportunity when the girls weren't paying attention and threw a peanut. The peanut hit Su Kang's injured knee. He lost his balance, his legs gave way, and he tumbled down the stairs. When Qi Yanzhou arrived, he just happened to see the scene. Su Kang fell and broke his leg and hit his head, fainting from pain. Everyone then realized he was not normal. His fair body looked like it had been boiled in water, red and swollen in one spot. It was excessively swollen and hard. Did young Master Su take some spring medicine? Did he take it himself, or? The Ingchun courtyard is open for business. They wouldn't do something so foolish as to ruin their reputation. That's true. I think young Master Su is crazy about Miss Yi. The young servant in charge of Ingchun courtyard immediately draped a towel over Su Kang's waist. The madam of the house hurried out from the back room, holding a long gown. She covered Su Kang with the gown and ordered, send young Master Su to the back room and have Dr. Qin treat him. Absolutely must not let anything happen to him. Yes, madam. Quickly notify the Su family. Today's incident is strange. Let's see if they want to report to the authorities. After giving instructions, the madam approached Qi Yanzhou and knelt to pay her respects. I have seen Prince Chun. Hearing this, the crowd watching the show realized Qi Yanzhou had arrived and hurriedly bowed. Qi Yanzhou came directly from the court of justice. He was dressed in official robes, with his right hand behind his back, looking noble and commanding. "Stand up." Afterward, he looked at the madam and asked, "What happened?" The madam knew Qi Yanzhou was asking about that person. She glanced toward the private room on the second floor. But she saw that the man, who was surrounded by women, was gone. Qi Yanzhou followed her gaze and only saw a glamorous girl. He immediately understood that the man had run away. He quickly went upstairs to ask the girls, "Where is he?" The girls then realized that the witty, charming, sweet-talking young master was gone. Just now, the young master was. Qi Yanzhou didn't hear the rest and hurried to the nearest street-facing window of the private room, pushed it open. A familiar shadow disappeared around the corner. Just as he was about to chase after him, he noticed a small red cloth bundle on the eaves. The wind blew the cloth, causing it to fall. Between chasing the person and catching the bundle, Qi Yanzhou chose the latter. He slapped the window frame, leapt down, caught the bundle, and landed steadily. He opened the red cloth to reveal a small box made of golden Nanmu wood, about 2 fingers wide and 3 inches long. The gap in the lid showed white lime powder. Without opening it, he guessed what it was. It was the descendant of the official known as Gong Gong. Why did the ghost thief leave this thing for him? Qi Yanzhou had a guess. He had been investigating the ghost thief, but made no progress. After 3 days, Lord De would surely use this opportunity to question him. But if he had the descendants as leverage, he could turn the tables on the eunuch. The ghost thief was helping him. Qi Yanzhou looked at the deserted street corner, wrapped the wooden box in red cloth, and tucked it into his sleeve. He returned to Yingchun courtyard and learned about Su Kang's madness. It was clear he had been drugged. The drugging wasn't done by Yingchun courtyard or Su Kang himself, so it could only be the ghost thief. Qi Yanzhou frowned as he looked at Hong Luan, dressed in a red silk dress, her eyes shining like autumn water. She did not resemble Yi Amling at all. "Are you sure that young master said your eyes look like Linger's?" "I am sure." "My sisters heard it too," Hong Luan replied. Then she added, "Prince, there are many girls named Linger." The implication was that Su Kang had misunderstood or was looking for trouble. Qi Yanzhou felt things were too coincidental. It wasn't just a simple misunderstanding. The ghost thief deliberately mentioned Ling. He's targeting Su Kang. But why is he after Su Kang? As he pondered, old Master Su and the officer from Jingzhou Prefecture arrived, investigating his grandson's injury. Seeing Qi Yanzhou, he immediately knelt, tears streaming down his face. "Prince, this wicked brothel has harmed Konger. You must help him." The Su family had no idea that Su Kang often visited Yingchun courtyard to find girls and had pieced together Yi Amling's identity. Old Master Su still thought his promising grandson had been deceived by the brothel. Qi Yanzhou had no time for these small matters. "Old Master, you should go see young Master Su first," he said. Then he called the madam and asked her to cooperate with the officials' investigation. He also summoned a famous city painter to help. They described Yi Chutang's appearance in detail and worked with the painter to create a portrait. When it was dark, the artist finished the ghost thief's face. Qi Yanzhou paid and took the portrait away. On the way back to the Dowry temple, everyone was talking about Su Kang and Yi Amling. Young Master Su is so bold, daring to covet Lord De's fiancée. Not only that, he even stripped and fantasized about the courtesans as Miss Yi, wanting to switch lovers. They say Su young master is deeply in love, but I think he hates Miss Yi. Otherwise, how could he do such disgusting things? Qi Yanzhou listened as he walked. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. He remembered a key clue about the ghost thief. He changed direction and headed toward the Shangshu mansion. Yi Chutang thought her disguised face had been exposed and could no longer be used. She decided to make full use of it. After leaving the spring welcome courtyard, she walked and bought food along the way: pastries, candied fruits, dried nuts, beef jerky, roasted chicken, Peking duck. At each shop, she bought as much as she could and secretly stored the items in her space. She kept shopping until nightfall. Yi Chutang was annoyed by the clutter and decided to order some cabinets from a carpentry shop to make storage easier. She planned to make shelves of different sizes, small ones for finished dishes bought from restaurants, larger ones for goods stored at the market, and boxes for eggs and meat. She went to the nearest carpentry shop to discuss her design. Shopkeeper, I need 200 half-meter-high cabinets, 200 one-foot-high boxes, 100 two-foot-high boxes, 100 large shelves, and 200 small shelves. The shopkeeper was surprised by the large order, but also very pleased. Young master, these items will be ready in 10 days. However, my shop is small, so I'll need a deposit. Yi Chutang roughly calculated the total price, about 150 taels, and paid a deposit of 100 taels directly. The rest will be paid upon delivery. The shopkeeper was happy to see her generous payment. All right, young master. Shopkeeper, since the order is quite large, the warehouse can't hold everything. How about delivering the goods every 3 days? No need. I will come to collect every 3 days after curfew, Yi Chutang replied. The shopkeeper looked confused. After curfew, the shop must close. These items are for an official, and they have special uses. It's not convenient for outsiders to know. Leave a back door, and someone will come to transport them after curfew, Yi Chutang explained. The shopkeeper understood and nodded. She patted his shoulder. Keep a low profile and make your fortune quietly. Don't say anything, or... Seeing her gesture of cutting her throat, the shopkeeper was so frightened he shrank back. He thought she had made a fortune, but now it seemed she might be in danger of losing her head. He hurriedly assured her, Rest assured, official, I will warn all workers to keep silent and only do their work. When Yi Chutang left the carpentry shop, it was already completely dark. She found a quiet place, changed back into her female clothes, and headed back to the Marquis residence. On the way, she bought some roasted sweet potatoes and a few skewers of candied hawthorn. At the alley entrance, while biting into a candied hawthorn, Yi Chutang encountered Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou also saw her. The young girl held a paper bag in one hand and several skewers of candied fruit in the other. Her small cherry mouth was stained with bright red syrup, looking very tempting. The alley was dark, but it couldn't hide her stunning beauty. He quickly stepped forward and asked, Miss Yi, why did you go out alone? Yi Chutang gave a gentle bow and replied, Your humble servant has met Lord Qin. My maid is at home recovering from an injury, so I went out by myself. Outside the poetry pavilion, Lord Xia was helping. Qi Yanzhou didn't expect Yi Chutang to notice him. I only saw something unfair and couldn't ignore it. Miss Yi, you are talented and generous. I admire that. Yi Chutang smiled calmly and said, You're flattering me, Your Highness. I am an ordinary person, just trying to make a name for myself. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang, who was very different from other women, and felt quite pleased. Miss Yi, your idea makes sense. Only from the highest point can you avoid being controlled by others. Yi Chutang found formal talk tiring and looked directly at Qi Yanzhou, getting to the point. Are you here on official business, Your Highness? I won't disturb you. Miss Yi, I am here to see you, he said. This made Yi Chutang alert, but she wasn't too worried. Even if Qi Yanzhou suspected something, he wouldn't think she was the ghost thief. What does Your Highness want with me? Qi Yanzhou thought he couldn't finish his words easily and said, I wonder if Miss Yi has time. I would like to invite you to a meal. Yi Chutang didn't want to go. She still had to give acupuncture to Juno later. Your Highness, the Emperor intends to marry you to me, but you refused. Now you want to choose a noble lady as your wife in the capital. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to eat together now. When Qi Yanzhou heard about the marriage proposal, his ears turned slightly red. Miss Yi, I refuse the marriage proposal because I know you are not interested in me, not because I think you are not worthy. Seeing Qi Yanzhou explaining seriously, Yi Chutang nodded. I really don't want to marry a prince. It means getting involved in power struggles and competing with other women for favor. It's too exhausting. Little did she know that a harsh lesson was coming soon. One day, she would rush into the Prince Chen's residence and force him to marry her. Qi Yanzhou knew Yi Chutang was a free-spirited person who didn't like restrictions. Her words didn't surprise him. The meal arrangement was thoughtless. I came to find Miss Yi to tell you that the ghost thief might be connected to you. Yi Chudang asked, Why would you think that, Your Highness? When the food in Ye's hometown was stolen, you almost got burned in a fire. On the night Ningchu courtyard was robbed, Lady Yi was schemed against by Lady Yi. On the day the Happy Longevity Palace was robbed, Grandfather defended you. Today, the ghost thief appeared in Ingchun courtyard, injuring Su Kong and ruining his reputation. Coincidentally, he offended you at the poetry pavilion. Yi Chutang admired Qi Yanzhou's sharpness. Listening to this, it really seems connected to me. What about the theft at Li's granary? Maybe it was a ghost thief, trying to confuse people. After saying that, Qi Yanzhou looked into Yi Chutang's eyes and asked, Miss Yi, do you know the ghost thief? I do. Qi Yanzhou didn't expect Yi Chutang to admit it and looked surprised. But you can't catch her unless... Unless what? Yi Chutang smiled and said, Unless the prince also turns into a ghost. Qi Yanzhou, I never believed in ghosts or gods, she said. Ghosts wouldn't go to a brothel in the daytime to drink flower wine. I used to not believe in ghosts either, but no one could clear out a courtyard in 2 incense sticks of time, so I started to believe. She is like a ghost from the end times who traveled here. Qi Yanzhou knew very well that no one could avoid the palace guards and quietly empty the Shisho palace without being noticed. But he preferred to believe it was a master of cultivation, not ghosts or gods. Miss Yi, you said earlier that you know the ghost thief? Yi Chutang bit into a candied hawthorn and mumbled nonsense. Not exactly knowing her. I made a wish that made Grandfather Gong lose everything, and it half came true. Her belongings are gone, but she's still alive, so it's only half. Qi Yanzhou didn't believe Yi Chutang's words but also knew he wouldn't get much out of her. Miss Yi, sorry to bother you. Take care, Your Highness. Yi Chutang knew Qi Yanzhou would keep watching her afterward, but she didn't mind and turned back to Shangshu residence. As soon as she entered, Steward Chun hurried over anxiously. Miss, the madam is in terrible pain from stomach cramps. The doctor is at a loss. Lord, please go to Liuli courtyard to see her. Yi Chutang naturally knew that Kong Ru's internal condition was worsening. She also knew Kong Ru had been in pain for several hours. Let her suffer. She won't die. Seeing that Yi Chutang didn't care about Kong Ru's life or death, Steward Chen immediately knelt before her. Miss, the madam has vomited blood several times. It looks very serious. Yi Chutang looked down at Steward Chen coldly. So, you mean I should choose between Kong Ru and Juna? Steward Chen knew that the young master was the old master's precious, so he didn't dare block Yi Chutang. He quickly moved aside. Miss, forgive me. I overstepped. Slap him 20 times. Yes. Amidst Steward Chen's slaps, Yi Chutang ate her candied hawthorn and returned to Ningchu court. Jinji was practicing horse stance in the yard. She didn't know how long she had been standing, but her clothes were soaked through. Danner and Schwanger were preparing dinner in the kitchen. Lure was sitting with Yi Anjuan in the main room, writing. When Jinji saw Yi Chutang return, her worries eased, and she happily ran over. Miss, did you bring something tasty for Gigi? Her legs went numb, and she almost fell. Yi Chutang supported Jinji with her arm and gave her a sweet potato and a candied hawthorn stick. In the future, practice horse stance for half an hour in the morning and half an hour in the afternoon. Your body is weak, so you need more rest. Jinji bit into the candied hawthorn, smiling happily. Gigi is good, Gigi is obedient. Lo Air poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yanjuan. Young master, the young lady has been out for a long time. She must be thirsty. Please take this. June Air carried a half-cold cup of tea and, with short legs, came to Yi Chutang. Elder sister, please drink tea. Her voice was soft and a little breathless, adorable and touching. Yi Chutang kept the unfinished candied hawthorn and gave the rest to Lo Air. Everyone except Shuang Air has won. After speaking, she patted June Air's head and took a sip of tea. June Air is so good. Your body is weak, so eat fewer roasted sweet potatoes, but you can finish the candied hawthorn. Lo Air timely handed June Air a candied hawthorn stick. June Air took it happily and looked at Yi Chutang. Thank you, elder sister. Eat up. I need to go to the kitchen. As Yi Chudang reached the kitchen door, Shuang Er ran over on crutches and knelt down. Her pale, haggard face was tear-streaked, looking pitiful. "Young lady, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me and don't make me scrub the chamber pot." She had washed several times, but couldn't wash away the foul smell that made her sick. If she scrubbed the chamber pot for 2 more days, she would die. Yi Chutang looked coldly at Shuang Er, her lips curling in a mocking smile. "How many times have you knelt in front of me, saying you were wrong?" Shuang Er looked into Yi Chutang's eyes, which saw through everything, and clenched her fists unwillingly. Her hands were sore and blistered from scrubbing the chamber pot, trembling with pain. Is it wrong for a servant to want to become the mistress? The eldest young master's reputation was already ruined. Now that she offered herself, she might become a good concubine. Yi Chutang chuckled softly. "A concubine is just a plaything, and she dares to call herself the mistress," Shuang Er retorted. "The lady was also a concubine once. As long as she could become a good concubine, she might have a chance to be the main wife and the head of the household." Yi Chutang didn't know where Shuang Er got her confidence or her noble family background compared to Kong Ru. "Have you forgotten? Your selling contract is in my hands. As long as I don't release you, how can you marry?" Shuang Er thought of Kong Ru's plan and pressed her lips together. "I have my own way." Yi Chutang bent down, grabbing Shuang Er's face and forcing her to look up. "Do you know why you can keep living after repeatedly betraying me?" Shuang Er's cheeks hurt from being pinched, and her eyes clouded with tears. "Mississippi kindness." Yi Chutang seemed to hear a huge joke and chuckled softly. "Kindness? You really think that kneeling and shedding a few tears will make me soften my heart? Foolish." The last 2 words made Shuang Er's heart jump suddenly, as if something had slipped out of control. "Miss, what do you mean by that?" "It means I keep you around to pass messages to Kong Ru, acting as my spy, and then betray her." Shuang Er thought Yi Chutang had gone mad. "It's more beneficial to please the lady. Why would she betray her?" Yi Chutang saw through Shuang Er's thoughts and squeezed her cheek harder. "Because I can decide your life or death." Shuang Er cried out in pain as tears streamed down her face. Knowing the situation, she quickly said, "I haven't passed any messages to the lady." "Miss, you misunderstood." "Really? Do you want me to take you to the Lioli courtyard to confront Kong Ru?" Shuang Er's face was being pinched, and she spoke with difficulty.
I
haven't betrayed anyone." "Miss, I'm not afraid." "To confront." Yi Chutang released Shuang Er and slapped her across the face. With a crisp sound, Shuang Er's face burned with pain, and a ringing noise filled her ears. A cold voice sounded in her ear, barely audible. "Kong Ru is now poisoned and in terrible pain. Only I can save her." "Do you say she's protecting you, or herself?" This statement became an invisible hand, gripping Shuang Er's throat tightly. Yi Chutang kicked Shuang Er's injured buttocks, watching as blood stained her light-colored clothes. "Tell me, what did you say to Kong Ru? Did you make her trust you again?" Shuang Er knew well that whether she told the truth or not, the outcome would not be good. If she didn't speak, she would die now. If she spoke, she might live a few more days. As long as she was alive, there might be a chance for change. She closed her eyes, gathering her courage, and told the truth. The servant, wanted to climb into the eldest young master's bed and become a good wife. I told the lady that the reason the eldest young master is infamous is because misused the little young master's life to threaten the master, forcing him to abandon the eldest young master." Yi Chutang smiled and said, "Kong Ru will find out about this easily. It's pointless to tell her." "So, what else did you say to her?" Faced with her relentless questioning, Shuang Er lowered her head and dared not look her in the eye. She was afraid to tell the truth, biting her lower lip tightly, quickly tasting the iron taste of blood. "Shuang Er, my patience is limited." Yi Chutang's words hit her like a hammer, making her gasp for breath. The strong pressure forced her to speak the truth.
The servant also said,
"That miss can't cure the little young master at all, and forcing the master to abandon the eldest young master is a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, to avenge the late madam." After speaking, she was so scared she kowtowed to Yi Chutang, admitting her mistake. "Young lady, I was blinded by vanity and made a mistake. Please forgive me for being honest. She was truly frightened, knocking her head so hard that blood flowed freely. Yi Chutang grabbed her shoulders and looked at her face covered in blood, making a clicking sound. Kunru believe your words and let you become Yi Anji's good wife, but she must have had conditions. What did she make you do to me? Blood streamed into Schwanger's eyes, turning everything red. With a cold face, Yi Chutang appeared like a deadly demon in her eyes. The madam told me to watch the young lady and report her whereabouts. But now, she was overwhelmed with endless chores and couldn't keep an eye on Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang knew Schwanger wouldn't lie. It seemed Kunru hadn't yet found a way to deal with her and was waiting for an opportunity. She said to Schwanger, "Get up. Continue cleaning the toilets. If there's any movement from Kunru, report to me immediately. Yes, I obey your command. Don't think about escaping death. I have the power to make you sleep forever before you fake your death." Just as Schwanger was about to stand, she was frightened by Yi Chutang's words and knelt down again. How could the young lady know that the madam wanted her to pretend to be dead to escape the bondage of the selling contract? I don't understand what the young lady is saying. You're acting too fake, Yi Chutang said, then walked over to Danner, looking at the pork rib soup boiling in the pot. Go call Hongxiu to come eat. Yes, young lady. Danner left the kitchen and deliberately stepped on Schwanger's blood-blistered hand as she passed by. Yi Chutang saw her little move and smiled. Then, while Schwanger cried out in pain, she added some spiritual spring water into the pot. Apart from Schwanger, who was selling herself for fame, and Lure, who had already eaten in the main kitchen, 5 people sat around the table. Hongxiu had been resting for 2 or 3 days and was feeling much better. Her tongue was less swollen, and her appetite had increased. Tonight's soup was especially fragrant, and everyone drank it all. After dinner, Yi Chutang gave junior acupuncture treatment. Lure went to the kitchen to prepare medicine. After the acupuncture, Yi Chutang got up and went to Liuli courtyard. Hongxiu followed and said with a swollen tongue, "Young lady, I feel much better. I don't think I should stay in your boudoir anymore. I want to sleep in the East Room." The East Room was a large dormitory that could sleep 5 or 6 maids. Yi Chutang called Danner and said, "Arrange a bed for Hongxiu in the East Room." After saying that, she left. When she arrived at Liuli courtyard, Kunru had already fainted from pain. Yi Jingchuan paced back and forth at the gate of the courtyard, looking eagerly for someone. When he saw Yi Chutang, he immediately went to meet her. Why are you so late? Are you upset that I came too quickly, so I should leave?" Yi Jingchuan choked and quickly changed his words. "Whenever you want to come, just come. It's okay if Kongru is in pain for a while, just don't die." He then asked, "How is Juner?" "He has been taking medicine and poison for 5 years. His health is completely broken down. It won't get better in a year or so. You worry too much. Juner is a good boy. It's a pity he didn't have a good mother or father." After speaking, Yi Chutang entered Kongru's room. A strong smell of blood hit her, making her frown. Kongru's 2 close maids immediately knelt before Yi Chutang, bowing their heads. "Please, miss, save madam." Yi Chutang walked to the bed and looked at Kongru's pale face. She took out silver needles and inserted them into 2 acupoints. Kongru slowly opened her eyes, her cloudy eyes full of pain. Her gaze gradually focused, and she saw Yi Chutang clearly. "Save me," she rasped, trembling from stomach pain. Yi Chutang coldly stared at Kongru and asked, "Why did my mother give birth prematurely?" Before Kongru could answer, Chun Tao and Xiuhe spoke first. Madame Tang accidentally fell while walking. Yi Chutang kicked them both away, causing them to hit the wall and faint. Yi Jingchuan was startled and silently stepped back. Kongru was frightened by Yi Chutang's harshness and didn't dare to call for help. She curled up, trembling from the pain. Yi Chutang pinched Kongru's chin and forced her to look at her. "What are you guilty about? You caused my brother's death. Did he dream of you seeking revenge?" These words suddenly brought Kongru back to when she planned for Tang wanting to fall and have a difficult labor. She knelt in the delivery room, pretending to pray for Tang Wanning's safety, but secretly wished for her death. In the end, Tang Wanning gave birth to her eldest son before losing consciousness from exhaustion. The baby had been in her too long, almost suffocating, and didn't cry out immediately. Because he was premature, he was tiny, covered in blood, and his body was purple. He looked very frightening. The midwife, who had been bought off earlier under her orders, told everyone that Tang Wanning had a stillbirth. She suffocated the baby herself and, in her despair, handed him to Yi Jingchuan. Yi Jingchuan hated Tang Wanning for killing the eldest son and thought the stillborn was unlucky. He had the steward Qin throw the baby into the river, erasing his existence. That night, she had nightmares about a ghost baby demanding his life, waking up several times. This continued for several days. She didn't dare sleep and became very thin and haggard. Fortunately, she was good at pretending. Everyone thought she was sad for Tang Wanning, which was why she acted like that. Over time, the nightmares no longer affected her. She then poisoned Tang Wanning to end her life early and took her place as the main wife. Kong Ru casually recalled the past and calmly looked into Yi Chutong's eyes. I never harmed anyone, so I naturally don't have nightmares. Yi Chutong tightened her grip on Kong Ru's chin, smiling strangely, like a demon from hell. I have a medicine that makes people tell the truth. After speaking, she blocked Yi Jingchuan's view, took out a small vial from her space, and injected the clear liquid into Kong Ru's body. She put the empty syringe back into her space and released Kong Ru's chin. Kong Ru collapsed onto the bed, her eyes gradually losing focus, and her tense body relaxed. Tell me, how did you cause my mother to fall and have an early delivery? Kong Ru's pale lips moved slightly. I pretended to be friendly with Tang Wanning, gained her trust, bought her maid, and used a round stone to make her slip and have an early delivery. The maid then picked up the stone, perfectly covering it up. It was winter then, with occasional frost on the ground, so slips were common and no one suspected anything. Yi Jingchuan only knew that Tang Wanning's death was caused by Kong Ru, but he didn't realize her early delivery was also her doing. He strode to the bed, glaring at Kong Ru with clenched teeth. Was Wanning's early delivery not an accident? Kong Ru, now without self-awareness, answered expressionlessly, No, I planned it. Yi Jingchuan was so angry he wanted to strangle her. In the past, he had broken up with Tang Wanning because she refused to let him marry his first wife. But he had high hopes for his eldest son. When he learned his son was stillborn at birth, he was furious and bitter. He often used this to hurt Tang Wanning, blaming her for being careless and causing the death of his heir. Now, the truth was revealed. Yi Chutong ignored the hypocritical Yi Jingchuan and asked Kong Ru, Was my brother born stillborn? Yi Jingchuan's heart suddenly pounded when he heard Yi Chutong's question. He turned to look at her. What do you mean by that? Yi Chutong ignored him and recalled what Jin Ji had told her about the original mother's childbirth details. Back then, Tang Wanning accidentally fell and had an early delivery. Yi was worried about her and the baby, so she immediately left the house to call Dr. Xue. Jin Ji stayed behind. Yi Chutong ignored the hypocritical Yi Jingchuan and asked Kong Ru, Was my brother born stillborn? Jin Ji had to leave temporarily to find ginseng in the storeroom to save her life until Dr. Xue arrived. While waiting for someone to bring ginseng, the eldest legitimate son was born, and Tang Wanning fainted from exhaustion. The midwife said the baby had been inside too long and would be stillborn. Jin Ji personally confirmed that the young prince was indeed covered in purple bruises and had no breathing or pulse. After hearing this, Yi Chutong asked, Aunt Jean, you didn't see my brother being born, so how can you be sure he wasn't suffocated to death after birth? This led to her earlier question. At this moment, Kong Ru did not speak immediately as she had before. This was her deepest secret, and her instinct was to hide it. Yi Chutong saw that Kong Ru was resisting the effects of the truth-telling potion and knew her suspicion was correct. She took out a silver needle and pricked it into Kong Ru's pain point. Tell me, was my brother a stillborn when he was born? Kong Ru convulsed in pain, her consciousness completely slipping away. No, I suffocated him myself. The eldest legitimate son can only be born from my belly. Yi Chu Tang suppressed her rising murderous intent and asked again, "Did I kill my mother?" "Yes, I poisoned her slowly through her food, making her melancholy and causing her to waste away and die. The dose of poison Kong Ru used was very small, so it couldn't be detected." Everyone thought Tang Wanning had died young because of postpartum hemorrhage, the shock of her son's death, or because she had to care for her sick daughter without rest. In fact, if it weren't for Kong Ru, she might have lived a few more years with her daughter. Seeing Kong Ru's lips turn purple from the poison, Yi Chu Tang's eyes turned cold. "Your remaining days will be spent in hell." After speaking, she turned to Yi Jingchuan with a cold, distant look. "Now you know Kong Ru killed my mother and brother, and she has tried to harm me multiple times. Do you still want to give my mother's dowry to Yanling?" Yi Jingchuan was stunned. "Chuer Linger is to marry Lord Da. The dowry shouldn't be too modest." Yi Chu Tang sneered. "Her dowry is your responsibility, not my mother's. But now everyone knows your mother was kind and treated all children equally. If you take back Linger's dowry, people will gossip behind your back. Then I will reveal the truth openly. I believe everyone will understand. Family shame should not be exposed to outsiders." Although Yi Jingchuan was also heartbroken over the death of the legitimate eldest son and wished he could punish Kong Ru, the deceased was gone, and the living were more important. Yi Chu Tang put away her smile and looked coldly at the selfish Yi Jingchuan. She said clearly, "You will regret this." Afterward, she turned around, picked up the teapot on the table, and went to wake the unconscious maids with tea. "To save Kong Ru, go fetch 2 buckets of cold water and bring a water ladle." Chun Tao and Xiao he were in great pain and found it hard to stand. They were loyal to Kong Ru and immediately agreed. "Yes, young lady." Quickly, they carried 2 buckets of cold well water from the backyard and placed them beside Kong Ru's bed. Yi Chudeng asked, "Are you maidservants helping with the dowry?" "Yes, young lady," they replied. "So, Kong Ru suffocated my brother and drugged my mother. Are you helping her?" Chun Tao and Xiao he were so scared they forgot to argue. Yi Chudeng scooped a ladle of water from the bucket, pulled Kong Ru up from the bed, and forced the water into her mouth. Kong Ru choked and coughed repeatedly, spitting blood. Yi Jingchuan was terrified. Chilinger is about to get married. Kong Ru can't die. Yi Chu Tang remained unmoved and continued pouring water. "Don't worry, I won't let her die so easily." The gates of hell were about to open. Chun Tao and Xiao he snapped out of their shock, knelt before Yi Chudeng, and tried to take the blame for Kong Ru. "Young lady, it's our fault. It has nothing to do with the madam." Yi Chudeng kicked the 2 troublesome maids aside. "Don't rush to die. Your turn is coming soon." As Kong Ru was being forced water, she vomited. After pouring the entire bucket, her scattered consciousness began to return. Seeing Kong Ru's eyes regain focus, Yi Chudeng smiled and said, "You're awake? Then stay alert." Before Kong Ru could react, Yi Chudeng smashed Chun Tao and Xiao He with the water ladle. "What are you doing?" Her voice was hoarse, weak even when shouting. Yi Chudeng dipped the blood-stained ladle into water. When blood meets water, it turns pink. She grabbed Kong Ru's face and continued pouring water into her. The blood-water mixture made Kong Ru gag and almost vomit, causing her to struggle violently. Seeing Yi Chudeng acting crazily, Yi Jingchuan was so frightened he swallowed hard. On the day of the prince's birthday, this wicked girl must be dealt with. Otherwise, the Yi family would be doomed. "I have something to do. I must leave now," Yi Jingchuan said, fearing that if he stayed longer, he might be the next to suffer. Yi Chudeng ignored him, pouring the blood water into Kong Ru's mouth and then covering her nose and mouth. Kong Ru couldn't breathe. Her pale face quickly turned red, then purple as she struggled. Her eyes bulged, and darkness blurred her vision. Her body temperature rapidly dropped. She felt like she was being dragged into an abyss, cold and hopeless. Just when she thought she would die, Yi Chudeng suddenly released her. Kong Ru gasped heavily, air rushing into her lungs, causing her to cough up blood again. After catching her breath, Yi Chudeng covered her mouth and nose once more. Having faced death several times, Kong Ru's weak body fainted. With a splash, cold water was poured over her face, waking her up. She was so exhausted, she had no strength left to resist. "Chuer, are you crazy?" Yi Chutang threw the water basin on the ground, laughing softly. "It must be uncomfortable when you can't breathe because your mouth and nose are covered, right? My brother felt the same before he died." These words made Kong Ru's hair stand on end and her nerves tighten. She stammered, "Your brother was suffocated in your mother's womb." Smack! Yi Chutang interrupted Kong Ru with a slap. "Forget it? I told you I have a medicine that makes people tell the truth. So I know you smothered my brother and poisoned my mother." Kong Ru's face swelled, and her speech was unclear. "It wasn't me, I didn't do it. Not admitting it is fine. It doesn't affect what I plan to do," Yi Chutang said. She then took a pill from her space and put it into Kong Ru's mouth. "Welcome to hell." Yi Chutang did not give Kong Ru the antidote for the heartbroken powder, but instead used poison to fight poison. The poison could temporarily suppress the effects of the heartbroken powder, but wouldn't lessen the symptoms. The effects came quickly, and the damage doubled. Kong Ru felt as if a rod was stirring inside her stomach, and her head was hammered. She rolled from the bed to the floor, suffering as if she were dying. Yi Chutang paid no attention and returned to Ningqiu courtyard. The servant Danner immediately stepped forward. "Miss, you're back. I will help you bathe. I can do it myself." "You go rest," Yi Chutang said. Seeing her tired, Danner quickly replied, "My health is fine now. I can handle these chores." "All right, you can do it," Yi Chutang agreed. Soon, the bath was filled with water and decorated with flower petals. She took off her hair ornament and said, "Danner, go rest. I'll handle the rest myself. Your servant will leave now." Before resting, she brought in a bucket of cold water for Yi Chutang to rinse the bath later. After she left, Yi Chutang undressed and soaked in the bath. As the warm water enveloped her, she sighed contentedly. A bath really relieves fatigue. Jinji wanted to help Yi Chutang wash her hair, but was refused. "Aunt Jean, rest early. I can twist my hair myself." The dry hair towel in her space was much better than ancient cloth. Jinji stood behind the screen but didn't leave. "Young lady, what happened at Liuli courtyard? You don't look happy." Hearing this, Yi Chutang leaned over the bath, looking at Jinji behind the screen. She hesitated whether to tell the truth. "Aunt Jean," the servant said, "Little miss, just say what you want directly. I've lived long enough to see through everything." Hearing this, Yi Chutang decided to tell Jinji the truth. "Wait until I finish my bath," she said. "Okay, I'll wait," Jinji replied. After bathing, Yi Chutang came out of the bath chamber and saw Jinji making clothes. "Aunt Jean, the lighting at night isn't good and might hurt your eyes." "Don't worry, little miss, my eyes are fine," Jinji said. She wanted to make a new dress for little miss, but during the day she had to pretend to be crazy, so she could only work at night. Yi Chutang stepped forward and took the fabric from Jinji's hands. "Aunt Jean, this fabric isn't very good. When you're feeling better, I'll buy some better cloth to make you a new one." Jinji understood that little miss didn't want her to work too hard. She put away her sewing tools and asked, "Little miss, what do you want to tell me?" Yi Chutang didn't beat around the bush. "Aunt Jean, my brother wasn't a stillborn. He was smothered to death by Kong Ru. My mother isn't on her last breath. She was poisoned by Kong Ru." As soon as Jinji heard this, tears burst from her eyes. She covered her mouth with one hand and hit her chest with the other, crying heartbreakingly. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't left for just a little while, the young master wouldn't have died. If I had been more careful, the lady wouldn't have been poisoned and passed away so early." Her heart felt as if many hands were pulling at it, causing her pain so intense she spasmed all over and wished she could just die. Yi Chutang held Jinji, who was crying so hard she was about to pass out, and gently patted her back. "Aunt Jean, don't blame yourself. Kong Ru is malicious and wants to harm others. You can't stop her. We will avenge my brother and mother together. Little miss, I am useless. I didn't know the truth for so many years and I thought, it's not your fault. Kong Ru's schemes are too deep. My mother was too kind and couldn't stand up to her. But I am a bad and wicked person. She can't beat me. Jinji gently pushed Yi Chutang away and shook her head. No, little miss, you are the kindest person in the world. Otherwise, you wouldn't have saved the young master. If it were her, she would have blamed the innocent young master. Yi Chutang looked at Jinji, whose eyes were swollen from crying and whose lips were cut. Aunt Jean, cheer up. The moment of revenge has come. I will make Kong Ru lose everything, be betrayed by everyone and die alone. Besides Yi Yanzhou and the Yi family members, she wouldn't spare anyone else. Hearing this, Jinji's despair turned into determination. What do you want me to do, little miss? First, take care of yourself. You won't be able to help me if you're not well. Go to sleep. Understood, Jinji replied. After she went to rest outside, Yi Chutang dried her hair, lay on the bed, and entered her space. She checked her merit points. Today, I killed 4 people, injured 2, and gained a total of 34 points. They all deserve to die. She went to the resting room and looked at the leech and cicada on the dressing table. They need to be raised. After saying that, she took both items and left the space. After lighting a calming incense, Yi Chutang planned to leave the courtyard by underground escape. Suddenly, she remembered that she might be watched by Qi Yanzhou's people, so she pried open the floorboard and left directly from the room. Her first stop was the palace's ice cellar. Cicadas prefer cold environments, so it was best to keep them in the ice cellar.